Gu Sihung, carrying her school bag, strolled home. It's been 2 days since her rebirth, and she still felt like she was dreaming. That day, after returning from her boyfriend's house, she felt upset and drank a little wine. Then she woke up and found herself back in 1982 when she was 8 years old. She had read a few rebirth novels. In those stories, only people with deep grudges or big enemies got to be reborn. But she didn't have any of that. As she approached her house, she hadn't gone inside, yet when she saw her mother, Wang Yueju, holding a rolling pin and angrily chasing her third sister, Gu Sanjing. Is it that you're missing food or drink? You actually stole to eat. Do you think you can eat my stuff? I'll beat you to death. Her mother swung the rolling pin high, but it didn't seem like she was going to hit. Third sister ran and argued back, her big almond-shaped eyes full of stubbornness. If Urban can eat, why can't I? I just want to eat. You're still arguing. If you've got the guts, stand still, her mother said, taking a few more steps forward. Third sister, like a monkey, darted ahead. When she passed by second sister, Gu Erwi, she was pushed. Fool, run outside. Gu Sanjing quickly ran toward the village gate and, along the way, also took Gu Sihung with her. Gu Sihung, gasping for breath from running, couldn't go any further when they reached the small river at the village entrance. She bent over, clutching her knees, and panted. Okay. Mom didn't catch us. Let's rest. Gu Sanjing, her face calm and steady, was used to being wild and was as strong as a little ox. All right, let's rest, she said. Gu Sihung was pulled to sit by the small river, taking a few more deep breaths. You could have just run without dragging me along. Gu Sanjing threw a stone into the river with a splash, causing small ripples. I brought you because Mom would give us food if I did. Gu Sihung rolled her eyes. I'm just your lucky charm for food. By the way, what did you steal from Grandma's house this time? Gu Sanjing chuckled, her eyes bright with mischief. She took out a big, yellow apple from her pocket and held it under Gu Sihung's nose. Smells good, doesn't it? Gu Sihung sniffed the apple. A fresh, sweet aroma filled her nose, drifting softly. It smelled much better than the shiny, watery apples of decades later. Smells good, Gu Sanjing said proudly when she saw her sister's enchanted expression. Yesterday, after school, I passed by Grandma's house. I saw her take 2 apples and was about to go out. When she saw me, she immediately hid the apple behind her back, probably going to Uncle's house to give it to Erbin and the others. Hiding it so I can't eat, but I will eat it anyway. Gu Sihung felt uneasy inside. Grandma favors boys over girls. My mother had 4 daughters, but no sons, so Grandma always looked down on our family. However, she didn't hit or scold us like some mean stories, just gave us cold looks. She always gave the good stuff to Uncle's 2 sons, and we 4 sisters never got a chance to touch anything nice. Let's split it in half, Gu Sanjing said, rubbing the apple on her blue cloth coat before trying to break it in 2. Gu Sihung quickly stopped her, saying, let's eat it together at home. In the countryside, apples aren't extremely valuable, but they aren't something you get to eat every day either. When there's something tasty, the whole family eats together. Gu Sanjing looked at the big apple and swallowed hard. Okay, let's eat it at home. Gu Sihung thought for a moment and said seriously, don't sneak food from Grandma's anymore. Her things are hers, and she can give them to whoever she wants. It's wrong to steal. Besides, Mom is so proud. If she finds out you stole from Grandma, it would be embarrassing. I just can't stand it. Of course, she was also tempted. Gu Sihung sighed inwardly, thinking that once her sister earned some money, they could eat apples every day, maybe even throw some away. Well, maybe not throw them away, to avoid getting into trouble. Let's go home. Gu Sihung stood up, brushing dirt off her bottom. Did Mom cook corn today? She had smelled the aroma of boiling corn just at the door. Yes, Gu Sanjing lazily got up and Gu Sihung asked, why didn't I see you after school today? Did you skip class? Gu Sanjing was startled, waving her hands. Don't talk nonsense. Our last class was self-study. I just left a little early. This girl liked to tattle. If her parents found out she skipped class, her mother's rolling pin would definitely come down on her. Gu Sihong shot her a sidelong glance. Leaving a little early isn't skipping class? Having been close sisters for 7 or 8 years, Gu Sanjing understood what her mischievous sister meant. She snorted and said, "I'll carry your school bag for a week." Gu Sihong smiled proudly, knowing how much her sister deserved it. She pinched her little pigtail and ran off, and Gu Sihong, feeling a little pain, turned around and chased after her. Gu Sanjing, stop right there. Only fools stop. The two sisters ran home, chasing each other. Their father, Gu Jiangwo, was fixing a chair leg. Older sister Gu Yimin carried a basket with bread and corn from the kitchen. Gu Sihong ran over and reached for the corn, but Gu Yimin hit her and said, "Wash your hands." Gu Sihong happily went to the kitchen, scooped some water into a basin, and squatted down to wash her hands. Gu Sanjing sat beside her and whispered, "Don't tell Mom and Dad, I left early." Gu Sihong hummed quietly, not replying. Gu Sanjing was annoyed and reached to pull her little braid, but before she could, their mother's voice called out, "Hurry up. Dinner's ready." Today, Mom was in a bad mood. The sisters sat quietly at the table. During the meal, Gu Sanjing shot a threatening look at Gu Sihong. Dad finished fixing the bench, washed his hands, and sat down. Then he told Gu Sanjing, after dinner, write a report. At least 1,000 words. Gu Sanjing looked miserable, thinking 1,000 words? I'm still a primary school student. Everyone pretended not to notice her sad face and started eating. Gu Sihong picked up a bright yellow corn and took a bite. The kernels tasted fresh and slightly sweet, much better than the corn decades later. Crunch. She took another bite. Seeing her enjoy the corn, Gu Sanjing relaxed, not planning to report her. Looks like the corn in the west field is ripe. Maybe we can start picking tomorrow, Wang Yueju said as she turned to Gu Jiangwo. All right, we'll start tomorrow, Gu Jiangwo replied, slurping some corn porridge. It's due heavy in the morning, so I'll go alone. You all eat breakfast first. This didn't include Gu Sihong and Gu Sanjing, who had to go to school. Wang Yueju, Gu Yimin, and Gu Erwi agreed without objection. This was how they had always done it for years. After eating, Yimin and Erwi washed the dishes, while Sanjing and Sihong did their homework. Oh, and Gu Sanjing still had to write a report, 1,000 words. Gu Jiangwo sat on a small stool chopping pigweed, while Wang Yueju fed the pigs with the chopped grass. They had 2 pigs, which were very precious. Besides the grain from the fields, these pigs were their only extra income. Don't take it to heart, Mom, Gu Jiangwo said, turning to look at his wife with a hint of apology in his eyes. Wang Yueju snorted. If I took everything to heart, I'd be dead from anger. Because she hadn't been able to have a son, she had endured a lot of hardship from her mother-in-law over the years. Today was no different. When Sanjing secretly took her an apple, a 9-year-old being a little greedy was normal. A scolding was enough. But she ran over and said some very harsh words. The meaning behind the words is that if she doesn't teach Sanjing a lesson, the problem won't be resolved. Gu Jiangwo chuckled. Comrade Wang Yueju is reasonable. Wang Yueju shot him a sharp look, teasing him with her words. When Wang Yueju was young, she was the most beautiful girl in 10 villages, and even now, in her 30s, she still has charm. Her glare seemed to have a hook that caught Gu Jiangwo's attention. Inside the house, Gu Siqing finished her homework and wrote a line on a small notebook. Goal 1. Buy a courtyard house in Kyoto. The Gu family has 4 rooms. Gu Jiangwo and his wife live in one. The 4 sisters share another, and there is a living room in the middle. On the west side of the yard, there is also a kitchen. Their room, where the 4 sisters sleep, has a very wide and big bed. Usually, the 4 sisters squeeze on it together. Next to the bed, there's a desk that can seat 2 people side by side. Usually, Gu Siqing and Gu Sanjing do their homework there. To help them study, the light bulb in their room is 45 watts, much brighter than the 15-watt bulbs in Gu Jiangwo's and his wife's room. At this moment, Gu Siqing finished her homework, took out a small notebook, and wrote a line on the back of one page. Goal 1. Buy a courtyard house in Kyoto. If she doesn't buy a courtyard house in her rebirth, what kind of rebirth is that? She closed the notebook. Gu Sanjing was still scratching her head and writing 1,000 words self-criticism. Where are the apples? Gu Sicheng stretched out her little hand. I'm going to cut them for Dad and Mom to eat. If Mom eats them happily, maybe this problem will be solved. Gu Sanjing rolled her eyes and took down the pen from under her nose. This problem is already going to be over. Gu Sicheng shrugged. Then you go deliver the apples yourself. Gu Sanjing squinted at her and said, Little Fourth, you've been very different these days. What's different? Gu Sicheng wasn't panicked. If her carefree third sister could tell she was reborn, she must be pretty impressive. Gu Sanjing pouted, getting more sneaky. Gu Sicheng snorted and stood up. She was angry and didn't want to talk to her. Gu Sanjing quickly grabbed her and took an apple out of her pocket, handing it to her. Don't go tattling, okay? Gu Sicheng paused, realizing she had been afraid of tattling all along. Got it. Am I that kind of person? Gu Sicheng took the apple and went to the kitchen. Big sister and second sister had already washed the dishes and pots. She happily held up a bright yellow apple in front of the two sisters, saying, Big sister, second sister, eat the apple. Oh, little four, you've got skills now, convincing Sanjing to give you her apple. The second sister took the apple to wash. The eldest sister patted her head and asked, Have you finished your homework? Gu Siheng nodded. Yes, I finished it. Then she linked her arm with her eldest sister's and said sweetly, Big sister, I want to sleep in the same blanket with you later. Gu Yimin chuckled, okay. She was 10 years older than her younger sister. When she was little, she mostly took care of her, so she loved her very much. Gu Siheng leaned her head on her eldest sister's arm and smiled, silently promising herself that in this life, she would keep her big sister away from that man, so she could be happy forever, unlike in her previous life. Gu Second Hui cut the apple into pieces and put them in a bowl, then handed it to Gu Siheng. Take this to Mom and Dad. Gu Siheng happily ran outside with the bowl. Gu Jiangwo had already prepared the pig feed and was washing his hands. Gu Siheng pinched a piece of apple and offered it to him. Dad, eat the apple. Gu Jiangwo turned his head to avoid it. I'm tired of eating this. Give it to Mom. Gu Siheng giggled and, taking advantage of his open mouth, stuffed the apple into it. My third sister said everyone in the family should eat. Gu Jiangwo chewed the apple, which was sweet with a hint of tartness. Very tasty, but he felt a bit uneasy inside. Just one apple had caused his mother to come all this way to report to Sanjing. In the end, it was all because of poverty. If they had money, the children could eat apples every day, and they wouldn't have to sneak to Grandma's house to steal. He patted his younger daughter's head with a big hand. Tastes good. Go let your mom try it. Gu Siheng didn't realize that one apple had made her father think so much. If he knew what he was thinking, he might say, Want to make money? Want the children to eat fruit every day? Come on, let's start a business together. She went to her mother and put a piece of apple in her mouth. Dad told me to give this to you to try. Wang Yueju blushed and patted her back lightly. You're so spoiled. Gu Siheng happily fed her mother another piece, but her mother pushed her away. Hurry and eat with your sister. Gu Siheng nodded, but inside, she felt a little uncomfortable. The whole family sharing one apple, constantly passing it around. If they had money, they wouldn't need to do this. She carried the bowl to her room. The four sisters ate the apple together, then washed up and went to sleep. Gu Sanjing sighed heavily and only managed to write 2 words, check. She decided to wait until tomorrow to write more. Gu Siheng climbed onto the bed and turned to see her second sister taking off her sweater, her large sea trembling slightly. Thinking about her past life, when she could control her B-cups, she felt a tightness in her heart. She wondered if she could make up for it now, and whether she could grow to a C in the future. She sighed and slipped into her eldest sister's bed. After the lights went out, she quietly said to her, Big sister, let's do some business. Gu Yimin hadn't spoken yet, when her second sister, Gu Erwi, chuckled. With your 3 cents in savings, how can you do business? Gu Siheng felt another stab in her heart. Fourth sister, Gu Sanjing looked over. Why don't you give me your 3 cents? Together, we have 5 cents, enough to buy a bag of spicy strips. We can share it. Gu Siheng ignored her. She thought she was just a carefree person. She turned around and looked into Gu Erwi's eyes in the dark. Second sister, you're the smartest in our family. Listen to my idea. Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead, Gu Erwi said in a tone like talking to a child. Gu Siheng pretended not to notice and said, Look, all those clothes people wear on TV look so nice. If we could get some of those clothes to sell, many people would buy them. Do you know where to get those clothes? Gu Erwi asked seriously this time. Gu Siheng smiled slightly. If anyone in their family had a good business mind, it was her second sister. In her past life, she went out to work in her 20s and used her savings to start a fairly large trading company. Among the 4 sisters, she was the most financially capable in her previous life. But then, she didn't want to think about the bad things anymore. She had been reborn and she wouldn't let those things happen again. Of course, in the South. Gu Siheng said. Don't they often say on the radio how well the South is developing? Fourth sister, Gu Yimin tucked her into bed. How far is the South? We've never been there. You're just a kid. Why think so much? Study hard. Your main task is to get into college someday. Gu Siheng felt a bit discouraged, but still looked into Gu Erwi's eyes. She heard her say, Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Sigh. When will we be able to buy a house in the courtyard? Gu Zhengwo came back with a basin of foot wash water and saw his wife sitting on the bed, making shoes. She looked like Sanjing. He walked over and took the shoes from her, softly saying, Stop doing that. You're tired, and your eyes will get sore. There are still many chores tomorrow. Wang Yueju packed up her sewing kit and crawled into bed. After the lights went out, neither of them could sleep. Wang Yueju turned to look at her husband and said, This year's corn grew well, so the harvest should be good. Plus, the peanuts and soybeans will sell for a good price. If we sell the grain, we can build 3 more rooms. The children are all grown up, and it's not good for them to squeeze into one bed anymore. Gu Zhengwo hugged his wife and said, Okay. Over the years, they saved a total of 2,200 yuan. This money was just enough to build 3 rooms, but after finishing, they had nothing left. This year's harvest was sold, and after building the rooms, they would have some money left to live on. Maybe after the new year, I'll go out to work for others, Gu Zhengwo said as he looked at the dark night. Work doing what? Wang Yueju asked. Many places in the city are building new structures. I'll work on construction sites. Wang Yueju didn't say anything, but her hand around her husband's waist tightened a little. She didn't know exactly what kind of work construction involved, but she was sure it was harder than building at home. Building a house at home for a day was already exhausting enough. Gu Zhengwo knew his wife was worried about him, so he patted her back and said, You know I'm strong. I trained every day in the army and I never felt tired. When you were in the army, how old were you? And now? Wang Yueju sighed. It would be so good if you could stay in the army forever. Gu Zhengwo patted her back. Who wouldn't want to stay in the army forever? But soldiers come and go, and only a few can stay in the army their whole lives. Darling, while I'm still young, I'll work hard for a few years so we can all live a good life. No more fighting over a little thing, like an apple. Let's see how it goes. Wang Yueju hesitated. She wanted to earn more money but was worried about the unfamiliar outside world. Gu Zhengwo nodded, and the couple closed their eyes and went to sleep. The next morning before dawn, Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju got up. Gu Zhengwo quickly washed up, then grabbed a few burlap sacks and left to go to the west field to pick corn cobs. Wang Yueju went to the chicken coop, squatted down and reached inside to feel for eggs. There were 3. She took them out and also took 2 more from inside the house, planning to make scrambled eggs. During harvest time, work was heavy so they needed to eat well to recover. Ingmin heard the noise outside and also got up. She dressed quickly and went to tuck Gu Siheng into bed. Seeing her older sister up, Gu Erwi also got up and quickly dressed. The sisters left the house. One went to the kitchen to help cook, and the other grabbed a broom to sweep the floor. Gu Siheng was awakened by the continuous clucking of the chickens outside. She opened her eyes, turned to look at the window, and saw that the sky was already bright. She sat up and got dressed. After getting dressed and leaving the bed, I saw Sanjing still sleeping soundly. I reached into her quilt with my cool little hand and placed it on her warm belly. Gu Sanjing thought the wind had blown into her quilt, so she wrapped herself tighter and continued to sleep. Seeing this, Gu Sihan loudly said, "Dad, are you going to check on us?" Half asleep, Gu Sanjing heard the word check and sat up quickly. "Dad, I will finish writing today." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Gu Siheng smiling at her. There was no sign of their father in the room. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at Gu Siheng. "Gu Siheng, just you wait." Gu Siheng made a funny face and ran away. Outside the house, older sister was watering the chrysanthemums in the northeast corner of the yard. Seeing her with messy hair, she said, "Go get a comb. I'll help you comb your hair." Finally, she could let her older sister braid her hair again. Gu Siheng happily went inside to get the comb, almost being pushed back onto the bed by Gu Sanjing. "Why have you been teasing Sanjing so much these days?" her older sister asked while combing her hair. Gu Siheng smiled but didn't say anything. Could she say that she was happy to have come back to her childhood, finding Sanjing adorable? "I want 4 braids, Gu Siheng said. "Okay." Gu Yimin was very skillful, and soon she braided 2 beautiful pigtails. Gu Siheng looked at herself in the mirror, feeling proud. Compared to the hairstyles decades later, it was a bit old-fashioned, but her sister was pretty, so she looked good no matter what. The meal was ready. After Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin ate, they went to the west yard. Soon after, Gu Zhangwo returned, his clothes soaked, especially his liberation shoes, which were wet. Gu Siheng quickly brought him some face-washing water and also handed him a pair of shoes from inside the house for him to change into. Seeing his thoughtful daughter, Gu Zhangwo felt warm inside. Who says having a daughter is useless? Look how caring she is. At that moment, a sharp female voice came from the neighbor's house. "I've come back from the fields, and you, a grown man, are still hiding in bed. Are you going to hatch a bunch of kids or a pile of money in there?" Gu Siheng couldn't help but smile and laugh. That auntie's words are really funny. But his son was truly lazy. Even though he was over 20, he would sleep a lot during busy farming seasons. Gu Zhangwo felt even more proud of his own child. Look, even though they were all girls, Yimin and Hui were up early working, and his little daughter was so thoughtful. "Have you eaten yet?" Gu Zhangwo asked his little daughter. "Yes." Gu Siheng watched as her father took off his wet liberation shoes, bent down, picked them up, and placed them in the water basin. Then she scrubbed them with a brush. Gu Zhangwo changed into his shoes and said, "Stop scrubbing, hurry up and go to school." Gu Siheng responded with a hum, though she didn't really want to go to school. Think about it. What does it feel like for a college graduate from a top university to return and attend 3rd grade in elementary school? Gu Erwi brought out the leftover meals for Gu Zhangwo from the kitchen. Seeing Gu Siheng scrubbing her shoes, she went over and pulled her up. "Let me do it. You need to go to school quickly." Gu Siheng knew she couldn't avoid going to school. She sighed inwardly, went back to her room, and grabbed her school bag. She saw Gu Sanjing sitting at her desk, scratching her head and cheeks, writing a self-criticism. "If you don't go to school, you probably won't be able to finish both self-criticism papers." Gu Sanjing, with a Wulan, packed her notebook into her bag and left with Gu Siheng. When she saw Gu Zhangwo, she walked over hesitantly. "Dad, I'll give you my self-criticism tonight." Gu Zhangwo nodded and waved her away, telling them to go to school. He still hoped their family could produce 2 university students someday. No more scolding followed, and Gu Sanjing immediately felt relaxed. She pulled Gu Siheng along, skipping happily to school. Gu Siheng thought, so childish. The school was in Lushu Tun, next door, about a 10-minute walk. Now, rural children are mostly left to fend for themselves. Parents don't usually see them off to school. The 2 sisters argued as they walked, and halfway there, they met Gu Shuabin, the youngest son of the second uncle, also heading to school. When Gu Shuabin saw them, he snorted disdainfully and took an apple from his bag, biting into it with a crunch. "Grandma said girls don't deserve to eat apples. She also said that since your family has no sons, everything in your house will belong to me in the future." Gu Sanjing, hearing this, raised her bag to throw at him, but she knew she couldn't beat him in a fight. Gu Siheng quickly grabbed her. You can't hit him now. If they fought, their family wouldn't have peace for a long time. Seeing they were hesitant, Gu Xuebin wiped his nose, which was about to drip, with his sleeve, snorted, and walked away. Gu Sanjing shook off Gu Siheng. You're just a coward. Gu Siheng knew her sister was upset inside, and she felt the same. Thinking about what Gu Xuebin had done in her past life made her even more furious. But fighting needed strategy. She leaned close to Gu Sanjing and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing her, Gu Sanjing looked back at her. Lil Fourth, why are you suddenly so smart? Gu Siqing doesn't think she's very clever. She just has an adult soul in a small body. The two sisters whispered to each other and then ran home quickly. Once there, they grabbed a small cloth bag and hurried back. They hoped Gu Xuebin wouldn't walk too fast, or their plan would be delayed. After chasing for a while, they saw Gu Xuebin pulling on some dogtail grass by the roadside, and no one was around. They tiptoed closer, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and Gu Siqing quickly ran up, grabbing the bag and covering Gu Xuebin's head with it. Gu Xuebin shouted and tried to take off the bag, but Gu Sanjing kicked his knee. Gu Xuebin fell to the ground in pain. Gu Sanjing squatted down, holding him down, while Gu Siqing picked up a small stick and hit him on the. The sharp sound was oddly satisfying to hear.
Hey, who's hitting me?
Gu Xuebin yelled and cursed. Gu Siqing pinched his thigh hard, knowing it was the most painful spot. Gu Xuebin screamed like a pig being slaughtered and stopped cursing. Unhappy, Gu Sanjing twisted and pinched his thigh several more times. Gu Xuebin begged, please spare me, please. Seeing that the beating was enough, Gu Siqing exchanged a glance with Gu Sanjing, and both got up and ran toward the cornfield nearby. When Gu Xuebin took off the bag, no one was around. He decided not to go to school anymore, wiping his nose and tears as he limped home. The sisters ran into the cornfield for a while, then stopped. Hearing no one chasing them, they left the field and happily headed to school. Honestly, hitting someone with a cloth bag was really fun. At school, the sisters parted ways. Gu Siqing was in 3rd grade, and Gu Sanjing was in 4th. They went to their seats in the classroom. Gu Siqing took out her small notebook and rested her chin on it, writing, contractor, street vendor, greenhouse planting. These were all profitable projects in the 1980s. Right now, their family's main goal was to make money. Poverty not only limits your imagination, but also your freedom. Only with financial freedom can you fully realize your dreams. Gu Siqing looked at the words on her notebook for a while, then crossed out contractor. Being a contractor, regardless of the dangers, requires understanding the construction site and having connections to get projects. Does their family have such connections? It seems that Dad has a few comrades with some connections, but she doesn't know what they do. Moreover, Dad is not the type to ask for help. If he liked to seek advantages, he might be working in some office now. Growing a greenhouse isn't very suitable either. It requires skills and a significant initial investment. If it doesn't succeed, he could lose everything. Forget it. Now, only setting up a street stall remains. Clothes are cheap now. Each piece costs only a few yuan, and a batch of goods costs just a few hundred yuan. The styles in the South are trendy, so the products will sell well once brought back. But she can't do this herself. Her age and her small savings limit her. How can she persuade her parents to set up a street stall? Gu Siqing scratches her head, feeling really troubled. Maybe by the time she can afford a courtyard house, she will already be bald. Little Four, a cheerful, chubby boy, leans over her desk and whispers, let's walk home together after school. I'll take you to get something tasty. Gu Siqing covers her notebook with her arm and says, I'm not going. What tasty food could there be? Just some roasted sweet potatoes or a few bird eggs. If she wants to be a beautiful fairy in the future, she won't do those things anymore. Han Peng looks confused. Aren't you usually the fastest runner? Gu Siqing doesn't want to argue with a little kid. She pushes him away and says, hurry up and go. Class is about to start. Han Peng walks away reluctantly. He had already planned yesterday to take Little Four to find bird nest today. Why isn't she going? Gu Sixing's brain has been exhausted all morning, and she still can't think of a way to persuade her parents to give up farming and start a business. The main problem is her young age and her limited influence. After school, she walks home with Gu Sanjing. Her parents and older sisters are still in the fields and haven't come back yet. The sisters are cooking, one is tending the fire and the other is in charge of the stove. Today, Gu Sixing is cooking. Her cooking skills are not great, but they're better than those of her 9-year-old sister, Gu Sanjing. The family has homemade sauce, and Gu Sixing plans to make mixed noodles. She heats oil in a pot, adds chopped green onions, then the sauce. While doing this, she suddenly remembers what happened that day before her rebirth. In college, she dated a boy and only found out at graduation that his family was quite wealthy and had some background. At the time, she didn't feel lucky. She just felt pressured. She felt it was true. His family looked down on her because she was from the countryside and poor. To be worthy of him, she continued her studies despite her family's difficulties, then worked hard to get into an international company. Even if she is very talented, her family still looks down on her just because she is from the countryside. In some city people's eyes, being from the countryside is seen as a sin. That day was her mother's birthday, and she took a cake there. Her mother treated her like a servant, telling her to wipe the table, go into the kitchen to cook, and when the food was ready, she complained it wasn't tasty. Now that she thinks about it, she was really so mean back then. But she has to admit, Dong Jianin is truly outstanding, both in appearance and ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard and persisted for so many years for him. Shall see. The pot is about to overflow. Gu Sanjing's voice brought Gu Sihing back to reality. She quickly added some water to the pot, watched the sauce bubble, then poured it into a bowl. She washed the pot, added water, and told Sanjing, "You boil the water. I'll go call Mom and Dad for dinner." Gu Sanjing waved her off, so Gu Sihing covered the pot and left. As soon as she stepped out, she met Grandma Wu Danny, who smiled and called out, "Grandma." Wu Danny looked at her coldly and asked, "What are you going to do?" Gu Siheng didn't mind her attitude. She was used to it. Besides, this elderly lady's life in her past was not good. She smiled and said, "I'm going to call my dad for dinner." They say, a smile can melt a cold heart. Gu Siheng always kept a smile on her face, so Wu Danny couldn't stay cold for long. She softened her expression and said, "When you see your second uncle and them, also call them to come home for dinner."
Okay.
Gu Siheng agreed easily. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, she arrived at her second uncle Gu Jianqing's place. She saw her eldest cousin Gu Xueqiang carrying a sack of corn cobs and said, "De Chong, Grandma called you all to come home for dinner." Gu Xueqiang grinned and replied, "Got it. Shao Si, go call your dad to eat."
Yes.
Then go quickly. Gu Xueqiang waved his hand with a silly smile. Gu Siheng walked toward her own field. This eldest cousin is diligent and capable, but too honest. No one knows how the clever second uncle and second aunt raised such a son. When she reached her own field, her mother and older sisters were husking corn in the cornfield. Her father was carrying sacks of corn out one by one, and all 4 of them were sweating heavily. Gu Siheng hurried over to help her father put the sacks on the ground. Seeing his little daughter, Gu Zhengwo smiled and said, "School's out?" "Yes, I came to call you all for dinner." Gu Siheng went to help husk the corn, but before she could start, her older sister said, "Don't bother. You're not wearing gloves, and the corn leaves will scratch you." "All right, we'll do it after we eat." Wang Yueju came out of the cornfield, and the family loaded the harvested corn onto a cart to take home. Gu Zhengwo led the way, while Gu Siheng and her sisters pushed from behind. Passing by Uncle's field, Aunt Zhang Chuntao was chewing a sweet potato and saw them. She said, "Big sister-in-law, look at your daughters. They're so capable, they can almost be as strong as a son." This was clearly mocking their family for not having a son. But Wang Yueju had heard such words many times before, so she wasn't too upset. If she were really angry, she would have been furious long ago. Our children, they don't have many good qualities, but they are hardworking. They all want to work in the fields, Wang Yueju said to her. "What about second brother?" Is he out playing mahjong again? Aunt Zhang Chuntao originally wanted to enjoy watching Wang Yueju's reaction, but when she heard this, her face immediately darkened, and she felt uncomfortable inside. Gu Jianqing loved playing mahjong. Once he sat at the table, he forgot everything else. Nothing was more important than mahjong. Gu Siheng gave her mother a thumbs up. Her quick wit was impressive. But Aunt Zhang Chuntao was petty-minded. She might start arguing with second uncle when she got home. But what did that have to do with them? It was Aunt Zhang Chuntao who had spoken rudely first. Back home, Gu Jiangwo and the others unloaded the corn. Gu Siheng went to the kitchen to put the noodles in the pot. When the noodles were ready, they had already been rinsed briefly. The family sat around a stone table in the yard to eat. Halfway through the meal, the eldest sister's fiancé, Deng Ziming, arrived. He wore a dark blue jacket over a white shirt, his hair neatly combed. He looked refined and decent. A truly refined scoundrel, perhaps that's what he was like. Gu Siheng saw him gripping his chopsticks tightly. In her past life, this scumbag ruined her eldest sister's life.
She didn't want him to succeed this time.
Ziming is here. Have you eaten yet? Wang Yueju asked with a smile. I already ate at the unit cafeteria, Deng Ziming replied, parking his bicycle. It's harvest season now, so I came to see if there's any work I can help with. Gu Yimin stood up and brought him a stool. Deng Ziming smiled and sat down, his gaze lingering on her with an overly affectionate look. Gu Yimin frowned. She really disliked that look. It made her think Deng Ziming was not a decent person. Just focus on working hard. We'll finish the field work in a few days, Gu Jiangwo said, setting down his bowl. Seeing her bowl was empty, Gu Siheng picked it up and refilled it for him. Tomorrow is Sunday. I'll come over to help, Deng Ziming said, never taking his eyes off Gu Yimin. Gu Siheng wished she could poke his eyes out. Deng Ziming still had to go to work. After talking for a while, he was about to leave. Wang Yueju was about to ask Gu Yimin to see him off, but Gu Sijing suddenly covered her stomach and said, Big sister, my stomach hurts so badly. Seeing this, Gu Yimin decided not to send Deng Ziming and helped her back inside. Wang Yueju, Gu Erwi, and Gu Sanjing also followed in. Why did your stomach suddenly start hurting? Gu Yimin helped her lie down on the bed and gently rubbed her stomach. Gu Erwi brought over a cup of hot water. Drink some warm water. Gu Sijing sat up, took half a cup of hot water, and said, Much better now, the pain is gone. Gu Erwi looked at her suspiciously. That hot water really works. Gu Sijing smiled, and Wang Yueju came over to feel her forehead. Seeing it wasn't hot, she asked, Can you still go to school? Gu Sijing didn't want to go to school, but she was too sick to attend. Her parents and sisters would definitely worry, so she reluctantly went. Wang Yueju and the others saw she was okay and left. Gu Sijing lay on the bed, thinking about how to expose Deng Ziming's true nature. That was more important than earning money. This life, she absolutely couldn't let her big sister fall into Deng's trap. Deng Ziming's uncle worked at the county police station and was quite shrewd. He found Deng Ziming a job at a grain storage. At first, he was a temporary worker, but later became a formal employee. Because of that, Deng Ziming's family thought he was an impressive person. In this era, farmers who ate government grain were considered superior. Her big sister got engaged to Deng Ziming. It was said that Deng Ziming fell in love with her at first sight and asked someone to propose marriage. Her parents carefully checked Deng Ziming and his family. Aside from Deng Ziming's mother, Zhao Fenglan, who was in poor health, everything else was fine. So, they agreed to the marriage. Many people said it was a good match. Deng Ziming had a job and ate government grain, so her big sister would be happy with him. Their whole family thought so too. But no one knew Deng Ziming was unfaithful. Even before they married, he was involved with a young widow in town. After they married, he stayed quiet for a while but then started seeing the widow again. At that time, her big sister cried every day. They suggested divorce, but whenever they mentioned it, Deng Ziming would threaten to kill himself with a knife, and Deng's family would cause trouble. Gu Sijing and Deng Ziming tangled for over 10 years before she finally sued for divorce. Gu Sijing sat up, squinting, thinking about how to reveal Deng Ziming's true face. Few people knew about his affair with the widow, especially since he worked for the government and was very careful about such things. As long as you have determination, you can definitely find a way. With evidence of him flirting with the young widow, he will have to back down, even if he doesn't want to. After sitting on the bed for a while, Gu Sihun got up and went to school with Gu Sanjing. On the way, they met Gu Shuabin again. He was wiping his nose and smugly looked down at the sisters. I really want to give him a good punch. During the last class in the afternoon, the teacher announced that starting tomorrow, the autumn harvest holiday would begin. The class cheered loudly. Gu Sihun was also very happy, finally. She didn't have to pretend in the classroom every day. After the teacher left, Hunter Pang ran up to her. Xiao Si, let's go together. Gu Sihun quickly packed her books into her bag, and they headed out of the classroom together. Hunter Pang is her childhood friend. His father and her father were comrades in arms, both retired soldiers. Their villages are close, so their families are very friendly. They are the same age and played together before school started. Later, they were in the same class. In their previous life, they were also classmates in middle school. She got into a top high school, but Hunter Pang didn't, so they separated. Over time, they drifted apart. Looking back now, she feels it's a bit regretful. Gu Sihun and Han Jingyang, also known as Hunter Pang, carried their school bags and walked home together. Gu Sanjing didn't know where her classmates went to play. There's a muddy pond over there. Han Jingyang ran to the grass by the roadside and squatted down, waving to Gu Sihun.
Xiao Si, come quickly.
The muddy pond. The muddy pond is a kind of purple-black fruit that grows on wild grass, about the size of a soybean, with a slightly sweet taste. Rural children have no snacks, so the muddy pond is like a small treat. Gu Sihun hadn't eaten it in years and had forgotten what it tasted like. She walked over and squatted down. Han Jingyang handed her some picked purple-black fruits. Here. I'll pick my own, Gu Sihun said, reaching out to pick some small purple-black fruits. Han Jingyang had already started eating, making his hands and mouth all black, looking like he was poisoned. Gu Sihun watched him laugh happily, stuffing more muddy pond into her mouth, but her hands and mouth were also stained with dark purple juice. Peng, Xiao Si, a hoarse voice called out. Gu Sihun chewed on the muddy pond and looked up. She saw a clean, boyish young man standing a short distance away, leaning on his bicycle. He had pale skin, sharp eyebrows, and phoenix-like eyes. His blue cloth jacket was slightly faded from washing, making him look even cleaner. He was Han Peng's older brother, Han Jingping. Jingping Ji, she greeted. Big brother. Gu Siqing and Han Jingyang walked past eating ground beans. Han Jingping told them to sit in the back seat and the front seat of the car, then he rode home. Gu Siqing sat in front and looked down, seeing Han Jingping holding the steering wheel. His hand was white, slender, and well-shaped. She looked at her own small, dark hand, stained with ground bean juice, and mischievously stuck her dirtiest finger out, rubbing it on his hand. A dark mark appeared on his fair skin. There is a kind of destructive beauty in that, not bad. Little 4, stop messing around. Han Jingping glanced at the dark mark on his hand and looked helpless. Gu Siqing heard his voice and giggled. The boy, about 12 or 13, was just changing voice, sounding a bit like a duck quacking. She laughed a few times, then remembered that this nearly perfect boy was destined to have a short life, and couldn't help but sigh. She hoped she could change his fate in this life. When they arrived at the Gu family, Gu Zhangwo and Wang Yueju were gathered around a mountain of corn, peeling the husks. Seeing Han Jingping, Gu Zhangwo looked up and said, "Jingping is here." Han Jingping smiled and nodded, then parked his bike at the gate and went into the yard, saying, "Uncle, I'll wash my hands." Gu Zhangwo waved his hand, letting him go. Han Jingping stepped into the kitchen, scooped water into a basin, and squatted down to wash his hands. Gu Siqing wrinkled her nose at him, thinking he was too particular. She walked over and squatted beside Han Jingping, whispering, "Brother Jingping, have you finished the autumn harvest holiday?" Han Jingping was in middle school in town. "We don't have an autumn harvest holiday." Han Jingping finished washing his hands and looked at her dark little hands. Gu Sicheng quickly put her hands in the water to wash. Can you take me to town in a few days?
She asked. No. Anthem reply directly.
I'll go to school, and it's not safe for you alone in town. Gu Sicheng pursed her lips. She wanted to follow Deng Jiming to town, but she couldn't go alone. Her parents definitely wouldn't agree. Besides, if she walked there, it would take at least an hour. If she didn't go to town, how could she find a way to catch Deng Jiming? At this moment, Han Jingping said, Why do you want to go to town? If you want to buy something, I can bring it back for you. I'm not buying anything, I just want to go play in town. Gu Sicheng sighed inwardly. With only 3 cents saved, she couldn't buy anything. Han Jingping knew this girl had been clever and mischievous since she was little. He didn't mind and just told Gu Jiangwo and then took Han Jingyang away. Gu Sicheng sat next to her older sister, peeling corn with her, but she was secretly thinking about how to catch Deng Jiming. Thinking about it, her eyes caught sight of the bicycle parked in the corner of the yard. If she couldn't find a better way, she would ride the bike herself. Although she was short and couldn't sit on the seat, she could stretch her legs under the frame to ride. That position was a bit embarrassing, but she could endure it. These days, with the busy farming season, her parents and sister were busy with work in the fields. She could be gone for an hour or 2 each day, without being noticed. Dad, should we fix the cellar? Gu Sihing asked with her little face raised. The corn was all harvested, so tomorrow's work would be to peel the corn. Deng Jiming was coming to help tomorrow, and peeling corn was really easy for him. Let's dig the cellar. Yes, it's time to fix it. Gu Jiangwo thought about when to dig the cellar again. This year, the sweet potatoes grew well, and the current cellar was a bit small. Let's do it tomorrow, Gu Sihing suggested. We're on fall break, and I'll help you dig it then. Gu Jiangwo felt his little girl was becoming more thoughtful and smiled, saying, Okay, we'll dig the cellar tomorrow. Wang Yueju looked at her daughter and thought she seemed very lively these days. She usually didn't worry about such things. Seeing her mother's gaze, Gu Sihing turned her face and gave her a big smile. Wang Yueju saw and said, I think you want to go play in the cellar. Gu Sihing giggled, acting as if her thoughts had been guessed. Gu Sanjing only came back just before dinner. She was used to wild ways, so no one said anything. But when everyone sat down to eat, Gu Jiangwo looked at her and asked, Have you finished your check? Oh, yes. Gu Sanjing quickly went to her room, took out a small notebook, and stood straight in front of Gu Jiangwo. She was confident she would pass the check, maybe even get praised for her good writing. Read it aloud, Gu Jiangwo said. In their family, it was traditional to read checks aloud in front of everyone. Gu Sanjing cleared her throat, held the small notebook high, and read, Dear Mom and Dad, Sister and Brother, hello. I'm sorry, I made a serious mistake. I am sorry to the country, to the party, to the people, and to my parents who raised me. Yesterday, I was craving something and stole Grandma's apples. Actually, it's not just because I was hungry. I couldn't control my mouth. When I see apples, I start to drool. I know that the crimes I committed are unforgivable. I deserve to be punished severely, like being split into 5 horses, dismembered into pieces, or cut into thousands of slices.
Puff.
Gu Sicheng couldn't hold back her laughter. When she saw Gu Sanjing glaring at her, she waved her hand and said, Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Being split into 5 horses, dismembered into pieces.
Ha ha ha.
The others at the dinner table also found it hard to hold in their laughter. Gu Jiangwo cleared his throat and said, All right, that's enough. Remember, no stealing in the future. You can't steal from anyone. Gu Sanjing responded with a disappointed She thought she had written a very good self-criticism and deserved praise. Gu Sanjing took her small notebook with her 1,000-word self-criticism back to her room. The family started eating. Halfway through the meal, Second Aunt Zhang Chuantao's sharp voice rang out. What kind of life is this? During the big harvest, the men don't go to work in the fields but go play mahjong, and they come back completely broke. Sometimes I think I should just die. What's the point of living? It's just playing mahjong, isn't it? Why are you crying and making a fuss? Haven't the field work been finished? That was Grandma Wu Danny's voice. Gu Sihing turned her head to look and saw Grandma carrying 2 bowls of rice from the kitchen. Second uncle's house is just across the road from her family, so she could see everything clearly from her yard. This elderly woman tolerated Zhang Chuntao because she had 2 sons. She would always endure as long as she could get good things. Even the food and money her family gave her monthly would often be taken away by Zhang Chuntao under various pretenses. Grandma had her own yard, but she still went to second uncle's house every day to cook and do chores. In her previous life, Grandma was paralyzed in bed. When Zhang Chuntao was supposed to take care of her, she would let her go hungry to prevent her from using the bathroom. Later, her father found out and argued with second uncle. After that, their families rarely interacted. Before she died, Grandma held her father's hand and asked him to give the family house and property to Gu Xuebin because all 4 of her daughters were girls and couldn't inherit the family estate. Since then, after Grandma's death, Gu Xuebin kept demanding their house and property, causing chaos and making their family life difficult. While she was thinking about her past life, the chaos outside grew even worse. It turned out that Zhang Chuntao, hearing Wu Danny say she was upset, felt she was in the right and knocked over Wu Danny's 2 steaming bowls of rice, spilling them right onto her hands. Gu Jianqing saw this and went up, slapping Zhang Chuntao across the face. "Do you think I am dead?" Zhang Chuntao covered her face and started crying loudly, cursing as she cried, insulting all of Gu's ancestors. The situation had escalated to this point, so Gu Zhengwo couldn't ignore it and went over. Wang Yueju snorted and told her 4 daughters, "Eat your meal." Having a son didn't seem to change much. Life was still chaotic every day. Zhang Chuntao often mocked her for not having a son, but she was eager to see how her 2 sons would show her respect in the future. The 4 sisters ate their meals calmly. Such incidents happened from time to time, and they had become used to it. Gu Zhengwo returned an hour later. The old lady's hand had been burned by hot rice, causing some blisters. He took medicine for her at the village clinic and applied it before coming back. Wang Yueju reheated the food, but didn't ask about the situation over there. Gu Zhengwo didn't say anything either. The couple silently avoided talking about the old lady's matters. What was there to talk about? It only made them angry. The next day, the whole family woke up early again. Some cooked, others worked. After eating, Gu Zhengwo started looking for tools to dig a cellar. Just as he found the tools, Deng Zhiming arrived. Gu Siqing's eyes lit up when she saw him. "Brother Zhiming, perfect timing. We're about to dig a cellar. You can go and dig." Deng Zhiming, dressed in new clothes and with his hair slicked back, hesitated. Wang Yueju gently tapped Gu Siqing.
What are you talking about?
She then smiled at Deng Zhiming. "Don't listen to what the girl said. Zhiming, go peel some corn." "How am I talking nonsense?" Gu Siqing was determined to tease Deng Zhiming today. She wouldn't let him escape. She argued, "Didn't Brother Zhiming say he wanted to work yesterday?" Deng Zhiming wanted to find an excuse to avoid the cellar. He wasn't there to work today. He wanted to be alone with Gu Yamin. They had been engaged for a year, but he had hardly touched her hand. Today, he was determined to hold her hand and, if possible, kiss her. To be alone with his beloved, he dressed in his best clothes and slicked his hair with oil. With this outfit, how could he go into the cellar? Just as he was about to politely refuse, Second Hui from the house came out. She looked at Deng Zhiming and smiled. "Brother Zhiming, you want to go into the cellar? I'll find an old shirt of Dad's for you, so your clothes don't get dirty." She then went inside to find the shirt. Although she didn't understand why Xiao Si was teasing Deng Zhiming, she thought that as their future brother-in-law, Deng Zhiming should do more chores around the house to show his sincerity to the eldest sister. Instead of just talking all the time, she moved quickly and soon took out an old military uniform belonging to Gu Zhengwo. She walked over to Deng Zhiming and smiled as she handed it to him. "Brother Zhiming, here you go." Deng Zhiming. What could he say? Now he had to go down to the cellar. He unzipped his jacket and took it off. He wanted to give it to Gu Yimin, but Gu Sihing took it instead and casually tossed his new clothes onto a chair. Deng Zhiming pursed his lips. Usually, he liked Gu's little 4th daughter. She was clever and pretty. But today, why was this little 4th daughter so annoying? Gu Siheng didn't know what Deng Ziming was thinking, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. Smiling, she walked to the cellar entrance and said, "Brother Ziming, go down." Gu Zhengwo also saw that the little fourth daughter was deliberately making things difficult for Deng Ziming today, but his eldest daughter was about to marry this young man, so he thought he should let her do some work. Gu Zhengwo decided not to stop her. Gu Yimin said nothing. She and Deng Ziming had been engaged for over a year. When they met occasionally, he always said nice words, but didn't do much. Today, she wanted him to do some work for their family. In the village, if you're engaged, the new son-in-law is expected to help out at the in-laws' house. Deng Ziming had no choice. He walked to the cellar, slowly crawling inside, getting covered in dirt. He gritted his teeth and went down, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, dirt suddenly started falling from above, landing right on his head. It got all over his head and face. His hair and face were covered in mud and oil. He looked like a fool. Gu Siheng stifled a laugh and crouched by the cellar entrance, calling down, "Brother Ziming, sorry, I accidentally got some dirt in there." Deng Ziming took a deep breath. "It's okay. Brother Ziming, just dig the cellar a little bigger," Gu Zhengwo said, placing a basket with a rope into the hole, letting Deng Ziming fill it with dirt, then pulling it back up. Deng Ziming had never done this kind of work at home before and felt very frustrated. He told himself to endure it, just endure. Gu Yimin was so pretty, it was okay to work a little harder. There would be plenty of times in the future when Gu Yimin would serve him. Thinking about how Gu Yimin would serve him in the future, Deng Ziming bent down and got to work. More than an hour passed, and the cellar was almost dug out. Deng Ziming crawled out, covered in dirt from head to toe, his face also layered in mud. His hair, slick with oil, was a mess, almost like mud itself. Although Deng Ziming felt very frustrated inside, he still smiled and said, "It's done." Gu Sihong muttered to herself, noticing that usually he looked like a decent person, but once he took off his disguise, he was just an ordinary man. Just as she thought this, a somewhat unfamiliar woman's voice came over. "Ziming, why do you look like this?" The speaker was Zhang Xuanping, the niece of second Aunt Zhang Chuntao. She was also dressed in new clothes today. She wore a dark red blouse and black velvet pants, with shiny leather shoes on her feet. She twisted her waist as she entered the yard, looking worried as she approached Deng Ziming. "Ziming, what happened to you?" Deng Ziming forced a smile. "Digging a cellar. Why are you here?" "I'm here because my second aunt isn't feeling well. I came with my parents to see her." Zhang Xuanping reached out to brush the dirt off Deng Ziming, but he stepped back. Her face showed some grievance. "I used to be classmates with Xuanping," Deng Ziming explained to Gu Yimin, who simply smiled without saying anything. She wasn't stupid. She could tell Zhang Xuanping had feelings for Deng Ziming. Gu Sihong narrowed her eyes. In her previous life, she never heard that Deng Ziming and Zhang Xuanping were classmates. Judging by their behavior, it wasn't just simple classmates. But if there was really some secret between them, that would be good too. If she could find evidence of their affair, she could use it to convince her parents to cancel the marriage. "You're someone from a government unit. How can you do such rough work?" Zhang Xuanping said, giving Gu Yimin a provocative look. "People from government units can't work? Even national leaders go to the fields to work," Gu Yimin replied with a serious expression. She was kind but wouldn't be bullied. She also started to feel annoyed with Deng Ziming. What did it mean that he was attracting attention at her home? Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju were also unhappy. There were many sons-in-law who worked for their fathers-in-law before marriage, so why was Deng Ziming different? Moreover, in the year since their engagement, this was the first time Deng Ziming had done any work for their family. Gu Sihong saw that things were heating up and her eyes lit up. She was ready for some more dramatic moves. Just as she was about to stir things up further, she saw Deng Ziming bend down and start cleaning the dirt near the cellar, showing he was unafraid of getting dirty or tired. He said, "Yimin is right. Why can't I do work?" Hearing this, Zhang Xuanping's eyes turned red. She snorted and turned to leave. Gu Yimin and Gu Zhengwo are a married couple. Seeing Deng Ziming working diligently, their earlier anger eased a lot. Gu Xiqing was angry. I didn't expect Deng Jiming to be so sneaky. Gu Yimin took a hot water bottle from the kitchen, poured hot water into a basin, added some cold water, and let Deng Jiming wash his hair. The oil mixed with dirt, and it was very dirty. Deng Jiming looked at Gu Yimin with a bit of admiration. She was pretty, and in his eyes, every move she made was beautiful. He walked over and looked at Gu Yimin affectionately, saying, Yimin, I am with Zhang Shuang. Brother Jiming, Gu Xiqing came over. What do you do at the grain office? Deng Jiming, is it wrong to tease my future sister-in-law? Deng Jiming felt frustrated. Why is she everywhere? But he knew Gu Yimin loved this little girl very much. He had to suppress the urge to hit her and smiled, saying, I mainly handle work related to public grain supplies. Gu Xiqing looked up with big, interested eyes, so Deng Jiming had to keep talking. After washing his hair, Gu Xiqing still kept asking questions, dreaming of being alone with a beautiful girl. Deng Jiming left around 11, claiming he had family matters. Gu Yimin saw him off to the gate of the yard, with Gu Xiaoxi standing nearby, looking annoying. In the end, she could only leave feeling very upset. Not even a chance to hold hands or share a kiss, let alone say flirtatious words. Zhang Shuangping stood in Gu Jianqing's yard, watching Deng Jiming ride away on his bicycle. She clenched her teeth and went back inside. Zhang Chuntao was lying on the bed, wearing a hat, looking like she was postpartum. Yesterday, Gu Jianqing slapped her, so she sent Gu Xuebin to complain at her parents' house. Today, her older brother and sister-in-law came over. Gu Jianqing was naturally scolded and made promises not to play mahjong or hit people anymore. As for Zhang Chuntao spilling her rice and burning several blisters on the old lady's hand, the Zhang family didn't mention it at all. What's wrong? Your face looks so bad, Gu's mother, Gu Fenglian, asked when she saw her daughter come in. Zhang Shuangping sat down, lips pressed tight, saying nothing. Gu Fenglian, who loved her daughter, felt distressed and asked again, just tell me. I saw Deng Jiming. Gu Fenglian fell silent. What should she say? Zhang Shuangping and Deng Jiming were classmates, and Zhang Shuangping had liked Deng Jiming before. She had shyly written him letters. Deng Jiming wasn't a good person to begin with, and after receiving her letter, he started dating Zhang Shuangping. Two people, one with feelings and the other wanting to take advantage, moved quickly. In less than a month, they had already held hands and kissed. Zhang Shuangping and her family believed their relationship was very stable. Unexpectedly, one day Deng Jiming saw Gu Yimin at the market and was amazed. He started thinking about marrying her immediately. Zhang Shuangping definitely didn't want to break up, but Deng Jiming took out a letter Zhang Shuangping had written to him. He threatened that if she didn't agree to break up or spoke badly about Gu Yimin and her family, he would publish the letter. Zhang Shuangping had no choice but to accept this unfair deal because two of her letters were very explicit and full of flirtatious words. If they were made public, she would be ruined. What's going on? Zhang Chuntao didn't know about the relationship between Zhang Shuangping and Deng Jiming. Zhang Shuangping still wanted to marry Deng Jiming, so she told Zhang Chuntao everything. She knew that Zhang Chuntao didn't get along with Gu's family, so maybe she could help ruin Gu Yimin and Deng Jiming's marriage. Sure enough, Zhang Chuntao didn't disappoint her. She asked, does Deng Jiming's family know you two were together before? Zhang Shuangping shook her head, no. Zhang Chuntao sat up straight and pouted. Let me tell you, Deng Jiming's parents don't agree with their marriage. It was only because Deng Jiming caused a fuss that they finally agreed.
Why?
Gu Fenglian asked. Gu Yimin was very beautiful and well-known in the village. Also, all four of Gu's daughters were pretty. Zhang Chuntao looked proud. What else? Wang Yueju gave birth to 4 daughters at once. The daughters looked just like their mother. Their family will probably only have daughters in the future. On the day Deng Jiming and Gu Yimin got engaged, she told Deng Jiming's mother about this. His mother looked very angry. She thought the marriage wouldn't happen, but in the end it did. Zhang Shuangping and Gu Fenglian listened, and their eyes lit up. To them, Deng Jiming was the perfect match. Not just because of his looks, but because he was a reliable worker, with an uncle working at the county police station. Such a condition was rare in their town. Second aunt. What should I do now? Zhang Shuangping felt like she finally found her support. Zhang Chunta took off her hat and threw it aside. It wasn't even winter yet, but she was already wearing a hat, feeling hot and overwhelmed. All right, you should find a way to meet Deng Ziming's parents and talk about your relationship with him, Zhang Chuntao said with a slight smile. If I spread the news that Gu Yimin can't have children, I don't believe the Deng family will agree to this marriage. Zhang Shuangping felt more relaxed. Gu Fenglian held her hand and said, I have a piece of cloth left. I'll bring it to you tomorrow, so you can make a dress. This little sister-in-law loves to take advantage.
She knows it well.
But this time she helped a lot. Giving her a piece of cloth hurts a little, but compared to her daughter's marriage, it's nothing. Gu Siheng doesn't know that Zhang Chuntao is planning to cause trouble. If she knew, she would definitely clap and cheer. Someone like Deng Ziming, who is a scoundrel, is not worth anyone's love. Right now, she's thinking about how to sneak into town tomorrow to follow Deng Ziming. She took a corn cob and, while peeling it, casually asked Gu Zhengwo, Dad, what are we doing tomorrow? Gu Zhengwo thought his little daughter wanted to help with chores, so he smiled and said, Tomorrow, we need to remove the corn stalks. You can't do this work. Stay at home and do your homework. Removing the corn stalks involves first cutting the corn with a sickle, then using a tool called a go to scrape. Usually, Dad, Mom, and the older sisters will go to the field to work. Sanjing will definitely go to the fields to play. When that happens, she'll be alone at home, giving her a good chance to sneak into town. Thinking of this, she smiled. Gu Erwi, who was nearby, saw her smile and felt that this girl was planning something. That night, she pulled Gu Siheng into her bed and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Little Four, are you planning something? Tell your sister. Maybe I can help. Gu Siheng was held in her arms, her big chest pressed against her, soft and warm. She sighed again, thinking about her past life. What could I be planning? But she thought it might be good to share some information early. Her second sister's ideas are smart. Maybe she has a good plan. So she said, I think Deng Ziming isn't a good person. Look at how he flirts with Zhang Shuangping. There might be something going on inside. Are you upset with him just because of that? Gu Erwi asked again. Gu Siheng snorted. Anyway, I think Deng Ziming isn't a good person, and my eldest sister won't have a good life marrying him. Think about it. He works at the grain store, but he's never done farm work. Who will do the farm work if they get married? It'll be my eldest sister. Gu Erwi was silent for a moment, then patted her on the back and said, Kids don't need to worry about these things. Your task is to study hard and get into college. Their whole family was holding their breath, hoping to have a college student in the house. Gu Siheng didn't expect to be so abandoned like this. She huffed and then crawled into her older sister's quilt. But she knew her second sister definitely heard what she said. Gu Erwi really did hear her words. In fact, she had always thought Deng Ziming was not a good match. Deng Ziming seemed like a good guy on the surface, and if her older sister married him, it would be a high-status marriage. But does a high-status marriage guarantee happiness? It's all about appearances. Real life is about the day-to-day, and all those superficial things don't matter much. Deng Ziming has a job and goes to work every day dressed neatly. Who does the dirty and tiring chores at home?
His wife.
Honestly, marrying someone like Deng Ziming is not better than marrying an honest man like her father, someone who cares for his wife and works hard. Although she, her older sister, and their mother help with farm work, their father never lets them do the heaviest chores. And as long as a man is hardworking and steady, he might earn just as much as Deng Ziming. But as her younger sister, she couldn't interfere with her older sister's marriage plans. That night, Gu Erwi didn't sleep well. She kept thinking about Gu Yimin's marriage. The next day, while working in the fields, she approached Wang Yueju and said, I saw Li Xiuqin's boyfriend come to work at her place. He's really strong. He lifted a big bag of corn with one hand. Then I look at Deng Ziming, and he acts like he's been wronged just because he had to dig a cellar. Wang Yueju paused, then said, Don't talk nonsense. Gu Erwi shrugged and kept working. Wang Yueju was cutting corn stalks, but she was thinking about how difficult her life was when Gu Jiangwo was in the army years ago. She also remembered what Zhang Xuanping said yesterday, and all those pretenses. Suddenly, she realized that the supposedly perfect marriage prospects weren't so great after all. No, she needed to find out more about Deng Jiming. She couldn't let her eldest daughter marry into a fire pit. Gu Sihong didn't know that her mother was already thinking about investigating Deng Jiming. She was riding her bike to town. Because she was short, she couldn't reach the pedals while sitting on the seat, so she had to put one leg through the bike frame. How embarrassing.
Sigh.
It seems impossible to be a beautiful little fairy since childhood. When she arrived at the grain shop in town, she suddenly realized she had rushed things. Deng Jiming was probably at work now and wouldn't be hanging out with the young widow. But she couldn't follow him after work without being noticed by her family. He wanted to tell his family everything openly, but without proof, who would believe him? He found a quiet, small alley and sat on a stone bench, resting his chin in his hands, feeling troubled. In novels, reborn characters always start by fighting fiercely. Why was he feeling so helpless? Block him. Today I'll teach him a lesson, he heard a voice. Gu Sihong turned to look and saw 4 or 5 boys, around 15 or 16 years old, chasing a small boy who looked about 12 or 13. The boy had clear skin and sharp features. Wasn't that Han Jingping? Han Jingping ran very fast. When he reached the alley entrance, he turned and ran inside. Gu Sihong was stunned for a moment, but then quickly followed. The others were puffing and panting behind him. Gu Sihong's heart was tense. Why didn't he realize earlier that Han Jingping wasn't very smart? Why run into the alley? It was just giving them a trap. Before he could think more, a fight had already started ahead. 4 or 5 boys surrounded Han Jingping. He looked cold and fierce, like a wolf on the plains. His moves were quick and brutal, aiming for the most vulnerable spots. One boy was already on the ground, clutching his groin and crying out in pain. Gu Sihong had never seen Han Jingping like this before. In his memory, he was always neat and tidy, often smiling gently, with a good temper. Seeing him so fierce now, Gu Sihong was momentarily stunned. Then he bent down to pick up a brick and rushed forward. Usually, he called him Brother Jingping, but now, seeing him surrounded and beaten, he couldn't just stand by. In a short time, Gu Sihong thought a lot. He considered shouting for help. Kids fighting, adults coming would usually scare them off. But what if the adults took them to the police station? In the 1980s, there were officials with red armbands checking everywhere. If they went to the police station, they might leave a record, which could affect their whole life. So he decided to help fight back himself. At worst, he'd get a few hits, nothing serious. With this thought, he bent down, picked up a brick, and confidently walked over. Before he got close, he saw Han Jingping lean forward suddenly, knocking a taller boy to the ground. Then he swung a brick and smashed at the boy's thigh. The boy cried out loudly in pain. But Han Jingping didn't stop. He pressed his knee against the boy's chest, grabbed his neck with one hand, and raised the brick high, ready to hit him on the head. The other boys were so frightened they froze in place. They usually fight by pushing or hitting each other a few times, not like this young man who fights with all his strength. I give up. I give up. The boy on the ground shouted loudly. He had to give up because this young man fought very fiercely, like a wolf. Han Jingping saw him begging for mercy, loosened his grip, and stood up, saying calmly, "Go away." A few boys quickly ran off. They thought this young man was weak, but it turned out he was a real fighter. Gu Siding saw them run away and felt relieved. Actually, she was quite afraid of pain. Han Jingping walked over, took the brick from her hand, and threw it away. "You're pretty brave." He smiled and returned to his usual gentle look. Gu Siding even wondered if he was mentally unstable. "Actually, I was trembling all over just now," she exaggerated, shaking a little, which made Han Jingping laugh out loud. "Why are you here?" "I just learned to ride a bike, so I came over for a quick ride," she casually lied. Han Jingping smiled and patted her head. Her hair was soft and comfortable to touch, so he stroked it a couple more times. Today, Goose Sighting had tied her hair herself. It was already loose, and after he tugged at it, it became even messier. She raised her hand and hit his hand. You messed up my hairstyle.
Han ging ping gekleed.
Is that a hairstyle? Her ponytail was almost falling out, and the hair on both sides of her face was messy, but she looked quite cute. Goose Sighting rolled her eyes at him. He really didn't know how to appreciate good people. She had even wanted to help him fight earlier. Seeing her about to lose her temper, Han Jingping smiled and untied her loose ponytail, then quickly retied it. After finishing, he looked at his work, thinking it was a bit crooked but still pretty good overall. Consider this my apology to you. Goose Sighting touched her hair and thought it was okay. She then followed him to the alley entrance. When she saw the big bicycle, Han Jingping asked, "How did you ride here?" Goose Sighting. Can I not answer this question? Seeing her look so hopeless, he patted her head again. How had he never noticed how cute little C was? Let's go. I'll take you home. Don't you have class? Goose Sighting asked. I took a leave, Han Jingping said, mounting his bike. He supported himself with one leg and turned sideways so she could sit in front. Goose Sighting chose to sit in the back because sitting on the seat was too uncomfortable. She got on the back seat, sat properly, and heard Han Jingping remind her, "Don't put your feet in the wheel." She nodded and sighed silently inside. She couldn't go to town to follow Deng Jiming. How could she find a way to get evidence against him? Soon, the Deng family would come to discuss the wedding date at her house. She must quickly find solid proof that Deng Jiming was involved with the young widow. Brother Jingping, I won't tell your parents about the fight today, Gu Sihing said, tilting her head to look at Han Jingping. From this angle, she could see his side face. She clicked her tongue inwardly. What a waste. By the way, the Han family's uncle and aunt are not simple, and the second fatty isn't either. Why is he so fair? Unnaturally white, not tanned. Han Jingping felt that Gu's youngest daughter had been a bit different these days. She used to be clever and lively, but now she seemed more like a little adult. Say what you want directly, he said, thinking she probably had some new idea. Gu Sihung hesitated. Being too smart at a young age isn't always good. Brother Jingping, I want to ask for your help, she said straightforwardly. Kids often have many ideas, which is normal. Can you keep an eye on Deng Jiming? The one engaged to my older sister. Han Jingping looked surprised for a moment. Why keep an eye on him? I think he's not a good person, but I don't have proof. Can you help me find some? To avoid rejection, she added quickly. You don't have to follow him every day. Just when you happen to see him, you can keep watch. She thought about it. Deng Jiming and the young widow probably did private things at night, so he might not come home that evening. She just needed to wait at the village entrance, watch for him not returning home, and find a pattern. Maybe then she could catch him in the act. Han Jingping nodded in agreement. Their families were close, and he even had a sweater knitted by Yiminji. Since Gu's youngest daughter thought Deng Jiming was bad, he must have some flaws. Following him for 2 days wouldn't hurt, and it wouldn't delay anything. As for whether it would interfere with her studies, she was the top student in her grade, so that wasn't a concern. Children's thinking is different from adults. If an adult heard Gu Sihing's plan, they would ask why she thought Deng Jiming was bad or how she could be sure when to follow him. But Han Jingping didn't ask anything. It was nearly 11 o'clock at home when Gu Sihing started cooking. She asked Han Jingping to stay for dinner, but he said he had something to do and left. Actually, he was going back to school. Just as Gu Sihing added water to the pot, Gu Sanjing came back, flustered and in a rush, with her hair all messy, like a chicken coop. The two sisters work well together, one lighting the fire and the other cooking. Don't say that children under 10 can't cook. Many rural kids, at 8 or 9 years old, already know how to cook. They are making noodles. The noodles were previously rolled out and dried by Wang Yueju. The cabbage is stir-fried, and water was added to the pot. Gu Sihung went to call Gu Zhangwo and the others from the field to come home for dinner. Once they returned, she would cook the noodles. She walked to her second uncle Gu Jianqing's house and peeked inside. She saw only her eldest cousin Gu Xueqiang working alone. Her second uncle and aunt were not in sight. Such a family, and they managed to get by, It's no wonder. But that has nothing to do with her. At her own field, she followed her parents and older sisters, loading corn stalks onto a cart to bring home. These stalks can be used as firewood. Gu Zhengwo pulled the cart, while the sisters pushed from behind. When they reached the house, they saw Zhang Chuntao holding a red and blue patterned cloth, smiling and talking to the neighbor's third aunt. Seeing them, she deliberately raised her voice and said, "I told you to work in the field, but my big Chong won't let me go. He says he can do all the work himself. Boys and girls are just different." Wang Yueju had heard such words many times before. Though she wasn't too angry, she also wasn't very happy. Seeing her mother look upset, Gu Siheng stepped closer and asked second aunt, "Do you think boys or girls are better?" "Of course, boys are better," Zhang Chuntao replied with a smirk, looking at Wang Yueju. "Being good-looking doesn't matter. Having a son is true skill." Just as she was feeling pleased, Gu Siheng added, "Second aunt, you grew up as a girl too. Sigh, you don't even like yourself." Zhang Chuntao. She snatched the floral cloth from the third aunt's hands, huffed, and turned to leave. "That girl, just wait and see how she'll be dealt with later." Seeing Zhang Chuntao leave, the third aunt smiled and said to Gu Siheng, "You're such a clever girl. All you sisters are filial, and your mother is lucky." Gu Siheng grinned. "Third aunt, you're also very lucky." "Oh, you really know how to talk," the third aunt laughed, her eyes almost closing from smiling. In her past life, the third aunt was indeed quite fortunate. Though she had a lazy and greedy son, she also had a capable daughter. Her daughter later made a lot of money from business, and seeing her son's disobedience, she brought her to live with her for old age. When Gu Siheng returned home, her second sister gave her a thumbs up. "Little fourth, you're getting more capable." Gu Siheng giggled and then went to the kitchen to help her older sister cook noodles. Mom's handmade noodles, though not made with the best broth, still tasted very delicious. After eating, Gu Siheng and Gu Yimin went to wash the dishes, while Sanjing and Erwi went to feed the pigs. Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju were drying the peeled corn cobs. Seeing the four children working hard, the couple felt very happy inside. They never thought about becoming very rich. As long as their family lived peacefully and happily, that was enough. Wang Yueju handed the bundled corn cobs to Gu Zhengwo and said, "You should ask around about Deng Zhiming. The more I think about this marriage, the less I like it." Gu Zhengwo frowned when he heard her. He also had some doubts about Deng Zhiming and Zhang Xuanping from yesterday. He took the corn cobs from his wife and replied, "I only asked about him in his village before, not at his workplace. I'll ask someone tomorrow. Used to think he was a good person, but now I see he's not reliable. Don't worry, I'll find out more." While they were talking about Deng Zhiming's mother, Zhao Fenglan, arrived. As soon as she entered the yard, she said, "Wow, your corn cobs are really big this year. The harvest must be good." This year, their corn cobs were indeed bigger than others. One reason was that Gu Zhengwo followed the advice of the local agricultural technician and increased the space between each corn plant. Another reason was that their family was diligent, watering and fertilizing regularly and pulling out all the weeds from the field. Villagers said that Gu Zhengwo took care of the farm as carefully as he took care of his children. Zhao Fenglan agreed to Deng Zhiming and Gu Yimin's marriage partly because Deng Zhiming had worn her down, and partly because she thought Gu Yimin was hardworking. Just look at their small yard. Every corner was cleaned thoroughly. A year after the engagement, she had become somewhat more satisfied with Gu Yimin. Yesterday, Zhang Xuanping came to their house and talked about her relationship with Deng Zhiming. That made Zhao Fenglan less happy with Gu Yimin again. Zhang Xuanping's father was the village secretary, and she was a private teacher at the village school. These two reasons made Zhao Fenglan think she could easily push Gu Yimin aside. Besides her good looks, what else did Gu Yimin have? Hardworking? If she married a daughter-in-law who wasn't diligent, she could make her diligent. After Zhang Xuanping left, Zhao Fenglan met Zhang Chuntao on the road, and she talked about Wang Yueju's daughter possibly inheriting her looks. She didn't believe such things without proof. In their village, Lao Xuan's family had 8 daughters in a row. Later, when those daughters married, they also had sons. But Zhang Chuntao also said that only someone with a big bottom could have a son. Many people say this, and Zhao Fenglan agrees. She herself has a big bottom, so she had a son. After going back, she carefully thought about Gu Yimin's bottom and wasn't sure if it was big or not. So today, she decided to check if Gu Yimin's bottom was big. Wang Yueju brought a stool for her to sit on. Why do you have time to come over? I was visiting my mother's house and just passed by here, so I came to sit. Zhao Fenglan looked around the small yard at Gu's house, but didn't see Gu Yimin. She was about to ask, but then she saw her come out of the kitchen. As soon as she saw her, Zhao Fenglan's eyes looked at her bottom, and her face darkened. Gu Yimin is tall and slim, with a small frame, and looks very neat, but her bottom is really not big. Looking at Wang Yueju in front of her, she was also very thin, had 4 children, and her waist wasn't very wide. Zhao Fenglan secretly sneered. No matter how good someone looks, not having a son is the biggest problem. The more she thought about it, the more dissatisfied she became with Gu Yimin, and her words started to sound harsh and condescending. My son Jimin goes to work at the grain store in town every day. We can't handle all the chores at home, so maybe Yimin can come help for a few days. When Wang Yueju heard this, her face looked unhappy. It's not proper for a daughter-in-law to work at her father-in-law's house, she thought. Why should a daughter-in-law go to her in-law's house to work? She felt like they wanted to use her daughter as labor. Although Gu Yimin and Hui also worked in the fields during busy farming times, she and Gu Zhengwo never made them do heavy work. These days, there's a lot of farm work at home. Yimin can't do heavy chores, but she can help my husband with some tasks. I really can't spare her. Wang Yueju refused without hesitation. I see. Zhao Fenglan looked at Gu Yimin. Yimin, yesterday, Jiming mentioned you. How about going to my house for a couple of days? Gu Yimin heard Zhao Fenglan's words earlier and looked at her with a sarcastic expression, as if looking down on someone. The marriage with Deng Ziming was arranged by their family through a matchmaker, not something she insisted on. Auntie, I also have many chores at home, so I won't go to your house, Gu Yimin said with a smile, but her eyes were cold. She and Wang Yueju have similar temperaments. She looks easygoing but is actually very stubborn. Zhao Fenglan sneered and stood up. All right then, you're a precious person, and I can invite you. My Jiming has a job, working with staple grains. If he doesn't work, it's fine, but his wife must work too. So, you'll just marry a wife who can work? I can't. Gu Yimin's temper also flared up. Today, Zhao Fenglan came, intending to ruin the marriage proposal. But she didn't expect Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin to be so firm, actually saying that if she wanted to find another daughter-in-law, she could. She could say such words, but what right did the Gu family have to judge? Gu Yimin has no job and isn't a commodity grain. Why should she say such things? Zhao Fenglan, because her son is a commodity grain and has an older uncle working at the county police station, always thought she was superior. Villagers usually flatter her, and over the years, few have spoken to her like this, especially not about her future daughter-in-law, whom she already looked down on. She felt a tightness in her chest, making it hard to breathe. She took a few deep breaths and said, all right, you said it. The marriage is off. Although Gu Yimin was very upset inside, she spoke firmly, it's off. Seeing her so decisive, Zhao Fenglan almost fainted from anger. She pointed at Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju and said, this big matter isn't decided by a child.
You speak.
I tell you, my Jiming is a formal employee at the grain office and is a commodity grain. If the marriage is off, you won't find such a good match. Does Zhao Fenglan want to cancel the marriage?
Yes.
But she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Her plan was to come today to see if Gu Yimin's figure was big enough. If yes, she would find another reason to persuade her son to cancel the marriage. If not, then the reason would be that Gu Yimin couldn't have children. No matter which, she planned to go back and discuss. Canceling a marriage isn't a small matter. She just didn't expect Gu Yimin to be so firm. She couldn't even stand hearing harsh words. Now she wanted Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju to say something gentle, to save her face and give her time to go home and discuss canceling the marriage. Her own son knew that if things got out of hand, someone might get hurt. But Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju's attitude disappointed her. Gu Jiangwo, with a dark face, said, "Just cancel it." Wang Yueju snorted coldly, "Your family is noble. We can't afford to climb that high. Cancel the marriage." All right, don't regret it." Zhao Fenglan clutched her chest and left. She was furious. She felt like she was going to die from anger. The Gu family was just ordinary folks, and Wang Yueju couldn't have children. Why were they so arrogant in front of her? Gu Sihun was stunned. Is this really the end of the marriage? Was it too easy? Could it be that I have a rebirth cheat and everything goes my way? While she was lost in her messy thoughts, Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju called Gu Yimin into the room. Seeing their bad expressions, Gu Sihun quickly hid her happy look. Actually, big sister should be feeling sad. She shouldn't be so happy. But if she's really happy, what can we do? She walks over to Gu Erwi and says, "How about we kill a chicken to celebrate? And cheer up big sister?" Gu Erwi hasn't spoken yet. Next to her, Gu Sanjing swallows and says, "I think that's a good idea." Gu Erwi was originally worried about Gu Yimin, but their words distracted her, and she just looks at them with a half smile, saying, "I think you two are just greedy." In the room, Wang Yueju sits beside Gu Yimin and softly asks, "What do you think?" She knows that her eldest daughter's words about breaking off the engagement were mostly out of anger. Gu Yimin lowers her head and doesn't speak. Gu Jiangwo frowns and says, "I didn't think so before, but now I see that the Deng family isn't a good family." Seeing her parents look troubled, she lifts her head and says, "Since we're talking about breaking off the engagement, we should go through with it. If we don't, after today's fuss, I won't have a good life in the future. Having a mother-in-law who doesn't like you makes life very hard. Just look at her mother. When her father was in the army, her grandmother's harsh words caused her mother a lot of suffering. After her father retired from the army, he took on all the responsibilities, and her grandmother calmed down a bit. But she still sometimes says unpleasant things. For example, a few days ago, Sanjing stole an apple from her and then said many harsh words. So, this marriage must be called off. As for her feelings for Deng Jiming, well, there's nothing there. They have no real affection. Because she looks good, her mother keeps a close watch on her. Pretty girls attract attention and also gossip, so she rarely talks much with boys her age. Even after she got engaged to Deng Jiming, they had few chances to be alone together. So, what kind of feelings could they have? But after the engagement, she had thought about life with Deng Jiming. When he worked in the town, she would manage the household. Life wouldn't be rich, but it would be peaceful. She didn't expect all her plans to fall apart. But some things must be cut off. If she does it now, she will suffer later. Still, she feels uncertain about what the future holds. Wang Yueju and Gu Jiangwo listened to her and finally relaxed. They were worried their daughter might be fooled by Deng Jiming and lose her judgment. Wang Yueju puts her arm around her eldest daughter and says, "Your dad and I never thought about making you marry into a very wealthy family. We just wanted to find someone reliable and kind. Initially, we thought Deng Jiming was a formal employee of the grain office, which meant stable income and security. We believed he would have a good future. But we were wrong to think that way." Gu Yimin smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju saw her smile and felt relieved. Gu Jiangwo thought to himself, "No wonder she's my daughter. She's decisive." When we first arranged the marriage, Deng's family gave 66 yuan and a piece of cloth. When we exchanged the marriage papers, they gave 166 yuan, a set of clothes, and 6 jin of meat. "We will pay them back later," Wang Yueju said. In rural customs, after a couple gets engaged, if the man's family proposes the engagement, the bride's family usually does not give a bride price. But if the bride's family proposes to break off the engagement, they must return the bride price. However, regardless of which family first suggested breaking off the engagement, both families returned the bride price to Deng's family. They didn't have much money, but they wouldn't let their daughter be talked about badly just because of this. After chatting for a while, the three of them came out. Gu Sihing saw that everyone looked calm and felt relieved. Although she was happy that her older sister broke off the engagement, she didn't want her family to worry over it. Dad, why don't we kill a chicken and stew it to cheer up big sister? Gu Sanjing saw that her parents and sister didn't look sad, so she spoke her mind. When Xiao Si mentioned killing a chicken earlier, she started salivating. Gu Yimin chuckled and said, I'm in a good mood, no need to do that. Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju also couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jiangwo waved his hand and said, then let's kill a chicken to cheer up big sister. Hearing this, Gu Sijing's eyes lit up even more. She grabbed Gu Siheng and ran to catch a chicken. Gu Siheng was a bit reluctant. She still wanted to be a beautiful fairy. Xiao Si, stand here and block the way. I'll chase the chickens to you. When they come over, you catch them, Gu Sijing instructed. After giving her orders, Gu Sijing ran after the chickens, but the chickens didn't listen and ran toward Gu Siheng. Instead, she ended up chasing the chickens all over the yard. Xiao Si, what are you standing there for? Catch the chickens. Gu Siheng took a deep breath. Since she wasn't going to be a beautiful fairy anymore, she decided to just catch the chickens. The two sisters ran around the yard trying to catch them. Gu Jiangwo watched them happily for a while, then strode forward, bent down, and pressed one of the chickens to the ground. Gu Siheng and Gu Sijing, panting, came over to see it was the fattest rooster. This rooster was usually very proud, always holding his head high when he saw people. But surprisingly, he was the most unlucky among the chickens. Still, it was clear that this rooster had the right to be proud. His shiny, glowing feathers made him stand out among all the other roosters in the family. Dad, pick a few chicken feathers. I want to make a shuttlecock, Gu Siheng said. Gu Jiangwo grabbed 2 wings of the rooster and stood up, pulling out dozens of feathers to give her. Go ahead and play, he said, then went to kill the chicken. Gu Sanjing handed him a knife and squatted nearby to watch. Gu Siheng forgot how to make a feather shuttlecock, so she pulled Gu Yimin to help her. Gu Erwi and Wang Yueju were boiling water in the kitchen. After the chicken was plucked, hot water was needed. When Zhang Chuntao arrived, she saw this lively, warm scene. She was a bit confused. Just now, she was standing in her yard, listening carefully to Zhao Fenglan's words. Deng's family was about to cancel the engagement.
She was very happy about that.
She came to watch the joke, but didn't expect this family to be so big-hearted. Such a good marriage was about to be lost, yet they still had time to kill chickens. Zhang Chuntao saw Gu Jiangwo wiping a knife on the chicken's neck, then blood started flowing out. She began to drool. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Her family's chickens had long been eaten. Even Wu Danny's chicken was down to just one. She thought that soon, Gu Jiangwo and the others would stew the chicken and send some to Wu Danny. When that happened, half of the chicken meat would end up in her stomach. Having a son is really a good thing. Gu Siheng didn't know that Zhang Chuntao had so many inner thoughts. Seeing her staring at her dad killing the chicken, she asked second aunt, do you think killing chickens is interesting? Zhang Chuntao withdrew her gaze and looked at Gu Siheng. This girl was especially annoying these days. Yimin, I saw that Jiming's mom came just now. What did she say? Why does she look unhappy when she leaves? Zhang Chuntao asked Gu Yimin. Gu Yimin was wrapping chicken feathers with thread. She wrapped the feathers together, then found a tile to polish, and tied the feathers to make the shuttlecock. Zhang Chuntao heard her words, but pretended not to. It's just to watch the joke, right? Look, if you watch others' jokes, maybe your own days will get better. She knew that after the engagement was cancelled, many people were probably waiting to see her joke. The more this happened, the more she wanted to stay calm and happy. Seeing Gu Yimin silent, she thought she was sad and felt even happier. She smiled and said, Yimin, you're really lucky. Jiming is a formal employee at the grain store and also a commodity grain. He's a very good match. Gu Yimin finished wrapping the feathers, looked up at Zhang Chuntao, and said, Second aunt, I heard that your niece Zhang Shuangping is classmates with Jiming. The other day, I saw they seemed to get along pretty well. Why didn't they get engaged in the first place? If they had, you wouldn't be so jealous of me here. Zhang Chuntao, with a face full of mockery, suddenly turned sharp and said, I heard clearly just now. Deng Jiming's mother said she wants to cancel the engagement. On mean, even if you're upset, you can't just blame people like that. Blame who? I'm just speaking the truth, Gu Yimin said as she got up to find some tiles. Still talking, second aunt, do you have to get so angry? Zhang Chuntao was speechless and snorted, turning to leave, still saying, I think once the engagement is cancelled, what kind of person will you find next? Gu Yimin ignored her words, picked up a tile, and used a brick to shape it into a coin-sized piece, then ground it on a stone. Her face was calm, showing no emotion, but Gu Sihong knew she was probably feeling quite pleased inside. In this time period, unlike decades later, where breaking up over love was no big deal and no one would say much, engagement and cancellation were very important, especially for girls' reputations. Big sister, this is called stopping loss in time, Gu Sihong said while squatting beside Gu Yimin. Gu Yimin, hearing the term for the first time, asked, what does that mean? It means. Gu Sihong organized her words. For example, the sweet potatoes in our cellar. If one piece is rotten, should we throw it away? If we don't, it might spoil all the other sweet potatoes. Deng Jiming's family is like that rotten potato. Throwing it away now is for better days ahead. Gu Yimin chuckled at her words. Where did you learn all this? Gu Sihong giggled. From the newspaper. Am I very clever? Gu Yimin felt much better and looked at Gu Sihong, smiling. Our little fourth is the smartest. She'll definitely get into college someday. Gu Sihong sighed inwardly, hearing that phrase again, something she heard often in her past life. Little fourth, you must study hard and get into college. Little fourth, our family is counting on you to become a college student. Little fourth, we've already prepared the money for your college. So, her only goal after entering middle school was to get into college. In her past life, she lived for two main goals, to get into college and to be worthy of Dong Jianan. But those goals, better not say more. The feathered shuttlecock was quickly made into one, and Gu Yimin started making the second one, thinking that Sanjing and little fourth would each have one. Gu Sihong kicked the shuttlecock a few times, hitting it high, and her sister's craftsmanship was as good as ever. The chicken was quickly cooked, and Wang Yueju left it in the kitchen to stew before dinner. Gu Sihong remembered a dish she often ate in her past life, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and took Gu Sanjing to pick mushrooms in the small woods at the east end of the village. Some mushrooms in the woods are edible, and some are not. The umbrella-shaped ones are poisonous and should not be eaten. The ones that look like chicken legs are safe to eat and taste very good. Village children usually don't get good food, so wild mushrooms are a way to improve their meals. They generally know which mushrooms are poisonous and which are safe, as their parents have told them many times. The two sisters wandered in the woods for over an hour before they found 8 chicken leg mushrooms. They couldn't pick more because many other girls were also collecting mushrooms. But 8 mushrooms are enough to add to the dish. For a big meal like stewed chicken, Wang Yueju wouldn't let Gu Sihong and Gu Sanjing cook. Early in the afternoon, after she returned from the fields, she asked Gu Sanjing and Gu Sihong to light the fire while she stewed the chicken. Soon after the chicken started cooking, a delicious aroma filled the air. Zhang Chuntao from the opposite yard smelled it and salivated. She had been watching Gu Sihong's yard, waiting for them to send chicken to Wu Danny. When the chicken was ready, Gu Jiangwo, Gu Yimin, and Gu Hui also came back. Wang Yueju served a bowl of chicken soup and asked Gu Sihong and Gu Sanjing to take it to Wu Danny. The bowl contained a chicken leg and some pieces of chicken meat. The chicken wasn't very big, so the family couldn't eat much in one sitting. Fourth sister, let's each have a piece, Gu Sanjing whispered to Gu Sihong as they left the yard. Gu Sihong looked at the pieces of meat in the bowl, pinched one, and put it in Gu Sanjing's mouth. Finish eating and wipe your mouth. Gu Sanjing chewed quickly, puffing her cheeks like a little hamster, clumsy but adorable. Fourth sister, aren't you eating? Gu Sanjing asked softly when she saw Gu Sihong hadn't taken any. Second aunt is watching. Gu Sihong changed the subject. With only a few pieces of meat, if they each ate one, there wouldn't be anything left. Since Gu Sanjing was only 9 years old, her attention shifted to Zhang Chuntao. She whispered again, second aunt will definitely come to eat later. Then it's none of our business, Gu Sihing said with a hint of sarcasm. Whether it was the good food from their family or from their aunt, the old lady always thought first of second aunt's 2 sons. When they arrived at Wu Danny's yard, the sisters handed her the bowl. Wu Danny poured her own bowl and then handed the bowl back to them. Neither of them said a word, nor did anyone smile. It was unclear what they had done to upset her again. Gu Siqing didn't bother to pay attention to her expression and took a bowl, pulling Gu Sanjing home. Not long after they arrived, they heard noise coming from the opposite yard. It was Wu Danny complaining that Zhang Chuntao ate the good food herself and didn't leave any for her grandson. Their family pretended not to hear and happily ate chicken stew with mushrooms. Although no one ate much meat, the soup was delicious. After dinner, the family washed dishes and tidied up the yard. Just as they were about to rest, Deng Ziming arrived. Not only Deng Ziming came, but also his father Deng Erzhu and his mother Zhao Fenglan. As soon as Deng Ziming arrived, he hurried over to Gu Yimin and said, "Yimin, don't be afraid. I won't break off the engagement." Gu Yimin had just finished washing her face and was drying her face with a towel. In the dim evening light, she looked even more beautiful and charming. Deng Ziming was almost mesmerized. Such a beauty, and he hadn't even touched her hand. How could he agree to break the engagement? Gu Yimin took a step back. She hadn't felt this way before, but now she found him more and more disgusting. Gu Zhengwo strode over and stood in front of Gu Yimin. Breaking off the engagement is a matter for both families.
Tell me what's going on. Uncle Gu, I'm sorry.
My mother can't speak properly. It's all her fault. I never wanted to break the engagement, Deng Ziming said urgently, then looked at Gu Yimin behind Gu Zhengwo. Yimin, trust me. I won't break off the engagement. But now I want to break it off, Gu Yimin said coldly. Was she sad about breaking the engagement? Yes, a little. After all, they had been engaged for over a year. She had imagined a happy life with him. And this whole mess was really her mother's doing, not his fault. But the engagement had to be broken, just like Xiao Si said, to cut losses. Yimin, how can you say such a thing? Deng Ziming looked hurt. We've been engaged for over a year. Don't you know how I feel about you? Gu Siqing almost felt sick. If she acted in a soap drama, she could probably make more funny expressions. Gu Yimin had never watched a soap opera, but hearing these words made her goosebumps rise. Dear in-laws, let's go inside and talk, Deng Erzhu said with a smile, noticing people were already looking over. He didn't expect that his reckless wife would cause such a big fuss. And his own son, so desperate he wouldn't break the engagement, forcing them to come apologize. His old face was about to be embarrassed. Gu Zhengwo didn't want others to laugh at them, so he strode into the hall. Gu Siqing, Gu Sanjing, and Gu Yihui hurried into their house. Their house is right next to the main hall, so whatever they said, the 3 of them could hear clearly. Dear, women can be a bit naive. If she says something unpleasant today, please bear with it and don't argue back. Deng Erzhu, because he has an older brother working at the county police station, thinks his family is different from others. He often listens to the radio and considers himself quite civilized. Gu Zhengwo doesn't like to beat around the bush when doing things, so he directly said, "The matter has already come out and we've torn our faces. Our family can't marry Yimin to yours anymore. Tomorrow I will send back the things you gave us." He will return the money easily, but Yimin has already worn the clothes and the meat has already been eaten. Tomorrow he will go to the town to replace those 2 items. Deng Erzhu didn't expect Gu Zhengwo to be so stubborn. Their Deng family is quite well off. If his son hadn't fallen for Gu Yimin, the 2 families would never have married. His apology was already a big show of respect. If Gu Zhengwo still doesn't understand the situation, then perhaps this marriage should just be called off. He wanted to act politely, but his son didn't help. Deng Ziming then stood up and bowed to Gu Zhengwo, saying, "Uncle Gu, I apologize to you and my mother. I promise to treat Yimin well in the future." Deng Erzhu and Zhao Fenglan felt utterly humiliated, especially Zhao Fenglan, who was gasping for breath. She has a fiery temper and a bad mood. Even small things can make her angry for a long time, not to mention such a big issue. Now, her son was literally trampling on her dignity. If Gu Yimin really married into their family, how would she live her days? Could she still act as the head mother-in-law? Brother Jangwo, look, the kid has apologized. Let's just let this go, Deng Erju said, sounding as if the Deng family was just being unreasonable. He thought they had already shown great respect to the Gu family. But what he didn't expect was that Gu Jangwo still insisted on breaking off the engagement. He heard him say, "You're a grain supplier and a formal employee at the grain store. My Yimin is just an ordinary common girl. We are not a match. Let's just forget about this marriage." Deng Erju's face darkened completely. Jiming then sharply said, "I don't agree to break off the engagement." How could Jiming agree? Since the engagement was set, he had been eager to get Yimin into bed. If he didn't achieve his goal, he wouldn't back down. Deng Erju couldn't stand it anymore. The Gu family was being so ungrateful. He scolded Jiming, "They don't want you anymore. Can't you see that? Let's go home." He said this, and stood up. Zhao Fenglan also got up, her eyes sharp like knives, glaring at Gu Yimin. But Gu Yimin sat calmly beside Wang Yueju, her face peaceful, as if she wasn't the one being abandoned. Zhao Fenglan felt so angry that her chest hurt. Deng Erju and Zhao Fenglan, one with a cold face and the other clutching her chest, were about to leave. But just as they reached the door, they heard their son say, "I won't break off the engagement. If you try to, I'll die in front of you." They turned around and saw their precious son holding a knife against his neck, looking crazy. "I won't break off the engagement. If you do, I'll die right here." Gu Siheng and the two women inside the house heard this and immediately rushed to the hall. Seeing Deng Ziming holding a knife and threatening them, Gu Siheng's teeth almost ground to pieces. In a past life, this guy often threatened them to avoid divorce. He really thought his life was precious, but he was just a bad apple. Gu Siheng quietly said to Gu Erwi, "Second sister, if his knife cuts his throat, it must hurt a lot." Gu Erwi turned to look at her. Xiao Si was up to some mischief again? She saw her eyes full of cunning and quickly understood her meaning. She also whispered, "It must hurt. A small knife cutting your hand hurts like crazy. Will cutting his throat with that knife really kill him? Probably not at first. If he bleeds out, he'll die. But he might also die from the pain. Then, if he dies, it has nothing to do with our family, right? Of course not. He's committing suicide, so it has nothing to do with us. Phew. Then I can rest assured. If he wants to die, let him." Although their voices were lowered, everyone in the house could hear clearly. Zhao Fenglan, if she weren't worried about her son, would have fainted from anger. Deng Erju felt both ashamed and scared that his son might really commit suicide. He quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Just then, Gu Siheng ran out quickly. Gu Erwi asked, "Where are you going?" "To the village committee to call the police. If someone's dead, the police need to know." Deng Ziming, "I didn't stab myself to death, but you're going to make me die from anger." Is Gu Siheng really going to call the police? Of course not. Today's police aren't as quick as in later stories. Even if they come, they might scold them. Deng Ziming, "Aren't you good at threatening people with suicide?" "I can do that too." She was sure that the Deng family didn't want to make this matter big. If they did, it would be embarrassing for the Deng family. Especially Deng Ziming, who was so desperate to avoid divorce that he threatened to commit suicide. If this got out, could he still hold his head up at work? Humph. I, a reborn person, can't even compare to a bad little kid like you? Sure enough, as soon as she reached the door, Zhao Fenglan shouted and rushed over to grab her arm. "Girl, what are you reporting to the police for? Shouldn't he call the police if he wants to commit suicide?" Gu Siqing looked confused with wide eyes. Zhao Fenglan felt she couldn't reason with such a young girl, so she pulled her and said to Gu Jangwo, "It's just about the divorce. You don't want everyone in the village to know, right?" "No," Gu Siqing said, pulling back as if she wanted to leave. "This isn't a small matter. It's a life and death issue." Zhao Fenglan wondered, why hadn't she noticed how annoying Gu's fourth child was before? Knowing her own child well, Gu Jangwo understood that his daughter was just scaring the Deng family. Naturally, he couldn't ruin her plan, so he stood up and said, "Hui, Go with the fourth child to the village committee to make a call. Things have escalated to the point of violence. We need to call the police. Hui quickly nodded and went over to help Gu Xiqing out of Zhao Fenglan's grip. The two sisters were about to leave, but Zhao Fenglan hurriedly grabbed one of them again, not letting them go. If they went out now, even if the police didn't arrive, her son's reputation would be ruined. Deng Erju was so angry, he kicked Deng Jiming in the leg. Are you unable to get a wife, or what? You're so desperate. You're embarrassing yourself and our family. Even your great-uncle is ashamed. Deng Jiming stood there holding a knife, stunned and unsure what to do. Things shouldn't have turned out like this. He only wanted to scare the Gu family, especially Gu Yamin, into obeying him by threatening with a knife, so she would listen to him in the future. Otherwise, he would threaten to commit suicide. He thought it through carefully, but didn't expect Gu Xiaoxi to interfere. Should he put away the knife now or not? He hesitated and struggled, but Deng Erju kicked him again. What are you waiting for? Do you really want to die? Unable to resist, Deng Jiming finally put away the knife. Everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. Gu Xiqing and Gu Erui returned. She remembered her past life. Back then, whenever her eldest sister mentioned divorce, Deng Jiming would threaten her with a knife, and she would give in. Thinking about it, she realized she was too soft-hearted. If she had a stronger heart, she wouldn't care whether he lived or died. If he died, she would be free just fine with that. If her eldest sister hadn't been manipulated by Deng Jiming in the first place, he wouldn't have kept threatening to commit suicide afterward. However, my older sister's previous marriage lasted many years without a divorce, which is also related to the current times. Divorce was rare back then, especially in rural areas, let alone filing for divorce. Let's put it this way. Tomorrow I will send the things to you and exchange the wedding letter, Gu Zhangwo said, acting like he was in a hurry to leave. Since the situation had become so tense, the Deng family naturally couldn't stay either. They prepared to leave. Zhao Fenglan couldn't hide her anger and looked at Gu Yimin with a cold smile, saying, I wonder what kind of good family you'll marry into in the future. Don't come crying to my family if you end up with a lazy man. Don't worry, Gu Yimin replied calmly. Whoever I marry will be better than marrying into your family. All right, I want to see who you'll marry, Zhao Fenglan said. Zhao Fenglan pulled Deng Jiming to leave, and Deng Jiming looked back at Gu Yimin deeply. The meat was almost in his mouth, but it was taken away. How could he be willing to accept that? The Deng family left, and the Gu family sat silently in the hall for a while. Gu Zhangwo waved his hand and said, Go do what you need to do. Gu Xiqing, Gu Erui, and Gu Sanjing went back to their rooms. Wang Yueju hugged Gu Yimin and said, This withdrawal was good. Now I see that the Deng family isn't good people. If you marry into that family in the future, who knows what kind of life you'll have. Gu Yimin naturally understood this. She smiled at Wang Yueju and said, I know. This is called cutting losses. Wang Yueju and Gu Zhangwo didn't understand what cutting losses meant. Gu Yimin explained how Gu Xiqing interpreted it and both of them laughed. Fourth is getting smarter, Wang Yueju said with a smile. Gu Zhangwo also grinned, thinking that maybe their family could produce a university student someday. Don't take this to heart, Gu Zhangwo told Gu Yimin. Times have changed now. Divorce is common, let alone breaking off engagements. Gu Yimin nodded.
I'm fine, she said.
It was just a bit upsetting to encounter such things. The three of them talked for a while longer before returning to their rooms to rest. As soon as Gu Yimin entered her room, she saw a basin of steaming hot water placed in front of her bed. Gu Sanjing held a towel and looked at her with a smile, saying, Big sister, come. Soak your feet and dispel bad luck. Gu Yimin chuckled, sure it was another silly idea from Xiaoxi. She went over, took off her shoes and socks, and put her feet into the basin, feeling warm and cozy, her heart feeling the same. Big sister, do you feel better now? Gu Xiqing came over to massage her shoulders. If you're still upset, maybe Sanjing can read her checkup report to you? Gu Yimin thought about Sanjing's funny checkup book that made her stomach hurt and laughed softly. When Gu Xijing saw Gu Xiqing mocking her checkup book again, she suddenly pounced on her and pinned her on the bed, tickling her.
Ha ha ha.
Gu Siqing was both in pain and unable to stop laughing. She was not as strong as Gu Sijing and could only beg, "Third sister, beautiful and lovely third sister, I was wrong. I really was wrong." Gu Sijing held her down and said, "Don't talk about checkups anymore." Gu Siqing quickly replied sincerely, "I won't talk about it. I won't say it again." Gu Sijing warned, "If you say it again, you'll be a little dog." "Yes, yes, I'll be a little dog." Seeing her good attitude, Gu Sijing relaxed her grip. Taking advantage of her looseness, Gu Sijing turned over and pinned her down, tickling her. This time, Gu Sijing also started laughing. Gu Yimin and Gu Hui didn't interfere with their playful fight. Gu Hui sat beside Gu Yimin and whispered, "I think the matter of breaking off the engagement has something to do with second aunt and Zhang Shuangping." Gu Yimin wiped the smile off her face. "I thought of that too. But if she really thinks Deng Jiming is good, she can marry him." Now she understood clearly. There's no good person in the Deng family. Look at Zhao Felian's attitude. Anyone who marries into their family won't have a good life, Gu Hui sneered. But she still couldn't swallow her anger. If Deng Jiming was disliked, that was fine, but Zhang Chuntao and Zhang Shuangping scheming behind the scenes was bullying. Gu Zhangwo and Wang Yueju finished washing up and got into bed. Hearing laughter from their daughter's room, they couldn't help but smile. Actually, the matter of breaking off the engagement had been bothering them, but now all that frustration was gone. No matter how big the problem, as long as the family was harmonious, it wasn't a big deal. When they sent Yimin that set of clothes, it was a red and white checkered top and black pants. "When we go to town tomorrow, try to buy the same. Also, the meat, get rear leg meat so they can't gossip about this," Wang Yueju whispered to Gu Zhangwo. Gu Zhangwo nodded, turned on the light, and then he heard his wife say again, "The matter of breaking off the engagement definitely has something to do with the second family." Gu Zhangwo nodded again. He wasn't stupid. Why did Zhao Fenglian come over to cause trouble? Without thinking much, he knew someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. But without evidence, and since it involved his own brother's family, he couldn't say much. The Deng family isn't a good family. "Breaking off the engagement is for the best," Gu Zhangwo said, hugging his wife. "Nobody wants to jump into that fire." Wang Yueju sighed, "I'm just worried this will affect our Yimin's reputation, and she won't find a good family in the future." Gu Zhangwo patted her back. "When Yimin gets engaged again, she must ask around carefully. This time, blame me for not checking out the Deng family's background properly, and Yimin was wronged." Seeing the Deng family member's attitude today, he felt very guilty. "Why didn't I find out what kind of people the Deng family are back then?" "It's not entirely your fault," Wang Yueju comforted him. "The Deng village is far from us, and we don't know anyone there." Gu Zhangwo nodded again. Actually, he was worried that today's trouble was caused by the Deng family plotting behind the scenes. If they targeted him, he wouldn't mind, but he was most worried about them targeting his daughter. Tomorrow, he would remind the sisters to be more careful in daily life. While Gu Zhangwo was worried about revenge from the Deng family, the four sisters were discussing how to set a sack trap to beat people. Earlier, when Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing were playing around, they overheard Yimin and Eri talking about Zhang Shuangping and Zhang Chuntao causing trouble behind their backs. Gu Sanjing suggested setting a sack trap to beat them. Last time, beating Gu Xuebin with a sack felt so good that she wanted to do it again. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi hesitated a bit, as they had never hit anyone before. But thinking about Zhang Chuntao and Zhang Shuangping causing trouble behind their backs, they couldn't swallow their anger. "Setting a sack trap to beat Zhang Shuangping isn't very practical," Gu Erwi said. "It's best to do it at night. Zhang Shuangping isn't from our village, so we can't just go to their village to beat her. Second aunt isn't really suitable either," Gu Yimin said. "She only goes out at night in our area, so there's no chance." Gu Sanjing looked a little discouraged. "We can't beat Binzi again either." Gu Siheng thought for a moment. "How about beating Deng Jiming?" The root of the problem was him, and since she was reborn and saw him for the first time, she just wanted to hit him. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi thought this was a good idea. They felt they needed to vent their anger, and taking it out on Deng Jiming was the best way. But neither of them had ever set a sack trap before, so they didn't know how to do it. "Leave this to me," Gu Siheng said confidently. "Just cooperate when we do it." She decided to ask Han Jingping to help. She had seen how fierce that young boy was when fighting, so she knew he was someone worth using well. How do you plan to do it? Gu Erwi pulled Gu Siheng back into her bed. Gu Siheng didn't hide it from them. After all, they would find out sooner or later. When Gu Erwi and her friends heard that Han Jingping was asked to help, they thought he was unreliable. Gu Erwi even said, Jingping is so clean and tidy, with such a good temper. How could he get into a fight? Gu Siheng sighed and said, You're all fooled by his appearance. He's actually a very tough person. But I won't say that. Instead, she said, you'll see when the time comes. Gu Erwi and Gu Yimin thought it was okay to ask Han Jingping to join, as having one more person would add strength. However, they didn't see him as the main fighter because he was so gentle and kind. The sleepover talk ended here, but both Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi planned to carefully think about how to use a sack to hit someone the next day. Although they had never done such a thing, just thinking about it made them very excited. The next day, after having lunch, Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju rode their bikes to town to buy things. They believed that resolving the issue of breaking off the engagement early would bring peace of mind. Gu Yimin and her 3 younger sisters braided the peeled corn cobs into bunches like braids and hung them on a special rack made by Gu Jiangwo for drying corn. While working, the 4 sisters discussed the details of how to use a sack to hit someone. During breakfast, Zhang Chuntao kept glancing toward the yard. She knew about the Deng family coming last night. Later, she listened from behind the wall for a while, and after confirming that the 2 families were arguing loudly, she happily went back home. This time, the Deng family would definitely break off the engagement. Once they did, Deng Ziming would marry Xuanping, and she would also become related to the Deng family. The Deng family had an older brother working at the county police station, so she might benefit from that in the future. Thinking about all this, she slept very well that night and woke up smiling. After lunch, she went to her mother's house and saw her sister-in-law Ge Fenglian and Zhang Xuanping. She told them about the Deng family's decision to break off the engagement with Gu Jiangwo and then said, I think we should act quickly while it's hot. You should suggest the marriage proposal to the Deng family soon. We're girls. Isn't it embarrassing to send someone to talk to the groom's family about marriage?
Ge Fenglian hesitated.
Maybe we should just let them come to us to propose. You do as you see fit. Once this village is gone, there won't be another. Zhang Chuntao thought Ge Fenglian was being too picky. Previously, Xuanping had talked to Deng Ziming about marriage, and who knew what they did. Now she's acting so high and mighty. If we delay, this good marriage might be snatched away. Ge Fenglian was still hesitant. She wanted to find out more about the Deng family. Her daughter was her own daughter, and she couldn't just marry her off casually. But Zhang Xuanping got anxious. Mom, just let someone go to the Deng family to propose. Waiting any longer might cause Deng Ziming to fall for someone else. She knows she is average-looking, and Deng Ziming is quite handsome. Such a good marriage opportunity shouldn't be lost to others. Ge Fenglian saw her daughter anxious and, after considering Deng's good family background, agreed. I'll find a matchmaker now and go to ask for Deng's proposal. As soon as she said this, Zhang Xuanping and Zhang Chuntao both relaxed. Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju returned after a while, having bought everything they needed. Wang Yueju took out her keys and opened the red wooden box on the bedside table. She took out a small black cloth bag from inside. Sitting on the bed, she opened the black bag, revealing a layer of blue cloth. She unfolded the blue cloth to find a red cloth inside. Then she opened the red cloth, which was wrapped in a plastic sheet. When she peeled back the plastic, there was a stack of money inside. On the day of the proposal, Deng's family gave 66 yuan. When exchanging the marriage tokens, it was 166, making a total of 232, Wang Yueju muttered as she took out 232 yuan and handed it to Gu Jiangwo, then carefully packed her wallet layer by layer. Don't say too much when you go there. Just give them the money and come back, she warned, worried that her husband might clash with Deng's family. In their village, no matter how brave Gu Jiangwo was, he couldn't win against the villagers. I know, Gu Jiangwo said casually as he stuffed the money into his coat pocket and left. Wang Yueju saw him off at the door, feeling a bit worried. After yesterday's big fuss, she was afraid Deng's family might take advantage of Gu Zhengwo's money to attack him with a group of people. Gu Zhengwo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They're not afraid of Deng Ziming spreading the story about attempting suicide over the breakup, so just go ahead. Hearing this, Wang Yueju felt a little reassured. She was worried but also cared deeply. Deng's village was quite far from their Shanshui village, nearly a half-hour bike ride. When they arrived, no one was in the yard. Gu Zhengwo called out, "Is anyone there?" Soon, the main door of the house opened, and Deng Erzhua came out with a frown. Seeing him, his face scrunched up like a wrinkled melon.
"Come in," he said.
Gu Zhengwo followed him inside and immediately heard humming, a singing-like sound with a bend in it. It was Zhao Fenglan's voice. "Since you came back from your house yesterday, Jiming's mother has fallen ill," Deng Erzhua said with strong resentment. Gu Zhengwo ignored the tone, placing the money on the table and taking out more from his pocket to give him. 232 yuan, a set of clothes, a piece of cloth, 6 jin of meat, and Deng Ziming's zodiac sign paper.
"Count it," he said.
Deng Erzhua took the money and carefully counted it, then went into the bedroom to get Gu Yiming's zodiac sign paper. As soon as he went in, Zhao Fenglan's humming grew louder. Gu Zhengwo sat in the hall, listening to the curled-up humming inside, wanting to laugh but holding back. The Deng family was really petty. Gossiping about the broken engagement would hurt the woman more than the man. Yet, their family acted as if nothing was wrong, doing whatever they pleased. The Deng family, on the other hand, looked like they had lost someone. Erzhua Deng came out of the bedroom and handed Gu Zhengwo a token of good fortune. At that moment, Zhao Fenglan said from inside, "I want to see what kind of good family you'll find next." Gu Zhengwo took the token and smiled at Erzhua, saying, "You don't need to worry about that anymore." After saying this, she left. Zhao Fenglan hummed as she came out of the bedroom, looking at Gu Zhengwo's back and saying, "Did they find a good family?" Erzhua Deng glared at her sharply. "What kind of family they find has nothing to do with us. If you're done here, you should do what you need to do. Stop always lying in bed." Hearing this, Zhao Fenglan hummed even louder, pretending to be faint and clutching her chest as if about to faint. Erzhua Deng irritably strode out of the house. She always lay in bed and whined over small matters. Gu Zhengwo returned home to find dinner already prepared. When he went to the town to buy meat, he bought 2 more jin of meat. Wang Yueju made a big stew, and as soon as he entered the yard, he smelled the delicious aroma. He washed his hands and sat down. The family gathered around the dining table to eat. Before picking up his chopsticks, Gu Zhengwo said, "The money and things from the Deng family are all collected, and Yiming's good luck token is back too. The marriage with the Deng family is completely off." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They finally threw out the bad influence and could now argue with Zhang Shuangping freely. Gu Xixing looked at Yiming Gu and Hui Gu, asking, "Are you still planning to trick Deng Ziming?" Yiming Gu and Hui Gu shot her a look. "Of course. We've been excited about it all morning." Gu Xixing ate her meal quietly, feeling that since her rebirth, her eldest and second sister's behavior didn't match what she remembered from the past life. Of course, she would never admit it was because of her. Han Jingping finished school at 5:30 p.m. Gu Xixing and Gu Sanjing waited for him at the village entrance around 6 o'clock because Han Jingping always passed by there after school. Gu Sanjing plucked some dogtail grass, and the 2 sisters started weaving little rabbits together. By the time Han Jingping arrived, they had already made 5 or 6. Seeing the sisters, Han Jingping stopped his bicycle. "What are you 2 doing here?" "Waiting for you to trick the bag," Gu Sanjing said excitedly since last night, and she blurted it out when Han Jingping asked. Han Jingping was confused by her words. Gu Sihong quickly leaned in and whispered, "My older sister broke up with Deng Ziming. That guy did some disgusting things, and we can't swallow this. We want to catch him and teach him a lesson. Can you help us? Will you come?"
Han Jingping.
When did Gu's 2 older sisters become so violent? Seeing him frown and stay silent, Gu Sihong urged, "Are you in or not?"
Han Jingping sighed inwardly.
Why does this sound so rough? But Gu Yimin usually treats him well, and he can't ignore her. Still, this needs careful planning. Deng Ziming is a man in his 20s, taller than them. Catching him would be technically difficult, but not impossible. He needs to think carefully about how to do it. Come on, let's go back together. Han Jingping smiled gently at the sisters, looking harmless. Gu Xijing, who was impatient, asked, "Are you really going to do it or not?" Han Jingping smiled helplessly. "Do I say I won't? We'll discuss how to do it at home with my older sisters." He seemed very patient. All right. Gu Xijing climbed into the back seat of the car, and Han Jingping shifted to let Gu Xihong sit in front. Gu Xihong tiptoed onto the seat because she really didn't like sitting on the bicycle's front bar. It hurt her. In past TV shows, girls sitting happily on their boyfriend's bicycle front bar, she didn't believe they didn't get sore. "Don't put your hand on the brake, or it'll pinch your hand later," Han Jingping reminded her as he rode the bike. When they got home, Han Jingping used the excuse of helping Gu Xihong with homework to discuss how to catch Deng Ziming with the four sisters. Han Jingping, Deng Ziming is taller than us. To catch him, we need to first knock him down. Gu Yimin. Deng Ziming passes by the west side of the forest after work. Usually there are few people there. Once, Deng Ziming asked her to meet him on a small path on the west side of the forest, saying he had something for her. Later, she went with their Hui. She didn't know at the time that Deng Ziming wanted to be alone with her and take advantage, so he chose that place. But what Deng Ziming didn't expect was that Gu Yimin was a bit slow and brought her sister along during the date. Han Jingping, I know that place. We can hide there in advance. When he comes, I'll first knock over his bike from behind, then push him down and put the bag over his head. Gu Xijing, hit him on his. Gu Yimin. Gu Erwi. Alright, Sanjing is still young and doesn't realize that calling a man's backside embarrassing. Gu Erwi, let's go check the spot first. Han Jingping, we need to check the spot first. Tomorrow after school I'll go with you. Gu Xijing rests her chin, watching their lively discussion. How did I not notice before? The kind and good-tempered Han Jingping is actually quite clever and aggressive. And big sister and second sister, your excited little eyes already make you seem far from being fairy-like. But plotting revenge and fighting does sound pretty exciting. Deng Ziming comes home from work and immediately knows that Gu Zhangwo has sent money and things, which his parents have accepted. Already upset, he shouts at Deng Erju and Zhao Fenglan. Why did you accept things sent by the Gu family? Only if the woman voluntarily withdraws the engagement will the bride price be returned. Are you trying to make everyone see that Gu Yimin didn't want me, and she was the one who broke off the engagement? He yells loudly, veins bulging on his neck, his face twisting with anger. He doesn't care that he's yelling at his respectful and filial parents. Deng Erju is so angry he almost wants to hit him. Why did you accept things from the Gu family? You don't understand how expensive rice and supplies are. The money we sent adds up to 232 yuan. How much do you earn in a month? 232 yuan is more than half a year's salary for you. To get the grain and supplies work done, we've spent almost all our savings. Now, our whole family has less than 1,000 yuan. And you still want to set a date, get married, and need over 1,000 yuan. Where will that money come from? Deng Ziming sits in a chair, panting heavily. I just can't swallow this. Gu Yimin, like a beautiful fairy, makes me think about how wonderful it would be to hold her and sleep at night. But this girl, who seemed almost within reach, has flown away. How can I be satisfied? Why can't you swallow this? Deng Erju sneers coldly. It was your mother who first went to cause trouble at her house. Without her, Gu family wouldn't have broken the engagement. Deng Erju still thinks highly of Gu Yimin, hearing she's quick and diligent. She would be a good daughter-in-law for the family. Zhao Fenglan sees Deng Erju's anger turning toward her and starts humming softly, covering her chest. Seeing her humming again, Deng Erju gets up and leaves the room. Every day is full of frustrating things. Ziming, I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Fenglan slumped in a big armchair, looking like she might pass out at any moment. What does Gu Yimin have besides being pretty? How can she compare to you? Zhang Shuangping has a job, his father is the village head, and they are well off. He even wants to marry you. He seems much better than Gu Yimin. Also, I think Gu Yimin is just like her mother. She can't have children. Jiming was almost furious. Zhang Xuanping is thin, with high cheekbones, small eyes, and yellowish skin. Like dirt. Do you think someone like that can match me? Son. When choosing a wife, looks aren't everything. Jiming stood up angrily, went back to his room, and slammed the door shut. It's probably Zhang Xuanping encouraging his mother. Zhao Fenlong hummed a couple more times, and then got up to lie on her bed. She just doesn't want Gu Yimin to marry into their family. She looks like a fox spirit, and her son's heart is completely taken by her. If she married in, how could she be a good mother-in-law? Jiming finished work at 5:30. According to the schedule, he rode his bike to the forest farm around 6 p.m. The next day, the four sisters and Han Jingping arrived at the small road on the west side of the forest farm at 5 p.m. Today, Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yuejiu went to a faraway riverbank to check if the peanuts were ripe. Once they're ready, it's time to harvest. That trip takes about an hour by bike, so they'll probably be back around dusk. While they were gone, the four sisters sneaked out to scout the area. They found a good hiding spot, practiced their plan, and only finished around 5:30. Gu Erwi suggested, "It's better to do it today than wait. Let's see if Jiming comes. If he does, we'll just go for it. Maybe tomorrow, their parents will notice that all four kids are missing, and they'll start to suspect." Everyone agreed, and they hid in the cornfield beside the small road. Gu Sanjing couldn't sit still and ran out to find a pond. When she came back, she carried many pond stones in her shirt pocket. "There are lots of ponds over there. Hurry and eat." Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi shook their heads. They didn't want to eat. They used to eat this kind of thing when they were kids, but now they don't like it anymore. Han Jingping also refused, worried that the pond stones would dirty his hands. Gu Sihong wanted to act like a fairy, but seeing Gu Sanjing happily eating, she decided to join in. Since they couldn't be fairy-like anyway, they just gave up and ate. About half an hour later, the sound of a bicycle bell came from afar. Gu Sihong carefully looked up and saw it was indeed the mischievous Deng Jiming. He was still wearing a brand-new jacket, his hair neatly combed, probably with some hair oil. It seemed he was about to act foolish again today. "That's him," Gu Sihong whispered as he pulled back. Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui were nervous about doing this for the first time. Gu Sanjing was very excited, rolling up her sleeves, eager to try. Gu Sihong also felt a bit excited but held Gu Sanjing back, not letting her rush out in her excitement. The calmest among the five was probably Han Jingping, who said calmly, "Follow the plan we practiced." The four sisters of the Gu family all nodded. Just then, Deng Jiming's bicycle approached. Gu Sanjing wanted to rush forward, but Gu Sihong held her tightly. When Deng Jiming was about 1 or 2 meters past, Han Jingping picked up a prepared brick and threw it. The brick hit the back wheel of the bicycle, causing it to wobble. Deng Jiming instinctively tried to put his foot on the ground to steady himself, but before his foot touched down, he was pushed from behind, and a bag was pulled over his head. Dirt from the bag covered his face and head. Before he could struggle, he was hit repeatedly like raindrops falling on him. He hurried to protect his head, crying out in pain. Gu Yimin kicked several times at his back and legs, venting her frustration from the past few days. Although she had no feelings for Deng Jiming and wasn't very upset about the breakup, she had spent a year imagining a happy future with him, which now was shattered. She felt a deep frustration she couldn't share with anyone. Exercise helps release negative energy, and so does hitting people. After a few kicks, she felt much better. From now on, she would have nothing to do with him. No matter how upset she was, she wouldn't hold it in anymore. Gu Sihong, Gu Yihui, and Gu Sanjing also took a few turns hitting Deng Jiming. They had been feeling frustrated these days too. Han Jingping didn't hit him. He was watching nearby. When he saw people approaching from afar, he signaled to retreat. The four sisters then kicked Deng Jiming a few more times before running into the cornfield together. Deng Jiming felt pain all over his body, and his heart was pounding with fear. At one point, he almost lost control and thought he might wet himself, but he managed to hold back. Lying on the ground for a while, He felt no one was hitting him anymore. He struggled to remove the bag, but as he moved, the dirt on the bag got into his nose and mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Xiqing had rolled the sack on the ground a few times. If she saw Deng Jiming now, she would definitely praise herself for being clever. Are you Jiming from the Erju family? Just after Deng Jiming took down the sack, someone came over and recognized him. Now, he just wanted to find a place to hide, but it was too late. He touched his hair, which was greasy and dirty, and forced a smile.
Yes. Yes.
What's wrong with you? Were you beaten?
Who hit you?
Your uncle is with the county police station. Oh, dear. What should we do? Should we go report it?
You.
I'm fine. I just fell off my bike. Deng Jiming quickly interrupted him. He didn't want to hear more, afraid of what might be said. How did you fall? Did someone cover your head with a sack? Did you offend someone? Deng Jiming. You're so annoying, do you know that? Why aren't you talking?
Think about it.
Who might you have offended recently? You must have made someone angry, otherwise, why would they cover your head and hit you? Deng Jiming took a deep breath, threw the sack on the ground hard, and rode his bike away, trying to ignore the pain. Hey, why are you leaving? Say something, I might be able to help you figure out who did this. Deng Jiming pedaled as fast as he could, afraid that the person might catch up. He even suspected that the person who hit him earlier was the one bothering him now. When he got home, Deng Erju and Zhao Fenglan were talking to a stranger. Seeing him covered in dirt, limping, they hurried over to ask what happened. He entered the house with a serious face. Just as he took off his shirt, Zhao Fenglan came in. Seeing the bruises and marks all over his upper body, she exclaimed, "What happened to you?" Deng Jiming didn't speak. Zhao Fenglan clutched her chest and shouted outside, His dad, come quickly." Jiming was beaten. Hearing her words, Deng Jiming's face darkened. Did she want everyone to know he was beaten? Soon, Deng Erju also came over. Seeing his injuries, he asked what happened. Deng Jiming explained everything. Deng Erju frowned even more. Zhao Fenglan patted her thigh and cried out, "Who did this? Let me see. It must be Gu Jiangwo. It has to be him." Deng Jiming also thought it was possible. If he had any enemies these days, it was probably the Gu family. He even hoped it was Gu Jiangwo, so he would have a reason to confront them and talk things out. Perhaps there is still a chance to resolve the marriage between him and Gu Yimin. But according to second Uncle Deng, he said it's not Gu Jiangwo. He went to the riverbank today. I saw him. When I was coming back, he was still in the field. Not long after returning from the riverbank, Gu Jiangwo also came back shortly behind him, so he didn't have time to bother his son.
Who is that?
Zhao Fenglan muttered while looking for clothes for Deng Jiming. She didn't even consider the 4 daughters of the Gu family. Girls don't usually wear masks to fight. Deng Jiming clenched his fists, feeling both disappointed and furious. He guessed who it was, only that person. That person was also a guest of the young widow. He didn't want his family to know about the young widow, so he changed the subject and asked, "Who was that just now?" Hearing his question, Deng Erju and Zhao Fenglan exchanged glances. Then Zhao Fenglan said, "Is it someone here to matchmake you?" When Deng Jiming heard matchmaker, he got angry again. We just broke off the engagement yesterday, and today they're talking about marriage? Are they rushing things? You're already 22. It's time to get married. Zhao Fenglan handed him the clothes she found. Marrying early means more help at home. You work at the grain depot every day and your dad, and I do the farm work. With more people working, we can relax a bit.
Who are you talking about?
Zhao Fenglan smiled. Someone you know, Zhang Shuangping. I don't agree, Deng Jiming said immediately. He hated Zhang Shuangping already. How could he marry her? If it weren't for her stirring trouble in front of his mother, would his mother have gone to the Gu family to cause trouble? Would Gu Yimin have broken off the engagement with him? The main culprit was Zhang Shuangping. Look at you, kid. Zhang Shuangping isn't as pretty as Gu Yimin, but she's not ugly either. Plus, she's a primary school teacher. Her salary is only 15 yuan a month, but that's better than nothing. What does Gu Yimin have besides looks? Can she earn 15 yuan a month? Marrying someone isn't just about looks. Anyway, I don't agree, Deng Jiming said as he put on his clothes and headed out. He needed to wash his hair. With oil and dirt, he felt like a fool. The four sisters of the Gu family and Han Jingping returned home. Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju hadn't come back yet. Gu Siheng knew Han Jingping liked cleanliness, so he quickly fetched water for him to wash his hands. Han Jingping looked at her with a little puppy-like smile. How is Xiao Si so adorable? Jingping, you're quite experienced in fighting. Gu Erwi now truly understands what it means that appearances can be deceiving. A fair and clean-looking young boy, always first in his class, other children's kids, yet he can fight and act like a seasoned fighter. Han Jingping squatted down to wash his hands and didn't reply to Gu Erwi. Gu Erwi wisely didn't ask again. Although fighting can be exciting, it's not a good thing, and everyone understands that. After washing his hands, Han Jingping left, and before leaving, he patted Gu Siheng's head, feeling the same soft touch as last time. Gu Siheng didn't get angry because he helped with the fight. The four sisters felt happy and crowded together in the kitchen, talking and cooking. The laughter in the kitchen never stopped. Zhang Chundao had been watching the big house's situation these days. Standing at the gate of the big house's yard, she felt uncomfortable hearing the sisters' laughter. Deng Ziming and Gu Yimin, who had recently broken off their engagement, were partly helping Zhang Xuanping find a good marriage. Deng Ziming was seen as a bad boy by the four sisters, but in Zhang Chuntao and Zhang Xuanping's eyes, he was quite desirable. And the things he took were even more tempting. When Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju returned, they saw their four daughters smiling. Could something good have happened today? Wang Yueju asked, but the four children didn't say anything. If they didn't want to say, that was fine. Their own children were good kids and wouldn't do anything bad. The peanuts are ripe. Tomorrow, we'll harvest them. Gu Zhengwo arranged the next day's plans during dinner. Sanjing and Xiao Si should go too. They can help with the harvest. The sisters quickly agreed. Even Gu Sanjing, who loved to play, knew it was time to help with work. The riverbank land is far away. We won't come back for lunch tomorrow, Wang Yueju said. Bring some food with you. We'll wake up early tomorrow and cook some eggs and make pancakes to bring along, she added. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi nodded in agreement. The riverbank land was far, about an hour by bike. If they went home for lunch, it would take 2 hours round trip, which was a waste of time. Gu Siheng thought the food made in the morning would be cold by noon. She considered and said, we have a small stir-fry pot at home. Let's bring that, and we can make noodles in the field at noon. Everyone at the table looked at her after hearing this, and Gu Siheng thought she had said something wrong. Xiao Si, how did your little brain grow like this? I see you're getting smarter, Gu Erwi said, curiously patting her little head as if to check if her head was full of meat. Gu Siheng smiled with her eyes closed, looking at Gu Zhengwo, waiting for his praise. When Gu Zhengwo saw his little daughter blinking her big eyes at him, he couldn't help but smile and said, yes, Xiao Si is very smart. Gu Siheng was waiting for this reply. I'm not smart. I just read more books and newspapers, listen to the radio, so I know more, and of course I can think of good ideas. Gu Zhengwo, who graduated from middle school and spent a few years in the army, knew that having education was good. So, he hoped his children would be knowledgeable. Mei and San Hui missed good times. When they went to school, there was a big sports movement, and classes were often canceled as students went out to exercise. He was worried about their safety, so he sent them home. Now he feels a bit regretful. Thinking about this, he agreed with his little daughter, saying, what have you learned from newspapers and radio? Quite a lot, Gu Siheng quickly replied. The newspapers and radio often say that now there is reform and opening up, and people are no longer restricted from doing business. She carefully watched her father's expression, noticing he didn't seem very interested, which made her a little disappointed. Still, she said, Dad, maybe we should also do business. Gu Zhengwo thought she was just a child talking casually and sipped his corn porridge, saying, you don't need to worry about making money. Study well with Sanjing, and try to get into college later. Gu Siheng. What could she say? She was only 8 years old. But if she weren't only 8 and had only 3 yuan saved, she would be ready to take off now. Oh well, children don't have much say. Take it slow. After dinner, Gu Yimin and Gu Hui went to wash dishes. Gu Siheng and Sanjing helped their parents pack things for harvesting peanuts tomorrow: hose, baskets, sacks, and a small frying pan. Everything was packed, as they had to wake up early tomorrow, so everyone went to bed early. After lying down, Wang Yueju said to Gu Zhengwo, "Is it really safe to do business now?" Gu Siheng's words touched Wang Yueju. Everyone wants to earn more money, but they just don't have the way. Also, she found it hard to believe in the current policies. Their village's Wang Mazi was arrested years ago for selling rat poison, and some still say he is a reformed criminal. The policies should be fine, but doing business isn't that simple. We've never done it before. Gu Zhengwo thought about starting a business. He had considered it, but he preferred to be cautious. Still, there's no such thing as a sure thing in business. There's no one around doing business for him to learn from. So, he wants to go out to work instead of starting a business. Wang Yueju feels a bit reluctant and suggests, "Maybe we should try doing business?" "Doing what kind of business?" Gu Zhengwo asks. Wang Yueju falls silent. She thinks that starting a business could bring in more income for the family, but when asked what kind, she truly doesn't know. After all, her family has been poor farmers for generations and has no experience in business. "Go to sleep." Gu Zhengwo pats her back. "We can talk about making money later." The couple closes their eyes to sleep, but neither can really sleep. Both are thinking about starting a business. Gu Sixing doesn't know that her parents are already somewhat interested. She feels upset about her first attempt at starting out poorly. But if she thinks carefully, it's normal that her father can't accept doing business right away. 3 years ago, private business was considered illegal speculation. And such crimes were serious, so many people are still afraid to start businesses now. Moreover, the Gu family ancestors never even sold anything, so they have no business genes at all. She wishes her father could suddenly develop these genes, but is that easy? Actually, not only Wang Yueju and Gu Zhengwo, but Gu Yiming and Gu Hui are also thinking about doing business. When there's a chance to change, no one wants to stay poor. That night, the whole family, probably only Gu Sanjing, slept peacefully. The next morning, around 5 o'clock, Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju got up. Gu Yiming and Gu Hui, hearing sounds outside, quietly got out of bed and tiptoed out. After washing up, the sisters went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and pack lunch for the fields. By the time Gu Sixing got up, it was almost 6. She pulled Gu Sanjing out of bed, and when the sisters came out dressed, breakfast was already ready. After washing and eating, the family set out to the field near the riverbank around 6. Wang Yueju, Gu Yiming, and Gu Hui rode their bikes ahead, while Gu Zhengwo pulled a cart on foot to the fields. Only the village chief's family owned a horse, which was said to be from the old production team. When the team disbanded, he bought the horse with his own money. Gu Sixing and Gu Sanjing sat in the cart. Gu Sanjing, not yet fully awake, soon fell asleep again. Gu Sixing wanted to talk to her father about business ideas to motivate him, but she was afraid she might push too hard, so she held back. Since she was only 8, she was sleepy and soon dozed off. Gu Zhengwo looked back and saw his daughter sleeping. He stopped the cart, covered them with a blanket, and then continued on his way. He is tall and strong, and pulling the 2 children in the cart was not tiring at all. Halfway there, sweat appeared on his forehead. While wiping sweat, he thought, everyone says that days working with their face to the earth and back are hard. Actually, the hardest part isn't the physical labor, but the anxious feeling inside from wanting to change, but having no way to do so. As they approached the fields, Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing woke up. They quickly got off the car to lighten Gu Zhengwo's load. As soon as they got down, they saw Deng Shuangping and Zhao Fenglan riding their bikes over together. Deng Shuangping was sweating and breathing hard, clearly very tired. Zhao Fenglan was sitting on the back of the bike. When she saw them, she smiled and loudly said, "Shuangping, pedal faster so we can get to the fields early and start working." It sounded like she was showing off. Zhang Shuangping responded with an and pushed harder on her aching legs. Gu Siheng looked at Zhang Shuangping's tense back and thought to herself, it's fun to compete for someone's attention, but it turns out she was just dealing with a difficult situation. Is Zhang Shuangping happy now? Of course not. She even didn't want to face her family. She and Zhang Chuntao interfered with Gu Yimin and Deng Ziming's marriage, thinking she would take her place. But unexpectedly, her mother took the initiative to visit Deng's family to propose marriage, and Deng's family didn't give her a clear answer. She believed Deng Ziming had some feelings for her, since they dated for 2 months. The reason he broke up with her was because he was confused by Gu Yimin, who was quite cunning. She knew men could be lustful, but over time, men learn what kind of women are suitable for marriage. She had a job, her father was the village party secretary, and her conditions were much better than Gu Yimin's. Now that Deng Ziming had just called off the engagement, he hadn't yet realized her worth. Soon he would understand how good she was. Yesterday, after the matchmaker left, she heard Deng's family was harvesting peanuts today, so she got up early and went to Deng's house, even arguing with her mother, Gu Fenglian. Her mother thought she was rushing too eagerly toward Deng's family, and that even if she married into them, she would be looked down upon. She wasn't stupid. She knew that rushing wasn't the right way to do business. But once she married into Deng's family, as long as she held on to Deng Ziming, everything else could be resolved. However, she didn't want to face her family now. She wanted to marry Deng Ziming and stand tall as the winner, especially over Gu Yimin. Shuangping, I told you, you're the best match for Ziming, Zhao Fenglan said, feeling that her recent actions had hurt the Gu family. Aren't you the ones rushing to break the engagement? That's because you lack insight. Look around, there are many people eager to marry into our family. Plus, they have jobs and can earn money. Zhang Xuanping responded with a hum but didn't speak, seeming very easy to handle. Zhao Fenglan was even more pleased with her. However, what she didn't know was that Zhang Xuanping was secretly imagining how she would perform the 10-level house fighting skills with her in the future. Gu Xiqing didn't know that the two women, who might become mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were already playing a game of storytelling. They had already reached the fields. Wang Yueju and the others arrived early by bike and had already harvested a small patch. When they saw the three of them coming, they started dividing the work again. To harvest peanuts, one person first used A to dig out the peanuts, another shook off the soil from the peanuts and collected them, and the third used a small to dig the soil and pick up peanuts that fell on the ground. Gu Xiqing and Gu Sanjing's job was to pick up peanuts. The sisters didn't start working immediately. Instead, they peeled a peanut and put it in their mouths. The fresh peanut had a light sweetness and a fragrant taste, which was very delicious. After eating a few, they squatted on the ground to dig and pick peanuts. Later, their legs became tired, so Gu Xiqing simply sat down on the ground. Anyway, she was no longer a beautiful fairy. While working, Gu Xiqing leaned close to Gu Yimin and told her about their encounter with Zhang Xuanping on the way here. Gu Yimin laughed mockingly after hearing this. That's someone else's business. We don't care. Gu Xiqing chuckled. Congratulations, big sister, for throwing out the bad sweet potato sprouts. Gu Yimin laughed softly. You're clever. Gu Xiqing giggled again. At noon, they set up a small vegetable pot and simply warmed up some pancakes. Eating hot food was much better than gnawing on cold, hard pancakes. The third aunt's land was nearby. Her son saw the Gu family eating warm dishes and looked at his own dry bun, then came over to borrow the pot. Gu Zhengwo waved his hand to let him take it. Soon after, they heard the third aunt's loud voice, lazy and greedy, just like a bear in the mountains. No, you're even worse than a bear. A bear can be weighed and sold for some money. But you? Not a penny can be sold. Gu Xiqing couldn't help but spray water out of her mouth. The third aunt was quite something. Her words alone could make her a stand-up comedian at Diyun society. She wiped her mouth and turned to look. She saw the third aunt's son lying on the ground with his legs crossed, while the third aunt bent over, supporting the pot. Dongsheng is really lazy. Wang Yueju couldn't help but complain. He's in his 20s now, should be a strong worker in the family. Gu Zhengwo watched Zhang Dongsheng swinging his legs and looked at his 4 daughters with a happy heart. He thought having daughters is really nice. Many villagers laughed at him for not having a son, but they didn't know how warm and comforting his 4 little girls were. This peanut field has 2 acres. The whole family worked until dark to finish harvesting. By the time they returned to the village, It was past 8 p.m. As they approached home, they saw Gu Jianqing staggering back, clearly having gone to play mahjong again. Gu Jiangwo couldn't stand it and frowned, saying, "Second son, you should harvest the peanuts in the riverbank field. If you don't, they won't be harvestable anymore." Gu Jianqing replied casually, "I'll go tomorrow," then wandered back home. Soon after, loud arguing could be heard from that side. "Gu Jianqing, I gave birth to a son for your family to pass on the family line, but in the end, I still have to work early and late. Why did I have a son then?" Zhang Chuntao kept talking about having a son. Gu Siheng looked at her mother, seeing her calm and not angry, and felt relieved. Wang Yueju naturally wasn't angry. If she had been, it would have made those who liked to see her upset happy. The argument from that side didn't affect this side at all. After a simple dinner, the family washed up and went to bed. Everyone was tired today. Wang Yueju even told her 4 sisters that they didn't need to wake early tomorrow morning, so they could sleep in naturally. Zhang Chuntao argued with Gu Jianqing, her eyes constantly glancing toward the main house's yard. She was speaking loud enough for Wang Yueju to hear. She was in a bad mood and didn't want the main house to be happy. But she was disappointed because the main house's lights went out early. This made her even angrier, and she argued more fiercely with Gu Jianqing. Eventually, Gu Jianqing couldn't hold it anymore and slapped her face. "Are you always causing trouble? Do I owe you something?" Zhang Chuntao started crying again. "You murderer. You don't work and just play mahjong all day. I gave birth to a son for your family to pass on the family line and you hit me? Forget it, I won't stay with you anymore. Love or not, it's over." Gu Jianqing slammed the door and left. Zhang Chuntao sat on the bed crying. Her crying reached Gu Xueqiang and Gu Xuebin's room. Gu Xueqiang was used to it and lay in bed, covering himself with a quilt, pretending not to hear. Gu Xuebin's eyes filled with tears. He actually envied Sanjing and Little Fourth. Although their mother didn't give them good food, their uncle and aunt never argued, and their family always seemed happy. Unlike their family after school, the first thing he did when he got home was watch his mother's face. If she looked upset, he would breathe more quietly. The next day, Gu Siqing was awakened by loud knocking on the door and her grandmother Wu Danny's loud voice. "Jiangua, Jiangua, why is the whole family still not up? Hurry up. Your younger brother is about to get into trouble." Then came her father's voice. "What's going on? Yesterday we picked peanuts all day. Today we can rest." Chung Chung was beaten again by the Zhang family. "You should go check on him." Gu Siqing listened as the footsteps grew farther away. She rolled over in bed, almost squishing Gu Sanjing underneath, but she still slept soundly. Auntie Air and Uncle Air must be arguing again, she thought. She got up, dressed, and muttered, "They always cause trouble for no reason." She whispered, "They just can't stand seeing others do well." Auntie Air felt that since she married into the Gu family, she started at the same point as others, but she had a son, while her mother had 4 daughters. She believed her mother should be worse off and that her father should scold or hit her every day. But the opposite was true. Her father was very kind to her mother. They worked well together and rarely argued. Meanwhile, she was constantly in chaos, and Uncle Air had even hit her several times. This contrast made Auntie Air feel very upset. Over time, she felt uncomfortable whenever her family had any good fortune. In her past life, she always wondered why Auntie Air hated their family so much, even though they had no real conflict. It was only after Dong Jianan explained the psychology of people who love to compare that she realized Auntie Air was jealous of their family because she felt extremely unbalanced. Jealousy. Everyone has this feeling, but some control it well, while others can't or don't want to. This can twist a person's nature over time. Her eldest and second sisters had already gotten up. Gu Siqing stretched lazily and dressed. She had been craving boiled peanuts yesterday and was determined to eat some today. After dressing, she got out of bed. Gu Sanjing was still sleeping, and she didn't wake her. Sanjing was the real child, innocent and pure, sleeping peacefully. She left the room and looked toward Uncle Air's yard. It was empty, with only Gu Xuebin squatting on the ground playing with mud. Growing up in such a family, Gu Xuebin was quite pitiful, but she didn't feel sorry for him. She rarely hated anyone, but in her past life, Gu Xuebin was the only person she truly hated. Now, Gu Xuebin was still a child. She wouldn't argue with him. But if he ever caused trouble for their family again, just like in her past life, she wouldn't hold back. Although my sister doesn't have a special talent for rebirth, she could handle you in her past life, and she can do the same now. Gu Zhengwo sat in the main hall of Gu Jianqing's house, listening to the Zhang family members criticize and scold Gu Jianqing, calling him lazy, addicted to gambling, irresponsible, hitting his wife, and so on. They painted him as a useless person. When the Zhang family had finished speaking, he said, "If life is too hard, then just stop living it. We're all over 30, not children. Constant arguing and fighting make life difficult for everyone." The Zhang family didn't expect Gu Zhengwo to say such harsh words. Gu Jianqing and Wu Danny felt the same. The Zhang family came to vent their anger on Zhang Chuntao and to support her, but they never intended for her and Gu Jianqing to divorce. Gu Jianqing asked Wu Danny to call Gu Zhengwo over so he could stand in front and block any further trouble from the Zhang family. He didn't want a divorce. Sometimes he even thought about visiting a widow in the neighboring village, but he never considered divorcing Zhang Chuntao. After all, someone still had to manage this household. However, since Gu Zhengwo had already spoken out, he had to be firm and take this chance to weaken Zhang Chuntao's confidence. At that moment, Zhang Chuntao suddenly stood up and said, "Gu Zhengwo, what do you mean? Everyone says to reconcile, not to separate. You're the eldest uncle, and instead of helping us have a good life, you're suggesting we divorce. What's your real intention? I think you just envy that Yimin was rejected by the Deng family, and that Deng Zhiming is planning to marry us." Hearing her mention Yimin's marriage, Gu Zhengwo stood up coldly and looked at her, saying, "Ask the Deng family if I returned the bride price they gave us. It was Yimin who rejected Deng Zhiming. Remember what I say today, if I hear you say the wrong thing again in the future." He didn't finish his threat, but his sharp gaze stared at Zhang Chuntao like a knife, making her too scared to breathe properly. She had never thought her eldest uncle could be so frightening. Life is to be lived if it's good, and not if it's bad, Gu Zhengwo said to Gu Jianqing, "Son, you already have 2 children. What are you afraid of?" After saying that, he left. Gu Jianqing suddenly felt clear-headed. "Yes, I have 2 sons. I have someone to support me in old age. What am I afraid of? Even if I divorce and lose Zhang Chuntao, who keeps causing trouble every day, my life would be better."
Wow.
This is truly a real brother. The Zhang family members saw Gu Jianqing listening to Gu Zhengwo's words, and their eyebrows almost shot up. Were they really planning to divorce?
No.
Their purpose wasn't to divorce, but to support him. But why has his waist become softer? The Zhang family members exchanged glances and communicated silently, with quick gestures. Then Gu Fenglian said, "A family's life has its ups and downs. It's good to clear things up." Gu Jianqing was happy to see the Zhang family soften, but he looked a bit angry. "You are her family, so you should judge fairly. We are farmers. During harvest time, who doesn't work in the fields? Yesterday I told her to get up early today to harvest peanuts, but she refused. Shuangping, you aren't even engaged to Deng's family yet, but you can go help them harvest peanuts." She scolds her own family for doing chores. How can any man tolerate that? After saying this, Gu Jianqing took a deep breath. It feels so good, really satisfying. Being a real man is this awesome. While he was feeling happy, the Zhang family looked upset. Especially Zhang Shuangping, whose face was red and black, as if she could be mistaken for a judge with a moon-shaped badge on her forehead. His uncle, Shuangping and Jiming's marriage is already decided. "It's just that we're busy with harvest now, so we haven't gone through the formalities," Gu Fenglian quickly tried to explain to her daughter, but she knew their true feelings well. Gu Jianqing decided to stop pushing. "I just want to live a good life with her. As long as she works harder and does her part, I don't want a divorce." The Zhang family didn't bother to defend Zhang Chuntao anymore. After a few words, They hurried home to ask Deng's family for a proposal and to settle the marriage between Shuangping and Jiming. But if they knew Murphy's Law, they wouldn't be so blindly optimistic. When Gu Zhengwo got home, breakfast was ready: stir-fried cabbage and boiled corn porridge. After eating, Gu Sihong boiled some peanuts and then dashed off to the village committee. The village head and accountant were there. Seeing Gu Sihong, the village head smiled and said, "Shall see. You're reading the newspaper again?" Gu Sihong had been reading the newspaper every day lately, claiming it was to keep up with the country's situation. But today, she wanted to borrow the paper to give Gu Zhengwo a good lesson. "Uncle Zhao, you look different today," she said with a big smile when she saw the village head. Zhao Tailin liked Xiao Si from the Gu family. She looked cheerful and clever. He chuckled and said, "Xiao Si, what's different about me?" "You look younger and more energetic today," she said casually, trying to influence Gu Zhengwo's thoughts. She was all in, showing her playful side without shame. No one dislikes hearing kind words. Zhao Tailin smiled even more happily. "You girl, just know how to coax people," he said, though his eyes remained narrow. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Gu Siqing giggled and said, "I want to take the newspaper home to read to my dad, so Comrade Gu Zhengwo can learn more about policies." This made Zhao Tailin and the accountant laugh. Zhao Tailin handed her the latest newspaper. "Take it and let your dad learn from it." "Thanks, Uncle Zhao." Gu Siqing happily took it and said. She walked away with the newspaper. Zhao Tailin looked at her back and sighed. If only Gu Zhengwo had a son, everything would be perfect. The accountant opened the account book and said, "A girl is good, but in the end, she's someone else's. People need sons to take care of them in old age." A few years ago, someone wanted to adopt him, but he refused. He'll regret it later. Zhao Tailin didn't speak, but his approving expression showed he agreed. Gu Siqing returned home with the newspaper. Gu Zhengwo and others were gathering around a pile of peanuts. Seeing her holding the newspaper, Gu Erwi smiled and said, "Shall see. You're doing pretty well. You even got the newspaper home." "It's nothing, really," Gu Siqing said with a smile, and moved closer to Gu Zhengwo. "Dad, I'll read the newspaper to you." To Gu Zhengwo, reading the newspaper was like studying. He smiled happily. "Our Xiao Si is like a college student." "Go ahead." Gu Siqing cleared her throat and stood in front of Gu Zhengwo. She read clearly, "The achievements of reform and opening up. Since the reform and opening, great progress has been made. People's lives are getting better and better." When she reached this part, she glanced at Gu Zhengwo. Seeing him listening seriously, she continued, "At the beginning of reform and opening, not everyone could participate at once. We needed to motivate brave, proactive, and thoughtful comrades to join in, and then lead the whole nation to work hard together." She stopped reading and looked seriously at Gu Zhengwo. He looked a bit confused. "Is it over?" "No," Gu Siqing said earnestly. "Comrade Gu Zhengwo, you are someone who has been educated by the People's Army. You should be brave enough to lead the reform and opening." Gu Zhengwo, Wang Yueju, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi. They really want to laugh. What should they do? Gu Sanjing. Xiao Si is so brave to call dad Comrade Gu Zhengwo. Young people should have youthful energy. Comrade Gu Zhengwo, you're only 38 in your prime. Don't you want to seize the opportunity to work hard while you're young? Are you willing to just stay still? Little brat, you're teaching me a lesson. Gu Zhengwo suddenly stood up. Gu Siqing quickly ran away, saying while running, "Comrade Gu Zhengwo, you are a people soldier. You shouldn't be autocratic. You need to listen to the people's opinions and be democratic." Gu Zhengwo watched her run around the yard like a monkey and couldn't help but laugh. "Come back, I won't hit you." "Really not going to hit me?" Gu Siqing carefully asked. Gu Zhengwo sat down. "Really, I won't hit you. Come here and read the newspaper." Finish reading the whole paper. Gu Siqing felt like her lips were getting thin from speaking so much, but she knew she had to do it. As the head of the family, Gu Zhengwo's authority must be respected. She took a small stool and sat down properly, reading the newspaper seriously. After half an hour, she felt her lips almost wear out, and only then did she hear Gu Jiangwo say, "That's enough for today." Gu Xiqing hurriedly took the water bowl from Gu Yamin and drank it quickly. Wang Yueju saw this and looked at Gu Jiangwo with concern. Gu Jiangwo glanced at his young daughter, saw her face flushed, and felt no more worry. Gu Xiqing filled a bowl with cooked peanuts, sat beside Gu Jiangwo to eat, and tried to feed him some. Gu Jiangwo chewed the peanuts and asked Gu Xiqing little fourth, "Am I really not old?" "Of course not," Gu Xiqing immediately replied. "If your lifespan is 100 years, you're only 38 now. Less than half. Dad, you're still a young man." This made everyone laugh. Gu Xiqing shrugged. In later generations, many people got married in their 30s, so they are still considered young. "You're out of line," Gu Jiangwo lightly scolded her, but his tone was full of laughter. "Hurry up and take the newspaper back." Gu Xiqing didn't know if her efforts today would work, but she took the newspaper to the village committee. On the way back, she thought that if it didn't work this time, she would keep trying. Like boiling a frog in warm water, sooner or later, it would take effect. What she didn't know was that evening, Comrade Gu Jiangwo asked his wife to verify if he was still young. Afterwards, he hugged his wife and asked, "Am I still young?" Wang Yueju patted him breathlessly and hit him lightly. Gu Jiangwo laughed loudly, then looked a bit wistful and said, "Wife and children on the warm Kong bed. I've really been living too comfortably these years." The army emphasized struggle and effort, passion and blood. When he was in the army, he was always full of energy. But after retiring, his passion gradually cooled down. "Isn't everyone like that?" Wang Yueju said. "At least, the people around them were living like that." Gu Jiangwo turned over and thought, "I've always wanted you all to have a better life. Maybe Xiao Si is right." "What?" Gu Jiangwo smiled a little. "While you're young, give it your all." Wang Yueju trusted and depended on her husband completely. She hugged his waist and said, "I'll listen to you." Gu Jiangwo's heart was full. With such a good wife and children, he had to try his best. But he still needed to think carefully about what to do. The small courtyard of the Gu family was quiet late at night, while the Zhang family's house in another village was shrouded in gloom. Zhang Shuangping sat on the edge of her bed, tears falling, while Gu Fenglian and her husband sighed. Everyone wants to improve their lives, but they have different goals, and in the end, their results will be very different. Before working for the Deng family, Zhang Shuangping thought someone might talk behind her back. She prepared herself mentally. But plans are plans. Reality is reality. The reality was, she couldn't stand others' gossip, especially Gu Jiangwo's teasing, which she found even harder to accept. The reason Gu Yimin and Deng Ziming broke off their engagement was because Zhao Fenglian asked Gu Yimin to work at her house, which she didn't want to do. She hadn't even been engaged yet, but was already working at the Deng family's farm. Thinking about this made her feel sad. Yesterday, she remembered working in the Deng family's fields, harvesting peanuts. The hardest part was using A to dig up the peanuts. At first, Deng Ziming's parents didn't make her do this kind of work. But after about an hour, Zhao Fenglan said, "Shuangping, Jiming's dad is tired. Can you help him for a while?" Could she refuse? She had gone there willingly to work. Refusing might lead to the same result as Gu Yimin. For a moment, she even wondered if it was worth it to be so shameless and cling to the Deng family. But after thinking this, she quickly pushed the idea away. Deng Ziming was worth it. Although her father was the village party secretary, he was still a farmer, working hard in the fields. If there was a bad year or if he wasn't careful with planting, the harvest might be poor and they could have trouble even getting enough to eat. But Deng Ziming was different. His family produced commercial grains, which were more reliable. He also had an uncle working at the County Public Security Bureau. If she married into the Deng family, she might even become a government teacher instead of a private one. Then she would be part of the reliable grain production with steady income. With both her and Deng Ziming earning wages, many people would envy her. So she was determined to marry Deng Ziming, no matter what it took. Gu Fenglian watched her cry, feeling heartbroken. She clenched her teeth and said, "There are two options now." Zhang Shuangping's eyes lit up immediately. "What options?" Although her father was the village secretary, it was her mother who came up with plans behind the scenes when something happened. Gu Fenglian leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhang Shuangping's eyes widened in surprise after hearing. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll choose the first one." She just wanted to see Gu Yimin, that scheming woman, get what she deserved. Actually, she didn't have a deep grudge against Gu Yimin. When she first broke up with Deng Jiming, she was sad for a while, but gradually she forgot about him. But a few days ago, she saw Deng Jiming again at Gu's house. Seeing him willing to do anything for Gu Yimin, even if it meant making himself look bad, made her feel resentful again. Gu Xiqing's family didn't know someone was planning to do something behind their backs. They went about their business. After harvesting the peanuts, they spread them out in a sunny place to dry. It would take several days to dry completely. Wang Yueju was especially concerned about this year's harvest. She and Gu Zhengwo planned to sell the grain to build a house. Gu Xiqing's school was starting in 3 days. She was thinking about whether to continue spying on Deng Jiming for her older sister, who had already broken up with him. If it was just about Deng Jiming, she would have no hesitation. But spying involved another person, the young widow. In this era, a woman being unfaithful had serious consequences, not much lighter than in ancient times. In the 1980s, there was a crime called hooliganism, which did not discriminate by gender. If caught cheating, Deng Jiming's uncle worked at the county police station, and the worst could be a ruined reputation or losing his job. But the young widow's situation was worse. She might be sentenced to prison. After thinking for a while, Gu Xiqing decided not to pursue Deng Jiming for cheating. To save her sister, she could accept catching him in the act, since the young widow wasn't a good person either. But her sister had already broken up with Deng Jiming and wouldn't want to fall into that trap again. If she caught him cheating and caused the young widow to go to jail or face worse consequences, it would be bad. They had no personal grudges. Forget it. It would just give Deng Jiming, that bad troublemaker, an advantage. "I'll go to the field and pick some vegetables," Gu Yimin's voice came. Gu Xiqing stood up and said, "Maybe I can go with you?" Their vegetable plot wasn't far, but it was a bit remote, especially at noon when fewer people were around. Gu Yimin waved her hand. "No need, it's not far." She then carried her basket and left. Their family's vegetable garden has Chinese cabbage, eggplants, and green beans. Gu Yimin carries a basket and walks toward the garden. On the way, many people approach her and ask if she really broke off her engagement with Deng Jiming. She just smiles but doesn't say anything. She knows most of these people are just curious, but some are looking to see her embarrassed. Let them look. Only idle people who are unhappy with their lives enjoy watching others fail, hoping others aren't as happy as they are, to feel superior. The more they watch, the happier she tries to be every day. It makes those who want to see her upset angry. When she reaches the garden, she bends down and picks 3 eggplants and some green beans. Today, she plans to make steamed noodles and a cold eggplant dish for lunch. Suddenly, someone jumps on her from behind, and she hears a mischievous laugh. Beautiful women always smell so nice. Gu Yimin feels momentarily confused, but it's just a brief moment. She quickly starts struggling. Even though she often works on the farm, she's no match for a man. The man drags her toward a small grove nearby. Gu Yimin wants to shout for help, but her mouth is covered, and since it's a busy time for cooking, no one is around in the fields. The small grove is just a few meters away. Soon, she is pulled into it. The man covers her mouth with one hand and turns her to face him with the other. Seeing his face, Gu Yimin's eyes widen in shock. She didn't expect it to be him, Zhao Irai. He once came to her house to ask for her hand, but her father refused immediately because he was lazy and irresponsible. Since then, they've only met a few times, like strangers. She never thought he would have such malicious intentions. I really like you," Zhao Irai says softly and coaxingly. "If you marry me, I promise to work hard and give you a good life." He is tall, with a square face, and not unattractive. He looks serious when he says this. Gu Yimin calms down a bit and looks at Zhao Irai with a pleading expression. "Let me go first," she says. Her mouth is still covered, and her voice is muffled, but Zhao Irai hears her clearly. He says, "Okay, I'll let you go, but you can't run. You should know, no one is around here, and you can't escape." Gu Yimin nods. Zhao Irai hesitates, but finally releases her. He really likes her. If she willingly becomes his wife, it's better than forcing her. Gu Yimin steps back and leans against a tree, taking a few deep breaths. She says, "If you really like me, go to my house and ask for my hand." Zhao Irai smiled. "I mean, do you think I am a fool? If I let you go, will your father forgive me? Just stay with me and be good. Then I will marry you. I promise I will treat you well in the future." Gu Yimin looked down as if she was thinking. Zhao Irai looked around nervously, worried someone might come and ruin his plans. He was thinking that if it didn't work out, he could continue with Yongqiang. Suddenly, Gu Yimin raised her head, and in that moment, he saw the fierce determination in her eyes. Then she kicked him in the lower body. Gu Yimin knew she couldn't fight Zhao Irai. She could only try to lower his guard and then run away when he was unprepared. She thought about kicking him where it would hurt most, then running while he was in pain. But her plan was too simple. As she lifted her foot, Zhao Irai saw her move, dodged to the side, and then pushed her to the ground, covering her mouth tightly. Gu Yimin's desperate cry was only half heard. "I mean, I didn't give you a chance because I wanted to. You forced me." Zhao Irai's eyes turned red, and he hurriedly tore at Gu Yimin's clothes. At that moment, Gu Yimin felt hopeless. She never thought her life would be ruined by someone like him. Tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, she saw out of the corner of her eye a tall man in a green military uniform walking quickly toward her. Her heart started pounding faster, and her eyes lit up. In a few moments, the man, with long strides, hurried over. He grabbed Zhao Irai, who was lying on her, and kicked him hard to the ground. Zhao Irai was thrown over 2 meters away. Ignoring the pain, he ran away. Gu Yimin sat up, trembling as she straightened her torn clothes. The man quickly turned his back to her. She tidied herself up and quietly said, "Thank you. Where are you from?" "I'll take you back," the man said without turning around. Gu Yimin felt a strange sense of relief. She whispered, "I'm from Qianbian Water Village." The man nodded and said, "Let's go." He stood still, and Gu Yimin walked past him toward her home garden. She picked up the basket she had dropped, took a deep breath, and looked ahead. She couldn't let anyone see her distress. If today's events got out, who knew what would happen? She carried the basket in front, with the man about 3 meters behind her, as if they were strangers. Gu Yimin wanted to ask his name and where he was from. Today, he saved her, and she will surely thank him sincerely. But the man didn't seem interested in talking to her, and she didn't know how to ask. After walking for a while, she stopped and looked back to ask when she saw villagers approaching and greeting her. "I mean, picking vegetables?" "Yes, I was picking vegetables." Then she met several more people, and they entered the village. The man was still following far behind. When they were close to home, she looked back and saw that the man was no longer there. Imin felt a little sad, but she understood that the man might be thinking about her reputation. Carrying her basket into the house, she saw Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju, and at that moment, tears started to flow from her eyes. She had been pretending to be fine all the way, but now all her false calm broke down in front of her parents. Fear and sadness overwhelmed her completely. Gu Zhengwo, his wife, and their 3 daughters, Gu Siheng, saw her crying silently and were very surprised. They hurriedly pulled her inside and asked what happened. There was nothing she couldn't say in front of her family, so she choked and told them everything. Gu Zhengwo clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, and tears appeared in Wang Yueju and the 3 sisters' eyes. Gu Siheng remembered that in her past life, her eldest sister married Deng Ziming, who then did many terrible things. Out of helplessness, they had to endure it, and that frustration seemed to fill her whole body again. Wiping her tears, Gu Siheng looked at Gu Zhengwo and asked, "Dad, what do you think we should do?" "Wait until tonight," Gu Zhengwo said. He couldn't bear it, feeling that his own weakness had allowed others to bully his children repeatedly. If he were stronger, who would dare to bully his 4 daughters? But even with anger, revenge would have to wait until night. This must not be spread around. Gu Siheng didn't ask further and sat beside Imin to comfort her. Gu Zhengwo suppressed his anger and then asked Imin, "Did you ask what that person who saved you is called?" He was their family's great benefactor, and they had to thank him properly. Imin shook her head. He was always following behind me from a distance, and I didn't get a chance to ask his name. Gu Zhengwo nodded, realizing that the person who did a good deed didn't want to leave his name. The rest of the afternoon, the Gu family was filled with a heavy, gloomy atmosphere. After dinner, they waited a little longer until after 9 p.m., when almost every household in the village was asleep. Gu Zhengwo grabbed a kitchen knife and was about to go out. Gu Siheng saw this and quickly followed. "Dad, I want to go too. I want to avenge my sister." Gu Zhengwo turned back and saw that his wife and 4 children were all giving him a look that said if he didn't let them go, they wouldn't let him leave. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go together." A family of 6 left the yard. Gu Zhengwo was walking in front with a kitchen knife, while Wang Yueju's 4 daughters followed behind, all looking ready to fight. If people saw them like this during the day, they would definitely stay away. Zhao Arai's house was nearby, about a 10-minute walk away. When they entered the yard, Gu Zhengwo loudly knocked on the door with a lot of force, making the door shake as if it could fall at any moment. "Who's there?" came Zhao Arai's voice from inside. Gu Zhengwo didn't reply and kept knocking hard. Zhao Arai thought it was Gu Zhengwo and was so scared he didn't dare come out. He had planned that if today's plan worked, Gu Zhengwo might beat him, but Gu Yimin also had to marry him. A woman who had been harmed wouldn't be attractive to anyone anymore. But the plan failed, and he didn't know what Gu Zhengwo would do to him. He hesitated, unsure of what to do, when suddenly the door was kicked open forcefully. Gu Zhengwo stormed in, holding a kitchen knife like a weapon. Several women from the Gu family followed, all looking like they wanted to attack him. Zhao Arai stood up, about to say something soft, but before he could, Gu Zhengwo kicked him to the ground. Then he felt a cold sensation in his ear, and Gu Zhengwo's knife was stabbed close to his head. He could even hear the humming sound of the blade. At that moment, he was truly scared. Gu Zhengwo seemed serious about killing him. Uncle Gu, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Gu Zhengwo stepped on his chest with one foot, his voice icy. "Think Gu Zhengwo, am a coward? Think our family is easy to bully? No, Uncle Gu, I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare again." Zhao Arai begged bitterly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the youngest girl of the Gu family, who was about 8 years old, grabbing a stick used for guarding against thieves from the door and walking toward him. She raised her hand and struck his leg. Although she was just a little girl, she was strong. That made him feel like his leg was going to break. As she struck, the women and children of the Gu family each grabbed something to attack him. They all fought fiercely. He even heard the sound of his ribs cracking. He didn't know the women of the Gu family were so fierce. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on Gu Yimin. Stop hitting. I was being forced to do it." Gu Siheng swung a stick. Gu Yimin grabbed an iron shovel. Gu Yihui held a feather duster. Gu Sanjing used a brick, and Wang Yueju carried an iron rod. Zhao Arai only then realized there were so many weapons in his house. The 5 women fiercely attacked Zhao Arai. They hated him so much. If Gu Yimin hadn't been saved today, her life would have been over. If killing someone meant no punishment, they all wanted to beat this scumbag to death. Seeing that they were really going all out, Zhao Arai begged for mercy, saying he was being influenced by others. Gu Zhengwo told them to stop, then asked Zhao Arai, "Who ordered you?" "Gu Fenglian and her daughter Zhang Shuangping came to see me," Zhao Arai said. Now he hated Gu Fenglian and Zhang Shuangping very much. If it weren't for what they said to him, he wouldn't have dared to do such reckless things. Gu Zhengwo and the others were furious, thinking it was that mother and daughter causing trouble behind the scenes. They were so angry their eyes turned red. They felt like they were addicted to bullying. Gu Zhengwo bent down, picked up a kitchen knife, and tapped it against Zhao Arai's face. "I've been in the army and fought in wars. I've taken many lives. If I want you dead without anyone knowing, I have plenty of ways. He spoke very seriously. Zhao Irai immediately peed himself. I won't dare anymore. I won't dare again. Gu Zhengwo stepped back from his chest and strode away. Wang Yueju followed behind with her 4 daughters. At home, Gu Zhengwo told Wang Yueju to borrow a bicycle from Annie San's house because they were going to find Gu Fenglian and Zhang Shuangping. If they didn't vent their anger tonight, their family wouldn't be able to sleep. Gu Siheng and Wang Yueju went to Auntie San's house. Auntie San was already asleep, but her son was messing around inside with the lights on. They borrowed the bicycle and returned home. The family of 6 had 2 bikes, and within minutes, they arrived at Zhang's house. The lights were still on at Zhang's place. They parked their bikes nicely. When the people inside heard the noise, they came out to see what was happening. The door was opened by Zhang Shuzhen, her father. Seeing him, Gu Zhengwo didn't say a word. He just kicked him hard in the stomach. Wang Yueju and her 4 daughters rushed into the house. Zhang Shuangping and Gu Fenglian were sitting on the bed. The 5 of them went over and started hitting them, slapping their faces repeatedly. It all happened so quickly that Zhang Shuangping and Gu Fenglian didn't even realize what was going on. Their faces were already swollen from the dozens of slaps. Gu Fenglian, Zhang Shuangping, I don't need to tell you why we're hitting you. You already know. Wang Yueju's voice trembled with anger. I've never seen such cruel people like you. Even if you die, you'll go to the 18th level of. Gu Fenglian and Zhang Shuangping saw that Gu Yimin was safe and had enough strength to hit them, so they knew Zhao Arai had failed and had even betrayed them. But even so, they exchanged a quick look and then stubbornly pretended they didn't know anything. Why do you think you can hit us? I will call the police. Tomorrow, I will report this at the station. Zhang Shuangping thought that even if Gu Yimin wasn't harmed by Zhao Arai, she didn't want this to get out, so they definitely wouldn't call the police. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Gu's youngest son step forward. Though small, he had an undeniable presence. Fine, go ahead and call the police. Zhao Arai has already admitted that you encouraged him. Do you know what happens if you incite someone to commit violence? Gu Sihong sneered. You probably don't know. Let me tell you. Zhao Arai committed a crime called hooliganism, and we have witnesses. Serious hooliganism can even lead to the death penalty. I'm sure you've heard of that. But encouraging someone to act violently is even worse. If you don't believe me, aren't you planning to marry Deng Jiming? Ask him to ask his uncle if what I say is true. Although he was just a child, his words were firm and convincing, making Gu Fenglian and Zhang Shuangping have no choice but to believe him. Just last year, someone in their town had assaulted a girl and was sentenced to death. Mother and daughter clenched their teeth and said nothing. At this moment, Gu Zhengwo came in dragging Zhang Shuzhen and threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Gu Zhengwo was furious and rough. He hit hard. Zhang Shuzhen probably wouldn't get out of bed for at least 2 months. I've noted today's events, Gu Zhengwo said, glancing at the 3 members of the Zhang family. From now on, don't come near our family again, and don't think you can use those nasty tricks behind our backs. If there's a next time, I will risk my life to make sure you pay. At this moment, Gu Zhengwo showed the fierce aura of a soldier who had fought on the battlefield. The Zhang family members trembled in fear. Did they not know that Gu Zhengwo was a fierce fighter? Before, because of Zhang Chuntao, they had many arguments with Zhang Jiancheng and Wu Danny, but Gu Zhengwo always cleaned up their mess and never confronted them directly. If they had known their family was full of wolves, they wouldn't have dared to oppose them. They valued their lives too much. The Gu family's anger had mostly been vented, and they had issued their threats. Now they turned to leave. Gu Siheng suddenly asked Gu Yimin at the door, Big sister, you probably don't mind Deng Ziming and Zhang Shuangping getting engaged, right? She didn't want a single fight today to scare Zhang Shuangping away, making her afraid to marry Deng Ziming. She was looking forward to watching their conflicts and chaos. Gu Yimin understood her meaning and snorted coldly, saying, Of course I don't mind, but does she really have the ability to marry Deng Ziming? Her last words were full of contempt. Zhang Shuangping clenched her fists tightly, her long nails digging into her flesh. hurting badly, but her face hurt even more. The Gu family members hurriedly came and left quickly. The three from the Zhang family were either lying on the bed or on the ground, not knowing what to say. What could they say? Tough words? They truly dared not confront Gu Zhengwo. It was too frightening. The Gu family rode their bikes home. Gu Zhengwo didn't say anything, just waved his hand to let the four sisters wash up and rest. Gu Sihan climbed into bed and snuggled into Gu Yimin's quilt. She wrapped herself up and said, "I found out that when you're angry, you should vent it right away. I really enjoyed hitting people tonight." She knew her older sister was probably in a bad mood, but she thought it was better to cheer her up with happy thoughts rather than trying to persuade her. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Yimin flicked her forehead and said, "You're just clever." Gu Sihing chuckled. "Big sister, what does the person who saved you look like?" Gu Yimin's heart beat a little faster. "I didn't see clearly." Gu Sihing sighed. "That's a real good person." Gu Erwi smiled and patted her head. "Go to sleep, kid. Why are you worrying about such things?" Gu Sihing just felt that maybe this was truly her big sister's destined fate. But then she thought, what if that person was already married or had someone?
She decided to stop thinking about it.
Gu Zhengwo didn't sleep after washing up. Instead, he sat on a small stool at the end of the bed, smoking silently. He was tall and bent over, his arms resting on his knees, frowning as he smoked, looking frustrated and worn out. After fighting Zhao Arai and the Zhang family, he still didn't feel much better. He was feeling guilty for rushing into the engagement for his eldest daughter, guilty for not fighting harder during these peaceful years. When he retired from the army, if he had used connections or tried harder, he might have gotten a job at a factory or even joined the police station. If that had happened, would Zhao Arai have dared to do such things to his daughter? If he had actively participated when running for village secretary, maybe no one would have dared to hurt his children. He is a party member, has served in the military, and fought on the battlefield. With these qualities, who in the village can compare to him? Being a village secretary is still simple for him. Perhaps the army and battlefield exhausted him too much. After retiring, he wanted to rest properly, but ended up with this result. He feels sorry for his wife and children. Wang Yueji watched him smoke 3 or 4 cigarettes in a row. Unable to watch anymore, she took the half-smoked cigarette from his hand, put it out, and said, "No one wants this to happen to their children, but we are unlucky. What can we do? What's the use of you looking so down?" Gu Zhengwo sighed heavily and was about to go to bed, but Wang Yueji pushed him. "Go rinse your mouth." Gu Zhengwo had no choice but to get up and rinse his mouth. When he returned and lay on the bed, he heard his wife say, "Don't think so much." He looked at the dark night and was silent for a while before saying, "I didn't do well. As a man, I should do my best to make sure my wife and children live good lives, but I haven't." Wang Yueju turned to hold his head against her chest, gently patting his back like comforting a child. "You did very well. All 4 of our children, and I think you're great." These words came from her heart. In the countryside, people often favor boys over girls. She had 4 daughters and no son, but her husband never scolded her about it. He was very kind to the children. Marrying him was the greatest blessing of her life. "Later, I'll go out and look around for some work to earn money," Gu Zhengwo said. He was not someone easily discouraged. Like his youngest brother said, he was only 38 and still had many years to strive. Wang Yueju saw that he was no longer depressed and smiled. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Gu Zhengwo felt warm inside. Having a wife who understands him and 4 caring daughters made him happier than anyone else. Early risers in Zhangjia village saw that Zhang Shugen's son, Zhang Taifeng, was pulling a cart outside the village. The cart was covered with thick blankets, and lying on it was Zhang Shuzhen, badly injured. Strangely, the faces of Gu Fenglian and Zhang Shuangping walking beside the cart were swollen, clearly slapped many times. What happened to the Zhang family? Who beat them?
Why?
Curious villagers approached to ask, but naturally, they didn't get the answers they wanted. Watching the Zhang family leave, the villagers whispered among themselves, Who did they offend? They got beaten so badly. It's not that they offended someone powerful, but someone they shouldn't talk about. Doing too many bad things will eventually bring punishment. The person who said this had some disagreements with the Zhang family, reasons everyone knew. Hearing this, some people agreed. This person is named Zhang Guangtian, a villager from the second team of Zhangjia village. Zhang Shugen's family is also in the second team. A couple of years ago, when land was divided, Zhang Guangtian originally drew a good piece, but Zhang Shugen used his authority to swap his poor land with Zhang Guangtian's good land. After this was discovered, the two families argued loudly. As expected, Zhang Shugen, being the village party secretary, had the upper hand and Zhang Guangtian couldn't win. Because of this, Zhang Shugen's reputation in the village dropped a lot. Did you hear? Zhang Shuangping stole Gu Zhengwo's daughter's fiancé from Shangshui village. Everyone knows that. Didn't she go work at the Deng family's place before they even got engaged? TSK, this family just likes to steal things. Zhang Shuangping didn't know about the villagers' gossip after they left. The family took about an hour to reach the town health clinic. First, they carried Zhang Shugen down to let the doctor examine him. The result was 3 broken ribs. He needed to stay in the hospital for treatment. Zhang Taifeng took money to pay the hospital fee. His wife quietly said beside him, "Who do you think we offended? Why did they hit him so hard?" Zhang Taifeng kept silent while waiting in line. What could he say? He thought the Gu family's attack was relatively light. He didn't want his wife to know about such embarrassing things. After completing the hospital procedures, they helped Zhang Shugen into the ward. Coincidentally, Zhao Erai was also in the same ward. Zhao Erai was beaten by the Gu family yesterday. He saw how tough they were, especially Gu Zhengwo. Thinking of how he looked like he wanted to kill someone, his heart trembled. He didn't dare hate the Gu family, nor could he. He genuinely liked Gu Yimin. But he hated Zhang Shuangping and Gu Fenglian. If they hadn't said those things to him, he wouldn't have thought about forcing Gu Yimin. But the plan failed, and he ended up in the hospital. He was a reckless man. Seeing the Zhang family, he couldn't hold back. Despite the pain, he slapped Zhang Shuangping and kicked Gu Fenglian. If someone hadn't pulled him away, he would have beaten those 2 women to the ground. Listen up. I want you to cover all my medical expenses, or I'll expose everything. I'm single, so I'm not afraid of anything. Zhao Erai, still shouting at the Zhang family while lying on the bed, could only be obeyed. Like he said, he is a single man and not afraid of anything, but they still need to survive. If this matter gets out, even a drop of spit could drown their whole family. The hospital staff saw how intense the conflict was between the 2 families and suggested they stay in separate rooms. Zhao Erai insisted, "I want to stay in the same room with them. I need someone to take care of me when I'm in the hospital." Zhang Taifeng couldn't stand the tension and felt ashamed, so after completing the admission procedures, he took his wife and left. Gu Fenglian and Zhang Shuangping had no choice but to put on a tough face and take care of the 2 patients in the hospital. Zhao Erai was very rude, often teasing and insulting Zhang Shuangping, who could only endure it. Is there no way to stop him? Maybe you should forget about Deng Jiming, Gu Fenglian whispered to Zhang Shuangping while going out to fetch water. She was truly exhausted. But Zhang Shuangping gritted his teeth and said, "We've come this far. How can I forget? Isn't there another way? If this one doesn't work, then we try another." Gu Sihong started school, but the chores at home weren't finished. After harvesting the crops, they still had to plant the next season's crops. The family members went to school or worked, and no one mentioned the issues between the Zhang and Deng families. Only those who don't understand life would focus on whether others are living well. At school, Honor Peng saw her and came over, squinting and smiling, with 2 small dimples on his face that made Gu Sihong want to pinch his cheeks. "Xiao Si, guess what I brought you?"
What?
Gu Sihong took out a book from her bag, thinking about whether to skip a grade next year. School was really hard for her. "I brought this for you." Honor Peng reached out his chubby hand, revealing a white rabbit milk candy in his palm. Gu Sihong didn't take it. "Where did you get it?" The Han family situation was similar to theirs. Life was okay, but not very rich. In the 1980s, white rabbit candies might have been common in the city, but for rural children, They were quite fancy. My aunt's husband gave it to me. Honor Pang pushed the candy into Gu Sihong's hand. She looked at his eager eyes, then used her penknife to cut the candy in half, giving one piece to each of them. Honor Pang unwrapped his half and put it in his mouth, looking very happy. Gu Sihong also smiled and ate her half, but she was thinking whether she should spend her 3 Mao savings on some snacks to share with Honor Pang.
Sigh.
Giving children treats made her feel a bit guilty. How did your aunt's husband get such candy for you? If I remember correctly, Honor Pang's uncle is also a farmer and a bit stingy. Bringing plain malt candies to relatives is acceptable, but white rabbit milk candies don't really fit his personality. My uncle is driving for someone, Honor Pang casually said, making Gu Sihong's eyes light up. Driving for someone? Is he doing transportation work? It's understandable, she was so excited. To understand Comrade Gu Jiangwo's business, relying on her 8-year-old self alone wouldn't be enough. She needed reliable outside information to motivate him. If Honor Pang's uncle is in transportation, he must have more real information, not just the empty propaganda from newspapers and radio. Talking to him might really help. She calmed her excitement and asked Honor Pang, "Where does your uncle go driving?" Honor Pang shook his head. I only heard him say he was driving. When he saw the white rabbit milk candy, his attention was all on it, and he didn't notice anything else. Gu Sihong felt a bit disappointed, but she knew that 8 or 9-year-old children don't understand adult matters normally. She told Honor Pang, "I have 3 Mao cents. After school we can go buy something to eat." Honor Pang's eyes lit up. Okay. After school, Gu Sihong spent 2 Mao to buy 10 malt candies. Each of them got 5, and happily, they waited on the street for Han Jingping to come home. Waiting for Han Jingping was Gu Sihong's idea. She wanted to know if their uncle was in transportation. Honor Pang didn't know, but Han Jingping probably did. They waited for a while, and soon Han Jingping arrived. Gu Sihong sat in the front, Honor Pang in the back, and Han Jingping took them home. "Brother Jingping, is your uncle driving for someone now?" Gu Sihong asked. Han Jingping nodded. "Did her Pang tell you?" Gu Sihong looked back at his fair face, thinking he was really good-looking, and couldn't help but feel a bit sad about his early death in a past life. Such an outstanding young boy, if he grew up smoothly, would surely be a remarkable person. Her thoughts were a jumble, but she said aloud, "Is your uncle doing transportation work?" Han Jingping, riding the bike, looked down at her and gave her a quick glance. Her fluffy hair was tousled by the wind, making him want to touch it again. He did, and it was soft and comfortable to the touch. "Do you also know he's in transportation and you only heard it from the radio?" "Yes, I heard it from the radio." Gu Sihong didn't mind any more that he kept touching her hair. She thought, well, as long as he touched, it didn't matter. Touching wouldn't make her bald anyway. Later, Honor Pang listened to her and looked ahead, saying, "I haven't heard about that. I often listen to the radio and small loudspeakers." "Not small loudspeakers," Gu Sicheng replied, then asked Han Jingping about his uncle. "He's in transportation." "Why do you ask?" Han Jingping responded with a question. "I just think it's fun to go far away," Gu Sicheng casually said, gradually using more childlike thinking. Han Jingping looked at her again, smiled, and continued riding forward. When they reached Gu's house, he dropped Gu Sicheng at the door and left. Gu Sicheng thought about how to casually mention Han Jingping's uncle to Comrade Gu Jiangwo. It shouldn't seem too deliberate, just a natural mention. While eating, she casually talked about Honor Pang giving her white rabbit candies, which led to mentioning Honor Pang's uncle and his current work in transportation. Gu Jiangwo had been thinking about finding work himself, so he remembered what his little daughter said. After dinner, he rode his bike to Honor Pang's house to find Han Dai. They'd been good friends for many years, and even after retiring, they stayed close. Gu Jiangwo spoke directly, without beating around the bush. "I heard Wu Anbong is now transporting goods for others." Wu Anbong was Honor Pang's uncle. Han Dai handed him a cigarette, and they sat in Han's living room, smoking and chatting. It turned out that Wu Anbong had saved a professor who was wrongly imprisoned a few years ago. Later, the professor was exonerated and returned to the city. Grateful, Once he was stable, he helped Wu Anbong find a job at a transportation company in the city. Wu Anbong was smart and good at networking. He saw that the most profitable part of the transportation company was truck drivers, so he built a good relationship with one and learned to drive gradually. At first, he only ran short trips within the province, but once experienced, he started long-distance routes. Gu Jiangwo listened to Wu Anbong's story and felt that he had been living aimlessly in recent years. He lowered his head and smoked, saying, "Day, the policies have changed. I think maybe we should go out and see for ourselves. Life is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind." When they were soldiers, many saw them as honorable. The army also provided allowances, so their lives were tight, but better than many others. But after retiring, they quietly became farmers, making little progress. Clearly, many people had already surpassed them. If things continued like this, who knew what they might become in the future? Han Dae leaned back in the big armchair, smoking a cigarette and thinking about how proud Wu Anbong looked when he saw him. It made him feel a bit uncomfortable. People say women and children like to compare themselves, but men do too. Men often compare their wives, children, and careers. Han Dae and Wu Anbong are brothers-in-law. They marry daughters from the same family. They often compare each other, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. In the past, Han Dae was in the army, earning honors and allowances, so Wu Anbong naturally couldn't compare. But now, Han Dae is a farmer, while Wu Anbong has become a truck driver, someone admired for his experience. Han Dae doesn't feel jealous, but he still feels a little uneasy inside. "Do you have any ideas?" Han Dae asked Gu Jiangwo. They've been friends for many years and know each other well. When Gu Jiangwo asked about Wu Anbong, Han Dae understood that Gu Jiangwo no longer wanted to stay the same. Gu Jiangwo lit another cigarette for himself. Find a good time to talk to Wu Anbong. After planting the crops, go out and take a look. He wasn't sure what else to do right now. Han Dae shared the same idea. They are both straightforward people. Once things were decided, they planned to visit Wu Anbong the next day, especially since Wu Anbong was still at home and hadn't gone to the city. Gu Sixing knew that after Gu Jiangwo went to Han's house, she felt a little excited inside. Maybe their family was about to change soon. "Little Fourth, what good news do you have? Why are you so happy?" Gu Erwi asked as she saw Gu Sixing washing her feet and couldn't help but smile. Gu Sixing didn't answer her but asked, "Second sister, what kind of life do you want in the future?" Gu Erwi was surprised by her question. Of course, she had dreamed about her future life. But she was a practical person. Her ideal life was to find an honest and capable man to marry, and for their family to live happily together. But every time she thought about this life, she felt a bit reluctant. She couldn't quite explain what she was reluctant about. "What are you always thinking about in your little head?" Gu Erwi gently patted Gu Sixing's head and then went to bed. Gu Yimin was sitting at the head of the bed knitting a sweater, while Gu Sanjing was lying in bed reading a comic book. Gu Sixing finished washing her feet, got into bed, and looked at Gu Erwi. "Second sister, I think you'll definitely make a lot of money in the future." Gu Erwi was so happy she burst out laughing. "You really believe in me?" Of course. Gu Sixing turned to Gu Yimin, who was knitting, and said, "Big sister will also have a good life." Gu Yimin paused her knitting and smiled. "Then I'll take your good wishes." "What about me? What about me?" Gu Sanjing sat up from her bed and asked Gu Siheng. "You can eat whatever you want in the future," she said. "When we have money, we can eat whatever we like." Talking about tasty food, Gu Sanjing salivated and said, "I hope that day comes soon." Her words made Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui smile. Gu Yimin put down her sweater, looked at her three sisters who had fallen asleep, and reached out to turn off the light. The room suddenly went dark. Gu Siheng thought that maybe soon, their family would experience a big change. Gu Yihui looked at the dark night and remembered Gu Siheng's words, smiling quietly. Earning a lot of money. Who wouldn't want that? But how to do it? She felt a strong desire inside to move forward, but she didn't know how. Gu Yimin closed her eyes and saw that tall figure again. She had been thinking of him every day these past few days. If he was part of her future, things might be very good. Gu Sanjing closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. In her dream, delicious food surrounded her, making her feel so happy she almost wanted to fly. As long as she had a dream, change might already be beginning. The next morning at breakfast, Gu Siheng secretly watched Gu Zhangwo's expression but couldn't tell anything. Still, she didn't get discouraged. If it didn't work this time, she would try again next time. After breakfast, Gu Zhangwo rode his bike to meet Han Dei, and they went together to find Wu Onbong. When they arrived, Wu's family was eating. Wu Onbong finished his meal calmly, then led the two into the main hall. Sitting down, he crossed his legs, stretched out, and signaled Han Dei to pass him a cigarette. Gu Zhangwo looked at Han Dei and said, "Your brother-in-law is getting a bit careless." Han Dei smiled, took a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket, tore it open, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Wu Onbong. He lit it for him, then placed the whole pack on the table nearby. Wu Onbong seemed pleased with Han Dei's thoughtfulness. He took a puff and said, "We're relatives. Just tell me directly if there's anything." Han Dei smiled and said, "Aren't you running transportation to the south? We want to know about the situation there." The south. It's 100 times better than here, 1,000 times more opportunities to make money. I tell you, once you go there, bring back some goods, and you'll definitely earn money. Half an hour later, Gu Zhangwo and Han Dei left Wu's house. As they exited the village, Gu Zhangwo said, "Your brother-in-law isn't being honest." Wu Onbong's words probably had a lot of falsehood, talking about how the South is full of money-making opportunities and that just bringing back goods will earn money. He's fooling fools. Even if he hadn't done business before, he knew that going to the South to buy goods in unfamiliar territory wouldn't be easy. What goods should we sell? Where should we get them? Will we get scammed? Han Dei sneered, thinking you're so clever. Some people are like that, believing they're very smart and trying to show off a little in front of others. Everyone can see through their tricks clearly. After Wu Onbong's wife saw Gu Zhangwo and the others leave, she quietly asked him, "Didn't you say that old Wang, who drove with you, lost money bringing goods from the south? Why are you encouraging your brother-in-law and others to go south and do business?" Wu Onbong shot her a sidelong glance. "Aren't there still many ways to make money? Does bringing goods from the south always make money? Of course not." A few months ago, old Wang brought a batch of coconuts from the south, thinking he could make a big profit. But when he arrived here, all the coconuts went bad. But he didn't want to tell Han Dei and the others about this. Years ago, he was always worse than Han Dei, but now he's finally better. That feeling of winning makes him want to keep it going. Gu Zhangwo returned home. Wang Yueju was chopping pigweed, Emin was knitting a sweater, and Erwi was doing laundry. He walked over, took the knife from his wife, sat down, and continued her work. How did it go? Since Gu Zhangwo went to Han's last night, Wang Yueju hasn't been at peace. No one doesn't want to improve, but she feels confused about the uncertain future. Gu Zhangwo told her about his meeting with Wu Onbong and then said, "I think he's not telling the truth. But I discussed with Lao Han, we'll wait until the crops are planted, then go to the provincial city to look around. After that, we'll take a trip south to see if there's a chance." Seeing is believing. This was his and Han Dei's plan. Rumors are not as reliable as seeing for oneself. After hearing Gu Zhangwo's words, Wang Yueju's uneasy heart calmed down. She completely trusted her husband's careful and thoughtful decisions. Gu Emin and Gu Erwi were working on their tasks, listening with one ear to their parents' conversation. When they heard about going south, doing business, and seeing the southern market, their eyes sparkled with hope. During dinner, Gu Sicheng learned that Gu Zhangwo agreed to go south. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she looked at Gu Zhangwo with bright, eager eyes. "Dad, what kind of goods do you think will sell well from the south?" Gu Zhangwo smiled at his little daughter. "What do you think will sell well?" She had already thought about this last night and answered directly, "Down jackets." Although down jackets are a bit expensive, they are fashionable and practical for consumers now. They are not flashy but functional, making them a relatively safe business choice. In the 1980s, if making money just required being brave, Gu Siheng wouldn't believe it. Doing business always depends on whether the products suit the market. Blindly buying stock would still lead to losses, even in the 1980s. Do you think no one would buy down jackets because they are expensive? You're wrong. In any era, there are groups of people who spend beyond normal limits. Luxury goods always exist. Gu Siheng thought of down jackets because in her past life, a friend's family owned a down jacket factory and they were among the first in the market to process down jackets. It seems this idea started from that time. However, Gu Jiangwo and others had never heard of down jackets. Gu Siheng had to use newspapers as a shield and explain what down jackets are. She even said, "I think this thing looks stylish and keeps warm, so surely someone will buy it." Gu Jiangwo listened to her and gently patted her head. "My little C is so clever," he said. But her recent behavior was more than just clever, it was extraordinary intelligence. Although he thought this, Gu Jiangwo didn't consider that his daughter was reborn. Such a shocking thing was beyond most people's understanding. Even if he believed his daughter was incredibly smart, he wouldn't just let her go to the other family and buy down jackets to sell. Even if she was a child, or even an adult told him this, he would carefully consider the situation before deciding. Gu Siheng understood this principle, so she didn't push further. As long as her father decided to do business, that was enough. It didn't matter what the first deal was or even if he just accompanied her. What mattered was that he started. A fundamental change in a person actually comes from a change in thinking. For example, if you've always been a farmer, your main concern is how to grow good crops and sell grain at a good price. But one day, if you decide not to farm and want to do business, your mindset must change. You should think about what sells well and how to sell it. It's impossible for a farmer who has been doing this for years to suddenly think like a businessman. So Gu Siheng knew she couldn't rush. She had to take it slow. Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui listened to their conversation while eating, smiling happily. They felt their family was becoming more lively. After dinner, Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui washed the dishes together in the kitchen. Gu Yihui quietly asked Gu Yimin, "Do you think Dad can really succeed in buying stock from the other family and sell it?" Gu Yimin, washing dishes, smiled gently and said, "We'll see if it works or not." "Yes, we'll see." Gu Erwi smiled and picked up the clean dishes washed by Gu Yimin, wiped them with a cloth, and placed them in the cabinet. Gu Sanjing worked on her homework for a while and then looked at Gu Siheng. "Little Four, what do you think the South is like? Are there lots of delicious foods?" Gu Siheng turned to look at Gu Sanjing. In her past life, her later years were full of a curvy figure, which was because she loved to eat. Of course, there are tasty foods, but becoming very fat would look terrible, Gu Siheng said. Gu Sanjing only heard the first half of her sentence. The second half was automatically filtered out. She grinned and said, "Dad went to the South. He'll definitely bring back some good food." Gu Siheng. "All right, talking about body shape with kids is impossible. To plant wheat, you first need to turn the soil, then plant the seeds. Turning the soil is hard work. One person pulls the plow in front, another supports it from behind. The plow's blade must cut at least 20 centimeters into the ground, which is very heavy work. Planting the wheat seeds is similar. One person pulls the seed drill, and another supports it from behind. After finishing these tasks, even the strong Gu Jiangwo lay in bed for the whole morning, and Wang Yueju was also quite tired. Seeing their parents so exhausted, the four sisters decided to handle all the chores at home. Gu Jiangwo and his wife washed their feet with the help of their four children. Watching the four children busy around them, Wang Yueju felt it was all worth it, no matter how tired she was. Gu Jiangwo even felt a bit proud. He wanted to work hard for such good children. The family was warm and lively. Meanwhile, across the street, Zhang Chuntao and Zhang Jiancheng argued again. They overheard part of the conversation. Apparently, Zhang Chuntao asked Gu Jiancheng to help with chores at her mother's house, but Gu Jiancheng refused. Although the second household was their closest relatives over the years, due to Wu Danny's favoritism and Zhang Chuantao's occasional troublemaking, their relationship was worse than that of ordinary neighbors. As long as there was no bloodshed or harm to Wu Danny, Gu Jiangwo didn't interfere. So, no matter how fierce their arguments were, they didn't affect their side. Zhang Chuntao argued with Gu Jiancheng, constantly glancing toward the main household. Seeing no one coming out to look, she became even angrier. Why should Gu Jianqing go help at her mother's house? It was because her eldest brother, Zhang Shuzhen, had broken several ribs and was still in bed, unable to move. As for who had beaten him, the Zhang family didn't hide it from her, so her hatred for the main household grew even more. Of course, she wouldn't think about why Gu Jiangwo and others were fighting the Zhang family. As long as there was a conflict, she believed it was definitely someone else's fault. She wanted to rush to the main house and make them pay for medical expenses and have them do all the work for the Zhang family. But Zhang Xuanping and Gu Fenglian told her that this matter must never be known to anyone, not even the Deng family, who would marry a daughter-in-law with a wicked heart. Of course, they didn't think it was a malicious act to encourage Zhao Erai to force Gu Yimin. The Zhang family has sons and daughters. Why should I work myself to exhaustion for them? Since Zhang Xuanping can go work at the Deng family, it means they can finish their own work. Gu Jiangwo was not a very hardworking person. Recently, he had been plowing fields and planting crops, and he was so tired he felt like shedding layers of skin. Finally, he finished his work and could rest. Now, the Zhang family wanted him to work even harder. Did they think he was a fool? My brother is lying in bed and can't move. You know that, so what's wrong with helping out for a couple of days? Zhang Chuntao said confidently. Xuanping is about to get engaged to Deng Zhiming. Once engaged, we will be relatives, and they will definitely help us in the future. Deng Zhiming's uncle works at the county police station. Gu Jianqing sneered. They're about to get engaged? It's not settled yet. And when Deng Zhiming was engaged to Yimin, I was his close uncle, but I didn't see Deng Zhiming respect me much. Is it the same? Zhang Chuntao asked. No, it's not, Gu Jianqing said with a mocking smile. Deng Zhiming was begging to marry Yimin. Now, Xuanping is begging to marry Deng Zhiming. It's not even official yet. In Gu Jianqing's mind, Gu Yimin was naturally closer to Zhang Xuanping. Zhang Chuntao was so angry she was trembling. She pointed at Gu Jianqing and said, Fine, you won't go? Then don't expect my eldest brother to help you in the future. Gu Jianqing wasn't afraid of this threat at all. What could Zhang Shuzhen do to help him? Zhang Chuntao had no choice but to ask Gu Xueqiang to help plant the fields for the Zhang family. The family was really short of workers. Zhang Shuzhen couldn't get out of bed after being beaten. Zhang Xuanping was called away to work for the Deng family, and now the Zhang daughter-in-law was pregnant again. Only Zhang Taifeng and Gu Fenglian were left at home. The whole family had nearly 10 acres of land. Once they finished, they probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed. This year, the Deng family was much easier. In previous years, Deng Erju and Zhao Fenglian did all the work, but this year, they had an extra person, Zhang Xuanping. And since Zhang Xuanping was not their biological child, they didn't feel guilty about using him. Just like pulling plows and doing heavy work in the front, most families wouldn't let women do such tasks. However, Zhang Xuanping pulled the Deng family's plow for 2 days and was so exhausted she collapsed onto the bed and couldn't get up. But her way of collapsing was quite clever. She fell onto Deng Zhiming's bed. As a result, she farmed during the day and was farmed by Deng Zhiming at night. Strangely, when Zhang Xuanping got up the next day, although she was tearful, she didn't seem very tired. She even put on a brave face and acted as if she couldn't face life in front of Deng Erju and Zhao Fenglan. Since things had already reached this point, Deng Zhiming had to quickly settle the marriage with Zhang Xuanping, even if he didn't want to. The two families moved quickly. Within a few days, Zhang Chuntao went to Gu Sihong's house to show off. The Deng family hired a matchmaker to propose marriage to Xuanping. Zhiming also went. They look so good together, it's a perfect match. She looked proud, as if Zhang Xuanping had married into the palace as a noble lady. That's really good news, Wang Yueju said after hearing Zhang Chuantao's bragging. When Yimin broke off her engagement with Deng Zhiming before, he threatened to commit suicide with a knife.
We were so scared.
Now he's engaged again, and we feel relieved. After saying that, she casually asked, how much was the engagement gift? Zhang Chuantao's excited face twisted a bit after Wang Yueju's words. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't find the words. She finally said, "Nowadays, giving a lot of bride price isn't popular anymore." Wang Yueju simply responded with an "oh," without saying anything more. Zhang Chuntao couldn't boast anymore and had to leave feeling disappointed. Initially, Deng Ziming's engagement gift to Gu Yimin was 66 yuan, symbolizing good luck. 66 yuan wasn't a lot compared to others, but it was definitely not small. This time, Deng Ziming and Zhang Xuanping's engagement gift was only 30 yuan, less than half of 66. Zhang family members were naturally unhappy, but what could they do? The land had already been cultivated. After Zhang Chuntao left, Wang Yueju patted Gu Yimin's hand and said, "They won't have a good life." Gu Yimin smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry.
I'm fine.
Whether they have a good life or not has nothing to do with me." His words were sincere. He had never had feelings for Deng Ziming, and now he felt even less. "Dad, are you leaving for the provincial city tomorrow morning?" Gu Yimin changed the subject. Wang Yueju nodded. "Get up early tomorrow morning, cook a few eggs for your dad, and make some pancakes for him to take on the road." Gu Yimin nodded in agreement. The next day, before dawn, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi got up. Gu Siheng, still sleepy, opened her eyes and struggled to get up too. Dad was going to the provincial city to check out the market. This was a key step for change, and she could miss it. "Why are you getting up?" "Just go back to sleep," Gu Yimin said, noticing her eyes hadn't even opened. She tried to sit her back down but heard her say, "This is an important moment. I have to see Dad off." "All right, then get up," Gu Yimin said, not insisting further, and she left with Gu Erwi. Gu Siheng dressed quickly, looked at her sleeping little sister Gu Sanjing, and decided to wake her up. The four little sisters wanted to send Dad off, and she thought it would give him more strength. They went into the kitchen, which was busy and lively. The second sister was cooking, the eldest was making pancakes, and Mom was standing at the stove flipping pancakes with a spatula. Gu Siheng looked around the yard and saw Dad wiping the big bicycle. She walked over and squatted beside him. "Dad, be careful on the road." In the 1980s and 1990s, society was still quite chaotic, with many reports of robberies. Gu Zhengwo felt warm inside. He patted his daughter's head with a big hand. "I know." The family had an early breakfast. Wang Yueju wrapped the pancakes and eggs Dad brought in layers of cloth and placed them in a black cloth bag. Gu Zhengwo hung the bag on his bicycle handlebar, waved to his wife and daughter, then rode off. His heart felt warm, but also a little heavy. This time, he was leaving with the hopes of his whole family. After meeting Han Dei, they rode together to the town. Once there, they took a bus to the county seat. In the county, they bought train tickets to the provincial city and waited in the station with some dried food. After a while, a group of police officers entered the waiting room, walking around and holding a meeting, seemingly working on a case. "Is that Deng Dezhu?" Han Dei whispered to Gu Zhengwo, watching the police. Gu Zhengwo glanced over and nodded. Deng Dezhu was Deng Ziming's older brother, who worked at the county police station. He had met him twice and recognized him. What's the story with Yimin and Deng Ziming's engagement? He had heard about their breakup, but didn't understand why such a good match was called off. To him, Deng Ziming was a very good person to marry. Gu Zhengwo didn't want to talk much about the Deng family and just responded vaguely. But at that moment, Deng Dezhu approached them. "Brother Zhengwo, it really is you." Deng Dezhu greeted him warmly, and Gu Zhengwo could only stand up and exchange greetings. Deng Dezhu is in his 40s or 50s, of average height, with dark skin. He looks like someone who would be hard to spot in a crowd. It seems he doesn't know about Deng Ziming and Gu Yimin breaking off their engagement. He talks to Gu Zhengwo very enthusiastically. "Brother Zhengwo, where are you headed?" "To the provincial city." Gu Zhengwo was somewhat cautious around Deng Dezhu. Although they didn't know each other well, Deng Dezhu's smooth talk and overly friendly attitude made it clear he wasn't as easy to get along with as he appeared. Gu Yimin and Deng Ziming had broken off their engagement some time ago, and Deng Dezhu definitely knew. The breakup was quite messy, yet now Deng Dezhu was so friendly, Gu Zhengwo couldn't help but be on alert. "To the provincial city?" Deng Dezhu grinned and asked, "What are you going there for?" Business? Gu Zhengwo smiled slightly. Just some matters. Deng Dezhu wasn't satisfied with his vague answer and wanted to ask more, but someone called him from the other side. He could only smile and say to Gu Zhengwo, "Brother Zhengwo, I have to go now. If you need anything, come to the police station. We're not strangers." Gu Zhengwo politely nodded and watched Deng Dezhu walk away. He relaxed his expression and frowned unconsciously. Does he not know that your families have already broken off the engagement? Han Dei asked Gu Zhengwo. I'm not sure if he knows, Gu Zhengwo replied. If he has any schemes, I'll be ready.
Han Dei snorted.
I really dislike people like that. If they have something to say, just say it. Don't pretend to be nice on the surface, and do something different behind your back. Do they think everyone is stupid? Gu Zhengwo sneered coldly. He probably just thinks I'm stupid. Because his families Yimin and Jiming had broken off their engagement, many villagers said he was foolish. He didn't care. Those who called him foolish were usually people who used their daughters for profit. Meanwhile, Deng Dezhu was talking to someone from the police station, occasionally glancing at Gu Zhengwo. Did he know about Deng Ziming and Gu Yimin breaking off their engagement?
Of course he did.
He even knew about Deng Ziming's suicide after the breakup. Knowing this made him angrier and more resentful toward the Gu family. He didn't care who Deng Ziming married, but he cared about Deng's family's reputation. Regarding the breakup, the Gu family clearly didn't respect the Deng family, and they didn't consider his feelings either. This made him very unhappy. Although he was just an ordinary police officer with a modest position and not very capable, he was still involved in the matter. However, he was a well-known figure in Shanshui town and couldn't tolerate someone like Gu Zhengwo, a minor figure, damaging his reputation. Gu Zhengwo didn't pay much attention to Deng Dezhu. When faced with problems, he was always cautious, which wasn't his style. At the ticket check, both he and Han Dei had standing tickets. They leaned against the train carriage, chatting while watching the crowded inside. Most people in the carriage wore similar clothes, Zhongshan suits. But there were a few outliers, 4 or 5 young men in their early 20s. They wore jackets and blue trousers made of unfamiliar fabric, with strange, bell-shaped shapes. Gu Zhengwo couldn't judge their clothes easily. If they looked good, they definitely didn't fit his taste. But if they looked bad, they didn't. He could only think society had really changed. A few years ago, such outfits would have been called strange, and might have even led to them being taken away for education. By the time they reached Li State in the provincial city, it was already past 3 p.m. They checked into a hotel. The hotel had rooms for 4 people and larger ones for 20 plus. The 4-person room cost 5 yuan per night. The larger one was 3 yuan. Naturally, they chose the cheaper 3 yuan room. After settling in, they rested briefly before exploring Li City. They visited the supply and marketing cooperative, the train station, the bus station, and major factories. They didn't know what exactly to investigate. They just wandered aimlessly. They spent the whole afternoon walking around and only returned to the hotel after 9 at night. The room was already crowded with many people, some playing cards loudly, making noise. The entire room was filled with their voices. They washed some water and took out dry food to eat. A day had passed, and the pancake had become as hard as stone. They ate it with water, making it a bit softer. Big brothers, a young man in his 20s sitting on the bed next to Gu Zhengwo, approached and spoke to them. Are you here on business? The young man wore glasses, looked refined, and gave a good first impression, though his accent suggested he wasn't from the province. Gu Zhengwo put down his pancake and replied, Just here on some business. What about you? The young man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I'm a reporter from the newspaper, here to do an interview. Gu Zhengwo was surprised to see someone so cultured. He thought reporters met many people and knew a lot, so he casually took out a boiled egg and offered it to him. Egg from our own chickens. The young man initially wanted to refuse, but saw his sincere expression and accepted. Big brother, where are you from? Gu Zhengwo tidied up the leftover pancake, took off his shoes, and got into bed. When he turned his head, he saw the young man had a puffy, strange-looking coat covering him, a style he had never seen before. Because his daughter had told him several times about selling clothes, Gu Zhengwo paid more attention to clothing. So, he looked at the strange coat for a while. The young man saw him staring at the coat and smiled, saying, "Big brother, do you think my coat looks strange?" Gu Zhengwo nodded.
I've never seen a coat like that.
Han Dei also came over to look at the young man's coat. The young man handed it over for them to see. "It's from my hometown in the Northeast. It gets very cold there. I often go out for interviews, so I saved up and bought this warm coat." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei reached out to feel the coat. It was soft and stretchy. Han Dei said, "It's definitely not filled with cotton." "Of course not. It's filled with duck down, duck feathers," the young man replied. Gu Zhengwo's eyes lit up when he heard that. Isn't this the down jacket his little sister mentioned? He felt a little excited but asked casually, "How much did it cost?" The young man, hearing this, patted his chest painfully. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei both widened their eyes, thinking, could it really be that expensive? Gu Zhengwo carefully confirmed, 50? 500 was impossible. 55. The young man took the coat back from their hands. "It's not something you can buy just like that. I asked a friend to bring it from the south." Even though Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei tried to stay calm, they both took a deep breath. 55 yuan. What does that even mean? It was nearly 2 months' salary for an ordinary worker. For farmers like them, who work the land, they could only save about 200 yuan a year. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei were not inexperienced people. They had seen a lot during their military service. But even in the army, no high-ranking officer's family could spend nearly 2 months' worth of allowance to buy a coat. They looked again at the young man's puffy coat and couldn't help but think to themselves that if it were them, they would never buy such an expensive piece of clothing. At this moment, Gu Zhengwo also gave up on the idea of selling down jackets. They were too expensive. How many people would be willing to spend that much like this young man? The three of them chatted for a while longer before going to sleep. Gu Zhengwo couldn't sleep. This afternoon, he had been wandering around Lizhou and noticed that society was really different from before. Many small vendors appeared at the train station, selling tea, eggs, water, and even clothes and shoes. There were also private small restaurants on the street and many snack vendors outside the cinema. On the street, there were many young people dressed like those seen on the train, wearing baggy pants called bell-bottoms, which are very popular now. Next to him, the journalist on the neighboring bed was wearing a shirt that cost over 50 yuan. All of this made him feel like a frog in a well. He thought the South must be more prosperous. At that moment, he became more determined to go south. Han Dei couldn't sleep either. Like Gu Zhengwo, he was thinking about the day's experiences, feeling a strong urge to break free. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei stayed awake most of the night, reminiscing about the past, observing the present, and dreaming of the future. The next morning, they got up early, washed up, and ate a few bites of flatbread with hot water. After eating 2 eggs, they went out again. Eating breakfast outside only cost a few cents, but even that small amount was worth saving for them. A grown man can endure hardships. Their fear wasn't about suffering, but about not being able to give their families a better life even if they endured hardships. They wandered around various parts of Lizhou City and then bought tickets to go home. Sitting on the train, Han Dei sighed and said to Gu Zhengwo, "Only after coming out do I realize how ignorant I was before and how hard others are working." Gu Zhengwo also sighed. When they were in the army, they were taught to work hard for the country and the people. After retiring, they knew they had to keep fighting for their families. But if their efforts are misguided, it's the same as not fighting at all. "Kids should go to school," Gu Zhengwo said. "Look at that reporter. He graduated from college and works at a newspaper. He doesn't have to do physical labor and still has a decent job." Thinking about his own Emin and Erwi, even though he didn't want them to do heavy work, they still had to go to the fields and face the sun and wind. People are equal, and comparing himself to them made him feel like a failing father. "After we get back, we should prepare to go south." Gu Zhengwo clenched his fist. "We should take a trip to the south and try to sell some goods." He made up his mind. He couldn't be the same as before. With the country reforming and developing, He couldn't fall behind or let his wife and children fall behind with him. Okay, let's get ready to go back. Han Dae also made up his mind. At this strong and youthful age, if he didn't fight for a better future, he would be letting himself, his wife, and his children down. When the train arrived at the county town in the evening, the two of them spent the night at the station. The next morning, they took a bus home. Gu Jiangwo arrived home in the afternoon, just in time for Sunday. Gu Sihong and Gu Sanjing were also there. Seeing him tired, Wang Yueju and her 4 daughters hurried to boil water for him to wash, then prepared food for him. After a hot shower and eating 2 bowls of steaming noodles, Gu Jiangwo felt happier than ever. He took out candies and apples he bought in Liz Ho from his bag. Share these among yourselves. Usually, if there was something delicious, not only Gu Sanjing but also Gu Yimin and Gu Hui would be happy. But now, Sanjing only looked at the food and eagerly waited for him to tell about his trip. Gu Jiangwo had to recount his trip, and Wang Yueju and her sisters listened carefully. When they heard about the young reporter, who spent 55 yuan to buy a bread jacket, they all took a breath. Wang Yueju said, "That's for young people to eat their fill, and their whole family won't be hungry." If a family with children tried it, they probably wouldn't want to part with it. Gu Jiangwo agreed. "My day and I thought about going south in a few days, but that bread jacket probably won't be sold again."
No one would buy it.
Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin also thought he was right, but Gu Erwi said the reporter might buy it, and there are probably others like him. Gu Sihong couldn't help but give her older sister a thumbs up. She really had business sense. "I agree with second sister," Gu Sihong said. "For example, our parents all work in offices and my older and second older sisters have steady jobs. Do you think they could spend 2 months' salary on a piece of clothing?" Gu Jiangwo was silent. If that were the case, the family would be very well off. The children earning their own money and spending 2 months' salary on clothes might hurt a little, but he probably wouldn't strongly oppose it. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Gu Sihong added, "In the provincial capital, there are probably many families like that." "That's probably true," Gu Hui said with a hint of envy. Her family all had official jobs and bought goods with grain coupons. That kind of life seemed almost like living in heaven to her. Gu Jiangwo couldn't help but reflect again on how clever his youngest daughter was. An 8-year-old seeing problems more deeply than he did. Could it really be because she read more books? So what do you all think? If I go south and encounter someone selling bread jackets, should I buy one or not? From Sanjing's analysis earlier, he realized it was better for everyone to discuss it together. 3 ordinary people are not as good as Zhuge Liang. Gu Siqing did not speak, but looked at Gu Erwi. She couldn't show too much since she was only 8 years old. She looked at Gu Erwi, which made others also look at her, putting pressure on Gu Erwi. Still, she thought for a moment and said, "I think it depends on how much it costs. If it's not much, then it's not necessary." Gu Jiangwo nodded. "That's true. Just a few months until the new year. I think clothes should sell well," Gu Yimin said. "Maybe buy some fabric," Wang Yueju added. Rich people buy ready-made clothes for the new year, but ordinary families buy fabric and make their own. The supply and marketing cooperative's fabric requires fabric tickets. If we buy fabric without tickets, many people might buy it. The family sat together and discussed for a long time. Gu Jiangwo roughly decided what goods to buy from the south. After the discussion, the 4 sisters took apples to wash. Wang Yueju took out 2 apples and some candy for Gu Siqing. "Take this to your grandma." Even if the old lady was not very nice to them, she was still Gu Jiangwo's mother. Wang Yueju wouldn't do anything that would cause trouble or gossip. Wang Yueju put the apples and candy into a cloth bag and handed it to Gu Siqing, telling her to deliver it to Wu Danny. Gu Siqing carried the bag to Wu Danny's yard. She was sitting under the eaves making shoes, probably for Gu Xuebin. Looking at the bag, she knew the contents would soon be eaten by Gu Xuebin. She felt a bit upset, but there was nothing she could do. Wu Danny's old-fashioned idea that boys are more important was deeply rooted and hadn't changed since her previous life. "Grandma, my dad bought apples and candy. My mom asked me to bring some to you," Gu Siqing said, handing over the cloth bag. She didn't leave, waiting to take the bag back. Wu Danny took the bag, looked inside, and asked, "Why did your dad buy these?" Gu Xiqing shook her head. "I don't know." Wu Danny stared at her for a few seconds. Gu Xiqing just looked back, knowing she wouldn't tell her about her dad going to the city. If she knew, her second uncle would find out quickly, and who knew what trouble might happen then. Wu Danny didn't see anything unusual on Gu Xiqing's face. She carried the bag back to her house, thinking about why Gu Jiangwo bought apples and candy. Her older brother and his wife were very careful with money, so buying these suddenly must mean something was up. She wasn't worried about her older brother's family. She was just afraid that her older brother might have some good news he didn't share, which could cause her second brother to suffer. In her mind, Gu Jiangwo benefited, but Gu Jiangwo's son might suffer. She handed the cloth bag to Gu Sihong and asked persistently, "Is there really nothing wrong at your home?" Gu Sihong looked confused and replied, "What could be wrong at my house?" After saying that, she turned and walked away. Wu Danny watched her back for a long time before sitting down again to continue making shoes. But she still felt that old Da's family must have some problem, so she got up and went to Gu Jianqing's yard. Today, Gu Jianqing didn't go to play mahjong. He was lying in bed sleeping. Zhang Chuntao sat under the eaves cracking sunflower seeds. When she saw Wu Danny coming over, she spat out the shells and asked, "Is it time to cook?" Wu Danny ignored her, pushed the door open, and went inside. She walked to the bed and softly called Gu Jianqing, "Go ask around if your eldest brother's family has any problems." Gu Jianqing was half asleep. Hearing her words, he scratched his head and said, "What could be wrong with my eldest brother's family? If there was a problem, I wouldn't be able to help." Wu Danny gave him a light tap. "I'm talking about good news. Just now, Xiao Si brought me apples and candies. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law are very careful with their daily life. They wouldn't buy these things without a reason." Gu Jianqing finally understood. His mother was worried that his eldest brother might have good news, and he wouldn't be able to share it. He lay back down again. "Don't always think like that. If you keep it up, my eldest brother might start to have opinions about me, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. My eldest brother is also your son." Wu Danny was stunned for a moment, then said, "Of course I know that my eldest brother is my son. The key point is, my eldest brother has no son. His belongings should belong to Xueqiang and Xuebing in the future. If I don't care about this, what if he gives everything to those 4 girls?" Gu Jianqing sat up and looked at Wu Danny seriously. "Isn't it strange for my eldest brother to give everything to his daughter? If it were me, I would also give things to my own children. Besides, even if you want to stop him, you can't. I never wanted my eldest brother's things, so don't even think about it." Wu Danny angrily hit him hard. "Those 4 girls will be someone else's family someday. If he gives everything to others, don't you feel pained? It's not my stuff. Why would I care?" Gu Jianqing lay back down. He felt his life was pretty good now. He had food, drink, and could play mahjong. Why think about his eldest brother's things every day? Wu Danny was furious. "How could I raise you to be so clueless? My eldest brother isn't clueless. You should go and treat my eldest brother well," Gu Jianqing said, feeling a lot of pressure. His mother always took things from him. Actually, those things weren't worth much, but to outsiders, it looked like he was getting a big deal. Wu Danny glared at him fiercely, then got up and left. Zhang Chuntao, who had been eavesdropping at the door, quickly left upon hearing the noise. After Wu Danny left, she kept peeking toward the main house, her eyes full of curiosity. She had heard everything Wu Danny said and was secretly scolding Gu Jianqing for being wasteful. At the same time, she also thought Wu Danny was right. The main house must have good news. What could it be? Is Yi Min or Hui getting engaged? Has Gu Jiangwo contacted his old comrades? Zhang Chuntao felt anxious. Her thoughts were different from Gu Jianqing's. She believed Wu Danny was right. The things in the main house should belong to her 2 sons. Xueqiang was old enough to get engaged, but she and Gu Jianqing had no savings. They would definitely need to ask for money from the main house later. If the main house spent money elsewhere, what if there wasn't enough for her sons' weddings? Thinking this over, she rode her bike back to her parents' home. Her sister-in-law was clever and calculating. Maybe she could ask her for advice, and she might figure things out. At the Zhang family, Zhang Shuzhen was still lying in bed, injured and needing 100 days to recover, especially since Gu Jiangwo had broken a few of his ribs. Zhang Xuanping was knitting a sweater. She was happily engaged to Deng Ziming and had bought yarn to knit him a sweater. Gu Fenglian sat beside her, chatting happily. Seeing her come over, Gu Fenglian took a stool and asked, "Why are you here at this time? Is something wrong?" Zhang Chuntao didn't beat around the bush. She directly repeated what she had overheard from Wu Danny and then asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you think Gu Jiangwo and the others might be up to?" Hearing Gu Jiangwo's name, Gu Fenglian's face twisted with anger. She still vividly remembered the day she was beaten and humiliated by Wang Yueju and Gu's 4 daughters. She had never been slapped like that before, never been insulted so badly. But she couldn't do anything about them. She could only grit her teeth and hate them in her heart. Since that day, she had hated them so much, she almost couldn't sleep at night. Now, hearing more about the Gu family, she couldn't help but become tense. Zhang Xuanping felt the same. Recently, whenever she thought of Yimin, she wished she could wish her dead. "Have you noticed any movement from the Gu family lately?" Gu Fenglian asked. Zhang Chuntao thought for a moment. "No, nothing special. Oh, by the way, Han Dai went to the main house a few days ago." Fenglian's brow furrowed deeply. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai are comrades in arms. Did they contact their old friends? "I think that's possible," Zhang Chuntao replied. Fenglian frowned again and thought for a moment. "If Yimin or Hui get engaged, we'll see then." For other major matters, a proof letter must be obtained from the local police station. Soon, Xuanping will go to Deng's house to inform them, so Deng Dizhu can get the message. As long as Gu Jiangwo cannot get the proof letter, he won't be able to handle anything. Gu Jiangwo plans to go to Shenzhen. This is a big event, possibly a turning point for their entire family. Wang Yueju was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, she said she wanted to go to the town to buy some things. "I, as a grown man, don't need to prepare anything when I go out," Gu Jiangwo said happily. "This is the start of his career. You don't need to worry. I will go with Yimin and Hui," Wang Yueju said, watching Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing pack their school bags. She told them that if they weren't back from the town by noon, they should prepare some food themselves. Gu Siheng waved her hand. "Sanjie, and I will cook." Wang Yueju nodded and told them to go to school. Gu Siheng looked at her mother, who was clearly excited and a bit nervous, then pulled Gu Sanjing out of the yard. She was also quite excited. Whether her father could make money in Shenzhen or not, she thought this was a good start. They took another step closer to the courtyard in Kyoto. "Little Four, how many candies do you still have?" Gu Sanjing quietly asked Gu Siheng. Yesterday, their mother gave them 10 candies. She ate 5, so she only had 5 left. "I only ate 3, Gu Siheng said casually, but she was also thinking about her father's trip to Shenzhen. She wanted to give some advice, but she didn't know much about Shenzhen in this era. Sigh, she was still a bit worried. When Gu Sanjing heard that Gu Siheng still had 7 candies, she immediately regretted eating so quickly. She whispered, "Little Four, how about we each eat 1 so we have the same amount left?" Gu Siheng turned to look at her sister, who was wide-eyed and full of hope, and said with a half-smile, "Sanjie, do you think you're smarter or I am?" Gu Sanjing snorted and strode forward, knowing she was touching a sore spot. "Isn't it just a little smarter?" "Humph, they both have the same number of candies." Gu Siheng watched her sister's angry back and suddenly felt her words might hurt her young heart. She quickly caught up and handed her a candy. "Here, 1 for each of us." Gu Sanjing took the candy, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth happily. She thought, maybe Little Four isn't that smart after all. The sisters played and argued, while at home, Gu Jiangwo and Wang Yueju rode their bikes with Yimin and Hui to the town to buy things. After the incident with Zhao Irai, Gu Jiangwo was worried about the 3 women going out alone. He even wondered if he should teach his wife and 4 daughters some self-defense skills. The 4 of them rode 2 bicycles into town and went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Wang Yueju tore a few inches of red cloth. When Gu Jiangwo saw the red cloth, He was very worried. His wife also wanted to make him red shorts. His wife had heard from someone that red shorts could ward off evil and bring good luck. Every time he went on a long trip, she would make him red shorts. Once, he forgot to change out of his red shorts when he returned to the army, and his comrades saw them and teased him for a long time. He quietly told his wife, "No need to make more. I have a few already." "Only new ones work," Wang Yueju said, handing the cloth ticket to the shop assistant and putting the red cloth into her bag. Gu Zhengwo pursed his lips but said nothing. What could he say? Nothing would change her mind. She would still see him wearing the red shorts himself. Gu Yimin and Gu Hui didn't know about the argument between their parents. Each bought a bag of snow cream, a brand called Yuyi. Gu Yimin handed the money to the shop assistant and, on her way out, saw a familiar green figure walking past the supply and marketing cooperative. She didn't care about the change from the shop assistant and hurriedly ran outside. When she got outside, she saw that person go into the Civil Affairs Bureau next to the cooperative with a woman. She felt upset and a little breathless. She knew she shouldn't feel that way, but she couldn't help it. What's wrong? Gu Hui asked as she caught up, with Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju following. Gu Yimin silently took a deep breath to calm herself and said, I saw the person who saved me that day. Gu Zhengwo immediately asked where. He had been eager to thank that person. Gu Yimin pointed at the Civil Affairs Bureau. They went inside. Oh, let's wait a little, Gu Zhengwo said, then turned to Wang Yueju. If they're getting married, we should prepare some gifts. Wang Yueju nodded. That's right. If it weren't for that person, we wouldn't know what kind of situation we'd be in now. Gu Hui carefully looked at Gu Yimin's face. Seeing she looked calm, she sighed inwardly. She knew her sister's calmness was just an act. They were sisters and spent every day together. Even though Gu Yimin hadn't spoken about the man who saved her, she had been daydreaming since that day, clearly troubled. As young girls in love, she understood Gu Yimin's feelings. Being saved by a man in a dangerous moment, who then quietly sent her home and left without a word, this man left a deep impression on her. But they were going into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Were they going to get married or divorced? The chances of getting married are quite high because I rarely hear of anyone around me getting divorced. Gu Erwi feels a bit sorry for Gu Yimin. First, she withdrew her marriage proposal to Deng Ziming, and now she has met that terrible Zhao Arai. The man she once had faint feelings for has now married someone else. She wants to comfort Gu Yimin, but doesn't know how. Waiting always feels long, even though it's only about 10 minutes. Gu Yimin feels like a century has passed, but she still holds on to hope. The man comes out, tall and dark-skinned, with a cold, tough aura. He's not easy to get along with, Gu Erwi thinks to herself. There's also a woman in her 20s beside him. She looks delicate and fragile, but what draws attention are the bruises on her face. Seeing her with injuries at her wedding is the first time Gu Erwi has seen such a thing. The woman says something to the man, and then goes into the supply and marketing cooperative. The man remains expressionless, showing no emotion. They don't seem like a married couple. Is that him? Gu Zhengwo asks Gu Yimin. When she nods, he walks over to the man. Comrade, hello. Luo Yongnian finished his business, and was about to leave when he saw Gu Zhengwo talking to him. He nodded slightly, and then noticed Gu Yimin not far away. What a coincidence. Hello, he says, shaking hands with Gu Zhengwo. Comrade, I really appreciate what you did that day, Gu Zhengwo says, a little excited. He's genuinely grateful to the young man in front of him. If it weren't for him saving Yimin, her life would have been ruined forever. No need to thank me. When you meet someone in trouble, you help, Luo Yongnian replies simply, with no expression on his face. Gu Zhengwo thinks this is just his personality and continues to thank him warmly, then invites him to dinner. No, I have other things to do, Luo Yongnian says again, still emotionless. Gu Zhengwo remembers he just came from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and since he doesn't look happy, he guesses he's divorced. He asks for his name and address before letting him go. Luo Yongnian really had something to do. He nodded at Gu Zhengwo and turned to leave. He didn't look back at Gu Yimin. Gu Imin pursed her lips, watching his back, feeling both sour and bitter. This unfamiliar feeling was hard to endure, but she couldn't help but keep her eyes on that tall figure. Gu Erwi squeezed her hand. "Let's go." Gu Imin replied softly, withdrew her gaze, and followed Gu Jangwo and the others home. Throughout the journey, she tried her best to act normal, but even the careless Gu Jangwo noticed her unusual behavior. When they got home, Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing had just finished school. Gu Imin followed Wang Yueju and Gu Erwi into the kitchen to cook. Gu Erwi sat in front of the stove, tending the fire, while Wang Yueju added water to the pot. Gu Imin took out a cabbage and washed it. Wang Yueju glanced at her eldest daughter, hesitated, and said, "Your dad said he's from Lu Shu Tun, named Luo Yongnian. He's not young anymore, and he's divorced." Wang Yueju was grateful to Luo Yongnian, but that didn't mean she thought he was suitable to be her son-in-law. His age and being divorced made him unsuitable. Also, today she saw that woman with a bruise on her face. Who hit her? Gu Imin paused her hand while washing vegetables, but then continued. During this meeting, she realized her feelings. She liked the man named Luo Yongnian. Why did she like him? Maybe it was because she admired his quick and clean way of fighting Zhao Arai, or perhaps it was because she liked his gentlemanly behavior when he turned his back. Anyway, she just liked him. She had been engaged to Deng Ziming for over a year, but she never felt this way about him. Wang Yueju saw she was silent and sighed. She was also her age and knew that once a girl fell for someone, it was hard to change her mind. Should she find out more about Luo Yongnian first? Wang Yueju's mind was also in a mess. For lunch, they had steamed noodles and a cold eggplant salad. The family ate around the table. Gu Siheng loved her mom's steamed noodles the most and ate a big bowl, feeling a bit full. She got up to take a walk in the yard and casually asked Gu Erwi about recent events. "I noticed that your sister and our parents didn't look quite right. Did you meet Deng Ziming again in town?"
No.
Gu Erwi recounted her encounter with Luo Yongnian in town. Recently, Gu Siheng's behavior made her unconsciously see her as more mature. "Did your sister like that man?" Gu Siheng asked softly. Gu Erwi nodded. "I think so, but I guess our parents wouldn't agree." Gu Siheng furrowed her brow. Divorce? She wasn't against divorced people, but she thought that divorce in this era wasn't as simple as drinking water. Breakups caused by incompatible feelings, different values, long-distance separation, and so on wouldn't lead to divorce in this time. As long as they could get by, everyone just muddled through. So, divorce in this era was a big issue. But the question was it the man's fault or the woman's? Or both sides had problems? Were there children involved? After divorce, will there still be lingering feelings? From the day he silently sent his sister home after saving her, it was clear that Luo Yongnian was a good person. But being a good person doesn't always mean he's suitable for marriage. However, since the older sister liked him, I can't keep opposing. Sometimes the more you oppose, the more the person involved will resist. From Lu Shu Tun? Gu Siqing asked Gu Erwi. Seeing her nod, she thought for a moment and said, "It seems that third aunt's family is from Lu Shu Tun."
Probably.
Gu Erwi leaned in and whispered to Gu Siqing, "Are you thinking of asking third aunt?" "How would you ask?" "The signs aren't even clear yet. If third aunt guessed their intention, it wouldn't be good if it got out." "Ask her son, Zhang Dongsheng," Gu Siqing whispered again. "Doesn't he often play cards with brother Dacheng? I can follow them when they play." "That works," Gu Erwi agreed. Gu Siqing, being young and curious, naturally liked to join in. Unlike Gu Xueqiang, Gu Jiancheng, and Zhang Chuntao, who are more steady and cautious in their dealings, he wouldn't tell outsiders if he sensed something was wrong. Anyway, they are cousins. While they discussed here, Wang Yueju and Gu Zhangwo were also talking about this matter. Wang Yueju whispered to Gu Zhangwo, "Maybe I should go next door to third sister-in-law's house and ask around?" Gu Zhangwo frowned. Though he appreciated Luo Yongnian, he didn't fully agree with him becoming his son-in-law. Clearly, this was a case of one person being eager and the other hesitant. "Don't ask yet. Third sister-in-law isn't discreet." Gu Zhangwo worried about his daughter's reputation. Wang Yueju sighed. From what I saw when he saved Yimin, he seems like a good person, but good people don't always treat their wives well. The woman with him today must be his ex-wife, right? Who caused all those injuries on her face. We don't know anything yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Gu Jiangwo, though unhappy with Luo Yongnian as a son-in-law, wouldn't maliciously suspect others. What should we do? About Yimin, leave it for now. Maybe it will over in a few days. That's all we can do. Yimin sat on the bed, knitting, thinking about seeing Luo Yongnian today. He only looked at her once, but that glance made her heart almost jump out of her chest. When she calmed down, she realized she was being too impulsive and reckless. A few years ago, Wang Jinling from the village liked a young educated youth and desperately wanted to marry him, doing many foolish and shameful things. Later, she indeed married the young educated youth, but after he returned to the city, they divorced. No matter how much she cried and fussed, it was useless. He was from the city, and she couldn't compete with him. Wang Jinling's story was a lesson she understood well. She was only saved once by Luo Yongnian, but she didn't know how old he was or what he did. She knew nothing about him, yet she kept thinking about him. That was wrong. But she just couldn't control her heart. At this moment, Gu Erwi came over and sat beside her. She quietly shared the results of her discussion with Gu Sihong and said, "We'll first find out about his situation. If he's a good person, we'll take action. If he's not, then forget it." Gu Yimin was surprised to hear that they all wanted to find out about Luo Yongnian. She asked, "What kind of action?" Gu Erwi looked at her and asked, "If he's good in every way, wouldn't you want to try to get to know him?" Gu Yimin didn't answer. She had been struggling with whether it was right to blindly like a man, and she hadn't thought about pursuing him. "I think," Gu Erwi continued, "you should try to test him. If he's interested too, that would be great. But if he's not, I'm not going to bother him," Gu Yimin interrupted. She couldn't bring herself to be clingy and persistent. Gu Erwi sighed in relief. Her sister hadn't completely lost her mind. Gu Sihong finished school in the afternoon and kept watching the yard of Gu Jianqing's house, waiting for him to leave. But until after dinner, he was still working in the yard and showed no sign of going out. No matter how anxious Gu Sihong felt, he could only wait. There had been quite a lot of work in the fields these days. Gu Jianqing and Zhang Chuntao were not very diligent. Most of the work in their fields depended on Gu Xueqiang. Since he was busy, that was normal. Wang Yueju took out the red cloth she had torn today and started making shorts for Gu Jiangua. When Gu Jiangua saw the red cloth, he felt dizzy, but he knew he had to wear these red shorts. He had opposed it many times before, but it was no use. He added water to a basin and dipped his feet in. His wife then asked, "When will you go to get the proof letter?" Since Shunshi was in another province, he had to go to the county police station to get the proof letter. Gu Jiangua rubbed his feet and said, "I'll go tomorrow." Wang Yueju nodded. "When the time comes, take all the money with you. I'll sew a hidden pocket into these shorts, and you can keep the money in the pocket." Gu Jiangua looked at the red cloth in her hand, then lowered his head to wash his feet, feeling less bothered. Wang Yueju knew he didn't want to wear these red shorts, but if he didn't want to wear them, he still had to. The next day, Gu Jiangwo finished breakfast and left for the county town. Yesterday, he had already obtained a certificate in the village, so today he planned to get it at the town office first before heading to the county. At the town police station entrance, he met Han Dei. The two went inside together to get the certificate. The process went smoothly. After showing the introduction letter from the village, they were asked a few questions and the certificate was issued. They then took a bus to the county. When they arrived, it was already 12:30 p.m., and the police station had closed for the day. Outside the station, they took out some snacks and waited, passing the time until the afternoon shift started. At 2 p.m., staff began arriving at the police station. After waiting for a while, a young officer in a green uniform approached. He opened the door and Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei went inside, showing the certificates issued by the village committee and the town police station. The young officer looked at their certificates and asked, "Where are you going?" Gu Jiangwo smiled and said, "Shenzhen." "What are you going to do in Shenzhen?" the officer asked again. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei exchanged a glance. They didn't want to tell him they were going to buy goods for business, so Han Dei said, to see a comrade. The young officer looked at them again and said, certificates for going to other provinces need to be reported up top before they can be issued. The director is not here today. Come back tomorrow. Both Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei frowned. They didn't expect it to be so difficult to get a certificate in the county. With no choice, they had to go home. Gu Sixinking finished school and came home, feeling a bit upset that she couldn't get the certificate in the county. Traveling in this era was troublesome. Without an ID card, you needed proof of identity everywhere. The first-generation ID card seemed to take about 2 more years to be issued. After dinner, Gu Sixinking saw Gu Xueqiang go to Aunt San's house and quickly followed, cheerfully saying, Brother Daqiang, are you going to play poker? I want to come and watch. Have you finished your homework? Gu Xueqiang asked, stopping. He knew the family was counting on Xiao Si to get into university. Yes, I finished, she replied immediately. Gu Xueqiang nodded and told her to follow along. It seemed they had made plans. In Aunt San's Sunjong Dongxing's room, several people were already sitting, and they teased her a little when they saw her. Gu Sixinking sat next to Gu Xueqiang, watching them play cards and chatting. Soon, she learned a lot about Luo Yongnian from Zhang Dongsheng. Back home, Gu Yimin and the others were already in bed. After washing up, Gu Sixinking got into bed and quietly talked about Luo Yongnian. Rong Yongnian is about 27 or 28 years old. He has been in the army for many years and is probably an officer, but his exact rank is unclear. His parents died when he was about 5 or 6, so he has been living with his grandmother since childhood. He has been married for about 2 or 3 years, but they have no children. Recently, he went home to visit his family and unexpectedly saw his wife with another man. The word affair is hard for Gu Siqing to say, and it's not something an 8-year-old can talk about either. She can only vaguely mention it, knowing that her older sister and second sister understand what it means. That man is Rong Yongnian's cousin. Their family is having a lot of trouble. Rong Yongnian's grandmother was already in poor health, and after learning about this, she couldn't bear it and passed away. The injury on his ex-wife's face was probably caused by his aunt, who said she was seduced by her son. Gu Yimin tightly gripped the half-finished sweater in her hands, feeling a little pain for that man. Gu Siqing and Gu Erwi exchanged a look. Their older sister must be feeling very upset now, but some things still need to be said. Gu Erwi said, she's about 27 or 28, a bit too old. She is about 10 years older than Gu Yimin. Gu Siqing said, she should still be okay, but she's had a rough life. She lost her parents at a young age, got married, then was betrayed, and her grandmother, who depended on her, was also upset to death. Gu Erwi asked, in this situation, are you still giving hints? Her grandmother just died, and she's divorced now. At this time, Rong Yongnian probably isn't thinking about personal feelings. Gu Siqing said, I don't know what rank of officer he is. She worries that Rong Yongnian's high military rank might make her older sister's marriage difficult. Women can marry up, but if the man is too high-ranking, it might not be good. In love, many things need to match well. Can a university professor fall in love with someone who is illiterate? Will a girl from a farming family be happy married into a high-ranking family? Matching backgrounds can be very important sometimes. Her older sister is a good girl, well known in their village, but compared to those with jobs and education, she is a bit lacking. If Rong Yongnian is a high-ranking officer, even if he remarries, he could find someone with a job and education. Gu Yimin stared at the sweater in her hands for a while and said, this sweater is almost finished. I'll give it to him when I finish. If he doesn't respond, I'll give up from now on. Gu Siqing and Gu Erwi thought about what she was thinking, but she was the first to fall in love, and she didn't want to miss her chance out of fear. No matter the outcome, she wanted to try. If Rong Yongnian was not interested in her, she would give up. This sweater was originally meant for her father. Rong Yongnian and her father are about the same size, so he should be able to wear it. Gu Siheng and Gu Erwi exchanged glances again. Although they had many worries since the eldest sister wanted to try, they supported her. Gu Erwi turned over and whispered, how should we send it? If others found out about this, they would definitely gossip. It would be bad if it spread a bad reputation. Gu Yimin also frowned when she heard this. At that moment, Gu Sihing said, "Send it by mail, to the town, and then to his home." Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi's eyes lit up. Gu Erwi patted Gu Sihing's head and said, "Little fourth, you're so clever."
What are you talking about?
Is there something delicious? Gu Sanjing's sleepy voice sounded. Gu Sihing, Gu Yimin, and Gu Erwi all smiled. Gu Sanjing was confused by their laughter. The next day, Gu Jiangwo finished breakfast and left again to the county town to get a proof letter. When he arrived, they still didn't issue it. This time, the reason was that they couldn't identify the recipient or the organization in Shenzhen City. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei almost argued with the police. They had never heard that proof letters required stating the recipient, which was clearly making things difficult for them. It was obvious who was behind this, but they didn't expect Deng Deju to be so sneaky. If there's a problem, just confront it directly. Why hide behind the scenes and do sneaky tricks? So what should we do? Wang Yueju asked. Gu Jiangwo frowned while smoking and said after a while, "Go every day. I don't believe Deng Deju can control everything alone." Wang Yueju looked worried. She thought about giving up and not going to Shenzhen City anymore. But she knew Gu Jiangwo was someone who finished what he started, and he wouldn't want to give up halfway. When Gu Sihing's four sisters heard about this, they all scolded the Deng family. They thought that after withdrawing from the marriage, they wouldn't have any trouble with the Deng family. But it turned out the Deng family was full of bad people. But they had power, so what could they do? They could report it to higher authorities. But they didn't know if anyone would listen. The more they thought about it, the more frustrated they felt. "This is called good things take time," Gu Sihing said with a smile after dinner. "Dad, keep negotiating with them. Maybe you can even get some of their jobs taken away." Gu Jiangwo's frown eased a little. His little fourth daughter was good at talking. "What does good things take time mean?" Gu Sanjing asked, turning his head to Gu Sihing. Gu Sihing took a sip of corn porridge and said, "If an iron rod gets rusty, you need to polish it to remove the rust." Gu Sanjing suddenly understood. It means Deng's family went from being bad to just rusty, right? Gu Sihing nodded. "You could say that. Then we have to polish it hard." The conversation between the sisters made the originally dull atmosphere lively. Gu Jiangwo let out a long sigh. Things often take time, and since he was free now, he decided to wait and talk with them. After dinner and cleaning up, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi sat on the bed, one knitting a sweater, the other reading a book. Gu Yimin was thinking about recent events while knitting. She felt very upset because she believed she was the cause of everything. If she hadn't broken off her engagement with Deng Jiming, none of these problems would have happened. "I think you can finish the sweater tonight. Tomorrow, I'll help you send it to him," Gu Erwi whispered to Gu Yimin. Gu Yimin paused her knitting. "Let's see," she replied. She wasn't in the mood to think about her own feelings because of what had happened at home. "Don't overthink it," Gu Erwi said when she saw her sister looked upset. "Deng's family wouldn't let you marry into their family, no matter what. Even though breaking off the engagement caused some trouble, it's a family matter, not just yours." Gu Sanjing, who was doing homework, overheard and turned to say, "Put the iron rod in the dirty water ditch to grind." Their words made the sisters laugh. The next day, Gu Jiangwo finished breakfast and headed to the county town again. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi found a reason to go to the town to send the sweater to Luo Yongnian. Gu Jiangwo had been going to the county town for 3 days, but the proof of his identity still hadn't been issued. He discussed with Han Dei, and they decided to go to the police station in the county 3 more days. If it still didn't work, they would go to the provincial police bureau to get the proof. That day, Luo Yongnian received a bulky package. When he opened it, he found a gray sweater and a letter. He frowned as he read the letter, which was written in elegant handwriting. The letter mainly expressed thanks for saving him, but a girl sending him a sweater by mail, even if it was just as a thank you, made him think more. He closed the letter and remembered her beautiful face. He was deeply impressed by her, first because she was pretty and second because she acted so composed at that moment. Usually, a girl in such a situation might cry and run home, but She pretended nothing had happened and even greeted a few people along the way. She was smart and beautiful. He looked at the sweater for a few moments, then took out a cigarette, lit it, and stood by the window to smoke. After finishing the cigarette, he folded the sweater and put it back in the package, deciding to send it back the next day. The next morning, he packed his things and left. First, he went to the post office in the town to send a package back, then visited the police station to say goodbye to his comrade Zhang Mingcheng. They talked for a while before preparing to leave when they saw Gu Zhengwo arguing with a young police officer in his 20s. He asked Zhang Mingcheng what's going on. Zhang Mingcheng walked to the door and looked out, then said, "This person has been coming every day lately. I don't know who he's upset with, but they haven't been able to issue a proof letter. Do you know him?" Luo Yongnian responded with a sound, "If you can help, please do." Zhang Mingcheng smiled. "That's a small matter. I'm leaving now." "Don't tell him I was here," Luo Yongnian said as he headed out. He needed to catch a train back to his unit. Zhang Mingcheng clicked his tongue but still preferred to do good deeds without seeking recognition. After seeing Luo Yongnian off at the police station, Zhang Mingcheng went straight to the director's office. The director stood up and poured him a glass of water. Although his position at the station was not as high as Zhang Mingcheng's, he couldn't afford to offend him. He had connections above him. They exchanged a few polite words before Zhang Mingcheng brought up Gu Zhengwo's situation. In the end, he said, "Personal grudges shouldn't interfere with work. I've never heard that a proof letter must be issued with the receiving unit's approval." The director looked serious. He was unaware of this matter. Such issues could be big or small. If Gu Zhengwo was repeatedly harassed and gave up, it might just over. But if he kept insisting or was pushed to the point of protesting, it could become a serious problem. Especially if Gu Zhengwo had connections higher up, the situation could be even more severe. Clearly, Gu Zhengwo had someone above him, or Zhang Mingcheng wouldn't be sitting in front of him now. "I'll have someone issue that proof letter for that comrade immediately, then find out what's wrong and have the relevant people apologize," the director said. "That's very kind of you, Director." Zhang Mingcheng stood up to leave. After he left, the director went to find the person responsible for issuing the proof letter. "What's going on?" "I didn't hear that a receiving unit is needed to issue a proof letter," the director asked the section chief. The section chief quickly smiled and explained, "It's Deng Dezhu. He said Gu Zhengwo has a conflict with his family and wants to make things difficult for him." He didn't expect the director to ask about this matter. To him, it seemed like a minor issue. The director snorted heavily. "You're abusing your power for personal gain. Hurry up and get that proof letter issued for him." Seeing that the director was truly angry, the section chief quickly agreed and hurried out. At the door, he heard the director say, "Make Deng Dezhu apologize to him." Gu Zhengwo was arguing with a young man who looked very carefree. Gu Zhengwo really wanted to punch him. At that moment, a man in his 40s, who looked like a leader, quickly walked over, criticized the young police officer, then smiled and gave Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei a certificate of proof. This sudden turn of events stunned Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei. "It was our mistake at work. Xiao Wu just started working here recently and hasn't fully understood some policies," the section chief explained to Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei with a smile. Usually, he wouldn't bother explaining these things to an ordinary citizen. But the attitude of the director earlier was not right, and he even made Deng Dezhu apologize to these two people. Clearly, there was something he didn't know. Having worked in government offices for years, he understood the complicated relationships. These two men probably had powerful figures behind them that others feared. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei were not people who would hold a grudge. Since the leaders had apologized, they naturally wouldn't insist. The two took the certificate and left. The section chief watched their figures disappear into the distance, then turned around with a cold face and ordered someone to call Deng Dezhu to his office. Deng Dezhu was reading a newspaper in his office. When he heard the section chief call him, he quickly put down the paper and went out. As he left, he quietly asked, "Section chief, what do you want to see me about?" "Not sure." Deng Dezhu glanced at the place where the certificates were issued, saw that Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei were not there, and thought they had left without getting the certificates. He snorted, then lazily headed to the section chief's office. When he reached the door, he straightened up, put on a flattering smile, knocked, and entered. "Chief Hu, you wanted to see me?" He took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out one, smiled, and offered it to Chief Hu. Chief Hu did not take the cigarette and looked serious. "The certificates for Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei have been issued. The reason they haven't received them for so many days is because Xiao Wu hasn't fully understood the policies. Anyway, it's our mistake. You need to go apologize to them in the next couple of days." Deng Dezhu thought he must have heard wrong. His boss wanted him to apologize to Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei.
Who were they?
Though he thought this, he still kept a smile on his face. "Chief Hu, what? What is going on?" Chief Hu didn't bother with formalities anymore. He snorted and said, "It was the director's order." How would the director know about this? Chief Hu leaned back in his chair, speaking softly. "It probably has something to do with Zhang Mingcheng."
Zhang
Mingcheng? Deng Dazhu looked shocked. How is he related to Zhang Mingcheng? Everyone in the unit knew that Zhang Mingcheng's father held a high position. His job there was mainly to boost his resume. "I also want to ask you," whose section chief said angrily, picking up a nearby book and slamming it into Deng Dezhu's face. "You said that Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei are just ordinary folks, right?" "Ordinary folks? Can ordinary folks help Zhang Mingcheng succeed?" Whose section chief continued, "Let me tell you, Deng Dezhu, you better go apologize properly and make them feel better, or else." "Or else what?" Deng Dezhu knew what whose section chief was implying, even if he didn't say it. Authority can be overwhelming, and if Hu wanted to make things difficult for him, his future days would be tough. But he never expected how Gu Jiangwo was connected to Zhang Mingcheng. If they really had a relationship, why didn't Gu Jiangwo use it earlier? "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and apologize," whose section chief shouted at Deng Dezhu. Deng Dezhu quickly nodded and agreed, but he didn't leave. Instead, he quietly shared his thoughts. Whose section chief, if Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei know Zhang Mingcheng, why didn't they ask Zhang Mingcheng for help earlier? Seeing that Deng Dezhu still held on to hope, whose section chief picked up a book and slammed it into his face again. "I don't care whether Gu Jiangwo and Zhang Mingcheng know each other or not. The current situation is that Zhang Mingcheng is their connection, and the director told you to apologize." Deng Dezhu clenched his fists and forced a smile. Yes, I will go home now and apologize to them." After leaving whose section chief's office, Deng Dezhu wiped the smile off his face, gritted his teeth, and went back to his office to pack his things, ready to go home. He never imagined that his plan to deal with Gu Jiangwo would end with him having to apologize to Gu Jiangwo. He looked at Zhang Mingcheng's office door, wondering whether to ask him or if whose section chief had made a mistake. He still didn't believe Gu Jiangwo and Zhang Mingcheng knew each other. Zhang Mingcheng was from the provincial capital and had a very good father. If they knew each other, why wouldn't Gu Jiangwo mention it? But after hesitating for a while, he decided not to go. What if Gu Jiangwo really knew Zhang Mingcheng? If he rashly tried to probe, he might offend that young master. It was better to honestly go and apologize. But he still felt uneasy. Gu Jiangwo returned home, took out the proof letter, and showed it to Wang Yueju, Gu Yimin, and Gu Yihui. They were so happy, they almost cried. This proof letter was not easy to get. "Why did they let you go today?" Wang Yueju asked. As Gu Jiangwo repeatedly went to the county police station, her hope gradually faded, and now she almost had no hope at all. "I don't know why they let me go either," Gu Jiangwo said. He's not a 3-year-old child, and he doesn't believe Chief Hu's explanation. He thinks Xiao Wu didn't understand the policy and was tricking fools. Recently, he has been going almost every day to get proof letters. Many people know about his situation. Xiao Wu didn't understand the policy, but what about others? Didn't they understand the policy either? Still, he's puzzled about how they managed to issue the proof letter today. "Forget about all that," Gu Jiangwo said again. "The proof letter is out. Tomorrow I will buy a train ticket to Shenzhen and prepare to go there." His words made Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui a bit excited. Wang Yueju said, "I'll cook some more eggs for you to take. Shenzhen should be pretty far. Do I need to bring anything else? Is it cold there? Should we bring more clothes?" Gu Yihui and Gu Yimin chattered back and forth. Seeing the mother and daughters busy, Gu Jiangwo couldn't help but smile. After school, Gu Sihun was happy to hear the proof letter was ready. She almost jumped with joy. She leaned close to Gu Jiangwo and said, "Dad, you're new to this place. Be careful outside. Don't be too frugal. Eating dry food all the time isn't good for your health." Gu Jiangwo felt warm inside. He gently patted his little daughter's head and said softly, "I'm grown up now. I know how to take care of myself. Don't worry so much. Study hard." Gu Sihun. Well, Dad is a typical straight man. When Deng Daju arrived at Gu's house, the family was having dinner. He carried a mesh bag filled with gifts. "Brother Jiangwo, are you eating?" he asked with a smile, his back slightly bent, looking humble. "It's nice to see the family so lively. These are gifts for the kids." Deng Daju talked to himself and looked around the Gu family's living room. Then he placed the mesh bag with gifts on top of some bags of peanuts by the door. The Gu family was a bit confused. They didn't expect Deng Daju to come, let alone bring gifts and act so kindly. Was the sun rising from the west today? Gu Jiangwo, always friendly, got up and offered Deng Daju a chair to sit on. Although he knew that getting the proof letter before was very difficult and that it was very likely Deng Daju was causing trouble, this was just a guess without solid evidence. When they are together, they still want to save face. They are not 3-year-olds. They don't hide their feelings. Especially when dealing with someone like Deng Daju, who pretends to be nice on the surface but is different behind the scenes, caution is needed. Who knows if you will cause more trouble for him in the future? "Why are you here today?" Gu Jiangwo asked. Deng Daju smiled again. "I just found out today that Brother Jiangwo went to the county police station to get the proof letter, and it took several days to get it." "Why didn't you come to me?" Gu Jiangwo smiled but said nothing. He really admired Deng Daju's acting skills. Clearly, Deng was causing trouble behind the scenes, yet he could act as if nothing was wrong and say such things. It was truly impressive. Seeing that Gu Jiangwo didn't respond, Deng Daju felt a bit unhappy. His attitude was so good, but Gu Jiangwo didn't give him a way to step down. Still, he had to hold back his displeasure. Gu Jiangwo was no longer the same as before. Now he was connected to Zhang Mingcheng. He couldn't afford to offend him. "I've heard everything. It's because Xiaowu didn't understand the policies well, which caused you to go to the police station so many times. Did it delay your work?" Gu Jiangwo still didn't understand Deng Daju's real intention. He forced a smile. "No, it didn't delay me." "That's good." Deng Daju smiled again. "I came today to apologize. It was our mistake at work that caused you a lot of trouble." "It's nothing much. You just had to come here again. It's the right thing to do. It's our fault after all." After a few polite words, Deng Daju got up and left. Gu Jiangwo watched his back for a while before going back inside to continue eating. Today's events felt strange. From what he knew about Deng Daju, if no one was pressuring him from above, he wouldn't come to apologize. Who was pressuring him from above? And who helped him get the proof letter behind the scenes? "I don't quite understand," Wang Yueju said. "Is he here to apologize?" But his words suggest that Xiaowu is at fault. So, why is he the one apologizing? Gu Jiangwo snorted coldly. His involvement in causing trouble with the proof letter has probably been exposed. He came to apologize because he was pressured from above. He's blaming Xiaowu, but that's just him making an excuse for himself. How did he get caught? Gu Siqing asked. Gu Jiangwo shook his head. "I don't know. I'm also puzzled." The Gu family was puzzled about who helped them. Deng Daju rode his bike to Deng Erju's house. They had just finished eating. Deng Erju was squatting under the eaves, smoking, while Zhao Fenglan was feeding the pigs. Deng Jiming was not at home. "Big brother, why are you here?" Deng Erju quickly got up to greet Deng Daju when he saw him. Deng Daju let out a heavy sigh and snorted. "Where is Jiming?" Seeing his displeasure, Deng Erju carefully invited him inside. "He's at work, not back yet. He said he's busy. Now that they don't have to pay grain taxes. What is he busy with?" Deng Daju was angry but didn't know how to express it. He took the teacup from Deng Erju and took a sip, but the water was too hot, burning his tongue. Suddenly, he slammed the teacup on the ground and shouted at Deng Erju, "Jiming is engaged to the daughter of Gu Zhengwo for a year. Don't you even know what connections his family has in the county?" Deng Erju was stunned by the shouting, his head buzzing. How could Gu Zhengwo have connections in the county? If he did, he would have said so long ago. What's going on then? Deng Deju stared angrily at Deng Erju. "Today, our director personally ordered a certificate for Gu Zhengwo. I was even forced to apologize to him. I've lost face." That's impossible," Zhao Fenglan said from the doorway. "I've never heard that Gu family has any connections in the county."
Well,
It's hard to say. Gu Zhengwo was a soldier. Who knows if he has any comrades? Deng Erju finally realized that things had gotten awkward when they tried to break the engagement. Later, they shouldn't have made things difficult for Gu Zhengwo. Suddenly, Deng Deju remembered that a few days ago, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei went to the provincial city. Was that to find a comrade? Oh no, that was a mistake. Huge mistake.
so what do we do now?
Zhao Fenglan whispered, starting to regret. If she had known Gu family had connections, they would never have backed out of the marriage. The Gu family too, why didn't they say so earlier? Deng Daju snorted again, "Just don't bother Gu Zhengwo's family in the future." He then strode away. Deng Erju sighed and frowned, squatting to smoke. Zhao Fenglan covered her chest and said, "This marriage was a mistake. A big mistake. That's all because of you." Deng Erju yelled at Zhao Fenglan. Zhao Fenglan covered her chest and muttered, "I only did it for Jiming. Zhang Xuanping is a teacher, earning only 15 yuan a month." Deng Erju snorted and said nothing. He also looked at Zhang Xuanping's 15 yuan salary. Two people are here feeling upset about Deng Ziming's marriage arrangement. In town, Deng Ziming was found and pulled out of widow Su Qiuling's bed by a group of people who all watched. The next day, the Gu family found out. Wang Yueju, scared, told Gu Zhengwo. Luckily, the marriage was cancelled. Deng's family is really a big trouble. Gu Zhengwo also let out a heavy sigh. If they hadn't cancelled, and his daughter Anmin married Deng Ziming, life would have been very difficult. Gu Siqing was confused after hearing about this. She wondered if her little wings had caused it, but even if they did, there should be some signs. Suddenly, she remembered Han Jingping. She had once asked Han Jingping to follow Deng Ziming. Previously, her father and Uncle Han had tried to get a letter of proof, but Deng Daju blocked them. It was very possible that Han Jingping was following Deng Ziming and that someone caught him in the act. The proof letter was issued, and Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei set off for Shinchur City. The night before they left, Wang Yueju took all her savings and put them into a secret pocket of her new red shorts. She said, "You're going away for a long time, so I won't prepare food for you. If you're hungry, buy something warm to eat. Treat yourself well. Don't just think about saving money." Gu Zhengwo nodded and looked at the red shorts. They were very eye-catching. "I'm a man in my 30s or 40s. I just need to go out for a bit. No need to worry," Gu Zhengwo said, sitting next to his wife. "When I leave, don't go far with the 4 kids. Stay with Yimin and Hui, keep each other company, and don't be alone." He still remembered how close Yimin almost got assaulted last time. It made him uneasy. Wang Yueju nodded. "Don't worry, I understand. Don't worry about us. Be careful outside." While the couple was warm and caring, the atmosphere in the room with the 4 sisters was not good. Today, Gu Yimin received a package. Luo Yongnian had sent back a sweater. It was obvious he refused her. When she opened the package, Gu Yimin's face looked bad. She didn't say a word. Gu Siqing and Gu Erwi were worried. A girl in her teens experiencing her first crush and being rejected might feel upset. That Luo Yongnian's shooting skills must be bad, Gu Siqing whispered to Gu Yimin. Gu Erwi looked confused.
How do you know that?
"His eyesight isn't good," Gu Siqing said, counting on her fingers. "Gu Yimin is pretty, gentle, and kind. She's talented. He's the one missing out." Gu Erwi forced a smile and nodded. "That's true. Everyone in Sonli and Wutsuan says the eldest daughter of the Gu family is very good." Yes, Gu Sanjing also nodded. "Big sister cooks well, but He can't enjoy it. Gu Yimin saw her 3 younger sisters gather around her to cheer her up and chuckled softly. All right, I just felt a little lost for a moment. I won't mention that person anymore. Gu Siheng and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Father is leaving for Shinshur tomorrow, Gu Erwi said. If this batch of goods sells well, our days will get better and better. She shifted the conversation to future hopes. Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing excitedly talked about their happy life ahead, while Gu Yimin's lingering disappointment from her ejected confession gradually faded. The next day, Gu Zhengwo left home around 5 in the morning, heading to Lizhou in the provincial capital, then took a train to Shenshur in the afternoon. The train from Lizhou to Shenshur takes 4 days. To save money, they didn't buy sleeper tickets, only hard seats. After 4 days and 3 nights, even the strongest body would feel exhausted. By the time they got off the train, it was already around 8 at night.
They found a small inn to stay in.
The inn offered single rooms and double rooms, 10 yuan a night for a single, 7 yuan for a double. Compared to Lizhou, the prices seemed quite high. But no matter how expensive, they had to stay. Sleeping on the street was not an option. They showed their identification for registration and booked a double room. After receiving the key, they carried their luggage to the room. Just as they sat down, there was a knock on the door. Gu Zhengwo got up to open it and saw a woman in her late 20s, with bright red lipstick and tight clothes that nearly revealed her chest, leaning seductively at the door. Big brother, do you want company? Gu Zhengwo had never seen such a scene before. He froze for a moment and then slammed the door shut. Han Dei, also encountering this for the first time, clicked his tongue and said, "This is too blatant. Aren't they afraid of being judged for their behavior?" Gu Zhengwo sat on the bed. Probably not afraid. Otherwise, they wouldn't do such things. Han Dei clicked his tongue again, then went out to get a thermos and a basin for washing. When he returned, he saw the woman from earlier enter the room next door. Not long after he entered, he heard sounds of moaning and squeaking, loud enough to disturb the night. The noise finally stopped late into the night, and Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei fell asleep. But just after 7 the next morning, the noise from next door started again. This time, it wasn't the intimate sounds, but the desperate crying of a man. The two quickly put on their clothes and opened the door. They saw a crowd gathered outside the neighboring door. They moved closer to look and saw a skinny, dark man in his 40s sitting on the ground, crying and saying, "I've saved this money for over 10 years, and it's been stolen just like that. It must be your hotel people. You have to compensate me." "You're really funny," said the hotel owner, a woman in her 30s with curly hair, standing in front of the man with her arms crossed. "This is a hotel, not a police station. If your money is lost, it's none of my business. Are you saying that woman from last night isn't one of your staff?" The man wiped his tears and asked, "What woman?" "I didn't see any woman," the hotel owner replied impatiently. "Your money is lost. If you want to report it, go to the police station. Don't cause trouble here. It's embarrassing for a grown man to cry like this." After speaking, she walked away. The skinny man got up and went to report to the police station. The crowd gradually dispersed. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei went back to their room to wash up, then packed their luggage and checked out. Since their money was stolen, they definitely wouldn't stay here anymore. The man who lost his money said he had saved it for over 10 years, just like them. If they lost their money, they would be devastated too. Gu Zhengwo was relieved that his wife had hidden the money in a secret pocket in his underwear, making it less likely to be stolen. No matter how skilled a thief was, they probably couldn't reach into his pants. Of course, if they called a woman at night for that kind of thing, losing money would be deserved. Just as they were about to leave after checking out, the police arrived. Knowing they lived next to the skinny man, they stayed to ask questions. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei told them everything they knew. After hearing this, the police looked at the skinny man differently. His behavior indicated he was involved in illicit activities. The skinny man, still troubled by the loss of his money, didn't notice the police's gaze and kept talking. "It must be that woman from last night. I keep my money sewn into my underwear, so it shouldn't be lost normally." Gu Zhengwo. It seems not only his wife liked to hide money in her underwear. Since it wasn't their problem anymore, they took their luggage and found a state-run restaurant to eat. They spent 50 cents on breakfast, paid the bill, then asked around about factories in the city. Afterward, they took a bus to the industrial area. Shunshur is a newly developed city. Its infrastructure isn't as good as Ulvzu, but there are many factories, mostly private ones. They found a state-run hotel, put down their luggage, and then started wandering around various factories. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei asked around about the locations of factories in the city, then took a bus to get there. When they arrived, they found that it was very different from what they had imagined. Factories in Lizhou are usually large with impressive gates at the entrance. But here, the factories are quite small, just 10 rooms with a few dozen workers make up one factory. However, the businesses here are very lively. Each factory has a small building at the entrance, displaying their products, with staff ready to explain them. The two spent the whole morning visiting about a dozen factories: clothing, shoes, toys, electronic watches, and more. At noon, when the factories finished work, they found a small restaurant nearby to eat. Food here is very expensive. 2 bowls of noodles cost them a little over $1. Because the restaurant is right next to the factory area, most customers are either factory workers or people like them buying supplies, so they overheard many pieces of information. For example, which factory makes how much money in a year, or stories about the boss and his sister-in-law. There is also useful information like how factories that buy large quantities can get discounts, so many buyers form groups to purchase more cheaply. In the afternoon, they continued wandering around the factories until work ended, then returned to their hotel. Just as they sat down and hadn't even had a sip of water, a hotel receptionist approached them with a smile and asked, "Are you 2 brothers here to buy supplies?" Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei, having experienced the incident of the dark, thin man losing money yesterday, realized that this place was quite chaotic. Hearing the receptionist's question, they became more cautious. Both lowered their heads and drank water silently. The receptionist didn't seem embarrassed. He casually sat down inside and continued smiling, saying, "Don't worry, brothers. Our hotel is a proper state-run place. I am a legitimate employee, a government worker. We don't do shady or dishonest things." Even after saying this, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei remained alert. Gu Zhengwo put down his teacup and asked, "What do you want? Are you 2 brothers here to buy supplies?" The receptionist leaned forward, reducing the distance between them, and said, "Buying supplies has many tricks. If you buy a lot, you'll get a discount. If you buy a little, it will be more expensive. Most of the people living here are like brother 2, who buy goods for resale. To make things easier for everyone, I've gathered all the buyers together. You can discuss what to buy and how to negotiate prices with the factory. Basically, if the big brother agrees with someone, I just get a small fee for running errands." Hearing this, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei once again marvel at how good Southern people are at doing business. Look at them, they can make money from anything. "Then, how much should I pay you?" Han Dei asked. The waiter held out a hand. 5 yuan per person. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei didn't say anything. 5 yuan is too expensive. The waiter saw their expressions and understood they thought it was too much. He quickly said, "Gentlemen, think about it. If you team up successfully, you won't just save a few yuan. You could save dozens or even hundreds." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei looked at each other. Then Gu Zhengwo smiled and said, "We'll discuss it." This was a polite way to refuse, and the waiter understood. But he didn't get upset and still smiled. "All right, gentlemen, when you decide, come find me." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei nodded, saw him out, then closed the door to discuss. In the end, they decided not to buy with others. They didn't know if the other person might cheat them or if there were other hidden issues. To be safe, they decided to buy on their own. The next day, they took the bus back to the market area. This time, they went door to door asking about prices and checking the quality of goods. After returning to the hotel, they discussed what to buy. After considering everything, they decided to buy clothes. First, clothes are essential items and can be sold immediately. Second, clothes are easy to carry, unlike shoes or toys, which are less convenient to transport. They went back to the factory. They looked at padded jackets and asked about the price. 30 yuan each. Compared to the 55 yuan the reporter paid, earning 25 yuan per jacket, it seemed quite profitable. But they hesitated because the price was a bit high. "Don't hesitate, guys," the factory worker said. "I tell you, these clothes will sell well. They might seem expensive, but they're warm, stylish, and can be worn for many years." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei each held a padded jacket, still unsure. Just then, a few men in their 30s came in. Seeing the salesperson, one of them said directly, "Give me 200 of those padded jackets." The salesperson immediately smiled and walked over. "Sold out again? Boss Zhang, business is booming." The man chuckled. "It's because of your good clothes." The salesperson turned to his colleague and said, "Go to the warehouse and prepare stock for Boss Zhang." The man immediately walked away with a friendly smile. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei stood in the corner, listening to the salesperson chat with Boss Zhang until Boss Zhang left with the goods.
How are you two thinking about it?
The salesperson asked Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei. "It's not very cold now, but if it gets colder, even if you take the goods, you'll have to wait several days." "That boss just now probably paid 25 yuan per piece," Gu Zhengwo said. The salesperson was surprised. "Brother, how did you figure that out?" Gu Zhengwo smiled and said, "Don't worry about how I know. If you also give us 25 yuan per piece, we'll take some back to try." The salesperson looked hesitant. "Brother, Boss Zhang is our regular customer. We started working with him last year. He sells our clothes all year round. If we sell well this time, we'll sell your clothes all year round too," Han Dei said. The salesperson frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, "How many can you take?" Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei looked at each other. Han Dei said, "Let's try with 100 pieces first." That was the amount they agreed on yesterday. The salesperson hesitated, but then nodded. "All right, 25 yuan per piece. 50 for men's and 50 for women's?" Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei nodded. The salesperson asked someone to prepare the stock. Gu Zhengwo took this chance to go to the bathroom and pulled out 2,500 yuan. When he returned, the goods were already prepared. But he didn't give the money to the salesperson right away. Instead, he and Han Dei carefully examined each of the 100 pieces for any problems. "Brothers, I've never seen you both so careful," the salesperson said helplessly. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei didn't speak. They continued inspecting each piece, and finally, they picked out 5 with some flaws and asked the salesperson to exchange them. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei each carried 2,000 yuan. They spent 2,500 yuan on bread jackets, leaving them with 1,500 yuan. They then went to the denim factory and took nearly 200 pairs of jeans. When they returned to the hotel, each carried a large bag. The front desk smiled and said, "Brother, is the goods ready?" Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei exchanged a few words with him and then went to their rooms. Their train tickets had already been bought, and on the way, they bought a few more pastries. From now on, they would be tied to these 2 bags of goods. At night, both men were each holding a bag of goods. They had to be careful because these 2 bags contained their savings accumulated over many years and represented their family's hopes for the future. "These bread clothes and jeans, I think they'll sell well in the provincial city," Han Dei said, leaning against a large burlap sack filled with jeans. Gu Zhengwo nodded, "I think so too. The factories and companies there have more money. We just made a small mistake. We didn't think it through before coming." Han Dei lit a cigarette and took a puff, then said, "Maybe we should rent a house in the provincial city to sell our goods." Gu Zhengwo sat up, lit a cigarette, and after a moment, asked, "Was Qiu Weiguang from the second company from the provincial city?" "Seems like it," Han Dei replied. "Do you want to find him?" Gu Zhengwo exhaled a puff of smoke. "If we do business in the provincial city in the future, it would be good to have a friend there." "That's true, but back then, we didn't know him well," Han Dei said. Gu Zhengwo sighed. "I used to look down on those who tried to curry favor, thinking they lacked integrity. Now I realize what integrity. I was just overestimating myself." Han Dei laughed a little. "We're both the same. If we had used some connections when we left the army, things might be different now." Gu Zhengwo forced a smile. "I met Qiu Weiguang a few times when I was in the army. He's a good guy. I still know his address. When we get to the provincial city, I'll look for him. Once, when he returned home on leave, Gu Zhengwo brought some things for Qiu Weiguang. Han Dei exhaled a cigarette. All right, I'll go find him when we get back. Selling clothes won't work with just the two of us. We also need to bring our families over. Gu Zhengwo nodded. My wife and daughter Yi Min and Hui are going to the provincial city. Your wife's younger sister is going too. Your two boys can come to my house, and my wife will take care of the kids. Han Dei thought this plan was good and agreed. After discussing, the two men lay down to rest. The next morning, they got up at 5 o'clock and headed to the train station. The hotel receptionist saw each man carrying a huge burlap sack and thought, they're really strong. Most people couldn't handle such heavy loads. It wasn't easy for the two to squeeze onto the train with their large bags, but luckily, both were tall and strong, so they managed to get on. Throughout the journey, they held tightly onto their bags, not even loosening their grip when eating. For 4 days and 3 nights, they hardly slept. As soon as they got off the train, they looked for a hotel to sleep. They slept all day and only woke up at noon the next day. After washing up and eating a little, Gu Zhengwo went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some gifts and then headed to Qiu Weiguang's house. Carrying things and asking for help is something Gu Zhengwo is doing for the first time. In the past, he might have felt ashamed or uncomfortable, but this time, until he reached the door of Qiu Weiguang's house, he felt very calm. He chuckled at himself, thinking, I used to take myself too seriously. Actually, everyone faces some difficulties in life, so how can you not ask for help? He realized he used to be narrow-minded. The doorbell rang, and soon someone opened the door. It was a woman in her 40s, slightly overweight. Seeing Gu Zhengwo, she asked, Who are you looking for? Is this Qiu Weiguang's house? Gu Zhengwo asked. When she nodded, he added, I am a comrade of Weiguang. The woman responded with an O and stepped aside, saying, Come in. Then she called inside, Old Qiu, someone's here. Qiu Weiguang came out from the room, paused when he saw Gu Zhengwo, then walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, Gu Zhengwo. Wow, it's been so many years.
Come in.
It's been about 7 or 8 years, Gu Zhengwo replied as he sat down. Qiu Weiguang's wife saw the two sit and talk, then brought over 2 glasses of water. Gu Zhengwo quickly thanked her, and the 2 old friends, who hadn't seen each other in years, started chatting warmly, mostly about their past in the army. After more than half an hour, Qiu Weiguang suddenly remembered and asked, Jiangua, what brings you here this time? Gu Zhengwo explained his business with Han Dei, ending with, We're in a new place and unfamiliar, so we came to find you. Qiu Weiguang nodded and gave Gu Zhengwo a thumbs up, saying, You two are brave. Gu Zhengwo smiled bitterly. It's all for supporting the family. Our big family's life is too tight with just a few acres of land. Qiu Weiguang patted his shoulder and said, Leave this to me. I'll find you a good house in the next couple of days. Seeing that Qiu Weiguang was still as generous as before, Gu Zhengwo patted his arm and said, I won't bother you with small talk. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink. Qiu Weiguang laughed heartily. Good. It's been many years since I saw Dei. Let's have a good drink then. After leaving Qiu Weiguang's house, Gu Zhengwo again felt that he had been overly sensitive and narrow-minded. Look, asking for help isn't that hard. Qiu Weiguang was very efficient. The next day, he came to the hotel to find them, saying he had found a house on Zhongshan Road and told them to go see it. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei carried 2 large bags and headed to Zhongshan Road. Zhongshan Road is considered the city center of Lizi City. There is a small square where many people usually come to play. The house that Qiu Weiguang found is right next to the small square, about 30 square meters, and the room upstairs can still be lived in. I originally looked for a house in the West District, but my brother-in-law said a friend had a place here. I came to see it, and it's much better than what I found, Qiu Weiguang said. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei were very happy with the house and asked about the rent. Qiu Weiguang hesitated and said upstairs and downstairs, 15 yuan a month. 15 yuan is not a small amount, so he hesitated when speaking. He knew that doing this business was not easy for Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei, but this location was really good. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai thought the rent was a bit high, but after a quick look at each other, they decided to rent the place. There was no reason. This place was really suitable for doing business. They paid 3 months' rent happily and also gave Qiu Weiguang a bread jacket. Although giving away a piece of clothing before opening was a bit painful since he had helped so much, he felt he should be grateful. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai forcefully gave Qiu Weiguang a piece of clothing. When he got home, he told his wife, Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai are really too polite. I just helped a little and they even asked me to take back a piece of clothing. His wife, Zhu Qingfen, didn't mind and casually opened the clothing.
She was stunned and said this.
Is this the clothes your comrade gave you? Yes, what's wrong? Qiu Weiguang poured himself a glass of water, walked over, looked at the clothing, and asked, what kind of clothes are these? They look so strange. Will they sell well? Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai shouldn't have overpaid. Zhu Qingfen listened and snorted. Do you know what kind of clothes these are? Do you know how much they cost? Qiu Weiguang, a typical man, usually didn't pay attention to clothes or know their value. He asked, are they expensive? Of course they are. They're worth more than a month's salary, Zhu Qingfen, who works at the post office, said. Last year, she saw the son of their director wearing such clothes, which caused quite a stir at the post office. She didn't expect Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai to be so generous. That's more than a month's salary. That's so expensive. Qiu Weiguang took the clothes and looked at them back and forth. Seeing that they were valuable, he put them on himself. After a while, he said they're really warm. He took off the clothes and said, no, I should return these clothes to Jiangwo and Dai. They're too expensive. But Zhu Qingfen held the clothes in her hand and refused to let go. She said, if you think their gift is too heavy, just help them more in the future. Qiu Weiguang hesitated for a moment and said, all right, next time we have a meal together, I'll invite your brother too. Zhu Qingfen rolled her eyes at him. I knew you'd use my family's connections. Her older brother is the head of the Dongqing District Police Station in Lishu City. It's just that this outfit is a bit wasted on you. It should be for Xiao Yi. Can you exchange the size? Zhu Qingfen whispered to Qiu Weiguang. Qiu Weiguang replied, come on, I can't afford to lose face over that person. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai sat in the newly rented house, feeling a bit sad about the clothes they gave to Qiu Weiguang. What they didn't know was that this clothing paved a smooth path for them. Wang Yueji received a call from Gu Jiangwo and was confused. Why suddenly go to the provincial city to do business? She always thought business was done in the town or county. But the provincial city, such a big place, just thinking about it made her nervous. When she got home, she told her 4 daughters about it and said, that's the provincial city. We're unfamiliar with the place. Can we really succeed? Gu Siqing thought her father still had some business sense. Designer down jackets are expensive, and they sell better in the provincial city. The shopping power in small counties isn't as strong as in the provincial city. Did Dad say he'll come pick us up? Gu Erwi asked. Wang Yueju nodded. He wants you and Yimin to go, along with Aunt Huiying. Her 2 boys will stay at our place. Gu Erwi and Gu Yimin were excited. They'd never been farther than Dao County, and they'd never been to the provincial city before. This trip was for business, and if it went well, they might stay there long term. That's the provincial city. Gu Siqing was also excited. They were 1 step closer to leaving the courtyard. Gu Sanjing said, the provincial city must be very fun. Since Dad has already arranged everything, you 2 pack your things. Dad will come tomorrow. If we're going to stay there long term, we need to bring pots, bowls, bedding, clothes. Wang Yueju kept nagging as she packed, and Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi quickly went back to their rooms to pack their clothes. Gu Sanjing sat on the bed edge, watching them pack, and said, I want to go to the provincial city too. Don't worry, we'll go soon, Gu Siqing replied. Maybe after the new year, our whole family will move there. As they packed, suddenly someone shouted loudly in the yard, Gu Yimin, come out here. The voice was familiar. It's Zhang Shuangping. When the 4 sisters and Wang Yueju went outside, they saw Zhang Shuangping, Zhang Chuntao, and Gu Fenglian standing in the yard, all looking very angry. Especially Zhang Shuangping, with her gritted teeth and angry look, as if she wants to eat Gu Yimin alive. Gu Yimin, I ask you, did you already know about Deng Jiming and the young widow? Did you deliberately break off your engagement with Deng Jiming so I would marry him? Are you so cruel? Zhang Shuangping pointed at Gu Yimin as if she was blaming her for her current situation. Of course, she thought so too. Zhang Shuangping, I won't argue with you. I don't care why I broke off my engagement with Deng Jiming, and I don't care why you got engaged to him. You better leave my house now, or I won't be polite. Gu Yimin spoke calmly, but her eyes were already looking around for any handy weapons. As soon as she finished, Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing each grabbed a thick stick. Zhang Shuangping and Gu Fenglian were startled. They knew that the Gu family was not afraid to fight physically. They had been hurt by them before, and even now, Zhang Shuzhen was still lying in bed. You'd better leave quickly, or we'll go to the police station to settle this, Gu Erui said, picking up a shovel from the corner of the wall. Zhang Shuangping and Gu Fenglian stepped back several paces. They understood what Gu Erui meant by going to the police station. If they went, they would have to report today's incident, and also the previous incident where Zhao Arai had forced Gu Yimin. They didn't want that to be known. Get out! Wang Yueju shouted at them. The three women hurriedly left. When they reached Zhang Chuantao's house across the street, Zhang Shuangping and Gu Fenglian still felt scared. They were angry and wanted to cause trouble at the Gu family to vent their frustration, forgetting that the main members of the Gu family were like wolves. All this was definitely planned by Gu Yimin and her people. They knew about Deng Jiming and the young widow, deliberately trying to interfere with her and Deng Jiming's marriage. Then they broke off the engagement without anyone talking. It's all Gu Yimin's fault, boo-hoo. Zhang Shuangping started crying. She had been so eager to marry Deng Jiming before, and now she deeply regretted it. Deng Jiming was caught cheating and was expelled from the grain office because of his conduct. He was now unemployed, and because he was from a commodity grain village, he wasn't given land. His reputation was so bad that he was almost like a street rat. In her situation, she wanted to break off the engagement, but then she found out she was pregnant. How could she break off the engagement now? Unable to do so, she felt frustrated about marrying Deng Jiming, who had nothing. These days, she felt like a balloon ready to burst at any moment. Enough, stop crying. Gu Fenglian said irritably, I told you to be careful back then, but you didn't listen. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Deng Jiming lost his job, but Deng's family still has Deng Dazhu. Let Deng Dazhu change your private teaching position to a public one. If they could manage that, the marriage could still happen. Gu Siqing and her friends didn't pay much attention to Zhang Shuangping and the others. Compared to going to the provincial city, their grudge with the Zhang family was not important. That evening, most of the packing was done. All the belongings were piled up like a small mountain. Wang Yueju still thought it wasn't enough, and kept complaining, look, what are we missing? If we forget something, we'll have to buy it again, and it'll cost a lot of money. Hearing her, Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui carefully checked the items again, and added a few more. Gu Zhengwo returned the next afternoon, noticeably thinner than when he left, but in good spirits. Still, Wang Yueju felt very worried for him. I'm fine, Gu Zhengwo said, seeing his wife's worried look, feeling warm inside. He patted her hand and said, I'm going to Han's house first to pick up my sister-in-law and the two kids. Tomorrow, we'll leave together. Wang Yueju nodded. After he left, she started making dumplings with Yimin and Yihui. Even though the men didn't say anything, she knew he had suffered a lot on this trip, so she wanted to make dumplings to help him recover. After school, Gu Siqing and Gu Sanjing came home and saw their mother busy making dumplings in the kitchen. She immediately looked around the yard for Gu Zhengwo, eager to hear about his shopping trip, but she couldn't find him. Don't look anymore. He's at Uncle Han's house, Wang Yueju said. Gu Siqing put down her school bag, washed her hands, and joined in making dumplings. Soon, Gu Zhengwo and Tian Huiying arrived, followed by Han Jingping and Han Erping. Tian Huiying put down her things and helped make dumplings too. That evening, the two families enjoyed a lively dinner of dumplings. After dinner, Gu Siqing pulled Han Jingping aside and whispered, Is this thing with Deng Jiming related to you? Kids shouldn't worry about such things, he said, with no change in his expression. Gu Siqing pouted. I'm just a kid, but you're not? Even though Han Jingping didn't admit to doing it, Gu Siqing was sure that he was involved. She couldn't help but look again at this fair, handsome young boy. At 13 or 14, he could think so carefully and cause such a big problem. When he grew up, he would be even more capable. The incident with Deng Ziming being caught cheating seemed simple, but upon closer thought, it was not. First, they needed to confirm that Deng Ziming would definitely be with the young widow that day. They also had to find someone suitable to catch him in the act and figure out how to get themselves out of the situation. This series of tasks was not easy, even for an adult to handle. Fourth brother, can I sleep with you tonight? Han Erpeng asked as he walked over. Hearing this, Han Jingping grabbed his collar and went to wash up, saying, You're a boy. She's a girl. You can't sleep together. We used to sleep together before. That was before, now is now. Gu Sihung listened to the brothers' conversation and went back inside. Today, their mother and Aunt Huiying planned to sleep with them, while Gu Zhangwo took the two brothers to another room. They had a quiet night, and early the next morning, Gu Zhangwo took his two daughters and Huiying to the provincial city. Because they brought a lot of things, it caused quite a stir in the village. Many people asked Gu Zhangwo what he was going to do. Gu Zhangwo only vaguely said he had some matters to attend to, but refused to give details. Zhang Chuntao and Wang Danny naturally found out about this. They went to ask Wang Yueju what Gu Zhangwo was doing. Wang Yueju was clueless, and Wang Danny was so angry she almost wanted to hit someone. But now, in the new society, it was not like the old days when a mother-in-law could freely scold or hit her daughter-in-law. She could only leave angrily to find Gu Zhangwo. Gu Zhangwo was playing mahjong with others when his mother came to find him. He was impatient, saying, Mom, the fields are planted now. Nothing urgent. Can't I just play a game? Wang Danny was truly disappointed. She whispered, You know what your older brother is up to, right? Gu Zhangwo nodded impatiently. I saw it with my own eyes and even talked to him a bit. What did he say? Did he say what he plans to do? Mom, I'll tell you again. Don't think that my older brother's estate will all go to Shuebin and Sweki. That's impossible. After saying that, he went back to his game. Wang Danny felt her heart ache with anger. When Gu Zhangwo and the others arrived in the city, it was already late afternoon, around 5 or 6 o'clock. Luckily, there was a bus. They took the bus to the house they rented on Zhongshan Road. On the way, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi couldn't stop looking around. It was their first time in such a big city like Lizhou, and everything seemed new and interesting to them. The buildings here were tall, the streets wide and clean, and cars often passed by. They thought the people living in Lizhou were very lucky. When they entered the rented house, they looked around carefully, touching the white walls. Gu Erwi whispered to Gu Yimin, This is so white. Gu Yimin also touched the walls and nodded with a smile. Everything here was so different from their village. Tian Huiying was not much better than the other two. She was also touching everything around. Gu Zhangwo and Han Dei sat on small stools, watching them and smiling, feeling happy and hopeful about the future. Stop just looking and go upstairs to tidy up, or there will be nowhere to sleep tonight, Han Dei said as he carried his luggage upstairs. Gu Yimin and the others quickly followed. The upstairs room was the same size as the one downstairs, about 30 square meters. It had a bed and a simple cabinet. There was nothing else. All three of you can stay upstairs, Han Dei said as he placed his luggage on the bed. Zhangwo and I will stay downstairs. Hearing this, Tian Huiying frowned and asked, There's no bed downstairs. How will you sleep? Actually, the bed upstairs was quite small, enough for 3 people to squeeze in. Han Dei waved his hand casually. The 2 of us will sleep on the floor. Then he pointed outside to the coal stove and the chopping board, saying this is where we can cook. Over there is the toilet. Outside the toilet, there's a water sink for washing up. It was around mealtime and 2 families were cooking. Hearing their conversation, they looked over but didn't say anything, continuing with their cooking. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi, understanding the basic layout of the place, took out noodles and a pot from their luggage to start cooking. They hadn't eaten much during the trip. Neither of them knew how to use the coal stove, so Han Dae showed them how to operate it. Then he went back into the room with Tion Hueying to unpack and make the beds. Gu Erwi rolled up her sleeves and carefully washed the pot, while Gu Emin took out a cabbage and started chopping vegetables. The sisters worked well together. Next to them, a woman in her 30s or 40s, who was cooking nearby, looked at the sisters from top to bottom and asked, "Are you selling clothes downstairs?" Gu Erwi paused her vegetable washing and smiled at the woman. "Yes." "What kind of clothes do you sell?" The woman asked again. Gu Erwi placed the washed cabbage on the chopping board. "We just arrived, so we don't know yet." The woman nodded and continued cooking. Gu Emin finished chopping the vegetables, and Gu Erwi had already washed the pot. She placed the pot on the coal stove. Actually, Gu Erwi was a little nervous when talking to the woman. Rural folks often feel a bit inferior when they see city people. But she controlled her nervousness and stayed calm. The cabbage noodles were ready in a short while. Han Dae and Tion Hueying also finished tidying up, and everyone carried the food downstairs to eat. The goods downstairs were the result of many years of hard savings from two families, and they couldn't leave them unattended even for a moment. After eating and cleaning up, everyone sat together to discuss how to open the shop the next day. Actually, opening a business is a big event, and at least they should have picked a good date. But seeing 2 bags of goods piled up made them anxious, and they wanted to start selling right away. So they decided to begin selling tomorrow. However, none of them had ever done business before and didn't know how to sell the products. A few people sat together in silence for a long time. Tion Hueying broke the silence first, saying, "Maybe Emin and Erwi can try on these clothes to see how they look." She thought the clothes were too expensive and looked strange, worried that if they wore them and looked bad, no one would want them. Emin and Erwi are pretty, and if they don't look good in these clothes, it's easy to imagine how others would look. Gu Jangwo and Han Dae also wanted to see how the clothes looked on, so they took out the sizes for the 2 girls and asked them to go upstairs and try them on. The sisters took the clothes upstairs. The room was cold, so they quickly put on the clothes and looked at themselves in the mirror. "Do I look good?"
Emin asked.
She felt the pants were too tight around her thighs and was a bit uncomfortable. Erwi looked her over and said after a while, "I can't really say, but they should look good, right?" Mainly because the clothes didn't match her current taste. "You also look good in them," Emin said. Feeling uncertain, they went downstairs. Gu Jangwo and Han Dae also couldn't tell if the clothes looked good or not. They just thought they were quite different from usual fashion. "Tomorrow, you 2 should wear these clothes," Han Dae said. "We need to show them to customers." The sisters and Tion Hueying went upstairs again. The bed was only about 1.5 meters wide, so 3 people squeezed in, but it was warm. They lay on the bed, but couldn't sleep well, worried about whether they could sell the clothes tomorrow. Downstairs, Gu Jangwo and Han Dae lay on the floor, unable to sleep either. It was their first time doing business, and they had invested all their savings. If they lost money, they didn't want to think about it. By around 6 in the morning, they got up. After preparing and eating breakfast, it was only after 7. Emin, Erwi, and Tion Hueying started cleaning and hanging the clothes, waiting for customers. By around 8, a few elderly women in their 50s or 60s from nearby came in. They looked at the clothes, complimented Emin and Erwi on their looks, and then left. Later, more people came in one after another, but they just looked around and asked about the price of the bread clothes before leaving. Over the morning, about 10 people entered the shop, but no clothes were sold. The same happened in the afternoon. At dinner that night, everyone was silent. Not a single piece of clothing was sold all day, and they were all very worried. But no matter how anxious they were, there was nothing they could do. "Maybe the price is too high?" Tion Hueying asked. "It's not very expensive," Gu Jangwo said. "Our bread suits are the only ones in Lizho. We also sell jeans, but only 2 stores sell them, and they cost 15 yuan each. Let's wait and see how tomorrow goes," Han Dae said, putting down his bowl and taking out a cigarette. The next morning was the same. There were people coming to look, but no one bought anything. A few young men in their 20s came in, glancing at Gu Emin and Gu Erwi, clearly not interested in the clothes. In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, 2 young women in their 20s arrived. They first looked at the bread suits out of curiosity, asked about the price, then lost interest. Then they stared at the legs of Gu Emin and Gu Erwi. Seeing this, Gu Erwi smiled and said, "If you like, you can try them on. I think you'd look good in them." She was a little nervous when she said this, as it was her first time recommending clothes to strangers. She was worried they might refuse, which would be awkward. Fortunately, when the girls heard they could try on the clothes, their eyes lit up. Usually, they couldn't try clothes at the supply and marketing cooperative, and the clothes the girls wore looked really nice. "Then bring out 2 pairs for us to try," the girls said. Gu Emin quickly brought out the pants, and Gu Erwi smiled and said, "I live upstairs. Come with me to try them." The 2 girls nodded and followed the sisters upstairs. Each tried on 2 pairs, and in the end, they chose the smaller size. When paying, they thought 15 yuan was a bit expensive and wanted it cheaper. Gu Erwi looked hesitant and said, "As you can see, this is our first time doing business. We're afraid they won't sell, so this is the lowest price. If we go any lower, we won't make a profit. We rent this place, and if we lose money, we can't pay the rent." Her expression looked genuinely troubled, and since they never bargained when buying at the supply and marketing cooperative, it seemed real. In the end, each girl bought a pair of jeans for 15 yuan. At the moment of payment, Gu Erwi's hands trembled slightly. Seeing them leave, she said again, "Why not try the bread suits? You can try them for free." The 2 girls looked at each other and then at the sisters, thinking the clothes looked really good. "Maybe we should try?" one girl said to the other. Gu Emin didn't wait for their discussion and handed over the suitable sizes for both girls. They took the bread suits, took off their jackets and put them on, then looked at themselves in the mirror. Gu Erwi stood beside them, smiling and saying, "These clothes, although a bit expensive, are warm and make you look good. And they last a long time. They're durable and can be worn for many years." 2 girls looked at themselves in the mirror and then at Sister Gu Emin, feeling that they looked just as good in their clothes. Their hearts wavered a little. They worked in a shoe factory, earning 35 yuan a month, and a single piece of clothing cost 55 yuan, more than a month's wages for them. They felt a bit sad about this. Gu Erwi saw her hesitation and said, "You 2 are fair-skinned. Wearing red makes you look even fairer. It looks much better than me and my sister. We're not as fair as you. Plus, wearing red during the new year is very festive." The 2 girls looked at themselves in the mirror for a while longer, then reluctantly took off their clothes and left. They couldn't bring themselves to part with a 55 yuan outfit. After the girls left, Tian Huiying gave Gu Erwi a thumbs up. "Erwi, you're good at this. I didn't realize you could talk so well before." Gu Erwi blushed and smiled shyly. "At first, I was a little embarrassed, but after talking a while, I got used to it." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei also smiled, finally feeling relieved. The shop was opening. They sold 2 pairs of pants, earning 14 yuan, enough to cover the rent. That afternoon, no more clothes were sold. Around 6 o'clock, 5 or 6 women in their 40s came in, led by Zhu Qingfen, the wife of Qiu Weiguang. Zhu Qingfen greeted Gu Zhengwo warmly and then praised Gu Emin and Gu Erwi, saying, "Your kids are so handsome and good-looking." The girls felt shy and blushed at her compliments. Zhu Qingfen also talked about the bread jackets she brought, saying how light and warm they were. Her words made the women with her feel eager to buy. However, in the end, they decided to go home and think it over, probably because they thought the price was too high. Today, Zhu Qingfen came because she was annoyed by Qiu Weiguang. He felt guilty because he only helped Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei find a house and ended up asking for clothes worth over 50 yuan. Although Zhu Qingfen thought they had helped and that Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei should give some gifts, she also felt the clothes were a bit expensive. So she brought her colleagues to introduce customers, but none of them bought anything because they thought it was too costly. That day, they sold 2 pairs of pants, earning 14 yuan. The group felt somewhat relieved. In the next 2 days, many people came to see the bread jackets. With Gu Emin and Gu Erwi's persuasion, some tried them on, but no one bought any. Recently, I sold 6 pairs of jeans. Although selling jeans has earned me some money these days, I feel anxious seeing so many clothes still unsold, especially since no one has bought the bread jackets. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae have blisters on their mouths, showing how much pressure they are under. On the 5th morning after opening, a jeep parked at the door. A man and a woman, both in their 20s, entered. From their clothes, it was clear they didn't come from ordinary families. "Is this the bread jacket?" the woman asked, tilting her chin to look at Gu Yamin and Gu Yihui, acting superior. The sisters felt uncomfortable under her gaze, but stayed silent. Gu Yihui smiled and said, "Yes, this is the bread jacket. Would you like to try one?" The woman nodded faintly. Gu Yamin quickly took out a red bread jacket and handed it to her. After she put it on, she smiled and said, "You look really good in it." The woman didn't seem to hear her compliment and turned to the man, asking, "Does it look good?" The man looked away from Gu Yihui and said, "It looks good. You look good in anything." The woman snorted, "Just this one. Get me another pair of jeans." Gu Yamin quickly found a pair of jeans suitable for her and packed away the bread jacket she had taken off. The woman then turned to the man, asking, "Should I buy him a set too?" The man looked indifferent and said, "Sure." The woman said, "Get her a set too." Gu Yamin packed another set of clothes into the bag. The man then took out a wallet, asked, "How much is it in total?"
145 yuan, Gu Yihui replied.
The man looked at her again, took 150 yuan from his wallet, handed it over, and Gu Yihui gave him 5 yuan back. He then threw the car keys to the woman and left. When their car drove away, everyone was very excited. Finally, the bread jackets were selling. Tian Huiying sighed. Rich people are different. 100 or 200 yuan and they just spend it. Gu Yihui smiled and said, "Annie, 100 or 200 yuan is a lot to us, but it might be nothing to them." Tian Huiying nodded, "That's true. Today has really opened my eyes." After that, business seemed to pick up. Soon, the 2 girls who bought jeans earlier came back, each buying a red bread jacket. But they weren't as quick to decide. They tried on many pieces, bargained for a while, and Gu Yihui gave them a 1 yuan discount. Only then did they pay and leave with their clothes. In the afternoon, Zhu Qingfin and her colleagues came again. They tried on many pieces of clothing, taking turns. Since 6 people were trying on clothes together, Gu Jiamei and Tian Huiying were very busy. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae wanted to help, but since the fitting was done by women, they felt it was awkward for the men to get involved. After trying on the clothes, they bargained and negotiated. In the end, they sold a quilted jacket for 53 yuan, and they sold 6 jackets in total. That day, they sold 10 quilted jackets and 7 pairs of jeans, earning a total of 277 yuan. This was a significant amount, almost half a year's wages for a worker. They farmed the land, and their family could not save 200 yuan in a year. That evening, they cooked 2 extra dishes for dinner. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae also drank some wine. Recently, they had trouble sleeping every night. Now, they finally saw hope. At first, everyone was hesitant about new things, but once someone started accepting them, others followed. The quilted jackets were the same. In the following days, they sold about 10 jackets each day, and even more jeans. A week passed quickly, and both the jackets and jeans were sold out. They did the math. After subtracting costs, rent, and their usual expenses, they earned a total of 4,200 yuan from this batch of goods. The money was right in front of them. Seeing it, none of them could stop smiling. Not only Gu Yamin and Gu Yihui, but even Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae had never seen so much money. "I didn't expect doing business to be so profitable," Tian Huiying said, swallowing hard. Gu Yamin looked at Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae with bright eyes and asked, "Can I count the money again?" Han Dae laughed. "Count it, Yihui."
Count carefully.
Gu Yihui picked up the stack of money and carefully counted it one by one, while the others watched her and smiled. Gu Jiangwo let out a deep breath. "We need to buy more stock quickly." Han Dae took out 2 cigarettes and handed one to Gu Jiangwo. "Tomorrow, buy train tickets and buy more goods this time." Gu Jiangwo nodded, but he was worried about his 2 daughters being here alone. Pretty girls often attract trouble. The boy who came to buy clothes that day had been hanging around the door for several days. In the end, they decided that Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae would go to Shinsher City to buy more stock, while Gu Yamin, Gu Yihui, and Tian Huiying would go home. When they returned with the goods, they would come back to help. Gu Xijing had been riding Han Jingping's bicycle to school these days. Han Jingping was very capable. He carried all three of them on his bike and still rode steadily. That day, Han Jingping rode his bike home with Gu Xijing, Gu Sanjing, and Han Erping. As soon as they got off the bike, they saw Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi washing clothes. Gu Xijing shouted and ran over. "Big sister and second sister, you're back. Where's Dad? Are the clothes selling well? Are you doing okay in the provincial city?" The questions Gu Xijing asked were also what Gu Sanjing and the two brothers from the Han family wanted to know. These days, they thought about how Gu Jiangwo and the others were doing in the city every day and whether the clothes were selling well. It was not just worry but also hope for a better future. Seeing their bright eyes looking at her, Gu Erwi continued washing clothes and told them what had happened in Lisho. Their mood went up and down as they listened. Gu Xijing didn't expect there to be so many problems at the start of the business. Many people in her past life said that in the 1980s, just setting up a stall could make money. But it seemed there was a lot of false information. Dad went to buy more supplies again? What did he buy this time? Gu Xijing asked. Gu Erwi scooped the clothes out of the basin and said, "Probably more." But she stopped halfway because she saw Wu Danny coming over. They didn't want others to know about their business so early, and Wu Danny, this grandmother, had been labeled as someone outside their circle. "Erwi, where did you go a few days ago?" Wu Danny stared at Gu Erwi as if trying to pressure her, but she didn't succeed. Gu Erwi smiled at her. "I went out with my dad." "Where did you go with your dad?" Wu Danny kept asking. Gu Erwi hung the clothes on the line and said, "My dad told me not to say." "Grandma, if you want to know, ask my dad when he gets back." "I just want to ask you," Wu Danny said, feeling that the eldest family was hiding something big, possibly something very important. "My dad told me not to say." Gu Erwi wiped her hands and went inside. Wu Danny tried to follow, but Gu Xijing quickly stepped in front of her. "Grandma, I just saw Urban come back crying. Did someone hurt him?" Wu Danny's life depended on Gu Xuebin. When she heard he was hurt, she couldn't care about anything else. She turned and hurried away so fast it was like the wind. Even an old lady with bound feet could move that quickly, showing that human limits are endless. What if Wu Danny went home and found Gu Xuebin hadn't cried? It was simple, next time just make him cry. Wu Danny arrived at Gu Jinqing's house and saw Gu Xuebin squatting on the ground playing with mud. His hands, face, and clothes were covered in dirt, but she didn't mind at all. She smiled and asked, "Bin Bin, did someone bully you at school?" Seeing her beloved grandson's face, which was already dark and now covered in mud like a mischievous cat, she couldn't tell if he had cried. "Yes, Dazhuang, Gosheng." Gu Xuebin counted on his fingers who had bullied him. Wu Danny was angry when she heard this and pulled Gu Xuebin to go confront them. While Gu Xiheng and others were having dinner, they heard Wu Danny arguing loudly with some neighbors. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei had gained more experience during their trip to Shenzhen. After getting off the train, they took a bus directly to the factory area and stayed at a state-run hotel. They didn't dare stay at private hotels. The next day, they went straight to the bread jacket factory. The salesperson there recognized them and greeted them with a smile, saying, "How are you, two bosses? Are my products selling well?" Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei were no longer nervous, like last time when they bought supplies. Gu Jiangwo took out a cigarette and offered it to the salesperson. Han Dei found a chair and sat down. The three started talking. They discussed how they sold their products and inquired about the factory's shipment situation. Half an hour passed, and they grew closer. By noon, they invited the salesperson to a nearby small restaurant for a meal, costing 5 yuan. Although they earned over 4,000 yuan from their last batch, they still felt a bit reluctant to spend this 5 yuan. But it was worth spending. Being outside, having friends means more options. After eating, the salesperson, cleaning his teeth, said, "Brother Gu, Brother Han, I suggest you take more stock this time. December is coming soon, and once December arrives, our supplies will be tight. If you only take 100 or 200 pieces, you won't get a chance." Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei looked at each other and then smiled, saying they would consider it. Back at the hotel, They smoked and discussed how much to buy. They initially planned to buy 200 pieces of the bread jackets, but given the current situation, they thought they should buy more.
He makes sense.
Everyone buys new clothes for the new year, so business will be good then. It's normal for supplies to be tight, Han Dae said, frowning while smoking. Doing business is really tough. One wrong decision could lead to losing everything. Gu Jiangwo also frowned while smoking. Although their last batch made good money and looked popular, who knew if sales would be good next time? If they buy too much at once, what if they can't sell it all? The original plan was to take 200 more pieces, intending to sell them until the new year. Let's stick to the original plan. This time, just get 200 pieces. Gu Jiangwo still thought it was safer. Since they're just starting their business and don't understand all the tricks, it's better to be cautious. If sales go well, they can always make a few more trips to the city. Okay. 200 pieces. Han Dae nodded and extinguished his cigarette. Jeans can be bought in larger quantities, since they can be worn all year round. Gu Jiangwo agreed. That's what he thought too. The two decided to pick up 200 pieces of padded jackets the next day. This time, they checked each one carefully for problems. The salesperson helplessly said if there are issues, just bring them back next time to exchange. No need to check each one now. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae then realized they could exchange items, so they stopped inspecting each piece. Checking 200 pieces one by one was a big task. Brothers, aren't you guys taking more as backup? The salesperson whispered to them. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae shook their heads. Gu Jiangwo explained, funds are tight right now. Since he said that, the salesperson didn't say anything more. They bought more items this time, but it was harder to squeeze onto the train. After boarding, their large sacks were disliked by many, and some people stared at them, asking what was inside. On the train, they couldn't sleep well. When they were really tired and wanted to rest for a bit, they held tightly onto their sacks. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi saw Gu Jiangwo with a scruffy beard, bloodshot eyes, and exhaustion all over him. They felt so worried their eyes turned red. They quickly went to cook and then ate before going to sleep. Business is profitable, but it's also tiring. Look at him, he's almost unrecognizable, Tian Huiying whispered while washing dishes. She also felt sorry for Han Dae. Gu Yimin tiptoed to close the door and go downstairs. Several people were already trying on the padded jackets. She hurried over to help. The sisters each recommended clothes to customers, packed items, and took payments. After a while, they finally finished. During this time, they sold 3 padded jackets and 4 pairs of jeans. They happily counted their money when suddenly they heard a car outside. They looked up and saw the first man who bought a padded jacket. This time he came alone, his wife didn't come with him. Would you like something? Gu Erwi asked, but she felt it was unnecessary since they only had 2 styles of clothes and the man was already wearing one. He's just passing by and came to take a look. Zhang Zijuan casually waved his car keys as he walked over, acting as if he was very familiar with the Gu sisters. He looked good, tall and slim, with big eyes and a high-nosed bridge. Even with his carefree attitude, he didn't seem unpleasant. Why didn't you open the door a few days ago? Zhang Zijuan asked Gu Erwi with a slight smile and a mischievous look. Gu Erwi frowned slightly. This person was too familiar. I went to buy supplies. Oh. I've come here several times, but the door has always been closed, Zhang Zijuan said as he naturally sat down on a chair. Gu Erwi didn't quite understand his meaning and asked, do you need something?
No, Im Zhang Zijuan.
Let's be friends, he said with a raised eyebrow and a playful smile, looking like a spoiled rich kid. My car is outside. How about a ride? Gu Erwi finally understood what he was after, but she didn't expect someone from the city to be so brazen. If she remembered correctly, he probably already has a partner. And even if he doesn't, openly inviting a girl he doesn't know out like this, doesn't he fear being called a troublemaker? Back in the village, she would definitely give him a cold look and say some harsh words to chase him away. But here in the city, and with his obvious status, she had to hold back her annoyance. Her face darkened slightly. No, we're busy here. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 young girls entered. Gu Erwi went over to greet them. Zhang Zijuan didn't mind and sat on his chair, playing with his car keys. Chasing girls who are hard to get is more fun. Each of the 4 girls bought a pair of jeans. As they left, they looked longingly at their bread jackets. Seeing them go, Zhang Zijuan stood up and said, "Whenever you're free, I'll come find you." Gu Erwi was tidying up the clothes the girls had tried on, still not looking up. "Whenever I'm free, I'm never free." Zhang Zijuan chuckled softly and turned to leave, still saying, "Then I'll come back next time." His car started and gradually drove away, the sound fading into the distance. Gu Yimin looked at Gu Erwi with concern. "What if he comes again?" "Just ignore him," Gu Erwi said as she folded the jeans. "No matter how powerful he is, he can't do whatever he wants." She didn't feel special being pursued. Instead, she felt insulted. That Zhang Zijuan already has a partner and still dares to invite her, acting so flirtatiously. What does he think of her? Gu Yimin still felt a bit uneasy. They had just arrived in Lizhou and were not familiar with the surroundings or the customs of the local officials' children. Thinking about Deng Ziming, his older cousin only worked as a small police officer, and the Deng family usually carried themselves proudly. Zhang Zijuan always drove a car when he went out, which clearly indicated a high status. "Should we tell Dad?"
Gu Yimin asked.
"Not yet. If he does something inappropriate later, we can tell him then," Gu Erwi replied, not wanting Gu Zhengwo to worry. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei hadn't slept well for 3 or 4 days. They slept straight through until noon the next day. When they came downstairs, a few people were trying on bread clothes in the shop. The Gu sisters and Tian Huiying were busy working. Seeing they couldn't help much, the 2 men went to a nearby bathhouse to wash up. When they returned, the guests had already left. Tian Huiying went upstairs to cook, and the Gu sisters packed up the clothes that had been tried on. When they returned, Gu Erwi said, "Dad, maybe we should set up a special place just for trying on clothes." It was easy to let customers try on bread clothes, just take off the coat, but trying on pants was less convenient. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei looked around the room and decided to put up a curtain in the northeast corner. While they were discussing how to make this small partition, a few uniformed people arrived. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei immediately went to greet them. "Commerce Bureau. Who's the boss?" asked a young man in his 20s. "We're both the bosses," Gu Zhengwo replied. Han Dei took out cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to the group, but no one accepted. "Show us your business license," they said. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei were a bit confused. They had been so busy with buying and selling that they forgot about the license. They quickly explained and promised to handle it right away. "Then close the shop for now. Open again after you get your business license." Both Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei felt a little awkward. Closing for a day meant losing a day's business. But they understood this was a normal request. Just as they were about to agree to close, they heard the sound of a car outside. Everyone turned to look, and Zhang Zijuan got out of his car and approached. "What's going on?" The officials looked at his car, and then at him. A young man whispered a few words to the leader, who nodded expressionlessly and explained to Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei that they didn't have a business license. Zhang Zijuan smiled and glanced at Gu Erwi, saying no need. "We'll just close the shop and get the license." Gu Erwi interrupted Zhang Zijuan and said, "Get your business license before opening." Zhang Zijuan wiped the smile from his face and squinted at Gu Erwi, who was calmly looking at him. He clicked his tongue and then smiled again. "Sorry, I was just meddling." After saying that, he staggered away. The people from the business bureau looked at each other, unsure what kind of person this young master was. However, they didn't trouble Gu Zhengwo and the others further and simply told them to quickly get their business license before leaving. Gu Erwi went to the door, closed it, and at the same time, Gu Yimin had already told Gu Zhengwo about Zhang Zijuan coming to find Gu Erwi. Gu Zhengwo clenched his fist after hearing this, saying, "Erwi is right. At worst, we'll earn a little less for a few days." He looked at Han Dei as he said this, because business wasn't just his family's matter. "It should be like that," Han Dei quickly agreed. "We'll go get the license this afternoon and invite Qiu Weiguang to dinner tonight." They needed to understand who Zhang Zijuan really was. Gu Yimin held Gu Erwi's hand to comfort her. Gu Erwi smiled at her and said, I'm fine. When trouble comes, I'll face it. When water blocks the way, I'll find a way around. Power and money are almost everyone's goals, but in the pursuit of them, one must not lose their moral bottom line. Girls all have fantasies about a beautiful love, and Gu Erwi was no different. In the past, her requirements for a partner were that he didn't need to be overly handsome, but not unattractive either. He should be reliable, capable, and considerate. She could imagine farming together and living a simple life. After starting her business in the provincial city, her standards for a partner remain the same. Not too handsome, but not ugly, smart, and caring. She wanted to fight and build her life in this unfamiliar city with him. Thinking about her past standards for partners, Gu Erwi couldn't help but smile. She was naturally delicate-looking, and her smile made her face look even more radiant. Gu Min was slightly dazzled by her. The 4 daughters of the Gu family were all very beautiful, each with traits from Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju. Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju were both good-looking, especially Wang Yueju, who was once a stunning girl in the village. But Gu Min and Gu Erwi were different kinds of beauties. Gu Min's temperament was more gentle and calming, making people feel at ease. Gu Erwi's aura was sharper, with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Why are you smiling? Gu Min quietly asked Gu Erwi. Since they were sisters, there was nothing they couldn't say. She shared her past standards for a partner, and then said, if only I had a broader view, maybe my standards would be higher. No matter how her perspective changed, Zhang Zijuan was never within her consideration. Gu Min also smiled, that's normal. As you become better, you need someone even better to match you. Gu Min felt that Gu Erwi had changed a lot since coming to Liqing. She could now recommend clothes to customers easily and handle people like Zhang Zijuan confidently. She herself had also changed, but these changes were driven by Erwi. We are all becoming better together, Erwi whispered. Gu Min smiled and nodded. Back in the village, because they looked good, had good temper, and worked quickly, they were considered top girls. But in the city, the standards of excellence were completely different. In the city, having a good education and a good job was what mattered. In the afternoon, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei went to the business bureau to get their business licenses. They submitted 2 sets of documents, one for each person. Now, they were working together as a temporary measure, but they knew they would eventually split up. So this time, they applied for 2 licenses directly. At the bureau, they saw a few people who had visited the shop in the morning and greeted them warmly. Although they had only been in business for a short time, both understood how important relationships were. They were low-level people with no power or money. To move up the social ladder, they had to make good use of all available resources. After leaving the bureau, they took a bus to Qiu Weiguang's workplace to find him. Qiu Weiguang was the head of security at a steel factory. When he saw them, he quickly led them to his office. He poured them some water and said, "The clothes you gave me last time, I only realized how expensive they were when I got home. You can't do that again. Earning money is hard for you." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei smiled, knowing that Qiu Weiguang was honest. Since he had helped them, they felt they should give him a gift. Otherwise, next time they needed help, they would feel embarrassed to ask. They talked for a while. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei invited him to drink wine that evening. Without hesitation, Qiu Weiguang agreed and asked if his brother-in-law was busy. If he wasn't, he would bring him along. He also subtly mentioned that his brother-in-law was the director of the Dongqing District Police Station. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei understood that Qiu Weiguang was introducing them to contacts, and they felt grateful. Back at the shop, they discussed how to give a gift to Qiu Weiguang's brother-in-law. They operated legally and had no intention of using bribes to gain unfair advantages. Even if they operate legally, having connections makes a big difference. For example, without Qiu Weiguang and others, they couldn't rent such a good location. Who knows what difficulties they might face in the future? It's better to pave the way now so things go smoothly later. Maybe we should also give them bread jackets, Han Dei suggested. Qiu Weiguang gave them bread jackets. His older brother-in-law also gave the same gift. They didn't show favoritism, and everyone felt comfortable. Right now, that's all they can offer that's worth sharing. Gu Zhengwo handed him a cigarette and lit his own, asking, "Does Qiu Weiguang still give gifts?" When they invited 2 people for drinks, giving only one person a gift looked a bit bad. Although they had previously given Qiu Weiguang a piece of clothing, without him, they would know the police station chief. Han Dai thought for a moment, "Let's give one to each person." Gu Zhengwo nodded. "Last time, we gave Qiu Weiguang a men's jacket. This time, let's give a women's jacket." Okay. The 2 bread jackets cost 50 yuan each at cost price. They had been frugal for many years, and even now that they earned some money, they still felt a bit reluctant to spend. But they knew they had to spend what was necessary. At 6:30 p.m., they carried the 2 jackets to the People's Restaurant. Soon after, Qiu Weiguang and a tall man in his 40s entered. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dai went to greet them. Zhu Qingjun was also a straightforward person and had served in the army. The group quickly found common ground, and they drank happily. Before leaving, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dai each gave the 2 men a bread jacket. They hesitated briefly, but then put them on their bikes. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dai both sighed. They realized that standing in different positions they had to do different things. In the past, they cared about face and avoided such flattery and gift-giving. Now, they were becoming more skilled at it. Gu Zhengwo patted Han Dai's shoulder, saying, "I think it's pretty good now." Han Dai smiled. "Yes, it's good. In life, no matter what position you're in, you'll face difficulties and sometimes need help. Adjusting to your environment helps you live better." Qiu Weiguang returned home and handed the bread jacket to his wife, Zhu Qingfan. "Gu Zhengwo and Dai gave this to us." Zhu Qingfan took the jacket out of the bag and saw it was in her size and color. She smiled. "They asked you for help again?" Qiu Weiguang poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and said, "They didn't ask for help. Today, I brought your brother to drink with them. He also has one." Zhu Qingfan put on the bread jacket and said, "Your 2 comrades are quite thoughtful. They're really generous. Life has forced them, I suppose," Qiu Weiguang said after taking a sip of water. When they retired, if they had this awareness back then, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhu Qingfan snorted. "How did they end up like this?" "I think they're doing quite well. I heard their business is good." "How much money can one piece of clothing make?" Qiu Weiguang didn't reply. Earning more money isn't as respectable as having a proper job. Zhu Qingfan took off her coat carefully, folded it neatly, and said, "This piece of clothing sells for 55 yuan. How much do you think they make?" "I believe they earn at least 20 or 30 yuan. They've made quite a bit these days." Qiu Weiguang had drunk a little too much and was feeling sleepy and confused, so he didn't want to answer her. Zhu Qingfan didn't expect him to reply and continued talking to herself. Now that policies are open, the country allows private businesses. Doing business isn't shameful anymore. No matter what, being able to live a good life is a skill. After saying that, she turned to see that Qiu Weiguang had already fallen asleep. She took the clothes into the bedroom and put them in the wardrobe, planning to wear them to work tomorrow. Zhu Qingjun also drank a bit too much. When he got home, he threw his coat on the coffee table, collapsed onto the sofa, and closed his eyes. His wife, Wang Hongxia, went over and pushed him, "Go to bed in the room." Zhu Qingjun responded with a hum and got up. When Wang Hongxia turned around, she saw a bag on the coffee table. She picked it up and saw it was a piece of clothing. She asked, "Where did this come from?" Zhu Qingjun glanced at the black coat, staggered toward the bedroom, and said, "A comrade of Weiguang sells clothes. He gave it to me." "Why did he give you this?" "Old Zhu, we can't make mistakes." Wang Hongxia looked at the clothes, which weren't cheap. Zhu Qingjun frowned. "What mistake?" "He didn't ask me to do anything." Wang Hongxia breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the clothes again. Zhu Qingjun is the head of the police station, so he naturally receives many gifts from people trying to flatter him. But they only accept modest gifts. They absolutely don't accept expensive ones. Casual favors are fine to help with, but making mistakes is a no-go. "Since you wear a uniform every day, why don't you give this to our son?" Wang Hongxia suggested. Zhu Qingjun waved it off indifferently and went back to sleep in the bedroom. It will take at least a week to get the business license approved, so they can't open for business during these days. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei took Gu Yimin and her friends around Lishu City to get familiar with the environment. Their previous batch of goods sold very well. If this batch also sells well, they might consider settling in Licheng for now. So, while browsing in Licheng, they looked for rental or sale listings. In just over a week, their business license was approved and the shop reopened. On the first day of reopening, business was excellent. Nearly 30 pieces of bread clothes and over 40 pairs of jeans were sold. By the end of the day, a few people were so tired they didn't want to speak. But seeing the pile of money in front of them, they felt very happy. Gu Erwi took a short break and then started counting the money, which she now loved to do. 2,045 yuan, Gu Erwi said as she recorded it in her notebook. Then, after calculating the net profit, she added, "Today I earned 1,060 yuan." Hearing this number, the tired people, who didn't want to talk earlier, suddenly felt energized and all started laughing happily. "About half of this batch of goods is sold," Gu Jiangwo said while looking at the remaining stock. "In a couple of days, we should go buy more." Han Dei lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and said, "Maybe we should follow the truck this time? That way, we can buy more goods." Their current stock was too small. If they bought more and traveled by train, they couldn't carry it all. Traveling by truck could allow for more goods, but trucks are not safe. Gu Jiangwo expressed his concern. Not only are the roads bad, but if they encounter bandits on the way, they could lose a lot. After some discussion, Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei decided to take the train to transport the goods. At worst, it would be more tiring and they could make a few more trips to Shunsher. If Gu Sihong were here, he would definitely ask why they didn't ship by train or use rail freight. They could only say that since they were new to business, they didn't understand many things and had to learn step by step. In the next 2 days, business remained good. They sold about 20 pieces of bread clothes each day and even more jeans. After 3 days, Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei set out again to buy more goods in Shunsher. At home, Gu Yimin, her sister, and Tian Huiying stayed behind. They didn't dare to live downstairs or leave goods there, so they moved everything upstairs. The 3 of them didn't sleep well that night, waking up repeatedly. When they got up the next morning, they all looked tired. After breakfast, they moved the goods downstairs, tidied up, and opened the shop. Business was still good today. In the morning alone, they sold 9 pieces of bread clothes, about the same as yesterday. In the afternoon, it got busier. Customers started coming in one after another around 2 o'clock. Around 3 o'clock, Zhang Zijuan drove over again. After entering the house, Gu Erwi saw that they were busy, so she casually found a chair to sit down. When Gu Erwi saw him come again, she felt a bit annoyed but didn't show it on her face. After sending off the last group of customers, she walked up to Zhang Zijuan and looked down at him as she said, "I will never be friends with you. Don't come here again." Zhang Zijuan sat on the chair with his legs crossed, looking up at Gu Erwi's delicate face. There's no denying that every part of her matched his taste.
Why?
He asked. Gu Erwi looked at him calmly. "No reason. I just don't want to." Zhang Zijuan chuckled. "We're all young, just making friends. Why are you so guarded? Besides, haven't you heard that more friends mean more ways? I don't want to be friends with you, so do whatever you want," Gu Erwi said, then went to help Gu Yimin tidy up the clothes for customers. Zhang Zijuan turned his head and looked at her deeply. He then got up and staggered away. When he got into the car and started it, he called out, "I'll come again tomorrow." Gu Erwi didn't lift her head at the sound. Seeing this, Zhang Zijuan frowned, stepped on the gas, and sped away. "Erwi, that young man looks pretty good," Tian Huiying whispered to Gu Erwi. Gu Erwi didn't expect her to say that. She turned to look at her and said, "Auntie, he has a girlfriend. Whether he has a girlfriend or not, that's just our guess." Tian Huiying smiled. "Look at him driving a car. His family must be quite well off. Plus, he's good-looking."
Such a nice guy.
"Auntie," Gu Yimin interrupted Tian Huiying, "even my parents wouldn't agree to this. Don't say more." Her tone was quite sharp. Tian Huiying's face also darkened. I'm just thinking for Erwi. I know what's best for me, Gu Erwi replied coldly. Tian Huiying felt embarrassed and huffed as she walked away. She thought that the two sisters of the Gu family, relying on their looks, had too high standards. They wouldn't even look at such a good young man. What kind of partner are they looking for? Sooner or later, they will regret it. That night, Gu Erwi didn't sleep well again. She worried about whether Zhang Zijuan would come looking for her. Even though she ignored him every time, the more he came, the more likely there would be rumors about her. Reputation is very important for girls. If she were in the village, she could just chase him away, hitting him if necessary. But this is Li Zhou, and Zhang Zijuan's background is clearly not simple. She definitely can't hit him. They initially started their business and began making money. They thought life would get better and better, but unexpectedly, they faced such problems. The next morning, after breakfast and tidying up, Gu Yimin quietly told Gu Erwi, "When Dad comes back, I'll ask about Zhang Zijuan. If that doesn't work, I'll find his parents. His parents can't be unreasonable forever." Gu Erwi nodded, thinking that was the only way. "Once Dad returns, let's find a new place to rent," Gu Erwi said, looking at Tian Huiying, who was sweeping the floor. "I don't want to live with her anymore." Tian Huiying is hardworking and quick at her work. They used to get along well, but her words yesterday made people feel uncomfortable. Also, sharing a bed with someone they didn't know well made it hard for the sisters to talk quietly at night. "Our dad probably has a plan. After the new year, they should separate from them," Gu Yimin said. Without personal gain, everyone gets along well, but when money is involved, disagreements can happen anytime. So, it's better to be apart. While they were talking, a customer came in, and the sisters started to serve. In the afternoon, Zhang Zijuan came again. Gu Erwi ignored her, which made her upset, and she left. She didn't come back in the next few days, probably giving up. The day before Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei returned, all the goods in the shop were sold out. This time, Gu Zhengwo's team bought 400 bread jackets and 800 pairs of jeans. Because they bought so much, it really tired them out. Han Dei said, "When these goods are sold out, we should start preparing for the new year. If not, next time we'll go with the truck." Gu Zhengwo nodded. There was nothing they could do. This was the limit of what they could bring. The 400 bread jackets and 800 jeans piled up in the shop looked quite impressive. Tian Huiying looked at the goods and muttered, "So many were sold before, and now they've bought so much again. Will they sell out?" Gu Erwi heard her and said, "Annie, do you know how many people are in Lizhou City?" Tian Huiying didn't see how her question related and shook her head. Then she listened as Gu Erwi said, "Lizhou City has 2 million people. I think at least 1/3 of them can afford our bread jackets. Among this third, if 1/10 buy our jackets, do you know how many we could sell?" Tian Huiying shook her head, and Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei looked at Gu Erwi, waiting for her to continue. 40,000 pieces. Gu Erwi said, "Of course, this is just an estimate based on the population of Lishu City, so it may not be very accurate." Han Dei listened for a moment, then turned to Gu Zhengwo and said, "Zhengwo, our Erwi is really impressive." Gu Zhengwo laughed and said, "Yes, I've noticed that our second daughter has a real talent for business. Not to mention, the first time she recommended clothes to someone, I felt a bit shy, but she said it so naturally. It's a pity that Isin and Erwi haven't read many books. If they read more, they would be even better." Gu Erwi blushed a little. Actually, she learned this from a newspaper. The day before yesterday, there was an article about the development of the market economy, which used this method to estimate market growth. After reading it, she estimated the sales of bread jackets based on Lishu City's population. When she finished, she was surprised herself, but then she thought the estimate might not be very accurate. Selling 40,000 pieces might be too much, but selling 1,000 or a few thousand could still be possible. Even selling a few thousand pieces could bring them quite a bit of money. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei are not ambitious beyond their means. They didn't dare to think about selling 40,000 pieces, but they understood roughly how much stock to order next time. The next day, business was good again, with customers coming in non-stop all morning. Through chatting with customers, Gu Erwi and the others learned that their store, which still didn't have a name, was already quite famous in many parts of Lishu City. "You should open a branch," said a female customer trying on a bread jacket. "I took the bus from Xiqing District to Dongqing District, and it took a long time. If you opened a branch, your business would definitely be very good." Gu Erwi smiled and said, "We're still new in business and not very familiar with many places. We're considering opening a branch." Seeing her sincere words, the customer smiled and said, "I work at a canning factory. Many people there want to buy bread jackets but find it too far and don't want to travel. If you have time, I can contact the factory for you. You can bring your clothes to sell at our factory." Gu Erwi's eyes lit up. "That would be really kind of you. Thank you so much. If you want to thank me, give me a better price," the woman said with a smile. Gu Erwi hesitated and said, "You should know that the price for bread jackets is 55 yuan each, non-negotiable. I can give you 50 yuan, but I won't make much profit at that price." The woman's eyes brightened with joy. She was happy because her friend bought one at 55 yuan and she saved 5 yuan, which was a big deal since her monthly salary was only 35 yuan. "All right, I'll arrange everything when I get back. Call me tomorrow, and we'll set a time for you to come to the factory." Women working in the union can arrange for people to go to the factory and sell clothes, which is acceptable. Gu Erwi smiled and said, "Then I thank you, sister." The woman waved her hand and replied, "No need." Gu Erwi packed the clothes into a bag and was about to hand it to the woman when she caught sight of a well-dressed woman in her 40s holding a jacket. The woman looked around and, seeing no one paying attention, quickly walked out. "Stop right there," Gu Erwi called out, and hurried to block her. "You haven't paid for the clothes, you can't leave." Zhao Xiangling, who had stolen the clothes, was already nervous, and now she was caught, trembling all over. Still, she tried to act calm, saying, I paid for it." "Who did you give the money to?" Gu Erwi asked sharply. Zhao Xiangling felt the girl's sharp eyes, and her heart beat faster. She hesitated, then pointed tremblingly at Tian Huiying, saying, I gave the money to her." Gu Erwi sneered. "She doesn't handle the money at all." I did give it to her," the woman insisted. At this moment, Gu Zhengwo came over, looked at Zhao Xiangling with a serious face, and said to Gu Erwi, "You go ahead and do your work. I'll call the police to handle this." Zhao Xiangling works at the power plant, but she is a temporary worker earning only 20 yuan a month. Her husband and children are permanent employees, and the family lives quite well. However, she has a bad habit of stealing, sometimes sneaking neighbors' vegetables or taking things from the workplace. Such things happen from time to time. A few young colleagues bought jackets a few days ago, and everyone was very interested. They gathered around to look at the clothes, and then everyone decided to come to this store to take a look. Initially, she just wanted to come and browse. She definitely wouldn't buy because it was too expensive. But once inside, some colleagues tried on clothes, and she was persuaded to try one on herself. The jacket felt light and warm, and she didn't want to take it off. She looked around at the busy store, with many customers and staff working hard. She then had the idea of secretly taking one. But she didn't expect to be caught before she could leave. Her heart was pounding with anxiety. If the police were called, she would be embarrassed, and she might lose her job. But if she admitted to it voluntarily, the result would be the same. Several colleagues were watching her now, so she decided to deny everything. She only needed to insist that she had already paid, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. "I clearly gave her the money." Zhao Xiangling pointed at Tian Huiying again. She tried not to let her voice shake and said, "Even if you call the police, I'm not afraid. I bought this clothes. Maybe you remember wrong. Did she pay?" A colleague of Zhao Xiangling asked. Gu Zhengwo sneered. "You came together, right? Why did she leave early if you didn't?" The colleague looked at Zhao Xiangling, hoping she would give a reasonable explanation. "I had family matters and wanted to leave first," Zhao Xiangling said. Gu Zhengwo looked at her sharply. "If you're leaving, you should tell a colleague." "Who did you tell?" Zhao Xiangling didn't speak. Seeing she still wouldn't admit it, Gu Zhengwo said to Han Dai, "I'm watching her here. Go call the police." Han Dai responded and went to the newsstand to make a call. He called Zhu Qingjun directly, and within about 10 minutes, Several police officers in uniform arrived. Seeing the police made Zhao Xiangling more nervous, but she still insisted she paid. The police decided to take her and Gu Jiangwo to the police station and record everyone's statements at the shop. The result was that no one saw Zhao Xiangling give money to Tian Huiying. The police had a rough idea of what happened. After the police, Gu Jiangwo and Zhao Xiangling left, the shop's business continued. People discussed what had happened earlier, trying on clothes, and it didn't affect their mood to buy clothes. At the police station, when Gu Jiangwo saw Zhu Qingjun, he didn't greet him warmly. They just nodded at each other casually. This matter was in their favor, and they didn't want to seem too familiar with Zhu Qingjun to avoid giving the impression that Zhu had helped him unfairly. The experienced police officer questioned Zhao Xiangling. Within a few minutes, she confessed she stole the clothes. She cried and handed the clothes to Gu Jiangwo, hoping he would forgive her. Gu Jiangwo ignored her and simply took the clothes and left. The rest was up to the police to handle, whether fines or sentences, it wasn't his concern. However, after this incident, they needed to think about how to prevent theft in the future. After dinner, everyone sat together to discuss. Tian Huiying clicked her tongue twice and said, "She looks well-dressed and still works in the factory. How can she be a thief?" No one responded to her. Thieves don't always wear ragged clothes or look suspicious. Maybe in the future, we should have someone dedicated to collecting money, so not everyone can do it, suggested Erwi. That's a good idea, Han Dei said. Jiangwo, the two of us will take the money at the door. Okay. As Gu Jiangwo finished speaking, there was a loud bang as the door was kicked open. 5 or 6 young men in their 20s stormed in with aggressive looks. Seeing someone inside, the leader waved his arm and shouted, "Break everything." As soon as he finished, the others moved to attack. Meanwhile, Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei stood in front of them. Gu Jiangwo looked at them coldly and asked, "Who are you? Why did you come in?" Although Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei are older than these young men, both having served in the army and fought on the battlefield, their presence was intimidating. The young men shrank back, their shoulders pulling inward and their feet stepping back. But the leader still looked extremely angry. He snorted without answering Gu Jiangwo's question and turned to the others behind him, shouting, "Break everything." Before they could start, Han Dei kicked the leader in the stomach. The man staggered back a few steps and was caught by others to prevent him from falling. "Just a few outsiders. What are you afraid of? Come on," the leader shouted. Hearing this, the remaining 5 rushed forward together. It was a tough fight for Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei, but they could handle it. Seeing this, Gu Yamin and Gu Yihui quickly looked for weapons inside the house. Gu Yamin found a stick over a meter long, and Gu Yihui grabbed a brick. The two sisters grabbed their makeshift weapons and charged forward. Tian Huiying saw the 2 young girls rushing ahead and also grabbed a chair to join the fight. The attackers, who had been struggling against Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei, didn't expect the 3 women to join with weapons in hand. Seeing these brave and beautiful young women fighting fiercely, they suddenly felt like they had hit a wall. After a few minutes, some of them were injured and wanted to retreat. But Gu Jiangwo locked the door tightly, trapping them inside. "Tell me, why did you come to destroy our shop?" Han Dei asked the men lying on the ground. They didn't answer, all looking at the leader. He supported himself against the wall, his knees aching painfully from Gu Jiangwo's kick. "My name is Wu Dafei. Zhang Xiangling is my mother." From then on, there was no need for words. They came to take revenge for Zhang Xiangling. But Zhang Xiangling deserved what she got.
Wu Dafei, right?
Gu Jiangwo lit a cigarette and took a puff. "You know what your mother did in my shop, don't you?" Wu Dafei stiffened his neck and said nothing. "If she had admitted it here, we wouldn't have called the police." Gu Jiangwo then said, "The one who did wrong is your mother. Now you want to come and damage my shop? What's wrong? Do you think you're a gangster now?" A few people remained silent. Han Dei saw this and said, "Stop arguing with them. Call the police." Hearing the word "call the police," the group became nervous. They all had regular jobs, and if they reported this, they might end up with a criminal record which could cost them their jobs. "Big brother, we were just impulsive. We know we were wrong. Please don't call the police. A young man quickly begged when he heard about calling the police. Actually, they didn't even know what Zhang Xiangling had done. They usually played with Wu Dafei and often got into fights. When Wu Dafei called, they didn't ask why and just rode over. They thought, since they were outsiders, they could fight and leave as they pleased. But they didn't expect that the other side could fight even better, especially the pretty girl who didn't hold back when she fought. Do you think we're easy to bully? You want to come and go as you please? Gu Zhengwo took the cigarette handed by Han Dei and lit it, showing he wouldn't easily let this go. So, what do you want to do? Wu Dafei asked. Han Dei snorted and said, "You're all young and strong. Instead of doing this kind of reckless fighting, why not work hard? Do your parents or leaders know about this? If only you used your energy on work." Han Dei scolded them loudly, then exchanged a look with Gu Zhengwo and said, "We'll let you go this time. But if it happens again, we won't be so lenient." The group kept thanking them and was about to leave. At this moment, a tall, skinny young man said, "Can I try on the bread-colored jacket? I want to buy it." This guy was also pretty bold. "Okay, try it on first," Gu Zhengwo said, handing him a jacket in his size. The young man put it on and looked in the mirror. He felt he looked much cooler, especially if he didn't have the scars on his face. "How much is it?" he asked. Gu Zhengwo replied, 55. The young man hesitated, then grinned. "Big brother, we just met by chance. Can you give me a discount?" Gu Zhengwo chuckled. "What do you think?" "All right, I got it," he said, pulling 6 big yuan notes out of his pocket and handing them to Gu Zhengwo. Gu Zhengwo took the money, gave him 5 more yuan and then asked the others, "Do you want some too?" Some of those people also showed signs of being a bit foolish and restless. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi saw this and quickly asked them for their clothing sizes so they could try on some clothes. In the end, each of the few people bought a simple jacket and left. Watching their limping figures, Gu Zhengwo and the others never expected such an outcome. They felt both amused and helpless. You shouldn't be too strict when doing things. If they called the police and the others got punished or lost their jobs, especially since they are young and impulsive, they might cause more trouble. This outcome is actually quite good. After the chaos, the house was a mess. The group tidied up and prepared to rest. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi went upstairs to wash up and then went to bed. The bed was only 1.5 meters wide, so 3 people had to squeeze in, which was very uncomfortable. Gu Yimin decided to tell Gu Zhengwo tomorrow that they should look for a new place. The next morning after breakfast, they started working hard and only relaxed at noon. While Tian Huiying and Gu Erwi went upstairs to cook, Gu Yimin talked to Gu Zhengwo about renting a house. Gu Zhengwo also thought that it was inconvenient for all of them to stay in this small place. After lunch, he went out to look for a house. Since the shop was nearby, he decided to search in this area. This area is not far from a city center. The city government and various government offices are nearby, so there are many residential compounds here. These residential compounds are built by organizations and allocated to employees, so they are not usually for sale or rent. They had to look a bit further away. They took 2 bus stops and saw many old houses that looked like small rural courtyards. He got off the bus and walked into an alley, where he saw several families moving things. At one house, 2 men were carrying a cabinet onto a tricycle. The cabinet looked heavy, and they were struggling. Gu Zhengwo quickly walked over to help. The 3 of them worked together to load the cabinet onto the tricycle. The 2 men thanked him, but Gu Zhengwo waved and said it was no problem. Then he asked, "Where are you moving to?" "The company allocated us new houses, so we're moving into those."
And you?
Gu Zhengwo took a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him, saying, "Just looking to see the houses." The man took the cigarette, and Gu Zhengwo also handed him a box of matches. The man lit his cigarette and asked, "Are you planning to buy or rent?" "Depends on the situation," Gu Zhengwo replied. He looked at the yard of the house. It's not very big, probably about 200 to 300 square meters. The man understood his meaning immediately. If he had enough money, he would buy. If not, he would rent. Seeing Gu Zhengwo dressed in a brand new Zhongshan suit, he said, "It looks like you found a place. Our unit has some old houses coming available now. If you want to rent, you can rent 2 rooms in my yard. Gu Zhengwo looked again at his small courtyard and felt that renting 2 rooms was not enough. If his wife and Sanjing and Xiaoxi all came over, it would be even tighter. Your yard is so big. How much would it cost to buy it? The man examined him again and asked, You want to buy it? Gu Zhengwo smiled and said, Just looking first. The man took another puff of his cigarette and said, With a yard this size, it would cost at least 4,000 yuan to buy. Gu Zhengwo's eyes widened in surprise. That expensive? It's not too bad, the man said, looking at Gu Zhengwo's expression. My yard has 9 rooms. It's enough for a big family. The location is good, just 3 stops to the city hall, and close to the hospital, school, and supply store. Are you selling this yard? Gu Zhengwo asked. I need to discuss it with my family first. Gu Zhengwo thought for a moment. All right, discuss it. I'll look at other places and come back tomorrow. The man hesitated briefly. Okay, take your time. The price I mentioned isn't high. Gu Zhengwo nodded, handed him a cigarette, and then walked into the alley. The man watched his back for a moment before going into his yard. He wandered through 2 alleys and roughly understood the situation. Not far ahead, there was a machinery factory and many people here worked there. A new batch of employee housing was allocated recently. So many people were moving. However, most families wouldn't sell their yards because not everyone received a housing allocation, and some had to wait for the next batch. Still, he found 2 families interested in selling. One yard was about 300 to 400 square meters with 10 or so rooms, asking for 4,000 yuan. The other yard was larger, about 500 square meters with around 20 rooms, asking for 5,000 yuan. But that yard was older, and the owner was untidy, making the whole yard look messy. Considering which house to buy, he took a bus back to the shop. After dinner, he told Han Dae about his plan to buy a house. Han Dae was also interested. Their recent sales had earned enough money to buy a house. What to do when you have money? Buy a house or land. This is a traditional Chinese idea. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dae now had some money. If you ask them to do something else, they might hesitate. But if it's about buying a house, they wouldn't hesitate. Besides, they really needed a house now. Today, I went to look around. There are 3 courtyards for sale. Gu Zhengwo told me about the houses he saw today. Han Dae listened and said, They're not cheap. Gu Zhengwo nodded, agreeing that they were indeed expensive. When they had no business, it took them over 10 years to save just over 2,000 yuan. Now, a small courtyard costs 4 or 5,000. That means it took them more than 20 years to buy one in the past. And this is just a courtyard, not an apartment building. If it were an apartment, it would probably be even more expensive. Of course, since others have finally divided the apartments, they definitely won't sell. I'll go see some tomorrow. If it's not good, I'll just buy one. With a house, I can bring the kids over, Han Dae said again. The next day, Gu Yamin and Gu Yihui also learned about Gu Zhengwo's house hunting results. During their free time, they happily whispered and discussed. Having a house means having a home. Even though their business is doing very well now, earning more in a day than a worker makes in a year, they still feel insecure because they don't have their own home in this city. Dad, once we buy a house, should we find schools for Sanjing and Xiaoxi? Gu Yamin asked Gu Zhengwo. Gu Zhengwo was also thinking about this. He said, Once we buy the house, I'll ask around about the schools. Then our family will be together, Gu Yihui said happily. She had been longing for her mother and Sanjing and Xiaoxi since coming to Lizhou. Gu Zhengwo also smiled, feeling that choosing this business was the right decision. Life was getting better day by day. Han Dae went to see houses in the morning. When he returned, dinner was ready. He washed his hands and sat down, saying, I asked around other places too. The prices are about the same. Smaller courtyards cost 4,000, larger ones about 5,000. That's so expensive? Tian Huiying looked surprised. Gu Zhengwo swallowed his noodles and said, Actually, when you think about it, it's not too bad. Building 3 rooms in the village costs over 2,000 yuan. The small courtyards we saw are about 8 or 9 rooms, plus land costs. When you add it all up, it's not expensive. This was what Gu Yihui calculated earlier that morning. If you think about it that way, It's not too bad, Han Dae said. Gu Jangwo is a very straightforward person. He said, let's close early this afternoon. We'll go see the courtyards together. If it's good, we'll buy one. Gu Yamin and Gu Yi quickly nodded happily. Tian Huiying was still complaining that it was too expensive, but Han Dae ignored her. In the afternoon, they were still busy, but both Gu Yamin and Gu Yi felt time was passing slowly. They were eager to go see the houses. At 5 o'clock, they finished up and prepared to close the shop after seeing off the last customers. Just after tidying up, more people came into the shop. There were two people, a man and a woman, both around 27 or 28 years old. The man wore an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, glasses, tall and slim, very polite. The woman wore a red checkered wool jacket, with a square face, big eyes, tall and energetic. Gu Erwi approached and asked with a smile, "What are you looking for?" The woman looked him over from head to toe, then said, "Just looking." Her voice was cold and a bit proud. Gu Erwi had seen this type of customer many times, so he didn't mind. He turned to the side to let her look freely. The woman touched a bread jacket, then picked up a pair of jeans to look at again. The man looked around everywhere. She asked, "Where did you buy these clothes?" After examining them for a while, Gu Jangwo and the others exchanged a quick glance. Then Gu Yimin smiled and said, "We can't tell you that." It was obvious they were asking about their source of goods, probably because they also wanted to sell clothes. Actually, their clothes came from the south, which wasn't a secret. Telling them wouldn't matter. They didn't plan to be the only ones doing this business forever, because if their business was good, others would follow. But these two acted superior and wanted to know where they got their clothes from, as if everyone else was inferior. The woman didn't hear what she wanted and looked a bit upset. She asked, "Are you afraid I'll sell clothes too and compete with you?" Gu Erwi still smiled and asked, "Can you do that?" The woman was surprised by her question and said to the refined man, "Let's go." The man responded with an and followed her out. Tian Huiying watched their backs and said, "They probably want to sell bread jackets too." Gu Erwi held Gu Yimin's arm and said as they left, "That's likely. What should we do?" Tian Huiying was a bit worried. Their bread jackets were their only business right now. If others also sold similar clothes, their business wouldn't be as good. Han Dae locked the door and said, "It's just a matter of time." Actually, not only Tian Huiying was worried about others selling similar clothes, but the others felt the same. But they all knew it was inevitable that others would follow. They took the bus, got off after 2 stops. Gu Jangwo took them to the smallest shop first. The person who had spoken to Gu Jangwo that day was there to greet them. "Our yard is small, but kept very clean. Look, the ground in the yard is paved with bricks and the floor inside is the same." Gu Jangwo handed him a cigarette and asked, "Tell me your lowest price." The man took the cigarette and said, "I know you've looked at other houses too. I'll be straightforward, 3,700. Gu Jangwo nodded and said, "I'll take my family to see other houses as well." After leaving this house, they visited 2 more. One was about 300 to 400 square meters with 12 rooms, and the lowest price was also 3,700. However, it wasn't as clean as the first one. The yard had no paving. The other house was larger, about 500 square meters, with 20 rooms, and had front and backyards. But this yard was dirty and messy, with uneven ground. Even if they bought it, they'd need to clean it up. The price was 5,000 no less. After viewing, they went back to discuss. Gu Jangwo asked Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi for their opinions. Both wanted the larger house. "Even if the yard isn't clean, we can tidy it up," Gu Erwi said. "I think the main thing about buying this house isn't just the house itself, but the land. As long as we have this land, when we have more money later, we can build whatever we want." Recently, she had been reading newspapers about city planning and land distribution. From these articles, she learned that urban land is different from village land and might become very valuable in the future. Gu Yimin wanted the big house because their family is large and needs space. Plus, the front and backyards are big enough to grow vegetables. Seeing that both daughters wanted the big house, Gu Jangwo decided, "All right, we'll take the bigger one." In the past few days, they earned about 10,000 yuan altogether. The two families split it evenly. With the original costs included, Gu Jiangwo had over 7,000 yuan, so they definitely had enough to buy the house. Han Dai and Tian Huiying discussed and decided to buy the 300 to 400 square meter house. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai disliked delays, so the next day they went to talk with the original owner about buying the house. Buying a house isn't as simple as buying clothes. They need to register with the Housing Bureau and transfer ownership. This process takes about 10 days. Once the house was decided, everyone felt relieved. In the following days, Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi kept discussing how to fix up the house when they had free time.
There's a paint shop nearby.
We'll go see it later, Gu Yimin said to Gu Erwi. The house was old, with very dark walls. They could buy some paint and repaint it themselves. Gu Erwi nodded and, after seeing off the last customers in the morning, the sisters went out to look for paint. But when they went out, they saw that the house next door, which was previously empty, had its door open. Inside, there were two people, those same two who had asked about their supplies that day. When they saw her, the woman even tilted her chin at them. What does this mean? Gu Yimin whispered. Are they planning to open a shop next door? Gu Erwi pulled her toward the paint shop. Maybe. What are they selling? Also bread clothes?
Gu Yimin asked.
Who knows? Let's see first. Since the two shops are right next to each other, if they sell the same things, they might affect each other. The two probably know that they wouldn't be foolish enough to sell the same products. When they reached the wall paint shop, they saw floor tiles, wooden floors, and various decorative items. That's when they realized how particular city people are about decorating their homes. After a quick look, the sisters went back to their shop. As they passed the neighboring shop, they saw a man and a woman cleaning. Inside their shop, they told Gu Jiangwo about what they saw next door. After hearing, Gu Jiangwo said, I saw it too. In a few days, when I go shopping with Uncle Han, I'll see if we can buy some other things. Since Gu Jiangwo showed interest, the sisters felt less worried. Once the house transfer was complete and they had the property and land certificates, most of their goods had already been sold. The new year was in about 20 days, and winter clothing was entering the busy season. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai set out again for Shenshur City. While waiting for the train in the waiting room, they saw the two people from next door. Because their first meeting hadn't gone well, they didn't greet each other. When they boarded the train, they found the two were in the same carriage. They must also be going to Shenshur City. Arriving in Shenshur City, after leaving the train station, they took a bus and noticed the two following behind them. It seemed they wanted to stick with them. Where are you going? Han Dai asked the man. The man looked a bit embarrassed, adjusted his glasses, and said, up ahead. Han Dai sneered but didn't say anything. He exchanged a quick look with Gu Jiangwo. After riding one more stop, they got off and found a hotel. The two were still following behind. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai both thought these two were annoying. If they had been a bit nicer and said some polite words, maybe they wouldn't mind if they came along to buy supplies. Their family couldn't handle all of the clothing business in Qilu City. Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui saw Gu Jiangwo and Han Dai go into a room and also booked one nearby, requesting to be next to them. There are no more rooms next to that one, the hotel front desk clerk said impatiently, holding a teacup. Lu Yanping was unhappy with her attitude and said coldly, then just change it. We can't change it. If you like it, stay or leave, the clerk rolled her eyes. Staying at a hotel shouldn't be so picky. If you don't like it, don't stay. Seeing her roll her eyes made Lu Yanping more annoyed. She pointed at the front desk and was about to lose her temper. Tang Xiaohui quickly pulled her arm and said to the clerk, give us the room closest to those two people. The clerk slowly looked at their ID letters, then handed them a key. Room 103. Worried Lu Yanping might get angry again, Tang Xiaohui hurriedly took her hand and led her away. In the room, Lu Yanping said to Tang Xiaohui, there are 3 rooms between us and them. If they secretly leave, how can we follow? Tang Xiaohui put their luggage down and sat on the edge of the bed, saying, why do we have to follow them? Can't we just buy our own supplies? Lu Yanping rolled her eyes at him. We've been in the countryside for so many years and have never done business. We only have 1,000 yuan. What if we get cheated? What if the goods are too expensive? We can't afford to lose. Bread clothes are so expensive. The wholesale price must be high. How many pieces can we buy with just 1,000 yuan? Tang Xiaohui spoke with a harsh tone. Let's just look around here these 2 days and buy some different goods from theirs. What do you know? I only followed because their bread clothes sell well. What if the other goods don't sell? I'm not talking to you anymore. The couple stopped talking and ignored each other. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei checked out around 1 a.m. and then rented a room at another hotel not far ahead. Knowing those two would come back to compete for business, they had to be cautious. The next day, Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui got up around 5 a.m. and kept an eye on Gu Jiangwo's room. But by 8 a.m., there was no movement. Feeling something was wrong, they asked at the front desk about the room. The clerk said the people had left in the middle of the night. Back in their room, Tang Xiaohui snorted and said, "They're not fools. They left last night, clearly not wanting us to follow." Lu Yanping suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go quickly." Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei, familiar with the way, went straight to the bread clothes factory, where they were still greeted by the same salesperson. Since they were all acquaintances, the salesperson directly said, "How many do you want? Hurry up and take them. The warehouse only has the last batch of stock left. There probably won't be any in the afternoon. How many do you need?" Gu Jiangwo sighed. "We want to take more, but we can't carry them all." "Why can't you carry them? Are you taking the train or a truck?" the salesperson asked. Gu Jiangwo replied, "Train." The salesperson smiled. "You wouldn't be carrying the goods yourself, would you?" Han Dei immediately asked, "What if we are?" "You can arrange for train shipping," the salesperson said. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei had never heard of train shipping before, so they learned something new this time. After learning about train shipping from the salesperson, Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei took 800 pieces of bread jackets and 1,000 pairs of jeans. They also found a wool sweater manufacturer and bought some sweaters. When they left the sweater factory, they happened to meet Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui. Lu Yanping looked upset, while Tang Xiaohui smiled awkwardly. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei ignored them. They found a tricycle to move the goods first to the bread jacket area, telling the salesperson to store the goods there temporarily while they went to the train station to arrange the shipping. At the train station, they asked about the procedures for shipping and then returned to pick up the bread jackets. Coincidentally, they met Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui again. Tang Xiaohui looked embarrassed, and Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei pretended not to know them. They used the tricycle to take the goods to the hotel. Before leaving, they overheard the salesperson telling Lu Yanping and others, "There really are no more goods. If I had any, I wouldn't sell them to you." "How did they get the goods?" Lu Yanping asked. The salesperson replied, "They came early." Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei returned to the hotel, took out some biscuits they had bought earlier, and ate them with plain water. This time, since they had more goods, they were even more cautious. They stayed close to the goods, not letting them out of their sight. It wasn't that they were overly cautious. Shenzhen was a newly developed city with rapid growth. But amidst the booming economy, there were many dark corners. They had to be careful. While eating, they discussed Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui, the couple. Gu Jiangwo handed Han Dei a cigarette and said, "At first, I was pretty nervous about them. Now I see it's unnecessary. People wouldn't do such things, especially not in business. If they were clever, they wouldn't secretly follow them like that. It was both foolish and reckless. But we can't let our guard down. Sometimes, stupid people cause trouble that's hard to handle," Han Dei said. Gu Jiangwo nodded. If those two people went back with some bread clothes and couldn't sell them, they might lower the price, which would have a big impact on them. As the two spoke, there was a knock on the door. Gu Jiangwo went to open it. He saw a young man in a blue suit with short, curly hair, holding a bag, standing at the door. Seeing him, the man quickly smiled. "Big brother, I have some business to discuss with you. Can I come in?" Gu Jiangwo looked at him. He was not tall and had little flesh on his body. Behind him was an empty corridor, and he was alone. "Come in." Gu Jiangwo stepped aside to let him in. The man walked in, holding the bag, and took out a cigarette, offering one to Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei. What kind of business are you in, big brothers? Gu Zhengwo asked him to sit down, lit his cigarette, and said, What do you do? The man, seeing their suspicion, was not bothered and smiled again. My name is Duan Xinghua. I'm in the clothing business. Big brothers, take a look at my goods. He opened the bag and took out a gray women's coat. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei, who now knew a bit about the clothing market in the city, had never seen this style before. Han Dei, smoking, walked over and touched the coat. It looked thick, probably made of wool. He asked, How much is this coat? Duan Xinghua smiled mysteriously, but didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out several more clothes from the bag, both men's and women's styles, all very fashionable. Big brothers, what do you think these clothes are worth in total? Gu Zhengwo looked down at the clothes, about 10 pieces. He said, Can't guess. Just tell me directly. Duan Xinghua lit himself a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and said, If you buy these clothes wholesale, they cost less than 10 yuan. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei both looked skeptical. Duan Xinghua continued, Honestly, these clothes are second-hand from abroad, but after washing and ironing, they look just like new. If you're interested, you can come to the dock and see the new stock today. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei exchanged a glance. Han Dei said, It's late today. Let's talk next time. Duan Xinghua picked up his bag and stood up. All right, if you want this kind of goods, just come to the dock and find me. Okay. Gu Zhengwo saw him to the door, watched him talk to Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui, who had just returned, then closed the door. What's this kid's situation? Gu Zhengwo asked as he turned around. Han Dei sat on the bed and said, It's probably not a proper way. I'll ask Xiao Zhang tomorrow. Xiao Zhang is a salesperson at the bread clothing factory. They bought train tickets for the afternoon, and early the next morning, Gu Zhengwo went to the clothing factory while Han Dei watched the goods at the hotel. When he saw the clerk Xiao Zhang, Gu Zhengwo directly told him about meeting Duan Xinghua. Xiao Zhang leaned in and whispered, Those clothes are smuggled from abroad, old clothes. No one knows if the people who wore them were healthy or sick, alive or dead. You guys are doing well with bread clothing, there's no need to get involved with that stuff. Gu Zhengwo understood and quickly said, We won't touch it. I just didn't know what was going on, so I came to ask you. Duan Xinghua added, That business makes money, but if you're caught, it's a big problem. Got it, Gu Zhengwo replied, handing him a cigarette. Thanks, brother. After leaving the clothing factory, Gu Zhengwo bought some breakfast and returned to the hotel. At the door, he saw Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui carrying a bag of goods, looking nervous and hurried. Pretending not to see them, Gu Zhengwo went back to his room, told Han Dei what Xiao Zhang said, and added, The 2 people following us probably got into smuggled second-hand clothes. Han Dei picked up a bun. As long as they don't affect our business, it's fine. They took a tricycle to the train station after breakfast. They completed the luggage check-in and then waited in the waiting hall for the train. Gu Yihui and Gu Yimin had been cleaning their newly bought house for the past few days. The house was very dirty, with trash everywhere. Today, after closing the door, they took a bus to the new house. Tian Huiying stayed at the shop to watch the goods. A couple of days ago, they had already cleaned 1 room. Today, they started cleaning another. The room was full of dust and dirt. The sisters changed into old clothes and wrapped their faces and heads. I think these pieces of furniture can't be used anymore, Gu Yimin said while sweeping the floor. Gu Yihui tore off the newspaper stuck on the wall. When Dad comes back, let him see if it can be fixed. If it can, we'll use it first. When we have more money, we can fix up the house properly. For now, we just have to make do. While talking, they heard the sound of a car outside. Gu Yihui went out to look and saw Zhang Zijuan get out of the car. When she saw her, she chuckled softly. Gu Yihui was wearing a blue cloth jacket, black pants, and a red headscarf. Her face was covered in dust, looking a bit funny. Zhang Zijuan chuckled softly. You look pretty like that. Gu Erwi felt awkward from his laughter and said coldly, What are you here for again? Zhang Zijuan stopped smiling and looked at her seriously, but his eyes still held a smile. I just want to talk to you. Say what you want to say, Gu Erwi replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Even though she didn't have feelings for Zhang Zijuan, she felt uncomfortable being seen like this. As a girl of 17 or 18, she liked to look nice. Zhang Zijuan looked at the messy, dirty yard and frowned slightly. Let's go inside to talk. Gu Erwi turned and walked into the house. Zhang Zijuan's car was very attractive, and several people were already standing at the door. She didn't want her matters to be discussed by others. Zhang Zijuan followed her inside. The house was also messy and dirty. There was nowhere to sit, so they could only stand and talk. Is this house newly bought by your family? Zhang Zijuan asked. Gu Erwi didn't answer and said directly, just say what you want to say. Zhang Zijuan lowered his head to organize his words and said, You don't want to be friends with me because of Zhu Yujio? The girl I was with last time when we bought clothes at your house. No, Gu Erwi replied. She didn't want to be friends with Zhang Zijuan for many reasons, such as they weren't from the same world. He didn't know how to respect others, and of course, Zhu Yujiao was also one of the reasons. I was arranged to marry Zhu Yujiao by our parents. I don't like her. I plan to cancel the engagement. Even though Gu Erwi said it wasn't because of Zhu Yujiao, Zhang Zijuan explained anyway. At first, he was interested in Gu Erwi because she was pretty. But later, he realized he liked not only her looks but also her stubborn, never-give-up spirit. After thinking for a few days, he decided to cancel his engagement with Zhu Yujiao and marry Gu Erwi. Once he made the decision, he came to find her immediately. Gu Erwi didn't expect him to say he wanted to break off the engagement with his current girlfriend, but it didn't matter to him. Even so, they were still not suitable for each other. She took off the red headscarf and asked, When you say you want to be friends, do you mean dating? Zhang Zijuan thought she was going to agree and smiled, yes. What's your parents' occupation? Gu Erwi asked again. My father works at the provincial government. My mother passed away when I was very young. Zhang Zijuan didn't mention his father's position, afraid it might scare her. Gu Erwi pressed her lips and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to ask. Zhang Zijuan waved his hand. It's okay. Your father works at the provincial government, a high official. If you can drive every day, it shows your family must be quite wealthy. Gu Erwi looked into Zhang Zijuan's eyes and said seriously, My parents are farmers, and our whole family are farmers. The business we have now is built with all our savings. You see, we are not from the same social background. I don't mind, Zhang Zijuan replied. I care, Gu Erwi said again. Everyone wants a better life, and I do too, but my first priority is to live comfortably. If I stay with you, I will face many doubts from others, and even when I am with your family, I will always be a step below. I don't want to live like that. We can. Let me finish, Gu Erwi interrupted. Also, I really don't like you as a person. Why don't you like me? Zhang Zijuan was surprised to be disliked so openly for the first time. Many reasons. I don't like how you talk and act casually. I don't like that you do nothing all day, and there are many more. So, we are really not suitable. I'm not working because... Zhang Zijuan wanted to explain, but seeing Gu Erwi's indifferent expression, he laughed at himself, thinking that explaining wouldn't help, so he decided not to. I understand. I will go back to Kyoto soon and won't bother you anymore, he said, then turned and left the house, got into his car, and drove away. Gu Erwi stood inside the house, lost in thought for a while. Zhang Zijuan isn't a bad person, so she dared to say those things. If he were a spoiled rich kid, she wouldn't have the courage. But truly, they are not suitable for each other. Wearing a red headscarf, she continued cleaning with Gu Yimin. Will he really not come to see you again?
Gu Yimin asked.
Gu Erwi put the torn newspaper into a burlap bag and said, Probably. He said he will go back to Kyoto after a while. Gu Yimin sighed. In the village, they are all at the age to find a partner, but finding someone suitable is really hard. She poured the trash she swept up into the bag and said, I heard there's a night school. Maybe we should go and study there. Gu Erwi also had this idea and looked at her, saying, We'll find out how to join the night school in the next couple of days. Yes, Gu Yimin nodded with a smile. As long as we work hard, we can become better and better. A few days later, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei took the train to Lishu. They first picked up the goods, then found a tricycle to bring the items back to the shop. Gu Yimin, Gu Erwi and Tion Huiying didn't expect that they would bring so much merchandise this time. Looking at the pile of goods as tall as a small hill, Tion Huiying really wanted to ask if they could sell everything. But she was afraid that if she said it out loud, Han Dae would scold her, so she kept it to herself. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi weren't worried about not selling enough. Usually, they both handled the customers in the shop. Many customers said some friends nearby planned to wait until the new year to buy. From now until then, business should be even better than before. Suddenly, there was noise outside. Gu Yimin went to the door and saw that the couple from next door had also come back with their goods. They brought quite a lot, 2 big bags. Pack up the goods, Gu Zhengwo called Gu Yimin back. It was clear that the neighbors wouldn't get along well with them in the future. I don't know what kind of goods they bought, Gu Yimin whispered as she went back inside. Han Dae overheard her and explained how those two followed them during the recent shopping trip. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi looked surprised. Who could be so shameless? Just be careful with the neighbors from now on, Gu Zhengwo advised. The next day, business was noticeably better than the day before. Over the next few days, sales improved daily, and they all started to feel overwhelmed. During these days, they still closed the shop every afternoon to tidy up the new house they bought. The house had 2 courtyards, front and back. The front yard had 10 rooms and the backyard also had 10. The main house in the front faced south and had 5 rooms, with 6 rooms on each side, and 4 rooms in the southern part. They first cleaned up the front yard, so it could be lived in. The furniture inside was old. They kept what was usable and threw away what wasn't. Gu Zhengwo repaired several beds, so they could be used temporarily. Strangely, even though it had been several days since they brought in the goods, the neighbor's door remained tightly shut, and they hadn't opened for business. It had been a week since the neighbors returned with their goods, but they still hadn't opened for business. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi found this strange. The new year was coming soon, and it was the busy season for clothes. Missing a day of business meant losing a lot. However, business at their shop had been very good lately. Customers came from morning till night, and they didn't have time to pay attention to the neighbors. One day, the neighbors finally opened their shop. Early in the morning, they set off firecrackers, and many people went to celebrate. The neighbors must be locals, Gu Erwi whispered to Gu Yimin. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't come to celebrate. I don't know what kind of clothes they're selling, Gu Yimin replied. Who knows? We shouldn't go over to look, Gu Erwi said. Their relationship with the neighbors wasn't good, and going over might cause trouble. The woman from next door didn't seem like a kind person. The 2 sisters were quietly talking during lunch when more customers arrived. They quickly put down their chopsticks and went to greet the customers. The visitors were 2 women in their 30s. They looked around the shop and then said somewhat dismissively, "You don't have many styles of clothes here. The ones next door have a lot more options." Gu Erwi smiled and asked Sister, "What kinds of clothes do they have next door?" "Many kinds, coats, sweaters, pants, all different styles. They even have breader jackets," the sister replied, holding up a breader jacket. "How much is this?" Gu Erwi answered with a smile. 55 yuan. The sister pouted slightly. "They sell it for 50 yuan. Gu Erwi glanced at Gu Zhengwo, unsure if the neighboring shop had cheaper supplies. Seeing him shake his head, she smiled again and said, "Price reflects quality. Sister, breader jackets are durable and can be worn for many years. If you want to buy, you should choose good quality. We've been selling breader jackets for a while, and no one has said our quality is bad. If you're planning to spend around 50 yuan, it's not worth saving 5 yuan just to feel at ease." The woman looked at the jacket again, listening to Gu Erwi's words, but she also thought saving 5 yuan could be useful. She whispered to her friend to discuss. Gu Erwi didn't try to persuade them further, acting confident that her clothes' quality would sell well. After some discussion, the 2 women each bought 2 breader jackets for 55 yuan. As they saw them out, Gu Erwi quietly asked Gu Zhengwo, "Is the neighboring shop's supplies cheaper than ours?" Gu Zhengwo thought for a moment. "Probably not. We already get the lowest prices. Maybe they make less profit." Later, some customers said that the clothes next door were cheaper and had more styles. Gu Erwi and the others refused to lower their prices. That morning, sales of breader jackets were noticeably lower than usual. During lunch, they discussed this and guessed that the clothes next door might be smuggled secondhand items. Should we report them for smuggling? Emin suggested. No one responded to his comment. Right now, they only had some disagreements with the neighbors, but if they reported them, it would create enemies. Plus, they didn't know who the neighbors were, or if they had some background. Reporting them could cause trouble for themselves. Their stock of bread or jackets isn't large, so it probably won't affect us much, Gu Jiangwo said with a frown. Let's wait and see. Han Dae also said, let's wait a bit. In the afternoon, sales were still much lower than usual, and everyone felt uneasy. But they also knew that this kind of thing would happen sooner or later. They couldn't always be the only ones doing this business. Sanjing and Xiaoxi are about to have a holiday. Call mom and ask her to get ready to come over, Gu Yimin discussed with Gu Jiangwo. Gu Jiangwo nodded. He was thinking about whether to transfer Sanjing and Xiaoxi's household registration. To attend school here, they needed local household registration, which meant transferring it officially. Having a house made the transfer easier, but once transferred, they would have no land left. Having been farmers for so many years, they always relied on their farmland for a living. Even now that they were making money from business, the thought of losing the land made them feel empty inside. Another option was to spend money and use connections. If they chose this way, they could ask Zhu Qingjun for help. Since he was a police station chief, it should be possible to find a school for the children. He had been debating which method to choose these days. He shared his thoughts with his two daughters. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi also didn't know what to do. This was a big decision affecting their whole life, so it was hard to decide. Bring your mom and them over first, then decide, Gu Jiangwo finally said. The neighboring shop selling bread clothes indeed didn't have many left. They sold out in a couple of days, and their business improved again. But the business next door didn't seem to be doing well. Since they sold second-hand clothes, each style only had one piece, which hurt sales. The woman next door often stood outside their shop, looking inside with a gloomy face, making people feel uncomfortable. One day, a customer tried to bargain the price of the bread clothes from 55 yuan, asking for a discount. Xiao Erwi smiled and said, "We really can't lower the price. Our profit isn't much." The owner next door said the cost price is 35 yuan, the customer replied. Xiao Erwi was stunned for a moment and then said, "You probably know that competitors are enemies, and if they sell cheaper, you can buy from them. But they're out of stock." The customer looked at the bread clothes, wanting to buy but feeling it was too expensive. After thinking for a while, she finally put the clothes down and left. The shop made a 20 yuan profit on each item, but it still felt like a big loss. Later, a few more customers said that the neighbor claimed the cost price was 35 yuan and insisted on a lower price. If not, they wouldn't buy. As a result, their sales were not good all day. At night, after closing the shop, they discussed strategies. It's normal to have competition in business, but it's wrong to do underhanded tricks. Business is about making money. If you reveal my lowest price, leaving me no profit, I won't be a pushover. A few people discussed and unanimously decided to report that the goods from the neighbor were smuggled. What if they have connections higher up? Tian Huiying was a bit scared. In the past, seeing city people made her feel inferior, and she definitely didn't want to oppose them. "Annie, even if they have someone above them, we have to do this," Gu Erwi said. "They bully people like this. If we stay silent, their methods will get worse, and eventually, we won't be able to do our business. Kindness can be taken advantage of, but if you're tough, they will think twice before bullying you." The next day, Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae wrote an anonymous report to the Industry and Commerce Bureau, exposing that the neighbor's goods were smuggled. A week had passed since they sent the report, but there was no response. Business at the shop was gradually improving again, mainly because the neighbor's bread clothes had sold out. Their bread clothes still had the only shop in Lizhou. Even if buyers thought their prices were a bit high, they still bought them. The neighbor's business remained slow and unsteady, mainly because their clothes had many styles and only one piece of each style, which was not very popular. Yesterday, Gu Jiangwo called Wang Yueju and learned that Sanjing and Xiaoxi would soon have a holiday. He and Han Dae discussed deciding to go back and pick them up. Gu Zhengwo decided to transfer the household registration for himself, Sanjing, and Xiaoxi so that the children could go to school more easily. Han Dai planned to transfer the household registration for the whole family. Transferring household registration was complicated. They needed to get certificates from the village and the county. They decided that Gu Zhengwo and Tian Huiying would go back together, each bringing their own certificates, then go to Lizhou to handle the procedures. After making the plan, Gu Zhengwo and Tian Huiying prepared to go home. But before they left, someone from the Industry and Commerce Bureau came and said someone had reported their goods as smuggled. They told them to close the shop first and wait for the investigation before reopening. Gu Zhengwo and the others were annoyed when they heard this. It was definitely the neighbor who reported them. They must have someone above them, otherwise the authorities wouldn't investigate their legitimate goods if they were smuggling. But even if they were angry, they couldn't argue with the officials. Making trouble would only make things worse. Suppressing their anger, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dai took out cigarettes and offered them to the officials. Among them was the person who had handled their business license last time. Probably because they seemed to have a close relationship with Zhang Zijuan, they accepted the cigarettes. Our goods are all legally produced domestically, and there's no way they are smuggled. Gu Zhengwo picked up a casual jacket and showed the label to them. Look, the factory is in Shenzhen, definitely made in China. Comrade, since we received a report, we must follow the proper process to investigate. I hope you understand. The person from the Commerce Bureau spoke politely, but still had to close the door. They had no choice but to shut the door first and cooperate with their investigation. Under the supervision of the Commerce Bureau staff, they closed the shop. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dai went to the bureau to assist with the investigation. After they left, Gu Erwi turned around and entered the neighboring shop. Gu Yimin immediately followed. Inside, several customers were looking at clothes and Lu Yanping was serving them. When she saw the two Gu sisters, she raised her chin proudly. Gu Erwi sneered and casually grabbed a piece of clothing, saying, "I want a size S.
Please get one for me."
Lu Yanping narrowed her eyes and replied, "We don't have it." Gu Erwi, "Then give me a size M." No. Gu Erwi looked surprised. "Wow, why are all your clothes one size? Are they smuggled secondhand clothes? I heard some dishonest people smuggle secondhand clothes from abroad and sell them." One customer didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean by smuggled secondhand clothes?" Gu Erwi, "Smuggled secondhand clothes are old clothes brought in from other countries. I also heard that some of these old clothes are taken from dead people. Oh, who knows if they have germs or viruses, even if not, it's very unlucky." "You're talking nonsense." Lu Yanping rushed over to push Gu Erwi, but Gu Erwi, experienced in fighting, quickly dodged. "Prove I'm lying," Gu Erwi said coldly. "All our clothes are made by legitimate domestic manufacturers. I can call the manufacturer now to get proof."
"Can you do that?"
"Who are you? Why should I prove anything to you?" Lu Yanping's face turned red with anger. She didn't expect Gu Erwi to say her clothes were smuggled right in front of her. "If you won't prove it to me, you should prove it to the customers," Gu Erwi said, looking at the customers in the shop. "Don't you want to buy clothes that are made from smuggled goods from dead people?" The customers hurriedly threw the clothes back onto the shelves, as if they were dirty. Lu Yanping was even angrier. "What right do you have to accuse us?" "Who is really accusing whom?" Gu Yimin stood beside Gu Erwi and said, "What we said is the truth. I told you, I am officially reporting that your clothes are smuggled." "Smuggling? We are going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau now. I don't believe there are no fair places in the world." Gu Yimin pulled Gu Ahui to leave, whispering, "Anonymous reports don't work. We will make a big deal and report with our real names. Anyway, we've already torn apart the relationship." Gu Ahui thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, we'll report with our real names. Let's see if they handle it this time." They were sure that the neighboring, shameless person reported their smuggling case. The neighbor probably knew about their report. Also, the neighbor must have someone higher up, or else their report wouldn't be investigated immediately. The sisters felt angry and heavy-hearted, like a stone was blocking their chest. They run a legal business and are kind to others, but they are falsely accused and bullied. Is there no justice? they walked to the bus stop. Tian Huiying saw this and quickly stopped them. Are you really going to report? Maybe you should wait a bit. Wait until your dad and the others come back. Her heart was pounding with fear. Auntie, you stay at home and watch over things. We can't be bullied and stay silent. I will report them. If the Industrial Bureau doesn't handle it, I will go to the city government. If that doesn't work, I will go to the provincial government. If still no result, I will go to the capital. Gua Hui spoke loudly, so everyone around heard her. People looked at Lu Yanping strangely. After the Gu sisters left, someone said, "Is what she said true? Did they really take clothes from dead people? A few days ago, I bought a sweater from their house. I have to return it. It's disgusting. No wonder it was so cheap. It turns out it was taken from dead bodies. My second uncle also bought clothes from them. I need to talk to him and return the clothes." Hearing these comments, Lu Yanping gritted her teeth and went inside. She didn't expect outsiders like Gua Hui and Gu Yimin to be so brave. The sisters took a bus to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. They first found Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei to tell them about the report. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei thought for a moment and decided to report with their real names. Since they had already torn their relationship apart, if they were afraid now, who knows what disgusting things the neighbor might do in the future. Once they decided, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei went directly to report. The staff handling their case at the bureau knew what was going on. When they heard about the report, they closed the office door and said, "Why bother with all this? Admitting a mistake and lowering your head can make the problem go away. Otherwise, you could find someone to sit down and talk openly about the issue." Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei are not young and inexperienced. They know when to bow their heads, especially when they are not strong enough. But this time, they cannot afford to bow. From the way the neighbor conducts business, if they give in now, they will always be bullied in the future, and they might as well give up their business. Although they have changed a lot since starting their business, no longer obsessed with face and pride, but focusing on building connections, that doesn't mean they have no temper. They won't just bow and flatter to avoid conflict. They refuse to lose their integrity just to make money. Everyone needs to stand firm on something. They cannot accept the local bureau's demand for them to lower their heads. Gu Zhengwo smiled and said, "Comrade, this isn't about bowing. It concerns the interests of the country and the people. I am sure the clothes next door are smuggled goods." He brought up national interests, and the bureau officer had no choice but to respond. His face, which was smiling, suddenly turned serious. "You're right. We will handle your report carefully." Gu Zhengwo knew he might be stalling. Sometimes, when things are delayed, they gradually fade away. Some of the smuggled clothes have been worn by patients or taken from the deceased. No one knows how many bacteria or viruses are on them. Selling such clothes is unethical. Comrade, you must investigate quickly before something happens. Hearing this, the bureau officer felt a chill down his spine. He waved his hand and said, "We will follow the proper procedures." Good. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei left the office. The bureau officer sneered. People like him don't do business honestly. In today's society, if you're not tactful, you will suffer in the end. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei saw Gu Dahui and Gu Yimin waiting outside. They told them to go back to the shop while they went to the police station to find Zhu Qingjun. At least, they needed to find out what the neighbor was really up to. "When can we open for business again?" Gu Yimin asked. "We've already contacted the factory. Once they send the proof, we can open," Gu Zhengwo replied. Gu Yimin and Gu Dahui both breathed a sigh of relief. But what they didn't know was that even if the factory sent the proof, the bureau could still delay them. For them, losing even a single day could mean a big financial loss. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei arrived at the police station just in time for noon. The two invited Zhu Qingjun to eat at the People's Restaurant. Zhu Qingjun had a good impression of them and was very friendly when they met. Halfway through the meal, they recounted their ongoing conflict with the neighbors. In the end, Gu Zhengwo said, "We just want to know who the other side is so we can respond properly." Hearing this, Zhu Qingjun frowned. Smuggling isn't under the jurisdiction of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. They have no right to shut you down because of smuggling. They might just be trying to bully you because you don't understand the rules. Some officials are really getting more and more unreasonable these days. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei were a bit confused. Not under the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Then those people must be very bold. Han Dei asked, how dare the Industrial and Commercial Bureau do things so recklessly? Zhu Qingjun took a sip of wine. There are many complicated rules in government offices. If you don't understand, they can easily fool you. If you do understand, they can find other reasons. After all, the other side reported you to the bureau. Gu Jiangwo sneered. That's really complicated. Zhu Qingjun sighed. There are always bad apples everywhere, but it's not like it was a few years ago. The government won't tolerate these people forever. Since they had other things to do, the three didn't drink much. After eating, Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei followed Zhu Qingjun back to the police station, waiting for him to make a call. Zhu Qingjun took them to his office, then dialed the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After the call connected, he exchanged some friendly words and then said, I have 2 brothers who run a small business. I don't know who reported them for smuggling. Today, someone from your office came and sealed their shop. Li Chenghai was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then said seriously, is this really true? Zhu, wait a moment, I need to check. Smuggling is under the jurisdiction of customs and the police, not the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. This is just nonsense. Zhu Qingjun replied, okay, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up, Zhu Qingjun asked Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei, why are you so sure their goods are smuggling? Seeing Zhu Qingjun's serious expression and recalling what the bureau director said about smuggling being under customs and police control, Gu Jiangwo thought Zhu might want to get involved in the case. He carefully recounted how he met Duan Xinghua in Shenzhen. Just as he finished, the phone rang. It was Director Li from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Zhu, everything is clear now. Old Wang from the inspection team received a report and went to check. Of course, he handled it poorly. Our side will give him a formal warning. Your friend's shop will be able to reopen tomorrow. That's good. As long as everything is clear, it's fine. Zhu Qingjun exchanged a few words with Director Li before hanging up, then told Gu Jiangwo and the other, it's no longer an issue. You can continue business tomorrow. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dei quickly expressed their thanks. They originally only wanted to ask about the neighbor's background, but unexpectedly, the problem was resolved so simply. After leaving the police station, the two discussed bringing some local specialties back home as gifts for Zhu Qingjun. This time, he had really helped them a lot. Commerce Bureau Director Li threw an anonymous tip letter at Wang Mingyuan. How old are you? Are you a young rookie just starting out? You say this was a mistake at work, but I think you're covering for someone. You know very well whether your sister-in-law, Lu Yanping, is involved in smuggling. As a government official, not only did you fail to stop her, but you also helped her do wrong. What are you trying to do? Do you want to lose your job or be called in for a disciplinary review? Wang Mingyuan, in his 30s or 40s, wore glasses and looked refined. He bent down to pick up the letter that Director Li threw at him. It was an anonymous report accusing his sister-in-law, Lu Yanping, of selling smuggled goods. He had seen this letter before. After reading it, he told his wife, who then told Lu Yanping. In response, Lu Yanping also wrote a report, asking him to seize Gu Jiangwo's clothing store. He inquired about Gu Jiangwo's situation and learned they were outsiders, former farmers with no background connections. As for rumors that they had some relationship with Secretary Zhang's son, he didn't believe it. If they really had such connections, Zhang Zijuan would have directly taken action against Lu Yanping, not written a report to report them. So, he had no hesitation in ordering the store to be sealed. Actually, he didn't want to do anything too extreme, just wanted to close their shop for a few days to teach them a lesson. But who knew they knew Zhu Qingjun? After leaving the police chief's office, Wang Mingyuan rode his bike to Lu Yanping's shop. He kept thinking about how to solve the upcoming problems. Being reported was minor. He was mainly worried that the police and customs might really investigate Lu Yanping's smuggling. Gu Jiangwo and the others had already filed a formal report, and they also knew Police Chief Zhu Qingjun. If Zhu Qingjun wanted to make a name for himself by working with customs to investigate smuggling, what would happen? He might end up being accused of protecting criminals. Now, he deeply regrets helping Liu Yanping deal with Gu Zhangwo and the others. When he arrived at Liu Yanping's shop, he saw Gu Zhangwo and Han Dei, who had just returned. He nodded politely to them before entering Liu Yanping's store. Because Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui caused trouble, many people knew that the clothes they sold were second-hand, smuggled goods, possibly taken from deceased people. The shop was very quiet, with no customers. When Liu Yanping saw Wang Mingyuan arrive, she and Tang Xiaohui quickly stood up. "Brother-in-law, you're here." Wang Mingyuan looked grim and responded with a simple then said, "Close the shop." "What? Close the shop?" Liu Yanping was confused. Why close immediately after arriving? They hadn't had many customers all day and were hoping for more. "I said, close the shop," Wang Mingyuan said impatiently, with a hint of anger. Tang Xiaohui hurriedly went to the door to close it. Wang Mingyuan usually had a good temper and rarely lost his temper, but now he was suddenly angry, which made Liu Yanping nervous. Brother-in-law, what's going on? What's going on?" Wang Mingyuan pointed at the clothes inside and asked, "Be honest. Where did these clothes come from?" "Where? I bought them from the port in Shunshi," Liu Yanping replied. Did she know these were smuggled goods? When she bought the clothes, although Duan Xinghua didn't say they were smuggled, she picked them up at the dock, and they were dirty when they arrived. She had to wash and iron them before selling. She guessed these clothes came from illegal sources. Later, when Gu Zhangwo and others reported her, she became sure they were smuggled. But what could she do about smuggling? The entire inventory cost only about 200 yuan. She had already recovered her costs in these few days of opening, showing how profitable this business was. "Liu Yanping, are you still not telling the truth?" Wang Mingyuan shouted at her. "Do you know that your neighbors have already officially reported you?" "Reported? So what?" "A few country folks. Brother-in-law, are you afraid of them?" Liu Yanping didn't take Gu Zhangwo and the others seriously. Otherwise, she wouldn't act so recklessly. Wang Mingyuan was almost amused and angry at his sister-in-law. "Liu Yanping, they're just country folks. And what about you? You and your husband have no jobs or homes. You rely on family connections. But when you use those connections, have you ever thought about your family? You might not expect it, but Gu Zhangwo and others know the director of the Dongqing police station, and they say they have a good relationship. Now, it's very likely that the police and customs are preparing to investigate your goods. I told Liu Yanping, if you dare to involve me later, I won't forgive you."
How?
Liu Yanping was so scared that her hands trembled and she couldn't speak clearly. She didn't expect the situation to become this serious. Tang Xiaohui remained relatively calm. He looked at Wang Mingyuan and asked, "Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Maybe we should apologize to the neighbors? Actually, there's nothing serious between us." "Apologize? That's too simple. If Zhu Qingjun wants to make achievements, can you stop him?" Wang Mingyuan was most afraid of this. Anyone working in an official office wants to get promoted, but promotions depend on achievements. Could Zhu Qingjun miss this chance? Just investigating our shop's goods isn't a big achievement. Liu Yanping regained her composure and thought Wang Mingyuan's words were exaggerated. Your small shop definitely isn't enough for a big achievement. But what if they target your supply channels? What if they use you as a stepping stone for something bigger? Wang Mingyuan looked at the couple as if they were fools. With this attitude, they won't succeed in business. They'll end up losing everything. Look at the neighboring farmers. They've only been in Lizhou for a short time and already connected with Zhu Qingjun, and their business is booming.
So,
what should we do? Liu Yanping was truly anxious now. She paced nervously inside the house. "We can only go to my eldest aunt. Only she can help us. We can't let the police and customs investigate us. Your eldest uncle is just a section chief. What can he do?" Wang Mingyuan said. "Don't you remember that my cousin Yu Jiao is engaged to the son of Zhang, Shu, and Ji's family?" Liu Yanping saw Zhu Yu Jiao as her savior and added, "I'll go find Jiao Jiao now and ask her to tell young Master Zhang." She was about to leave, and Wang Mingyuan also thought this was the only way out, so he didn't stop her. Lu Yanping rode her bicycle to Zhu's house. Zhu's family lived in the provincial government compound. Her uncle, Zhu Tianlin, was the head of the provincial government personnel department. It was mealtime, and the Zhu family was eating. When they saw her, they invited her to sit and eat with them. Lu Yanping sat down but didn't eat. Instead, she started crying. Her aunt, Lu Hongyun, quickly asked what was wrong. Lu Yanping wiped her tears and said, "Xiaohui and I both have no jobs. We thought about starting a business to make a living. But the shop next door, which sells bread clothes, thinks we're stealing his business and reported that our goods are smuggled. I don't know if the police and customs will investigate us." Zhu Tianlin listened to her words, put down his chopsticks, and asked, "So, is your goods really smuggled?" I'm not sure. It was my first time doing business, and I didn't understand all the twists and turns. Someone told me their clothes were cheap, so I bought the stock." Zhu Tianlin frowned deeply. From her words, he knew her goods were smuggled. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Not only did he think he couldn't handle it, but even if he tried, he might end up in trouble. "I have no connections with the police or customs," Zhu Tianlin said helplessly. Seeing his reaction, Lu Yanping became anxious. She grabbed Lu Hongyun's hand and pleaded, "Auntie, you must help me." Lu Hongyun looked troubled. "Your neighbor is also doing business fairly. How can they secretly undermine us? But we really don't have any ties with the police or customs. Jiao Jiao is engaged to the young master of the Zhang family. Maybe you can ask him to talk to Zhang Gongzi. He probably has a way," Lu Yanping said, trying to flatter Zhu Yujiao. But Zhu Yujiao, upon hearing this, suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table and asked sharply, "Elder cousin, are you here to laugh at me?" Lu Yanping thought carefully. She believed that if she asked her cousin Zhu Yujiao for help, the problem could be solved. Zhu Yujiao was engaged to the young master of the Zhang family, and it was said they were very close. She often boasted, intentionally or not, in front of relatives about what Zhang Zijuan bought for her and how kind he was to her. She had seen Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao together. Although Zhang Zijuan seemed indifferent, whenever Zhu Yujiao asked him for something, he always agreed. He was willing to spend money on her without hesitation. So, as long as Zhu Yujiao asked Zhang Zijuan, it shouldn't be a problem. But she didn't expect Zhu Yujiao's reaction to be so intense, accusing her of laughing at her. Now she was overwhelmed and had no time to watch others' jokes. "Jiao Jiao, why would I laugh at you? I'm just asking how you're doing." "I don't see how I could be laughing at you," Lu Yanping asked, confused. But her words only made Zhu Yujiao start to cry. Auntie Lu Hongyun quickly comforted her softly. All right. Zhang Zijuan is probably just upset and said some things. Your engagement was arranged by his grandfather. How could he just call it off?" Only then did Lu Yanping realize Zhang Zijuan wanted to break off the engagement with Zhu Yujiao. She felt helpless and also blamed Zhu Yujiao for not being good at winning a man's heart. Who was Zhang Zijuan? The Zhang family's influence in Jingdu was quite strong. She managed to lose such a good marriage, and I really don't know how to talk to her. Although she thought this in her heart, she didn't dare show it. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry. I really didn't know."
Why?
Kids arguing isn't a big deal. Lu Hongyun patted Zhu Yujiao's back and told her to rest inside. Then she took Lu Yanping to the bedroom to talk. "Yanping, it's not that Annie isn't helping you," Lu Hongyun sighed. "You don't know Zijuan's father's personality. Even if Jiao Jiao and Zijuan are having some disagreements now, he wouldn't help even if they weren't. He's very principled and doesn't mix personal feelings in his work. You haven't seen that Zijuan still doesn't have a job. Zijuan doesn't have a job because he doesn't want one." Lu Yanping always believed that. As the son of the Zhang family, with power in the capital, how could he not find a job? He must just not want to work. Lu Hongyun sighed again. It's not that he doesn't want to work. It's that the Zhang family doesn't want him to do the work he prefers, and he won't take shortcuts because his father is principled. So that's how it is. Lu Yanping had to sigh. Truly, people have different fates. She couldn't find a job, but he had one and was picky. Still, even without work, he lived freely, driving around every day. "By the way, I heard that Zijuan has some connection with the shop next door to my house.
Could it be?
Lu Yanping heard these rumors from Wang Mingyuan. She didn't pay much attention at first, but now that Zijuan wants to withdraw his engagement, she started to wonder. Those two sisters at the shop next door are really pretty. What could it be? Lu Hongyun asked anxiously. Although she told Lu Yanping that Zijuan's withdrawal from the engagement with Zhu Yujiao was just a temper tantrum and not a big deal, she knew Zijuan's temper well. He's someone who acts on his whims and only listens to old Master Zhang in the family. But old Master Zhang passed away last year, and now no one in the Zhang family can control him. So, if he really wants to break the engagement, it can be done. Zijuan mentioned breaking off the engagement because Yu Jiao was upset after he forgot their date, and he casually said he wanted to break it off. Later, Yu Jiao apologized, but he still insisted on ending it. But was that really the reason? Yu Jiao is a bit spoiled, and she used to get upset over small things without mentioning breaking up. Why did she bring it up this time? I heard that the shop next door has two girls about 18 or 19 years old, and they are really quite beautiful. Zhang Zijuan often goes to that store. Is he interested in someone there? Lu Yanping naturally likes to cause trouble for Gu Zhangwo and others. She knows that Zhu Yujiao's temper is not ordinary. She's quite spoiled. Lu Hongyun listened to her and stayed silent for a moment before saying, I understand this matter. Yanping, it's not that my aunt doesn't want to help you, but I really can't. Lu Yanping could only think of other ways, and then left. The next day, Gu Zhangwo and his team continued to open their shop, but Lu Yanping and her husband were investigated by the police and customs, and they closed the shop. Last night, Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui brought gifts to visit Zhu Qingjun and the customs leaders, but they didn't accept the gifts. The officials said the government would not wrong any good person. It's a joke. Even if Lu Yanping and her team gave heavy gifts, they wouldn't accept them. They've already contacted the customs in Shenzhen and are eager to make a big move. If they can catch the smuggling gang this time, it would be a big achievement for them. With this success, they might get promoted next year. Gu Erui looked at Lu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui being taken away and sighed heavily. Gu Yimin smiled and said, taking the wrong path is never a long-term solution. The matter was resolved, and Gu Zhangwo and Tian Huiying set off to go home. Yesterday, Gu Xiqing and her friends started their winter vacation. They knew Gu Zhangwo was going to pick them up in Lizhou and were packing their things. Xiao Si, do you think Dad's house is big? Gu Sanjing folded her clothes and asked Gu Xiqing. Will we still squeeze on one bed or sleep separately? Gu Xiqing sighed, I don't know. Why did Dad buy a house in Lizhou? Why not save more money and buy one in Kyoto first? In a few decades, the courtyard houses in Kyoto will be extremely expensive. It feels like losing dozens of billions, so frustrating. No, I must quickly convince Dad to buy a courtyard house in Kyoto, so he doesn't save money only to spend it elsewhere. Gu Xiqing encouraged herself while packing, when Gu Sanjing said again, are we going to school in Lizhou? If I don't do well in school, will they just send me to the provincial capital? Gu Xiqing. Your way of thinking is really unique.
Sigh.
Gu Sanjing sighed again. Xiao Si, are you really going to skip grades? What about me? Won't that be more embarrassing? Then everyone in the provincial capital will know I'm not as smart as my sister. Gu Xiqing. Even if your grades are terrible, it's impossible for everyone in the provincial capital to know. Little C, why don't you skip a grade? Gu Sanjing looked at her with big, hopeful eyes, like a sad puppy, making people feel sorry for her. Recently, Gu Xiqing had been thinking about whether to skip a grade, mainly because she was worried it would affect Gu Sanjing. They are 1 year apart. She's in 3rd grade, and Gu Sanjing is in 4th grade. Gu Xiqing always does very well in school, almost always getting first place in exams. But Gu Sanjing's grades are not as good. She isn't the worst, but she isn't at the top either. If there was no comparison, people wouldn't think her grades were bad. But because Gu Xiqing is so good, the difference is obvious. They are sisters. One is praised every day, and the other is often compared to being not as good. Over time, this can cause psychological harm, even to adults. Gu Xiqing's rebirth was to make their family happy and peaceful forever, so she couldn't ignore Gu Sanjing's feelings. She packed the folded clothes into a bag and said, I'm not skipping a grade. I just said it. I'm not that smart. Gu Sanjing sighed in relief. I will study hard from now on. I won't let the family down. Gu Siqing. Alright, as long as you're happy. When Gu Zhengwo returned, it was already dark. Wang Yueju had made noodles for him and prepared hot water for him to soak his feet. Gu Siqing and Gu Sanjing sat on small stools opposite him, adding water to the foot basin while asking about what happened in Lisho. Gu Zhengwo happily told them stories, mostly good things. There was no need to mention the bad stuff. Tomorrow, I will get the certification letter and transfer your household registration to Lisho. The day after tomorrow, we will go to Lisho. Gu Zhengwo's feet were immersed in hot water, and he felt warm all over. Both Gu Sanjing and Gu Siqing were very happy. Gu Siqing even told Gu Zhengwo, Dad, this year we bought a house in Lisho. Next year, we can buy one in Jinggu. Gu Zhengwo was surprised. Why buy in Jinggu? We don't live there. It will appreciate in value. Gu Siqing couldn't say that outright. She organized her words. Later, I plan to go to university in Jinggu with Sanjing. Then, we will have a place to stay. Gu Zhengwo chuckled. Alright, we'll work hard to earn money. When you get into university in Jinggu, we'll buy a house there. Gu Sanjing sighed. I don't think I can get into Jinggu. Gu Siheng saw the light in her eyes almost fade away and quickly said, In every profession, there are top performers. You don't have to be good at studying to succeed. But I don't know anything, Gu Sanjing sighed. Gu Siheng's excellence put a lot of pressure on her. Everyone has something they're good at. Think about what you like and what you're good at, Gu Siheng said, looking at Gu Sanjing. This was her honest opinion. She always believed that everyone has their strengths. Most successful people make the most of what they are good at. Those who haven't succeeded either haven't had the chance to find their strengths or have found them but can't develop them due to circumstances. Gu Sanjing thought about what she was good at after hearing Gu Siheng's words, resting her chin in her hand. After a while, she said, Can I say I can swim? Gu Siheng's eyes lit up. Yes. Swimming. Sanjing had been very lively since she was young, like a boy. In summer, she would go swimming in the small river at the village entrance with some mischievous kids. Once, she even jumped from a tree into the water, which scared her to death, but Sanjing was fine. That's good, Gu Siheng said. The newspapers say there are swimming events at the Asian Games and the Olympics. When we get to Lisho, let Dad take you to the swimming pool to try. The two sisters chattered happily. Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju didn't know whether to interrupt or let them talk freely. The Asian Games and Olympics seemed so far away. After chatting for a while, Gu Sanjing and Gu Siheng went back to their room to sleep. They slipped into bed and whispered about life in Lisho after the trip. Gu Zhengwo hadn't been home for a long time. After turning off the lights, he hugged his wife warmly. Later, he panted and said, Sometimes I think our current life feels like a dream. Even in my dreams, I never thought we'd be living in the provincial city. Wang Yueju leaned on her husband's chest. Gu Zhengwo chuckled twice. Life will get better. I'm most worried about Yimin and Erwi's marriages. If we were in the village, we could find a good family we know well. But in the city, we're strangers. How can we find good matches for them? Gu Zhengwo patted his wife's back. People in the city marry later, usually in their 20s. In a couple of years, we won't be strangers in Lisho anymore. Hearing this, Wang Yueju felt a bit more at ease. The next day, after breakfast, Gu Zhengwo went to the village committee to get a proof letter. The village chief was surprised when he saw the proof letter for changing household registration. He asked Jiangua, Did you find a job? I started a small business, Gu Zhengwo replied vaguely. The village chief didn't believe it. Starting a small business couldn't have allowed him to change his household registration so quickly.
He must have found a job.
But since Gu Zhengwo didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask further. Being able to transfer the household registration meant it was not an easy matter. Such a person shouldn't be offended. After finishing the proof letter at the village, Gu Zhengwo went to the county seat to get another proof. On the way, he saw Han Jingping waiting for a bus and asked, Did your mom ask you to get the proof in the county? Han Jingping nodded. My mom said she can't read, so I went instead. Gu Jiangwo smiled and patted his head. Good, you're growing up. Getting the proof in the county was smooth. They went straight in and got it done. The two of them then took a bus home. When Gu Jiangwo returned home, he went to Wang Danny's house. The family was moving to the provincial city, so he wanted to tell her. Wu Danny was sitting inside, warming herself by the fire. When she saw him, she hummed, "Do you still remember your old mother?" Gu Jiangwo placed the gift he bought for her on the table. "You're my mother. I always remember you." Wang Danny hummed again, but Gu Jiangwo didn't mind. He said, "I was away for the past 2 months, working in the provincial city. This time I came back to bring my wife and Sanjing Shaoxi to the provincial city. If you want to come with me, pack your things. We're leaving tomorrow." "What did you say?" Wang Danny stood up in shock. Gu Jiangwo stretched out his hand by the fire and said, "Our whole family is moving to the provincial city. If you want to come with me, I'll take you. If you don't want to go, I'll give you living expenses every month." Let me think about it," she said. "This time I came back to bring my wife and Sanjing Shaoxi to the provincial city. If you want to come with me, pack your things. We're leaving tomorrow." After a moment of thought, she said, "I'll go with you to the provincial city and bring old Second's family too." Sometimes Gu Jiangwo wondered why Wu Danny was so biased towards the second son, even though he was filial and capable. Was it because he didn't have a son? Not entirely. Before he got married, Wu Danny also favored Gu Cheng. He used to be upset about this, but now he didn't care. They had long since separated their households. He had the duty to support his mother, but no obligation to support his brothers. "If you want to follow me, pack your things and leave tomorrow." "But old Second's family can't come," Gu Jiangwo said firmly. Wu Jianqing's 2 sons are very important to Wu Danny. If Wu Jianqing's family doesn't go to the provincial city, she naturally wouldn't want to go either. "No, I won't go if my second brother's family doesn't go," Wu Danny said. Gu Jiangwo stood up. "All right, from now on, I will give you 10 yuan a month for living expenses." "No, you must make sure your second brother's family goes with us." Wu Danny held Gu Jiangwo's arm and spoke more gently. "Big sister, I'm not showing favoritism. You don't have a son, and those 4 girls will eventually marry someone else. The Gu family still wants to pass on the family line, so you can't ignore them." Gu Jiangwo felt upset hearing this. His 4 daughters are obedient and sensible, yet his mother seemed to dislike them so much. "Listen, those girls are treasures in their hearts. I won't argue with you. Call Jianqing over. I want to talk to him," Gu Jiangwo said as he walked out. When he reached Jianqing's yard, Gu Xueqiang was fixing the pigsty and greeted him with a smile. "Uncle, you're back?" Gu Jiangwo smiled back. "Where's your dad?" Second brother's family, especially Xueqiang, is sensible and hardworking. "My dad went to play mahjong." "Uncle, do you need to see him?" Gu Xueqiang asked. "Yes, I have something to discuss." "Go call him." Gu Xueqiang put the brick he was holding on the ground, washed his hands, and ran to call him. Gu Jiangwo returned home. Gu Xiqing and the others had almost finished packing. They didn't need to pack much, just their clothes, books, and daily necessities. They now had some spare money, so if they needed anything they could buy it in Lizhou. Wang Yueju saw Gu Jiangwo looked upset and asked, "What did he say?" "Not settled yet, I'll talk to him later." Gu Jiangwo didn't want to tell Wang Danny what his wife said, but he knew Wang Yueju could guess. She didn't press him, since Gu Jiangwo was clear-headed. Soon, Gu Xueqiang came back and said Jianqing was home and waiting at Wu Danny's house. Gu Jiangwo got up and went inside. Jianqing was whispering with Wu Danny when he saw Gu Jiangwo. He turned and asked, "When did you come back?" "Yesterday." Gu Jiangwo sat down and directly said, "I did some business in the provincial city. Our family is moving there. If Mom wants to go with me, I'll take her tomorrow. If she doesn't want to go, I'll send her 10 yuan a month as living expenses. I'll give you my phone number later. Call me if anything comes up."
"No."
"All right, then." Gu Jianqing interrupted Wu Danny and said, "Don't worry, my mother is taking care of it." "All right, I won't go to the provincial city." Wu Danny looked at Gu Jiangwo. Xueqiang is already 18 and about to get engaged and married. If you move to the provincial city, no one is living in your yard, so just give it to Xueqiang. Also, you should take out 500 yuan. Xueqiang will need money for his wedding. Mother, what are you doing? Gu Jianqing stood up and shouted at Wu Danny, then said to Gu Jiangwo, Big brother, don't listen to mom's nonsense. Xueqiang is grown up, and he will prepare his own wedding money. Gu Jiangwo. I've never seen a father like this. He took out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wu Danny. This is this month's living expenses and New Year's money. After saying that, he strode out. Wu Danny put the money into her coat pocket and went to catch up. Gu Jianqing held him back and said, Mom, do you want people to stab me in the back? He is big brother, so he should take care of you. Wu Danny thought this was natural. Since the eldest has no son, his things should belong to her 2 grandsons. I don't care, I don't want big brother's stuff. Gu Jianqing also left quickly. He still wanted to go play mahjong. How good it is to have enough to eat and wear warm clothes now. He didn't want to take his brother's things and be talked about. As for his son getting married, he didn't care. If he has the ability, he can marry. If not, he can stay single. Gu Jiangwo passed by Gu Jianqing's yard and saw Xueqiang still repairing the pigsty. He sighed and went over, saying, Xueqiang, go inside and get a paper and pen. Xueqiang didn't know why he needed paper and pen but obediently went inside and brought back a pencil and a small notebook. Gu Jiangwo took them and wrote down a phone number and address, then said, This is my phone number and address in the provincial city. If anything happens, come find me. Xueqiang grinned happily. Got it, uncle. Gu Jiangwo patted his shoulder, turned around and went home. If the second brother's family were all honest and hardworking, he would definitely help them. But since they weren't, helping them might cause more trouble. In the evening, Gu Jiangwo brought Tian Huiying and the Han brothers to his house. Tomorrow, they would go to the provincial city together. Zhang Chunao saw this and went back inside to ask Gu Jianqing what her big brother and his wife planning to do. She had gone to her parents' house today and didn't know that Gu Jiangwo and his family were moving to the provincial city. Gu Jianqing was lying on the bed taking a nap. When he heard her, he didn't open his eyes. They are moving to the provincial city. What? Zhang Chuantao's voice was sharp. Gu Jianqing opened his eyes unhappily. What are you making noise for? No, they are moving to the provincial city. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhang Chuantao was a bit anxious and pulled Gu Jianqing up from the bed. Hurry and go find your mother. Tell her to talk to your eldest brother. We all want to go too. Gu Jianqing pushed her away. Why are you so bold? Why should you go? Just because you keep causing trouble for your eldest brother's family? Or because you always say that Min and her sisters are useless? Or because you keep talking about how everything in the big house will be yours someday? Zhang Chuntao didn't say anything. If she knew the big family would turn out so successful, she wouldn't have been so straightforward in her actions. She walked around the room and then headed outside. No, I will go help them. Zhang Chuntao hurriedly went to Gu Jianqing's yard. She saw Wang Yueju and Tian Huiying cooking in the kitchen. She smiled and walked over. Sister-in-law is cooking. I heard Jianqing say you're moving to the provincial city. Have you packed everything? Do you need help? Wang Yueju looked back at her. Everything is packed. No need. It was really surprising. Seeing Zhang Chuantao's flattering smile, she couldn't help but sneer inside. People are so realistic. Just yesterday, Zhang Chuntao was subtly criticizing her for not having a son, and now she's flattering her, asking if she needs help. It's obvious she heard about their move. Everything is packed. No need. Wang Yueju stirred the vegetables in the pot with a spatula, her tone very calm, making Zhang Chuantao's smile stiffen. Sister-in-law, what kind of business are your brother and his family doing in the provincial city? They must be making a lot of money, right? Or is it because your brother is capable? You really are lucky. Zhang Chuntao spoke kindly, but inside, she was terribly jealous. Why does all the good fortune go to Wang Yueju? Not having a son and still being able to move to the provincial city, it's just unfair. Wang Yueju looked at Zhang Chuantao's smiling face and felt a sense of relief. People need to be capable and live well. That way, even those who dislike or envy you will have to smile and flatter you. Selling clothes, I haven't made much money, Wang Yueju said. Zhang Chuntao obviously didn't believe her. Sister-in-law is modest. If you didn't make a lot of money, how could your brother have brought you all to the provincial city? Wang Yueju kept her head down and continued cooking without replying. Zhang Chuntao, holding back her jealousy, forced a few nice words, but seeing Wang Yueju ignore her, she turned around coldly and left. When she got home, she told Gu Jiancheng, "Your eldest brother's family hasn't changed much. They already don't acknowledge us, they're poor relatives. I was talking to my sister-in-law, but she was ignoring me." Gu Jiancheng, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, said, "You used to not talk properly to her. Why would she talk nicely to you? Stop arguing and go cook dinner." "I won't cook. I'm already tired of being angry." The next day, at around 5 in the morning, Gu Siheng got up. They needed to catch the first bus to the county seat and then transfer to Lizhou. They didn't bring much, so the trip was easier. By around 4 in the afternoon, they arrived in Lizhou City. Instead of going to the shop, they went straight to their new house. Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing looked around the house from front to back. Seeing how big the house was, Gu Siheng thought about how much compensation they might get if it was demolished someday. It could be at least 10 million, or even more. No, they should persuade their dad to build more houses here when he has money. Maybe build 6 or 7 floors, so the compensation would be even higher. Thinking about the future compensation, Gu Siheng chuckled. She thought she could become a second-generation demolisher. Gu Sanjing saw her smile, and also smiled. "Little Fourth, this yard is really big and there are many houses." "That's great. Now that there are more houses, each of you can have your own room," Gu Jiangwo said happily as he walked over. "Now you can pick your rooms."
Huh?
"We won't live together?" Gu Sanjing looked up at Gu Jiangwo and asked. He replied, "Do you still want 4 people to squeeze into one room?" Gu Sanjing hesitated. She wanted her own space but also wanted to stay lively with her sister and sister-in-law. Gu Siheng pulled her to choose a room. "Pick a room first. If later you want to sleep together, just do it." Gu Sanjing thought that was fine, so she followed Gu Siheng to pick a room. There were 10 rooms in the front yard. The main house was definitely for her parents. They chose the east or west wing. In the end, they picked the west wing. The west wing had 6 rooms, but was divided into 3 large rooms. Each of them chose one, and they used the middle room as a study. Later, they would study there. After choosing the rooms, they started cleaning. They cleaned the bedrooms first, so they could stay there temporarily. Gu Jiangwo taught Wang Yueju how to use the coal stove. Wang Yueju looked at the flames in the stove and felt a bit dissatisfied. Such a small fire. When will the food be ready? Gu Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh. There's no firewood to burn in the city, but the kitchen is so spacious. Later, we can eat in the kitchen directly. No need to carry food to the main hall. Not only is the kitchen spacious, but other places are too, Gu Jiangwo said softly to his wife. The two of them were standing too close. Wang Yueju felt a bit shy and pushed him gently. Gu Jiangwo laughed happily, which made Wang Yueju roll her eyes at him. Around 6 o'clock, Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui came back. The whole family finally gathered together. Gu Jiangwo went to Han Dei's house and invited them to come over for dinner. Today, both families enjoyed a lively meal together. Gu Sicheng followed him and said she wanted to see the house. Their 2 houses were very close, just a few steps apart. When they entered Han's yard, they saw them tidying up. Gu Sicheng ran to Han Jingping's house, where he was wiping the table. "Brother Jingping, come to my house for dinner today," Gu Sicheng said, leaning on the table. But before she could fully lean on it, she was pulled aside. Then Han Jingping said, "It's not clean yet." Gu Sicheng touched the table and saw it was very clean, with no dust at all. She rolled her eyes, acting as if she didn't care about cleanliness. Han Jingping saw her little eye roll and smiled slightly. "Is your house tidied up?" Gu Sicheng shook her head. "My house isn't as clean as yours. It's not easy to tidy up."
Han Jingping nodded.
"Once I finish my chores, I'll come help you clean." Gu Sicheng was happy to hear that. This young boy loved to keep things neat, so her house would definitely be very clean after he helped. While they were talking, they heard Han Dae calling from outside. The two of them left the house together. They saw Han Er-pang covered in dirt, both face and body. Tion Huiyang was helping him brush off the dirt with a feather duster.
See?
I told you to clean up, but you made yourself look like a muddy monkey, she said, pulling him aside.
Han Er-pang chokled.
They all went to Gu's house. In the evening, both families enjoyed a lively dinner together. Gu Jiangwo and Han Dae had a little wine, and by the end of the night, both of them were a bit tipsy. That night, after resting, Gu Sicheng and Gu Sanjing cuddled with pillows and went to find Gu Yimin and Gu Yihui. The four sisters squeezed together again. The next morning, Gu Jiangwo took out a set of clothes for Wang Yueju. The top was a gray wool coat, and the pants were made of thick black fabric. Wang Yueju couldn't quite tell what kind of fabric it was. It looks expensive, she said. Not too cheap, but we can afford it now, Gu Jiangwo replied. Wang Yueju didn't complain and put on the clothes right away. She might sell clothes in her shop someday, so she needed to dress nicely. Gu Sicheng and Gu Sanjing also put on their new clothes. They were children's bread-style jackets. After breakfast, the family happily went to the shop. When Gu Sicheng saw her own shop, she couldn't help but think it looked very simple. Way too simple. If it were a few decades later, it probably wouldn't sell even one piece. She was sighing when a woman in her 20s entered. Without saying a word, she walked up to Gu Erwi and slapped her hard across the face. When the door opened, the shop was still quiet. The loud slap echoed clearly inside. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Gu Sihong rushed over and pushed the woman forcefully. Is our bossy woman someone easy to bully? Although she was young, she was quite strong. The woman staggered from the push. Once she steadied herself, a group of people had already stepped in front of Gu Erwi. Shameless, you stole a man from me, Zhu Yujiao. Zhang Zijuan rushed in. Seeing Gu Erwi, blocked by Gu Jiangwo and others, with red handprints on her cheeks, his eyes showed guilt. He turned to shout at Zhu Yujiao, "What are you doing? I broke off the engagement with you, because I don't like you. It has nothing to do with anyone else." How can it have nothing to do with others? Zhu Yujiao's eyes filled with tears. When you didn't know her, why didn't you say you wanted to break off the engagement? Don't think I don't know. You've been coming here often recently, obviously because you like her. Zhang Zijuan, we've been engaged for 2 years. How can you treat me like this? Let's go, we'll talk at home. Zhang Zijuan pulled Zhu Yujiao to leave. He felt utterly humiliated. Now, he didn't even dare to look at Gu Erwi. Stop right there. Gu Erwi pushed away Gu Jiangwo, who was blocking her, and stepped in front of Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao. She looked at Zhu Yujiao and pointed at Zhang Zijuan. He, your boyfriend, has indeed come to my shop several times to see me and said he wanted to be friends with me, but I didn't agree. This has nothing to do with me. After speaking, she looked at Zhang Zijuan. Am I right? Zhang Zijuan looked at the handprint on Gu Erwi's face, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He wanted to explain, but any words seemed to hurt more. In the end, he only managed one word, yes.
Good.
Gu Erwi said, taking a step forward and slapped Zhang Zijuan across the face. Because she used too much force, her hand hurt a little. I never lose out. Gu Erwi stared at Zhang Zijuan and said, this was caused by you, and this slap is what you deserve. Zhang Zijuan pursed his lips, looking at Gu Erwi with fiery eyes. This was the first time in his life he was slapped, and it was by someone he liked. Humiliation and anger filled his entire body. Zhu Yujiao saw Zhang Zijuan being hit by Gu Erwi and angrily shouted, "Little brat, I will fight you."
Ah!
Zhu Yujiao wanted to slap Gu Erwi again, but her hand was caught by Zhang Zijuan just as she raised it. At the same time, Gu Erwi raised her hand and slapped her back. I told you I never suffer losses. If you slap me, I will return the favor. Zhu Yujiao couldn't bear this injustice and screamed, trying to fight Gu Erwi, but Zhang Zijuan pulled her away and took her outside. Outside the door, he opened the car door and pushed her inside. Han Dae closed the door again. When Zhang Zijuan entered earlier, He had already shut the door to prevent any bad rumors from spreading. A girl's reputation is very important. Does it hurt? Wang Yueju gently touched the red mark on Gu Erwi's face, tears in her eyes. As a mother, she felt heartbroken seeing her daughter slapped. Gu Erwi smiled at her. I'm fine. Was she feeling upset inside? Being falsely accused and slapped was indeed upsetting, but she fought back, didn't she? She has never been a fragile person. Crying in front of family only makes them sad. There's no need for that. Gu Zhangwo clenched his teeth tightly, his fists clenched. Just now, Erwi slapped those two people. Otherwise, he would have beaten them severely. Erwi, go upstairs to rest, Gu Zhangwo said. Gu Erwi nodded, and Gu Siheng and Wang Yueju followed her upstairs. Gu Siheng found a piece of ice wrapped in a towel to apply to her face. Luckily, it was winter, so ice was easy to find. What exactly happened? Wang Yueju asked Gu Erwi worriedly. Gu Erwi held the towel-wrapped ice to her face and explained everything. After hearing her story, Wang Yueju was angry.
What kind of people are they?
Zhang Zijuan was the one who broke off the engagement, and she's causing trouble for you? Previously, Zhang Shuangping was the same. Deng Ziming didn't want to marry her, so she tried to harm Yimin's family. They really pick soft targets. Second sister, who is Zhu Yujiao?
Gu Siheng asked.
Gu Erwi shook her head. I don't know. Gu Siheng started thinking of a plan. Zhang Zijuan has a big background, and Zhu Yujiao, who is engaged to him, probably also has a notable background. Today, after Erwi fought them, will they seek revenge? Although society has changed, under pressure from authority, ordinary people like us can't resist. She could think of it, and Gu Erwi also thought of it, but she didn't regret fighting those two. She refuses to live a humiliated life, and she believes her family feels the same. Don't worry. Wang Yueju held Gu Erwi's hand and said, if anything happens, I will bear it with your dad. Gu Erwi felt a warm feeling in her heart as she leaned her head on Wang Yueju's shoulder, acting cute. Gu Siqing also moved closer, smiling happily and saying, even if we have problems, we're not afraid. At worst, we'll tie up Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao and give them a good scare. Then we can find another place to do business. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't control the whole country, right? Hearing this, Gu Erwi and Wang Yueju felt much more at ease. Gu Siqing was also thinking in her mind about how to tie up Zhang Zijuan and was planning to ask Han Jingping for help. Zhang Zijuan drove to the outskirts and stopped. He turned to Zhu Yujiao and asked, is it interesting? Even if you cause trouble, this marriage still has to be called off.
Why?
Zhu Yujiao's tears started falling again. Her face, already not very pretty, looked even worse now. Because I don't like you. We just don't get along, Zhang Zijuan said irritably as he lit a cigarette. Zhu Yujiao wiped her tears and said, you've fallen for someone else. Weren't we fine before? Zhang Zijuan sneered. Fallen for someone else? Do we even have feelings? Were we ever good together? I didn't want to talk to you before. To be honest, whether my grandfather is alive or not, I still want to cancel this marriage. If your family wants to get something out of it, go find my father or my older uncle.
Don't involve me.
I don't have that kind of dedication. Zhu Yujiao cried even harder. She never thought that her enviable marriage would just disappear like this. Tell me what kind of person you like, and I'll change, Zhu Yujiao begged, grabbing Zhang Zijuan's arm and crying. Brother Zijuan, I really like you. Can I change? Zhang Zijuan shook her off. When my dad gets off work today, I'll talk to him about officially breaking off the engagement. Once it's done, it'll be better for both of us. He started the car, sent Zhu Yujiao home, then drove away. Zhu Yujiao watched his car's back and cried. The story of Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao's marriage was quite dramatic. Zhu Yujiao's grandfather was a soldier. When he was in the army, he was Zhang Zijuan's grandfather's bodyguard. During a battle, Zhu Yujiao's grandfather saved Zhang Zijuan's grandfather's life, but died on the battlefield. After the liberation, because of this life-saving act, the Zhang family helped Zhu's family a lot. A few years ago, Zhang Leoi's health was getting worse, and Zhu's family was worried. They feared that after Zhang Leoi passed away, their kindness might end. Zhu's family came up with a plan to marry into the Zhang family. Only through marriage could they tie the Zhu family closely to the Zhang family, which led to the marriage arrangement between Zhu Yujiao and Zhang Zijuan. Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao are both in their 20s. Their families had planned for them to get married next year. However, Zhu's family never expected Zhang Zijuan to ask to break off the engagement at this time. Because of this, Zhu's family has been feeling gloomy these days. A few days ago, Zhu Yujiao's mother, Lu Hongyun, heard from Lu Yanping that Zhang Zijuan might be interested in a girl who lives next door to their shop, so she looked into it carefully. She also found out about Zhang Zijuan trying to help Gu Yihui with something in front of the business bureau. Lu Hongyun even went to look at Gu's shop. She saw two young women, about 18 or 19, inside. She couldn't tell which one was Gu Yihui, but both of them were prettier than her daughter Yujiao. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, calling them two fox spirits. The Zhu family members sat together to discuss what to do. They thought that Zhang Zijuan might be planning to break off the engagement because of Gu Yihui. After discussing, they decided to talk to Zhang Zijuan's father about the matter. But when they met Zhang Zijuan's father, he looked troubled and said, "This marriage was arranged too quickly. The two kids have been together for a long time, but they haven't developed any feelings for each other. So, let's forget about this marriage." Everyone understood that a parent's heart aches for their child. As someone experienced, Zhang's father knew how painful it was to live with someone you didn't like. No matter how rebellious or disobedient his son was still his son, and he wanted his son to have a happy life. The Zhu family didn't expect Zhang's father to agree to break the engagement. It seemed that breaking off the marriage was now certain. Zhu Yujiao found out about this last night. Early the next morning, she went to find Zhang Zijuan to ask for an explanation. When they met, they argued quickly, and then Zhu Yujiao slapped Gu Yihui. After work that afternoon, Zhu's family learned about what Zhu Yujiao had done and sighed again. Lu Hongyun grew angrier the more she thought about it. She clenched her teeth and said, "Let's go to Kyoto and find Zhang's eldest. We want him to judge this matter. How can they just cancel the marriage like that? If it weren't for Yujiao's grandfather, would Zhang's family be where they are today? If Zhang Zijuan wants to break off the engagement, then Zhang's family can find someone else to marry our Yujiao." Zhu Yujiao's father, Zhu Tianlin, frowned, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. He said, "Who do you want Zhang's family to marry Yujiao? Zhang's eldest has two sons, and both are excellent. Would they be willing?" When their families first proposed the marriage, they had considered the two older sons of Zhang's family. But as soon as they made the suggestion, Zhang's grandfather refused. So, they ended up choosing Zhang Zijuan, who was lazy and rebellious.
So, what should we do now?
Old Master Zhang has passed away, and our relationship with the Zhang family is growing more distant. Lu Hongyun remembers how the wonderful marriage proposal was suddenly gone, and she feels very sad. Tomorrow, I will go see Zijuan's father to hear what he says. Since the engagement is broken, they should give some compensation, Zhu Tianlin said as he quickly calculated. This time, he definitely wants to get more benefits from the Zhang family. His position can be promoted, and his son is about to graduate and look for a job. He wants the Zhang family to help find a good position for him. And that sly woman. We can't forgive her family. Zhu Yujiao's face twisted with anger. She believes that Zijuan broke off the engagement because of Gu Erwi, and she won't let her go easily. Both Zhu Tianlin and Lu Hongyun nodded. They couldn't swallow this anger. What can they do about Zijuan? Can't they handle the Gu family, who are just common folks? Zijuan drove his car into the provincial government compound. When he got home, he lay on the sofa without moving. When he closed his eyes, he saw Gu Erwi's small face with a slap mark, and he couldn't help but touch his own cheek. It still hurt, and it was probably red. He got up to look in the mirror, but only saw a few pimples on his face, no red marks at all. TSK, he won't admit he's thick-skinned. Usually, he would smile when meeting people, looking very gentle, but when he's angry, he's really fierce. He went to his room and lay on the bed to sleep. When he woke up, his father, Zhang Jingtong had already returned and was reading in the study. He staggered over and sat in front of him. "When will you cancel my engagement with Zhu Yujiao?" Zijuan asked. Zhang Jingtong, in his 40s, wore glasses and looked scholarly. He frowned when he heard this. "It's been busy lately. We'll talk about it in a few days." "No, it has to be done in the next 2 days. Zhu Yujiao has gone crazy," Zijuan said, eager to cut ties with her. "What happened? Did you fight again?" "I think that girl has a good temper." Zhang Jingtong usually was very busy and didn't see Zhu Yujiao often. Every time they met, she acted very obedient. Of course, he didn't have time to see if she was pretending. Zijuan sneered and recounted what Zhu Yujiao did today, but he didn't mention that Gu Erwi slapped him. He wanted to save face in front of his father. "Our grandfather's life was saved by her grandfather, but the Zhu family has gained many benefits from us. So, we have to support their family for generations?" Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao had been engaged for 2 years and had interacted quite a bit with the Zhang family. Although the Zhu family members always act flattering and eager to please when they see him, he can still see their greed and superficiality hidden behind their smiles. He originally thought that since he wasn't planning to marry, this engagement could just stay as it was, and it wouldn't affect him much. But after meeting Gu Erwi, he changed his mind. One reason Gu Erwi disliked him was because he was already engaged, which made him even more uncomfortable about the current engagement. He is a person who follows his own wishes. If he wants to break off the engagement, he will do so immediately. He didn't expect Zhu Yujiao to go crazy over this matter. "After breaking off the engagement, what do you plan to do?" Zhang Jingtong asked. "Are you going to marry that girl who sells clothes?" "No," Zhang Zijuan replied immediately. "That's just Zhu Yujiao's wild guess. I have nothing to do with her." Zhang Jingtong frowned even more. "You're not young anymore. You should act with principles and a bottom line. You don't care about your reputation, but women do care about theirs." Zhang Zijuan nodded. He knew he hadn't handled things well this time, or Gu Erwi wouldn't have been slapped. "I understand. I'll ask Secretary Li to handle the breakup tomorrow," Zhang Jingtong said. He hadn't paid much attention to the Zhu family, like those poor relatives. If he felt like giving something, he would. If not, he would ignore them. They had already repaid their debt of kindness long ago. Today, the task of counting money after closing the shop fell to Gu Siqing. Han Dei saw her with a small smile, squinting her eyes as she carefully counted the bills, and joked, "Little fourth, count carefully. It would be embarrassing if you get it wrong." Gu Siqing rolled her eyes secretly. She, a college graduate who had faced the harsh realities of society, couldn't possibly make mistakes counting money. That was a joke. Where did she leave off just now? "Uncle Han, please understand that I am young and my brain cells haven't fully developed. Don't talk to me." This made everyone laugh. Gu Siqing sighed and started counting again, determined to get it right this time. Total, 2,241 yuan, profit, 1,172 yuan. Gu Siqing finished calculating and was surprised herself. Earning over 1,000 yuan in a day, over 30,000 a month. Not just now, but even decades later, earning over 30,000 a month would be considered a high income. Business really makes money. Maybe their previous goal was too small? They should aim to buy 6 courtyard houses in Kyoto, one for each of the 4 sisters and their parents. "All right, the accounts are settled. Let's go home," Gu Zhengwo said, packing up the money. Both families tidied up and closed the shop, then took the bus home. After getting off the bus, Gu Zhengwo went straight home. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi took Wang Yueju and the other 2 girls to the vegetable market. Inside the market, Gu Sihing asked Gu Erwi, second sister, "What do you want to eat?" "Today I want to cheer you up." Gu Erwi smiled and said, "Okay, today I also want to cheer myself up. Let's have ribs." "All right, ribs it is." Wang Yueju went directly to the stall selling ribs and bought 4 jin, about 2 kilograms. She had money and was not shy about buying meat. In the past, she would have thought carefully before buying 2 jin of meat. She also bought some other vegetables, and the mother and daughters headed home together. On the way, Gu Sanjing told Wang Yueju, "Mom, I will also feel down tomorrow and need to cheer myself up. Gu Sihing and the others found this funny. Gu Erwi asked her, Sanjing, how do you know you'll be in a bad mood tomorrow? Because I'm craving something, Gu Sihing replied with a smile. Gu Sanjing felt shy after hearing this and ran over to catch her, while Gu Sihing quickly ran away, with Gu Sanjing chasing behind. The sisters played chase all the way home. Gu Jiangwo was tidying up the trash in the yard. Seeing the lively girls return, he smiled and said, in a few days, when things are less busy, I'll take you out to play. What fun things are there in the provincial city? Gu Sanjing asked, leaning close to Gu Jiangwo. There's the park, the zoo, and the youth palace, Gu Jiangwo said as he used a shovel to scoop the trash into a borrowed mountain cart. He added, in the provincial city, kids like you learn painting, dancing, piano, and so on. Do you too want to learn? Gu Jiangwo always believed it was good for children to go to school. In the past, they didn't have the means, but now that he had some money, he wanted to give his children the best education. Gu Sanjing had never been exposed to painting, dancing, or piano. She looked confused after hearing Gu Jiangwo's words. At that moment, Gu Sihing said, Dad, when will you take us to a place where we can swim? My third sister is really good at swimming. Thinking about her earlier mention of participating in the Asian Games and Olympics, Gu Jiangwo smiled and said, Okay. He wasn't particularly eager for the family to produce an athlete, but trying wouldn't hurt. What if? Gu Sanjing was very happy, her eyes shining with confidence. No other child in the village could swim as fast as she could. Fourth sister, what do you want to learn? Gu Sanjing asked Gu Sihing. Gu Sihing replied, I need to think about it. All right, fourth sister, take your time, Gu Jiangwo said as he pushed the tricycle out. Gu Sanjing and Gu Sihing followed, getting familiar with the surroundings. The father and daughters pushed the tricycle to dump the trash. On the way, they met people in the alley, and Gu Jiangwo greeted them with a smile. The house has been bought for a while now, and Gu Jiangwo has met many people in the alley. The trash can is not far away. It's only about 100 to 200 meters. On the way, he also met Han Jingping, who was also taking out the trash. After returning, Gu Sihong quietly asked Han Jingping, Are you going to the shop tomorrow? No, I'm not going. Han Jingping looked down at her. What about you? I won't go either. I can't help much, so I won't go, Gu Sihong replied.
Han Jingping, okay.
Gu Sihong had a toothache. What does her okay mean? Since neither of us is going to the shop, should we play together tomorrow? How should we play? Where should we go? Suddenly, she realized that besides being good-looking, studious, and clean, this young boy didn't have many other good qualities. His quietness was especially annoying. She also had to be the one to invite him to play, even though she was an adult with a mature soul. If she couldn't be friends with this little fairy, she wouldn't bother pretending anymore. An adult woman's modesty was no longer necessary. Gu Sihong. Then, you can come to my house tomorrow.
Han Jingping, okay.
She rolled her eyes and quickly walked back home. Han Jingping wondered, why did I offend Xiaoxi? Back home, Wang Yueju, Gu Yumin, and Gu Erwi were cooking in the kitchen, while Gu Sihong and Sanjing were helping Gu Jiangwo clean up the trash in the yard. For dinner, they had braised pork ribs, and everyone was very satisfied. Gu Sanjing even forgot about the bad mood she'd have tomorrow. After dinner, Gu Jiangwo carried a coal stove into the main room. The family sat around it, warming themselves and chatting. Erwi, you did very well today, Gu Jiangwo said to his second daughter. We usually don't cause trouble, but if trouble comes to us, we can't be afraid. We have to fight back. Don't be afraid. When soldiers come, they will be met with soldiers. No matter how powerful they are, our family will face it together. Exactly. Like Xiaoxi said, at worst, we can change our business location. Wang Yueju patted Gu Erwi's hand. Gu Erwi smiled broadly. I understand. At first, she felt ashamed and angry, and also worried. She worried that Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao's families might cause trouble for them. But now she thought, no matter how scared she was, trouble would still come when it was supposed to. It was better to stay calm and think of a plan. You don't need to worry too much. It's a new society, and we have reasons to stand up for ourselves, Gu Jiangwo said, ready to stand firm against certain organizations if needed. The mood grew a bit heavy at this point, so Gu Sihong changed the subject and asked, "Will the older sisters go to night school?" "Yes, I asked Derry about it. Like us in our town, you can get a recommendation letter and go after just finishing middle school," Gu Yimin said excitedly about attending night school. In the village, it didn't seem necessary, but when she reached the city, she realized how lacking cultural knowledge made her feel insecure. "Can you learn anything there?" Gu Siqing asked. Due to the gap in education over the years, night school is very popular nowadays. Also, the graduation certificates from these schools are quite valuable. Although they are not as prestigious as university diplomas, they are still respected. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi wanted to attend night school, but not to get a diploma. Their business was doing well, earning more than working at a company, so they weren't interested in getting certificates for employment. Their goal was to learn new knowledge and broaden their horizons. "Does the night school teach English?" Gu Siqing asked. "Yes, but what's the use of learning that?" Gu Yimin replied. Gu Siqing said, "Maybe someday you'll go abroad." After the reform and opening up, many business projects in China were brought from other countries. For bigger development, it's best to see the world outside. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi looked at each other, both hesitant. Going abroad felt too far away for them. Gu Siqing didn't press further. She knew she shouldn't push too hard. The family talked for a while longer, then each went to their own room to rest. That night, the four sisters didn't sleep together, each in her own room. Gu Erwi lay on her side in bed, staring at the dark night, thinking about the slap Zhu Jiao gave her. She had rarely been hit in her life, let alone slapped. Even after a whole day, the shame still overwhelmed her. She knew she shouldn't keep dwelling on that moment or let negative feelings take over, but she couldn't help it. She told her family she was fine, just didn't want them to worry, but when she was alone, the feelings of grievance and shame made her eyes water. Main house Wang Yueju made the bed and said, "Yimin and Hui are selling clothes in the shop, showing themselves off. What if they encounter something like that again?" Gu Zhengwo lit a cigarette and said, "Every situation has good and bad sides. We earn money, so we can't blame them for showing themselves. Different paths, different ways of life. As long as we don't do anything wrong, we don't need to worry about others' opinions." Wang Yueju sighed. "Maybe we should arrange marriages for them sooner?" "Marriages? With whom?" Gu Zhengwo was a bit upset. After the incident with Deng Ziming, he decided he wouldn't casually arrange marriages for his daughters anymore. "I was just saying," Wang Yueju said. She was worried that if too much time passed, Ming and Erwi's reputation might be damaged. City life is different from the countryside. "Don't judge the present with old views," Gu Zhengwo said as he went to bed, but his wife shot him a stern look, so he had to go outside to fetch water and wash his feet. At the Han house, Tian Huiying was sitting on the bed, knitting a sweater. Han Dei frowned as he looked at her work and said, "You've already knitted several sweaters for Air. Why not make one for Xingping?" Tian Huiying paused her knitting and replied, "I told Erwi before that Zhang Zijuan is a good match. She still looked upset with me. If she gets engaged to Zhang Zijuan, who would dare to slap her?" Han Dei's eyebrows furrowed even more. "Erwi's marriage isn't something you should interfere in. I'm just trying to help her." Tian Huiying felt that Gu Zhengwo and others only cared about appearances. "If you think that marriage is good, Zhengwo and the others don't agree." "Don't talk nonsense," Han Dei said. He thought that if Gu Erwi were his daughter, he wouldn't want Zhang Zijuan to be her son-in-law either. Their family background was too high, and Zhang Zijuan didn't seem reliable. Seeing Han Dei didn't want her to talk about Gu's family, Tian Huiying asked, "Are we going to split the business with Zhengwo next year?" Han Dei nodded but then said impatiently, "You don't need to worry. I'll discuss it with Zhengwo later." Tian Huiying felt a lump in her throat and was very uncomfortable. She had no say in this family. The next day, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei went to handle the household registration transfer, while Wang Yueju, Tian Huiying, and the two Gu sisters went to the shop. Gu Siheng and the other children stayed at home. Of course, Gu Siheng and the others promised not to run around, so Wang Yueju and Tian Huiying felt reassured. When Gu Erwi and the others arrived at the shop, As soon as they opened the door, customers came in. With the new year approaching, many people started buying new clothes. Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi quickly greeted the customers, while Wang Yueju and Tian Huiying took numbers and packed clothes. After a while, the customers left. Just as they were about to rest, Lu Yanping tilted her chin and entered. Looking at Gu Yimin and Gu Erwi, she said, "Dreaming of flying high and becoming a phoenix? That's just wishful thinking. What kind of family is the Zhang family? They're one of the most prominent families in the capital. You, a village girl, dreaming of marrying into that family, forget it. Let me tell you, even though Zhang Zijuan and our Jiao Jiao broke off their engagement, the Zhang family still has to send a son to marry our Jiao Jiao. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, this shop will have to close." Her words confused Gu Erwi and the others. What did Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao have to do with Lu Yanping? Lu Yanping looked at them with a confused expression and snorted, saying, "Zhu Yujiao is my cousin. My uncle works at the provincial government. Killing you is like squashing an ant. Your uncle is a high-ranking official, right?" Gu Erwi asked. Because their shop had been shut down for inspection, they still couldn't reopen for business, and Lu Yanping felt very frustrated. Last night, she went to the Zhu family for help and heard about Zhu Yujiao hitting Gu Erwi. When Lu Hongyan mentioned Zhu Yujiao's marriage, she was worried Zhu Yujiao might be laughed at, so she vaguely said the engagement was called off, but the marriage agreement between the Zhang and Zhu families was still valid. Lu Yanping understood it as Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao breaking off their engagement, and the Zhang family would find someone else for Zhu Yujiao. This gave her more confidence. After all, Zhu Yujiao was her cousin, and she was also related to the Zhang family. So, after breakfast today, she came to vent her anger. Now, Gu Erwi asked about her uncle's official position, and her sense of superiority grew. She said, "My uncle is the head of the personnel department at the provincial government. Just wait and see." After venting, she left. Gu Erwi and the others looked at each other, wondering what she meant. Threatening? Showing off? At this moment, a customer entered the shop, and they began to serve. But Gu Erwi kept thinking about what Lu Yanping had just said. Whether her words were true or not, it was clear that Lu Yanping and the Zhu family held grudges against them. They had only recently arrived in Licheng, and since Zhu Yujiao's father worked at the provincial government, it might be easy for them to cause trouble. What should they do? They thought all morning and believed there was only one way to prevent problems before they started. When Gu Zhengwo finished his work and returned, Gu Erwi told him about Lu Yanping's visit and then said, "After thinking it over, I believe the only way is to go and find Zhang Zijuan's father to solve this problem at its root." "That's a very bold idea. He's the highest-ranking official in the province," Gu Zhengwo said, surprised that Gu Erwi would have such a daring thought. "The trouble was caused by Zhang Zijuan. If we don't talk to his parents, who will we talk to? Also, I read that Zhang Zijuan's father is highly regarded and fair. Otherwise, what can we do? Live in constant fear of them causing trouble for us? But I can't be worried about thieves every day. Maybe I should go find Zhang Zijuan's father, Zhang Jingtong." Gu Zhengwo thinks that might be risky. If he sticks to principles and does things honestly, maybe he can help, but what if he can't? Don't rush. Let's think of other ways. "I'll go look for Zhu Qingjun in the next couple of days," Gu Zhengwo said. Gu Erwi nodded but had already decided to find Zhang Jingtong. She understood Gu Zhengwo's concerns, but she believed Zhang Jingtong was likely to act honestly. Not to mention the praise in the newspapers for him, but about Zhang Zijuan, such a carefree person, she had refused him without doing anything wrong. That shows his good upbringing. So, she wanted to take a chance. Around 4 p.m., Gu Zhengwo wasn't at the shop. She told Wang Yueju and Gu Yimin she was going out and would be back soon. Then she took a bus to outside the provincial government building. She knew that if she suddenly said she wanted to see Zhang Jingtong, she probably wouldn't meet him. She could only wait at the door to catch him. It was very cold outside the government building. Standing there, Gu Erwi's nose turned red from the cold. The security guard saw her standing outside for a long time and came over to ask, "Miss, do you need something?" "I'm waiting for someone." Gu Erwi smiled at the guard. The guard nodded and went back. He was worried she might have some grievance and was blocking the leader's car. He had seen this happen many times before. But this girl was smiling when she spoke, so she probably didn't have any grievance. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. At 6 p.m., work ended, and people started coming out one after another from the government compound. Most were riding bikes, some cars, but not many. Gu Erwi kept watching those vehicles. Although she didn't know which car was Zhang Jingtong's, she knew his license plate number was 00001. She had heard it from conversations with some customers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said she was looking for Zhang Jingtong. Someone of his high position, and her just a regular person. How could she meet him just like that? After waiting a long time, she saw a black car drive out with the license plate 00001. She quickly moved to the gate of the government compound. The guard's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried over. But by the time he reached her, she was already standing in front of the car. Go see what's going on, Zhang Jingtong told the driver when he saw a girl standing in front of the car. The driver received the order and quickly opened the door. He approached Gu Erwi and asked, "Miss, what do you need?" Gu Erwi's heart was pounding with nervousness. She told herself, since she had already come, she couldn't back out. She must stay strong. "I need to see Secretary Zhang about Zhang Zijuan," she said, her voice trembling slightly. The driver, hearing that it involved Zhang Zijuan, quickly went back to report to Zhang Jingtong. "Let her get in the car," Zhang Jingtong said through the window, looking at Gu Erwi. The driver hurried over, led Gu Erwi to the car door, and opened it for her. Inside, she saw Zhang Jingtong. He was smiling at her, but she still felt so nervous she couldn't lift her foot. "Don't be nervous. Come in," Zhang Jingtong said kindly, with a gentle smile. Gu Erwi took a deep breath and stepped inside. The car started moving again. Gu Erwi sat straight, tense all over. She looked at Zhang Jingtong and said, I. "Let's talk at home," he replied, still smiling, but she felt a lot of pressure. She nodded, and the car remained quiet. Suddenly, Gu Erwi realized she had blindly trusted this high-ranking official. She thought that going to his house was probably to avoid the driver hearing their conversation, because what she wanted to say involved Zhang Zijuan. No matter how unruly Zhang Zijuan was, he was still her son. Her mind became clearer. She started thinking about how to tell her story. Using different words to say the same thing can have different effects. They soon arrived at the provincial government compound. Gu Erwi got out and followed Zhang Jingtong upstairs, then into his house. She didn't dare look around, and just heard him say, "Sit down." She went to the sofa and sat, watching him pick up a teapot, pour hot water into a cup, and hand it to her. She took the cup and smiled, saying, I might be a bit rude." Zhang Jingtong sat opposite her, still smiling gently. "Don't be nervous. Just say what you need to say. No need to hide. My name is Gu Erwi. Our family sells clothes on Zhongshan Road." As soon as she spoke, she felt less nervous. She continued, "Zhang Zijuan and Zhu Yujiao came to my shop once to buy clothes. After that, Zhang Zijuan came several times to see me, saying he wanted to be friends. I refused, and he didn't bother me again. But a few days ago, Zhu Yujiao came to my shop, said nothing, and slapped me. Then she said some mean words. Then, yesterday, Zhu Yujiao's cousin came to my shop. She said Zhu Yujiao's father works in the government, and that it's easy for them to crush us like ants. She also said our shop would close sooner or later. I am very scared and feel guilty because I caused such a big disaster for my family. I thought about it all night and decided to come see you." Zhang Jingtong looked at the girl in front of him. She was very beautiful, spoke clearly, and had some cleverness, but her eyes were honest. Overall, she was a good girl, more suitable to be Zhang's daughter-in-law than Zhu Yujiao. This time, Zhang Zijuan's judgment was good. "What do you want me to do?" Zhang asked after taking a sip of tea. Gu Erwi lowered her eyes and organized her words. "I just want my family and me not to be involved because of this." Zhang frowned slightly, clearly thinking she really didn't like Zijijun. He thought he's really hopeless. "Why did you refuse Zijijun?" Zhang asked again. He has a girlfriend, and I want to live a bit more easily, Gu Erwi said, no longer nervous. She had said what she needed to, and if it didn't work out, there was nothing she could do. Don't worry, Zhang said, placing his teacup on the table nearby. I will warn Ziji Jun and the Zhu family. If they do anything bad to you or your family again, come and find me. Hearing this, Gu Erwi let out a small breath of relief. She guessed right. She stood up, bowed to Zhang, and said, Thank you. Zhang sighed. Such a good girl, but Ziji Jun was just unlucky. She had said everything she needed to. Gu Erwi said goodbye to Zhang. He didn't try to stop her and saw her to the door. Just then, the door opened, and Ziji Jun was standing there.
Why?
Why are you at my house?
Si-yun looked shocked.
Gu Erwi wanted to say she was here to talk to her parents, but it was better not to say anything now. You're back. Perfect timing to take Miss Gu home, Zhang told Gu. Little Gu, I won't see you off. Gu Erwi thanked Zhang again and left, following Ziji Jun downstairs. What did you tell my dad? Ziji Jun asked as he stopped her on the stairs. Gu Erwi stood on the steps, and Ziji Jun was below her. From this height, she could look him in the eyes, which felt good. Are you sure you want to say this here? Ziji Jun looked around. There was no one now, but maybe someone would pass by later. He quickly turned and went downstairs. He didn't know why, but he wasn't angry about the slap anymore. But this time, when he saw her, he just couldn't speak properly. He felt wronged. The word wronged appeared in his mind, and he immediately spat at himself. Such childishness. The two of them went up the stairs one after the other and got into the car. As soon as Gu Erwi sat down, she said, You don't need to see me off. I'll take the bus back later.
Today.
Before she finished, Zhang Zijuan started the car, and Gu Erwi stopped talking. He was probably in a bad mood. Being reported to his parents wouldn't make him happy. The car was quiet for a while. Gu Erwi broke the silence first. I only asked your dad because I had no other choice. Yesterday. She repeated what Lu Yanping had said and then added, We've only been in Lizhou for a few months. We don't have connections, and if the Zhu family wants to hurt us, we can't fight back. Zhang Zijuan's fingers turned white as he gripped the steering wheel. After a moment, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. How old are you? Almost 18 in 2 months, Gu Erwi replied without hesitation, not understanding why he asked but answering honestly. Zhang Zijuan took another puff, thinking about her age, and forced a bitter smile. He was 21, but he still wasn't as mature as an 18-year-old girl. When she faced problems, she thought about not burdening her family, but he hadn't considered that the Zhu family might retaliate. Now, he realized he had been too reckless. He deserved to be disliked. The car stopped in a quiet place. Zhang Zijuan took out paper and a pen, wrote down a string of numbers and a name, and handed it to Gu Erwi. This is my friend's number. If you encounter trouble, contact him. I'll be back in Kyoto in a couple of days. Gu Erwi didn't take it. She didn't want any more contact with him. Zhang Zijuan shoved the paper into her hand. I didn't handle things well. This is my apology. Gu Erwi didn't refuse and simply said thank you. Zhang Zijuan drove her to a nearby intersection where her shop was. After watching her go inside, he started the car and left. Where did you go? Wang Yueju asked when she saw Gu Erwi. You didn't come back and we were worried sick. Your dad and Uncle Han came looking for you. At that moment, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei also returned. Seeing she was safe and sound, they relaxed. Where did you go? Gu Zhengwo asked angrily. If she had been a kid, he would have slapped her. Seeing everyone worried about her, Gu Erwi felt bad. She quickly explained her visit to Zhang Jingtong, omitting the part about Zhang Zijuan bringing her back. Zhengwo, Erwi will definitely do great things in the future, Han Dei said with a smile to Gu Zhengwo. Zhang Jingtong is such an important official. Don't say she's a teenage girl. Even this nearly 40-year-old man would probably be very nervous if he saw her. Gu Zhengwo was proud, but also wanted to hit someone. This kid is too brave. But it's good that he's back. When Zhang Zijuan returned home, he went straight to the study. Zhang Jingtong saw him and said, you're back so soon? I thought you'd go to warn the Zhu family. Zhang Zijuan leaned back in his chair. I was planning to go, but then I thought if I withdraw from the engagement, the Zhu family will definitely ask you and the eldest uncle for benefits. If I warn them, they might just become more aggressive. So I decided not to bother. Anyway, you'll handle it. Zhang Jingtong put down the documents in his hand and said happily, learn from your mistakes. It's good that you've grown. You don't need to worry about the Zhu family's affairs. I will take care of it. Tomorrow, say goodbye to your friends, and the day after tomorrow, go back to Kyoto. When you get there, listen to your eldest uncle and work hard. Zhang Zijuan nodded and stood up to leave, but he heard Zhang Jingtong say, is there really no chance with Xiaoguo? That girl is really good, brave, careful, and reliable. Zhang Zijuan felt a tight, uncomfortable feeling in his chest. His father really knew how to hurt him. She doesn't like me. He left after saying this, and Zhang Jingtong sighed, picked up the phone nearby, and dialed a number. When it connected, he said, tell Zhu Tianlin to come to my house tomorrow. After Zhu Tianlin hung up, he sat there stunned for a while. Lu Hongyan saw his distracted look and asked, what happened? Whose call was it? Secretary Li told me to go to the Zhang family after work tomorrow. Just go if they ask you. They broke off the engagement first, so we're in the right. Lu Hongyan felt upset when talking about the Zhang family. Their good opportunity was slipping away, and no one felt good about it. It was Secretary Li who called me, not Zhang Jingtong. Zhu Tianlin said irritably. Usually, these personal matters are handled by Zhang Jingtong or Zhang Zijuan. Now it's Secretary Li. Is that different? Lu Hongyan asked confused. Of course it's different. It means they don't want to show any respect. Zhu Tianlin couldn't figure out why Zhang Jingtong's attitude suddenly changed. Just a few days ago, everything was fine. So, what should we do? Lu Hongyan was worried. The only reason they could get benefits from the Zhang family was because the Zhang family remembered her father's kindness. If they stop respecting that, what will happen? Let's see how things go tomorrow, Zhu Tianlin said, feeling annoyed. Isn't the deputy director above you about to retire soon? Bring it up tomorrow.
Let's talk about it then.
Zhu Tianlin also wanted to mention it, but Zhang Jingtong is very honest and doesn't hide anything. It's better to go to the Zhang family head if you need help. That clothing store, how do you plan to trouble them? I can't swallow this anger. Lu Hongyan always thought that Zhang Zijuan's breakup was caused by Gu Erwie's seduction. Zhu Tianlin lit a cigarette and said, tomorrow, I will inform the tax, commerce, and health departments. Lu Hongyan sneered and laughed, a bunch of country bumpkins, really overestimating themselves. Zhu Tianlin didn't care about the Gu family either. Dealing with them was just a matter of moving a finger. Since Zhu Yujiao and Zhang Zijuan got engaged, even though Zhang Jingtong is very strict, the Zhu family still gained many benefits. Of course, they received even more from the Zhang family head. People in government agencies are all smart, and Zhu Tianlin, as the son-in-law of Zhang Jingtong, often gets special treatment for minor matters. So he has been living smoothly these years. Now this benefit is about to end, and Zhu Tianlin feels very resentful. He resents the Zhang family for being unkind and resents Gu Erwie for seducing Zhang Zijuan. The next day at the office, he called some familiar people, hinting for them to cause trouble for the Gu family. After hanging up, he felt a bit more relieved. When you're unhappy, you need someone to vent your anger on. In the afternoon after work, he rode his bicycle to the Zhang family. Zhang Jingtong wasn't home yet. Zhang Zijuan and some friends were there. 5 or 6 young men in their early 20s sat slouching together, smoking and chatting. Zhu Tianlin didn't really like Zhang Zijuan's idle lifestyle, but now, even this kind of son-in-law was about to be gone.
Sit down.
My dad will be back soon, Zhang Zijuan said, pointing to the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhu Tianlin sat expressionlessly. In the past, Zhang Zijuan would call him uncle when he saw him, but now he just called him you. Still, Zhu Tianlin was unhappy but dared not scold him. You mean the bakery clothing store, right? Rest assured, go back to Kyoto. From now on, our brothers will handle it. Hearing this, Zhu Tianlin turned to look. It was the youngest son of Mayor Liang, and it seemed this was meant for him. Suddenly, he regretted making those calls this morning. Although these young masters only knew how to eat, drink, and play, they all had powerful backgrounds. He didn't dare to confront them directly. At that moment, the door opened, and Zhang Jingtong returned. Zhang Zijuan's friends quickly sat up properly. Zhu Tianlin stood up with a slight bend in his back to greet him. Zhang Jingtong smiled and led him to the study. Old Zhu, you and I are both experienced people. You know that force matches are not sweet. If Zijuan and Yu Jiao don't get along, let's forget about this marriage. Zhang Jingtong placed Zhu Yujiao's birth chart in front of Zhu Tianlin and continued, also, I heard that Yu Jiao and her aunt went to trouble the Gu family? Old Zhu, we are government officials. We must control ourselves and also our family members. Let's not talk about past issues. Such things must never happen again. I'll ask Secretary Li to watch over the Gu family. When he said this, Zhang Jingtong's usual smile disappeared. He looked very serious and commanding. Zhu Tianlin was so nervous that he could only nod and say, yes. Satisfied with his attitude, Zhang Jingtong softened his tone. Later, Zijuan will go to your house to pick up the birth chart. Returning the birth chart meant the marriage was truly off. Zhu Tianlin clenched his fists silently and took a deep breath. This is just a case of fate not working out between Yu Jiao and Zijuan. It's a disappointment to the old master. When he arranged the marriage for the two children, he hoped our families would stay connected. The old master he mentioned was Zhang Leoi. Zhang Jingtong understood what he meant. It was just about wanting to keep the Zhang family tied to theirs for benefits. But such good things rarely happen in the world. He took a sip of tea and said, during the war, countless soldiers died on the battlefield. They sacrificed for the country and the people, and the country will always remember them. After retiring, my father loved to talk about his experiences on the battlefield. I often heard him say how he saved someone, how someone saved him. So many stories. But almost no one asked him to repay kindness, let alone have our family remember it for generations. His words were very straightforward. Zhu Tianlin's face turned pale like pig liver, not sure if he was angry or ashamed. Secretary Zhang, I have to leave now if there's nothing else. Despite his thick skin, Zhu Tianlin felt embarrassed to stay any longer. Zhang Jingtong stood up. Let Zijuan go with you.
Okay.
After leaving the study, Zhang Zijuan's friends had already left. Zhang Jingtong gave him some instructions. Zijuan, looking indifferent, picked up his car keys and headed out. Zhu Tianlin followed behind. They went downstairs. Zijuan didn't speak to him and drove off as soon as he got in the car. Zhu Tianlin rode his bicycle behind them. Zhang Zijuan arrived at Zhu's house, but did not go inside. Instead, he stopped at the road intersection and waited until Zhu Tianlin caught up before driving into the family compound. The two entered Zhu's house together. When Zhu Yujiao saw Zhang Zijuan, she ran up to him, grabbing his arm and asking, Brother Zijuan, did you come to see me? Zhang Zijuan shook her off and said, I'm here to get the engagement letter. Hearing this, Zhu Yujiao started crying. Are you still going to break off the engagement with me because of that woman? Zhang Zijuan didn't want to argue with her. He turned to Zhu Tianlin and said, Uncle Zhu, please bring out the engagement letter. Zhu Tianlin went to the bedroom to get the letter. Zhu Yujiao clenched her teeth and said, If you break off the engagement with me, I will make that woman's family leave Li County. Try it. Zhang Zijuan narrowed his eyes at her, even smiling mischievously. Zhu Yujiao felt a cold sweat run down her back, knowing that Zhang Zijuan could be ruthless when he was serious. Yujiao. Zhu Tianlin scolded, holding the engagement letter. Zhu Yujiao cried as she went into the bedroom. Zhu Tianlin handed the letter to Zhang Zijuan. Yujiao was just angry. Don't worry, we won't trouble that family. Zhang Zijuan nodded and turned to leave. Zhu Tianlin, being smart, knew what to do next. What's going on? Lu Hongyun asked Zhu Tianlin, but he didn't answer her. Instead, he picked up the phone and made several calls, all saying not to trouble Gu's family anymore. What happened? Lu Hongyun asked after he hung up. Zhu Tianlin slumped on the sofa, looking defeated. Zhang Jingtong warned me not to hurt Gu's family. Why not? Did he really get engaged to that woman? Zhu Yujiao rushed out of the house and shouted at Zhu Tianlin. Zhu Tianlin felt a headache from her shouting. I don't know, but don't try any tricks. Zhang Zijuan has already made arrangements with his friends to protect Gu's family.
Why?
Why is that? Zhu Yujiao cried loudly. Lu Hongyun quickly comforted her. All right, Zhang Zijuan isn't that great either. We'll find someone better in the future. Zhu Yujiao tearfully asked, Can we find someone who will let me marry in Kyoto? Lu Hongyun sighed heavily. She was reluctant too, but what could she do? Zhang Jingtong said Lu Yanping went to trouble the Gu family? What's going on? Zhu Tianlin said coldly to Lu Hongyun. From now on, don't get involved in her affairs. She's hopeless. The Gu family didn't know about the interactions between the Zhang and Zhu families. After Gu Erwi visited Zhang Jingtong, they were worried for a few days but saw nothing happen, so they finally relaxed. There are only 10 days left until the new year. The bread jackets and jeans are almost sold out. They don't plan to restock. Once the stock is gone, they will close shop and prepare for the holiday. Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju discussed going back to the village for the new year. Mainly, they need to handle the grain from this fall, sell what they can, and figure out how to get the rest to Chizhou. Isun and Erwi need to get recommendation letters for night school, and Xijing and Xiaoxi need to transfer schools, Gu Zhengwo said during dinner, mentioning the things they need to do for the new year. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Gu Zhengwo went to open it and saw an elderly woman in her 60s, holding a bowl with several buns, standing at the door. Next to her was a strong little boy about 7 or 8 years old. I'm your neighbor next door. Today I steamed some buns at home and brought a few for you, the woman said with a smile. Gu Zhengwo quickly invited her inside. You're too kind. I made these meat buns myself. My children love to eat them. Please try some, she said. As they moved to the kitchen, Wang Yueju quickly offered her a seat. After sitting down, the woman talked a lot about the previous owner of their courtyard. That old lady was also unfortunate. She had 4 sons, but none of them were filial. She sold her house to support her sons. Now that her sons live in bright, spacious apartments, she has nowhere to stay. Gu Zhengwo and the others didn't understand what the woman meant, so they just smiled and nodded. After sharing about the previous owner, the woman sighed and said, Every family has its own troubles. I also have 4 sons, school, jobs, marriage, all need money. Soon, my youngest son will get married. Everything is ready, but his fiancée wants to buy a bread jacket. If I don't buy it, they won't get married. Isn't that frustrating? Your family sells bread jackets, right? After all that talk, it turned out she wanted to buy bread jackets. It was quite a hassle. Gu Zhengwo smiled and said yes. How much is one? We're neighbors, can you give us a discount? Normally, I wouldn't bargain, but my youngest son's wedding expenses have drained our savings, and we still owe a lot of debt. She said this, and Gu Zhengwo had nothing to say. He helplessly replied, Auntie, you should have asked the price before. We sell them for 55 each. Since we're neighbors, I can give you a cost price of 45. Any cheaper, and I'd be losing money. The woman wanted to bargain further, but was cut off by Gu Zhengwo's last words. All right, I'll come to buy from your shop tomorrow. The elderly lady said she was about to leave, and Wang Yueju and Gu Zhengwo accompanied her to the gate. When they reached the door, Wang Yueju patted the little boy's head and said, This child looks very strong. The grandmother was happy to hear the compliment and smiled broadly. This child has been sturdy since he was little, and he's very healthy. His father plans to send him to the sports team. How does one get into the sports team? Gu Zhengwo asked. A few days ago, Sanjing and Xiaoxi mentioned learning to swim and participating in the Asian Games, so he was curious about the process. I'm not sure either, the grandmother replied. His father said so. If you want to know, I can ask my eldest son when I get back. Gu Zhengwo quickly thanked her, and the grandmother happily led her grandson away. Are you really serious about letting Sanjing learn sports? Wang Yueju asked Gu Zhengwo. She didn't understand much about what sports training involved, but she knew it must be tiring. Gu Zhangwo replied, I'll ask first. That day, when Sanjing and Xiaoxi talked about swimming, Sanjing's eyes sparkled. She probably liked it. The next day, the grandmother went to the shop to buy a casual outfit, accompanied by her second son and his girlfriend. Gu Zhangwo also asked about joining the sports team, and the grandmother's fourth son, Zhang Mingda, knew about it too. He said, you can't just join the sports team right away. First, you need to get into a sports school, train for a while, and then try to join the team. What's your child's interest? Gu Zhangwo asked, handing him a cigarette. Zhang Mingda took the cigarette and lit it. He wants to learn table tennis. He just likes it, but I don't know if he has talent. My older brother plans to have someone see if he has the skill. If not, he won't learn. Can anyone just join the sports team and win championships? Gu Zhangwo didn't realize there were so many steps involved and asked again, who will check if he has talent? Zhang Mingda took a puff of his cigarette. At the sports center, there are coaches from the sports school. Gu Zhangwo understood this wasn't just for fun, so he said, my daughter wants to learn swimming. I don't know much about these things. When you go to the sports center, could you invite me along? Zhang Mingda was straightforward and agreed, without hesitation. Sure, I'll tell my older brother when I get home. Although he agreed, in the afternoon, Gu Zhangwo still carried a gift to visit the neighbor and chatted with his eldest son, Zhang Mingli. Zhang Mingli was gentle and refined but straightforward. He said they would go to the sports center the day after tomorrow, and they would go together then. When Gu Zhangwo got home and shared this, Sanjing was so happy, she almost jumped with joy. Gu Zhangwo, although reluctant to discourage her, said, just go and let the coach see. If you have talent, we will work hard to get into a sports school. If not, just focus on studying well. Gu Sanjing quickly nodded. She was confident in swimming. The children in the village said she swam the fastest. That night, she was so excited, she couldn't sleep. She hugged her pillow and climbed into Gu Xiqing's bed. Xiaoxi, what do you think the coach looks for? Gu Xiqing, very sleepy, barely opened her eyes and mumbled, I don't know. Just show your strengths when the time comes. Xiaoxi, do you think I have talent? Yes. No? I don't know.
I hope you do.
I also want to be good. Having an outstanding sister made Gu Sanjing feel a lot of pressure. The next day, Han Dei heard about this and took Han Erpeng aside to ask, little heir, Sanjing can swim. What about you? His eldest son was good at studying and likely to go to college, so Han Dei wasn't worried about him. But his second son was at the bottom of his class, and he wanted to find a way out for him. Han Erpeng lowered his head and fiddled with his dark little hands, whispering, does dropping bread count?
Han Dei.
Think again. Han Erpeng, is it okay if I make good clay figures? Han Dei helplessly waved his hand. Stop talking. The more you say, the more embarrassing. Go play. Hearing he could go play, Han Erpeng happily ran to find Gu Xiqing to play. Lee City Sports Center is in the West District, about half an hour by bus. After breakfast that day, Gu Zhangwo took Gu Xiqing and her sister, along with the two Han brothers, to the sports center with their neighbor Zhang Mingli. They arrived at the sports center around 9 o'clock. First, they bought tickets at the entrance, each costing 5 cents. Gu Zhangwo bought 7 tickets, including for Zhang Mingli and his father. Zhang Mingli felt a bit embarrassed and insisted on paying Gu Zhangwo back. They argued for a while, but in the end, Gu Zhangwo didn't accept the money. Zhang Mingli realized that their new neighbor was quite particular. Inside the sports center, Gu Xiqing looked around. Although it wasn't as modern as those decades later, it still looked lively. On one wall, there were photos of sports champions, with many adults and children standing in front to look at them. Gu Xiqing and her friends also went over to see. Gu Sanjing held Gu Xiqing's hand and whispered, Xiaoxi, is winning a championship very hard? Gu Xiqing didn't know how to answer. She thought it was difficult, but didn't want to discourage Gu Sanjing's enthusiasm. Saying it was easy would be a lie. She thought for a moment and said, let's see if we have talent first, then decide. Gu Sanjing pursed her lips and said, okay. She felt a little nervous, worried she might not have talent. She also wanted many people to praise her like they praised Xiaoxi, and she wanted to be good. Gu Siqing noticed her sweaty palms and whispered close to her ear, I saw a cotton candy cellar earlier. We'll buy some later. I have 50 cents now. When she heard there was something tasty, Gu Sanjing's eyes lit up again. I don't know how much they cost, I have 40 cents. Gu Siqing said, that's definitely enough. Later, let Dad take us to the zoo. They should have tasty snacks there too, Gu Siqing added. Gu Sanjing swallowed hard and said, bring some for Mom, big sister, and second sister too. Gu Siqing nodded. What are you two talking about? I have money too. Let's buy together, Peng said as he came over, pulling out his own money.
Han skjenking lukt at Gu Siqing.
This girl is really clever. Gu Sanjing was so easily tricked she forgot why they came today. They chattered about buying snacks. Gu Zhangwo and Zhang Mingli found 2 coaches from a sports school, giving each 2 yuan. This time, Zhang Mingli refused to let Gu Zhangwo take the money for him. 2 yuan isn't much, but it's still a lot. He didn't like taking advantage of others. Gu Siqing and the others followed Gu Zhangwo and the coach to the swimming pool. It was very warm inside, and after a while they started sweating. They all took off their cotton padded jackets. They didn't bring swimsuits, but Gu Zhangwo bought one for Gu Sanjing with 6 yuan. Gu Siqing went with Gu Sanjing to change clothes in the dressing room. Gu Sanjing was a bit nervous and Gu Siqing whispered, just think of this as the river at our village entrance. Gu Sanjing nodded. When they came out, the coach looked at Gu Sanjing and said, try swimming a lap. Since it was her first time swimming in such a big pool, Gu Sanjing didn't know how to get in or swim. She looked at the coach, but he didn't give any hints. She clenched her teeth, jumped into the pool, and swam as fast as she could. When she reached the other side, she didn't know how to turn back and came up out of the water. Have you never swum in a pool before? The coach asked Gu Zhangwo. Gu Zhangwo smiled shyly and said, no, she usually swims in the small river back in the village. The coach nodded and waved at Gu Sanjing, saying, swim back. Gu Sanjing wasn't sure if she performed well or not, so she dove back into the water and swam back with all her might. How old were you when you started swimming? The coach asked Gu Sanjing. At this moment, she was no longer nervous and thought for a moment before saying, 7 years old. Who did you learn from? The coach asked again. Gu Sanjing replied, no one. I learned by myself. The coach turned to Gu Zhangwo and said, her explosive power and speed are good. She's a promising girl. Gu Zhangwo grinned, and Gu Sanjing's small face also lit up with a smile. Gu Siqing and the 2 brothers from the Han family also looked happy. What else can you do? The coach asked again. Gu Sanjing said, can I jump from a very high place into the water? Does that count? The coach's eyes brightened. How high can you jump from? Gu Sanjing shook her head. I don't know. I used to jump from trees into the river. Gu Zhangwo was surprised to learn she had done such dangerous things before and felt a bit scared, wanting to raise his hand to stop her. The coach turned around and pointed to a high platform near the pool, saying, is there a platform that high? It was a diving platform 3 meters high, the height used in diving competitions. Gu Sanjing roughly estimated the height and said, it probably isn't that high, but it's not much shorter. Do you dare to jump from there? The coach asked again. Gu Sanjing nodded, but Gu Zhangwo's heart was tense. Even he was hesitant to jump from such a height.
Come with me.
The coach turned and walked over, and Gu Sanjing was about to follow when Gu Siqing quietly pulled her sleeve and said, Sanjing, are you okay? He wanted her to succeed, but safety came first. Dad, it's fine. The water's below, and I can swim, so it's no problem, Gu Sanjing said eagerly. Gu Zhangwo still worried. Gu Siqing tugged his sleeve softly and said, Dad, the coach is watching. It's fine. Gu Zhangwo frowned, nodded, and then followed the coach and Gu Sanjing to the pool. Sanjing is amazing. She'll be fine, Peng said, recalling how Gu Sanjing had jumped from a tree into the river before. When they arrived, the coach told Gu Sanjing, I'll go up first and jump. Watch how I do it, then you try. Usually, coaches wouldn't give on-the-spot guidance to see if a child had talent, but Gu Sanjing was a good candidate, so the coach couldn't resist teaching her. He patted her head and went up to the diving platform, shouting down, watch my posture. Seeing her nod, the coach slowed down each movement, then leapt off, landing in the water with only a small splash. "Come up," the coach called to Gu Sanjing. She stepped onto the diving platform, and the coach explained the movements again before stepping down and staying in the pool to supervise. "Take a deep breath, straighten your body, and jump." Gu Sanjing followed the coach's command and leapt into the water. Her jump almost made Gu Jiangwo and Gu Sihong's hearts jump out of their chests. When she surfaced from the water, showing a big smile, Gu Jiangwo and Gu Sihong finally let out a long breath of relief. "Haha, not bad," the coach said with a smile. He walked over to Gu Jiangwo and asked, "Are you Gu Sanjing?" Gu Jiangwo nodded. He then said, "She's a good talent. Although it's not the enrollment season after the new year, we can make special arrangements for special cases. The school starts on March 18th. You can come to the school on March 15th and I will arrange for an exam." Confident people shine. Right now, Gu Sanjing radiated happiness and confidence. Gu Sihong was happy for Gu Sanjing and also felt relieved. She was reborn, with an adult's mind. Even if she tried to hide her abilities, she would still be smarter than most children. Moreover, since she was reborn, she wanted herself and her family to have a different life. So, she was destined to be smarter than ordinary children. She and Sanjing spent a lot of time together. When she shined brightly, it often made Sanjing seem less bright. Over time, even though Sanjing was carefree, her personality would change. She didn't want that to happen. She hoped that this time, their family could be happy and joyful. Now, Sanjing had found a path that suited her. In the future, she would shine brightly in her field. "Coach, my child hasn't received any training before. Do you have time during the holidays? If you do, could you teach Sanjing?" Money is not an issue. Since her own child was a promising talent, Gu Jiangwo wanted to do his best to nurture her. He didn't understand financial management, but he knew money should be spent where it was needed. When they had less income, he was frugal. Now that they had money, he still was. The coach thought Gu Sanjing was a very talented girl. After some consideration, he said, "Start coming tomorrow. Let's train for a few days before the new year. After the new year, starting from the 5th day of the lunar month, you can follow me until the exam." Gu Jiangwo quickly agreed, and even took some money out of his pocket to give to the coach. The coach looked down and saw 5 large bills, more than his monthly salary. He hurriedly tried to return the money, but Gu Jiangwo naturally refused. "This is what I should do."
"Keep it," he said.
The coach didn't insist and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. Sanjing has good talent. With some more training, she will definitely pass the exam. Come on, let's practice a bit more." After receiving so much money, the coach felt a bit overwhelmed and immediately started training Gu Sanjing. Gu Sanjing smiled and followed the coach, feeling like she was dreaming. Just 10 days ago, she was playing around in the village with her friends, not knowing what life in the city was like. Now she was in a warm room, learning swimming and diving with the coach, and she would soon take the sports school entrance exam. Earlier, her father suddenly gave the coach 5 big notes, which added up to 50 yuan. Previously, her parents wouldn't even spend a few yuan on small things, but now they gave 50 yuan at once. She was determined to practice hard. She followed the coach to an open space near the swimming pool and heard the coach say, "Show me your backbend." She didn't know what a backbend was and looked confused at the coach. Seeing this, the coach said, "Watch how I do it and then try." The coach bent over, arms straight down, then pressed both hands toward the ground. Gu Sanjing followed along. Since she was young and a girl, this backbend move was quite simple for her. "Good. Let's try another move," the coach said while demonstrating. "Cross your arms over your thighs and try to keep your upper body close to your legs." Gu Sanjing copied the coach's actions. This time, her legs felt a bit sore, but her upper body still pressed tightly against her thighs. The coach then asked, "How does it feel?" Gu Sanjing replied, "My legs hurt a little." "That's normal," the coach said, walking around her.
"Keep going.
Keep your legs straight. Even if it hurts, you must persist." Gu Sanjing felt her leg muscles tearing with pain, but she gritted her teeth and kept going. She didn't feel wronged. Instead, She was happy because she was receiving proper guidance and training. Gu Jiangwo and Gu Siheng watched from nearby as Gu Sanjing's body folded together, a position that looked painful just to think about. But she only pressed her lips together and didn't make a sound. Gu Jiangwo's heart felt like it was being squeezed, uncomfortable. He knew that pursuing sports would be tough, but seeing it with his own eyes was different from just knowing. Thinking about how their family was now much better off, and that Sanjing could have an easier path, Gu Jiangwo wanted to say, "Forget it, stop training," but he couldn't bring himself to say it. At that moment, the coach told Gu Sanjing to stand up, and he saw the smile on her face. Gu Jiangwo couldn't bring himself to say forget it after all. He actually cared more about his children being happy and healthy than about them becoming sports stars. Gu Siheng also saw Sanjing's patience and perseverance and felt very proud. Although he felt sorry that she had to suffer, he knew she liked it, and even suffering made her happy. Little second, what do you want to learn?
Han Shengping whispered to Han Erpang.
Han Jingyang was crouching down, playing with the water. When he heard Han Jingping speak, he looked up and asked, "Why do I need to learn things? Can't I just go to school?" Han Jingping was momentarily stunned. He didn't know how to answer. He thought everyone wanted to be excellent, but now it seemed not everyone did. But is it wrong not to want to be outstanding? As long as it doesn't hurt others or break the law, not striving for excellence doesn't seem wrong. However, in the eyes of parents, it might be considered wrong. He patted Han Jingyang's head and said, "As long as you're happy." Han Jingyang continued, playing with the water. Gu Siqing overheard their conversation and thought that if Erpang kept doing this, it might be okay. If there are no mistakes, the Han family could develop well, and Erpang could just be a happy second-generation kid. But this depends on having a good attitude. She moved closer and crouched beside Han Jingyang, whispering, "Erpang, how much money do you have? I want our dad to take us to the zoo later. They probably sell tasty food there." Han Jingyang didn't answer but asked Xiao Si, "How much does a TV cost?" "Probably a few hundred yuan." Their family could definitely afford a TV now, but Gu Siqing thought it would be better to save the money to buy a courtyard in Kyoto. Her goal wasn't just one courtyard anymore, but 6. She looked up at her dad and silently said in her mind, "Comrade Gu Jiangwo, keep going. We both won't buy a TV." Han Jingping also crouched down next to Gu Siqing.
"Why?"
Han Jingyang asked. Their neighbor has a TV and many people watch it every day. He had watched a few times too, but he could only watch for a little while each day. If their family had one, they could watch whenever they wanted. "No money. All our money is used to buy a house," Han Jingping said seriously, trying to persuade. Han Jingyang sighed, "Let's go home and ask Dad to work harder." Gu Siqing thought, "Kid, you're finally on the same page with me." Gu Sijing's first training session was short, lasting just over half an hour. The coach gave Gu Jiangwo his contact info before leaving. Gu Sijing and the 2 Han brothers gathered around Gu Sijing, wanting to ask how she felt, but she said, "Dad, take us to the zoo. I heard they have a lot of tasty food there." Gu Sijing. All right, Sijing is still the same Sijing. Since she agreed to take the kids to the zoo, Gu Jiangwo naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Because he came with Zhang Mingli and others, he took a few children to find Zhang Mingli first to see if he was coming. When they arrived at the ping-pong room, Zhang Mingli's son, Zhang Xiaoqiang, was playing ball with a kid about his age. From Gu Siqing's perspective, Zhang Xiaoqiang seemed pretty good, at least able to catch every ball. Seeing them, Zhang Mingli approached Gu Jiangwo and asked, "Has the coach checked the kids?" Gu Jiangwo nodded, and he asked again, "What did the coach say?" Gu Jiangwo smiled and replied, "The coach said he's doing okay." He didn't usually boast about his children. The coach also said my Xiaoqiang is good and should take the exam next summer when enrollment opens, Zhang Mingli said proudly. He's been practicing hard for the past 6 months. "I think your kid is also pretty good." Gu Jiangwo hesitated to mention that the coach told Sanjing to take the exam after the new year, saying it might seem like showing off, which could be discouraging. But since they came together, that information seemed quite important. "Are you guys leaving?" Zhang Mingli asked. Gu Jiangwo nodded. "We practiced with the coach for a while. The coach said you shouldn't practice too long the first time. Did the coach give guidance to your kid? Zhang Mingli looked a bit surprised. Usually, coaches who judge children's talent don't give them much guidance. Gu Zhengwo responded with a hum. The coach said my kid has some talent and should take exam after the new year. I think the time is tight, so I let him get some guidance during this period. He wouldn't mention paying the coach. He wasn't sure if that might affect the coach. Zhang Mingli felt a bit uncomfortable. Originally, the coach said his son Xiaoqiang was doing well, and he was happy. But now, comparing with others, the gap was obvious. That's good. The school has already scheduled the exam early, which shows your girl has a lot of talent. Zhang Mingli still praised Xinjing, even though he felt a little uneasy. Gu Zhengwo understood his feelings. Everyone hopes their own children are the best and most talented. After praising Zhang Xiaoqiang a few more words, he suggested they leave first. Outside the gym, Gu Zhengwo bought a cotton candy for each of the 4 children from a nearby stall. Han Jingping, thinking he was grown up, refused to take one, worried it would ruin his youthful image. But Gu Zhengwo insisted and handed him one. The fair-skinned boy, awkwardly holding the cotton candy, didn't want to eat it or not, looking adorable. Gu Siqing watched and couldn't help but smile. Han Jingping glanced at her, then casually handed the cotton candy to her, saying, "Here, keep it for your cavity." Gu Sihing giggled and said, "I'm not afraid." She then walked to Gu Sanjing and Han Erpeng. The 3 of them shared a cotton candy, quickly finishing it. Gu Zhengwo didn't care about the small disputes among the children. He took them on a bus to the zoo. Not only had the children never been to the zoo, but Gu Zhengwo himself had never been either. So, everyone had a very happy time on this zoo trip. Gu Siheng and Gu Sanjing even said they wanted their mom and older sisters to come see it next time. After the bus ride, they went back to the shop. As soon as they got off, they saw many people running toward their shop. Their hearts raced. Gu Zhengwo held each girl's hand, while Han Jingping pulled Han Jingyang ahead, and they hurried toward the shop. Because they walked quickly, they were a bit out of breath when they reached the door. But they were relieved to know it wasn't their shop that was in trouble, but the neighboring shop owned by Liu Yanping. Since there was a lot of excitement, the customers inside the shop came out to see what was happening. Gu Erwi and the others closed the door and headed next door. Gu Siheng quietly asked Gu Erwi, "What's going on?" Gu Erwi, smiling happily, said, "I heard customs officers came to check their clothes and even had to burn them right there." Gu Siheng was surprised and opened her mouth wide. "So fast?" Gu Erwi was amused by her reaction. "Yes, so quick. Come on, let's go see the fun." At the neighbor's door, many people had gathered to watch. Gu Siheng, being small, pulled Gu Erwi inside. The crowd initially made way for her, thinking she was just a little girl. But behind her, a long line of people followed: Gu Erwi, Gu Yimin, Gu Sanjing, Han Jingping, Han Jingyang, and behind them, Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju. Gu Zhengwo didn't want to squeeze in, so he smiled and explained to the crowd kids like to watch the excitement. Inside, 7 or 8 customs officers were taking clothes out of the shop, some sitting to record details. Liu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui stood quietly to the side, looking like they were waiting for judgment. Thinking about Liu Yanping's arrogant attitude a few days ago, the Gu family members felt a little pleased. Gu Erwi took a deep breath and quietly said to Gu Yimin, "This is justice." Gu Yimin knew she was still upset about Zhu Yujiao's slap, so she held her hand and softly said, "Yes, their punishment has come." Someone among the onlookers asked the customs officers, "Are these clothes really taken from dead people?" Customs officer, "These clothes are smuggled from abroad, and we can't confirm if they were taken from deceased individuals, but it's a possibility." The crowd listening automatically considered this possibility as certain, and they started to get agitated. 2 hot-tempered people who had bought similar clothes pushed forward and pushed Liu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui from behind. Unprepared, they fell over. That's really heartless. People like that should go to jail. People around started pointing and whispering. Someone kicked the 2 of them first, and soon it escalated into a full fight. Liu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui were beaten up. The customs officers quickly stepped in to stop the fight. When they cleared the crowd, Liu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui were already badly bruised. Because there were so many spectators, The officers couldn't tell who started the fight, so they had to let it go. The officers took the clothes outside, registered them, poured gasoline on them, and threw a match. The clothes instantly caught fire. Because it was cold, some onlookers even happily stretched out their hands to warm themselves by the fire. Liu Yanping watched the blazing fire with a heart full of pain. These clothes were their entire belongings. They had hoped to make their first big profit from these clothes, then earn more, and finally reach the top of life. But now, everything was gone. Liu Yanping fell to the ground crying and cursing Tang Xiaohui. "You're such a useless fool. If you had any ability, would we be in this situation? It's all your fault." Liu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui were high school classmates and later went to the countryside as educated youth. During the college entrance exam revival 7 or 8 years ago, both took the exam but failed to get in. They returned to the city, but because there were too many educated youth returning, there were not enough jobs. Their families were ordinary, so they couldn't find work easily. Liu Yanping tried to find her aunt, Liu Hongyan, but at that time, Zhu Tianlin had just secured a government job through Zhang's connections and couldn't help her. The couple became unemployed and had to do odd jobs to survive. Later, with government policy opening up, many people started businesses. They also felt tempted. But they had little savings, and if they lost money, they would have nothing left. So they hesitated about starting a business or what kind of business to do. They hesitated for over a year, until they saw Gu Zhengwo selling bread, which was very successful, and they became eager again. They inquired about Gu Zhengwo and his group and learned that they were not from Lizhou. They were farmers from the countryside. This made the two of them feel unexpectedly confident. Especially Liu Yanping, who mockingly told Tang Xiaohui at the time, "A bunch of uneducated country bumpkins can run a business. So aren't we better than them?" So they used all their savings and borrowed some money, totaling 1,000 yuan, and followed Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei to Shenzhen. Initially, Tang Xiaohui suggested they treat Gu Zhengwo and his group to a meal and then go shopping for supplies together. Liu Yanping immediately scolded him as a fool and said, "Competitors are enemies. If they don't cheat us, that's already good. How can they help us?" Liu Yanping was always dominant in their relationship, so Tang Xiaohui could only listen to her. After Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei left them behind in Shenzhen, the couple was completely in the dark about where to buy supplies. They finally found a manufacturer that made bread jackets, but the factory had run out of stock. They begged and pleaded and bought dozens of bread jackets at 35 yuan each. While they were worried about what to buy next, they met Duan Xinghua, who sold smuggled goods, and he took them to the port to see. They saw with their own eyes that the clothes were sold in large piles by weight, 100 jin of clothes for only 200 yuan. They weren't fools and realized that those clothes were illegally sourced, but the huge profit made them only think about money. They couldn't think of anything else. Even if they did, they falsely believed they wouldn't get caught. They paid 200 yuan for the clothes, took the train back to Lizhou, and after washing and ironing them for a week, they finally hung the clothes up for sale. On the first day of opening, business was not good because the neighboring shop was selling similar bread jackets with more styles and colors. They had to sell theirs at lower prices. The cheaper bread jackets sold quickly, and within a few days, they were all gone. The old clothes also sold gradually, but since each style only had one piece and not all clothes were cotton, their business slowed down again. Watching the neighboring shop thriving, Liu Yanping was so jealous she couldn't sleep for several nights. After thinking it over, she decided not to sell her clothes cheaply and started telling others about the purchase price of the bread jackets. Sure enough, the neighboring shop's business was affected, and she was so happy she was singing while walking. But she didn't expect the neighbor to report her for smuggling. However, she managed to suppress this matter through Zhu Tianlin and then reported the neighbor herself. She knew the neighbor's goods weren't smuggled, and an investigation would quickly reveal the truth. But they are willing to make them feel sick, and the investigation takes time. Closing a few days can affect their business for that period. She didn't expect that the neighbor, a rough local, actually knew the head of the Dongqing District Police Station and seemed to have a good relationship. The issue was resolved on the same day, and they were also targeted by the police and customs. Now everything is a mess, and Liu Yanping feels hopeless. The fire burned for over 20 minutes before being put out. Afterward, customs officers took Liu Yanping and Tang Xiaohui away and planned to punish them. Once the customs officers left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Many people went into the store, and Gu Erwi and others started working again. Originally, there wasn't much stock left. After this, only one bread jacket and 5 pairs of jeans remained. Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei decided to close the shop completely. Gu Zhengwo kept the last bread jacket for himself to give to his mother, Wu Danny, when he went home. Although Wu Danny was quite biased, as her son, he had to show filial respect. This new year, the family wore new clothes to go home. Not bringing her new clothes was easy to predict. Wu Danny would definitely cause trouble. During the holiday, spending money to find peace of mind is the best choice. Wang Yueju didn't say much about this. Her only principle with Wu Danny was to handle things properly on the surface so that no one could accuse her of being unfilial. They closed the door, and both families started dividing the money. They had already split the money from previous batches of goods. Now, they mainly divided the money from the last batch. They bought 800 bread jackets and 1,000 pairs of jeans. These items sold for a total of 57,200 yuan, so each family got 28,600 yuan. Hearing this, Gu Xiqing started thinking about what she heard in her past life, how much a courtyard house in Kyoto sold for in the 1980s. Since property prices kept rising, Kyoto courtyard houses became very expensive. Many media outlets talked about the prices in the 80s and 90s, saying that in the 80s, a courtyard house cost about 10,000 yuan. That means their family could now afford to buy a courtyard house. Gu Xing's heart started pounding faster. Perhaps her small goal could soon be achieved, cheering. But how could she get her dad to agree to buy a courtyard house in Kyoto? Dad, when you have money, you should spend it. Let's buy a house in Kyoto. What would her dad's reaction be? Probably he wouldn't react much, but Wang Yueju would grab a rolling pin and chase her around. They finally became millionaires, but before they had time to enjoy it, it was gone. Wasn't that wasteful? Dad, let's go buy a house in Kyoto. When that happens, you'll be a man with a house in Kyoto, and it'll be quite impressive to tell others. Comrade Gu Zhengwo would say, I don't need all that fancy stuff. Gu Xiqing starts scratching her head.
Sigh.
This really is a headache. Little four, are you itchy? Gu Sanjing asks when she sees her scratching her head. Gu Xiqing, I'm not itchy, I'm bald. Later, I'll take you to the bathhouse to wash up, Wang Yueju says, looking at the two sisters. Gu Xiqing. All right, if it's just a bath, then so be it. After dividing the money, Gu Zhengwo and Han Dei put their wallets away into their pockets. Gu Xiqing glances at her dad's bulging chest and feels warm inside. That was a set of courtyard houses. After dividing so much money at once, not only Gu Xiqing felt warm, but Gu Zhengwo and Wang Yueju did too. Back home, the couple went into their room. Gu Zhengwo took the money out of his pocket and placed it on the bed, smiling naturally. Sometimes it feels like these days are just a dream, Gu Zhengwo said, reaching out to touch the money. I never thought that in just a few months, we bought a house in Lisho and saved so much money. A few months ago, the couple was struggling to figure out how to build a house. With only 2,200 yuan, they had no money left after finishing the house. Wang Yueju took the leftover money from buying the house out of the cabinet. She opened it layer by layer. Last time, you gave me 2,000. I spent 50 these days, so I have 1,950 left. Plus this, it's a total of 30,550. After buying the house, they had over 2,000 yuan left. Since coming to Lisho, Gu Zhengwo handed the money over to her to manage. Of course, he kept some for daily expenses. Wang Yueju put the 2 stacks of money together and took out 550 yuan. Tomorrow, you should deposit 30,000 yuan in the bank. The rest is for daily use. Gu Zhengwo nodded. Their money has always been managed by his wife, and he just follows her lead. Wang Yueju then carefully wrapped the 30,000 yuan in layers. Gu Zhengwo wanted to say, just deposit it in the bank tomorrow, no need to wrap it like that, but he knew it wouldn't help. Just like he didn't want to wear red underwear, but had to. From now on, the business will be separate. Who owns the current shop? What did you say to Han Dei? Wang Yueju asked, locking the money in the cabinet. Gu Jiangwo, not yet. We're planning to find another shop nearby and decide once we find a good one. Does it matter if the two shops are close together? Wang Yueju asked. Gu Jiangwo stood up and went outside. It probably doesn't matter. We'll just sell different clothes. Plus, I think next year there will be quite a few clothing stores nearby. Their business has been so good this year, so next year others will likely follow and open shops near them. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Anyway, in Shunshi, clothing and shoe stores tend to cluster, so maybe that's a good thing. But whether it's good or bad, he couldn't decide. He wouldn't stop people from opening shops nearby. The couple talked as they headed to the kitchen, as it was time to prepare dinner. Just as they reached the kitchen door, they heard their young daughter's lively voice. That diving platform is at least 3 meters high. Third sister stood on top and jumped down with a swoosh. I was so scared my heart almost jumped out. But when third sister came out of the water, she was still smiling. The coach said. When they entered the house, they saw Gu Sihing standing in front of Yimin and Yi Hui, animatedly talking about Sanjing's performance at the gymnasium. Yimin and Yi Hui listened carefully, while Sanjing sat to the side, smiling proudly but a little shy. Gu Jiangwo had never seen this kind of expression on his daughter's face before. His 3 daughters had boyish tempers and often did mischievous things. So at home, she was usually the one being scolded. Plus, she had a clever and studious younger sister below her. Compared to her, she was just a mischievous child who caused headaches. Over the years, Sanjing probably wasn't truly happy. He walked over and patted his daughter's head, smiling. Sanjing really made us proud today. Sanjing felt a bit shy from the praise, but was very happy inside. Having talent is a good thing, but we can't waste the gifts given by heaven, Gu Jiangwo said, again patting her head. Sanjing nodded heavily, knowing she had to work even harder to become better. She wanted to be more excellent. Wang Yueju felt both comforted and proud. She smiled and said, "Today, Sanjing did so well. Let's make her favorite fried meatballs." Sanjing's eyes lit up even more. Gu Siheng leaned over to his mother, tugging her arm and acting cute. "I want sweet potato meatballs." Kids who can act cute are the luckiest, Wang Yueju chuckled and patted her head. "Okay, since Sanjing loves meatballs and you love sweet potato ones, we'll make both." "Oh." Wang Yueju took her hand away from Gu Siheng's head. "Aren't you itchy? I don't have time to take you for a bath today. Go wash your hair first." Gu Siheng. "Who said I'm itchy?" At this moment, Gu Sanjing's voice came over little four. "Do you have lice on your head?" Gu Siqing instantly felt that her beautiful fairy image was ruined by Sanjing's words. She rushed over to fight with Sanjing. Seeing this, Sanjing shouted and ran away quickly. Gu Siqing chased after her, and the 2 sisters' voices filled the yard as they ran around. Gu Yimin and Gu Huiwei stood at the door, smiling as they watched the scene for a while before turning back to cook with Wang Yueju. Gu Jiangwo went out to get an iron shovel and tidied up the yard. The ground in the yard was full of holes, and he planned to pave it with cement next year when the weather warmed up. The floors and walls inside the house also needed fixing. When Yimin and Huiwei moved in, they wanted to paint the walls, but he stopped them. It was cold, and paint wouldn't dry easily in winter. While working, he was thinking about how much money it would take to fix up the front and backyards. If they paved the yard with cement and put down tiles or wooden floors inside, then painted the walls and added some furniture, it would probably cost around 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. They had already built 3 rooms in the village. He wasn't really worried about the money. Now that he had some, spending a few thousand yuan on fixing the yard didn't bother him. But he was used to careful budgeting, making sure every penny was spent wisely. Dinner was very hearty, not only with meatballs that Gu Sanjing and Gu Siqing liked, but also 4 other dishes. Gu Jiangwo was in good spirits and took out some wine to have a little drink. He also set a glass next to Wang Yueju, so she could join him. Seeing that all 4 daughters looked eagerly at him, Gu Jiangwo waved his hand and said, "Go buy a few bottles of soda. All 4 of you can have soda." Gu Xiqing and Gu Sanjing stood up and reached out to ask for money from their mother. Wang Yueju took out 50 cents and handed it to Gu Xiqing. One bottle of soda cost 15 cents, so they could buy 4 bottles and still have 5 cents left. The sisters happily ran to the small shop at the alley entrance to buy soda. Back then, the shop wasn't like modern convenience stores with neatly organized shelves. Items were mostly arranged based on the owner's preferences. So, you couldn't just pick things yourself. You had to tell the shopkeeper what you wanted, and he would get it for you. The sisters stood outside the shop and told the owner they wanted 4 bottles of Beibinjiang soda. The owner handed them the bottles and asked, "Are you new to the neighborhood?" The sisters nodded. The owner gave them 5 cents back and said, "My son bought a bread suit from your family. It was really expensive." Gu Xiqing chuckled and said, "That means your family is doing well." The owner laughed and replied, "You little girl, your words are so sweet.